Hashtag C1647 I'm here. Earth, look, the statue of the Lord of the Sky has changed. Suddenly, a primitive god shouted loudly. It's the Lord of the Sky's destiny consciousness that is fluctuating, and it has been transmitted to the statue. How could it fluctuate at this time? What happened to the Lord of the Sky? The Lord of the Earth was also surprised. Fengshen Tian was able to find my land boundary. Could it be that they found the city of the sky and deduced my location from this? In order not to be discovered by others, the Lord of the Earth did not dare to contact at all, and he did not know anything about the universe, but the relationship between him and the Lord of the Sky was not Zhongjing and Gusong, and he could sacrifice himself for each other. Since the location has been found, I will sacrifice to the Lord of the Sky. A raging force burned on the statue, and it seemed to be resurrected immediately. The Lord of the Sky said, Earth. Sky, have you been discovered by Fengshen? Said the Lord of the Earth. No, through the statue, I know that your situation is very bad at this time, but don't worry, I am already on the way to save you with the God Emperor, and I will be here soon, you just need to protect yourself. Lord of the Sky. God Emperor, who is it? The Lord of the Earth asked doubtfully. The God Emperor controls the sword of the human emperor. He is not the emperor of human beings. He is the great emperor of divine martial arts. He is a strong man in Shijiyuan. But he is the one we all pledge our allegiance to. When the Emperor of God arrives, you will know everything. Lord of the Sky. Okay, I see. The Lord of the Earth will not have any doubts about the words of the Lord of the Sky. And at this time, something doesn't seem right. Fengshen Tianzhu frowned, he felt that there was something wrong with the fluctuation. Facing their attack, the Lord of the Earth was too calm. Could it be that the Lord of the Earth will have someone to save him? No, in this multiverse, who will come to save him? Could it be those hidden sixth realms? But it's impossible. They have no idea about our actions of Fengshen this time. A strong man guessed. No matter what, the only way to break through the land boundary is the fastest. Consecrate God to God. Waves of power became more ferocious, the divine light crisscrossed, and the earth boundary was about to be completely torn apart, constantly shattering. Finally come. Suddenly, a voice came from far away in the sky. A person carrying infinite imperial power came over from time and space. The power was so violent that it annihilated the fluctuation of the attacking power. There are still strong ones. Fengshen Tianzhu stared at the man with his eyes fixed. Lord of the Earth, I am here to help you out of danger. Xuanhuan appeared. It's you. It is unbelievable for a person, it is that Yang Hai, who is also here, violently shouted, Shenwu Empire, Shenwu God Emperor. Shenwu. There was also surprise on the face of God of conferred God. It was inconceivable that this person would come. How could he not know about this person's reputation? He has suddenly emerged, and he is also a world-class powerhouse among the diversity. Shenwu, do you also want to intervene? Fengshen Tianzhu said, we have not settled the score with you for seizing the inheritance of Tianzuan that day. God, he came just in time, don't put me in the eyes of Fengshen Tian, just kill him right here. Yang Hai is fierce. He has fought against Xuanhuan and is extremely powerful, but can he compete with the sixth realm? That's impossible. Originally, Fengshen Tian was too far away from Shenwu, and he had more enemies, so it was difficult to spare his hands to deal with him, but now that he appeared, it was the best time to kill him and deal with him. He is the God Emperor that the sky said. The Lord of the Earth also saw Xuanhuan, and he was even about to suffocate when waves of imperial prestige swept out. Watching time and space keep approaching, an epic force from the God of conferred God rushed over, opened the eternal void, and directly killed them in a wave. Boom. The power is like the sea, but in this wave of fluctuations, Xuanhuan was unmoved. He walked out directly, the human emperor sword appeared, the light was billions of feet, the supreme humane, and the infinite majesty of the emperor spread out. The divine light of the human emperor sword sets off Xuanhuan, who is the emperor in mythology. Human emperor sword. The Lord of the Earth, the conferred god also shouted in surprise. This is the human emperor sword that gathers the beliefs of all living beings, and it represents the brilliance of all living beings, and now it appears here. Xuanhuan stimulated the power of Renhuang's sword to the strongest, and all the storms were radiated by the light to stop. At this time, he is the emperor who all living beings must submit to faith. Why is the human emperor sword here? Fengshen Tianzhu also couldn't figure it out. He thought that the human emperor's sword should follow the human emperor's transformation in the human world, but the power of this sword was so real that it appeared in front of him. Human emperor. The Lord of the Earth and the last strong man from the human world appeared in front of Xuanhuan. The Lord of the Earth looked excited. Could it be that you are the human emperor? He can't be wrong. This is the power of Renhuang's sword. He is too familiar with it. Although this emperor is not the human sovereign of the human realm heaven, but he controls the human sovereign sword, then he is the current human sovereign. I am not a human emperor, Xuanhuan said. He is the mighty emperor, not the emperor in their hearts. Humanity is just a kind of power he controls, and his character is not as kind as the emperor, and is more ruthless and cruel. Humanity is brilliant and immortal. Since you have the emperor sword, you have been recognized by the power of humanity. It is because of you that the master of the sky emits waves. The earth is willing to fight for the emperor. The Lord of the Earth was too excited. Human Emperor Huadao, he felt that there was darkness in front of him, and there was no hope. If the human emperor hadn't said that the power of humanity is immortal, he would have been unable to persevere, and now he finally saw the dawn. He is willing to fight for the new emperor. The human emperor sword is actually in your hands. Fengshen Tianzhu was no longer indifferent before, staring at Xuanhuan with a pair of eyes. If we didn't attack the earth today, I'm afraid we wouldn't know that we are here with you. You are hiding deep enough. He was in a very bad mood, very bad. Originally, the power of humanity is ownerless, and this represents a road leading to the eternal power. As long as the human emperor's realm is opened, the conferred god emperor can seize this power, and it is even stronger than the human emperor. But now, it means that this force already has an owner. At this moment, when he looked at Xuanhuan, there was chaos in front of his eyes, and he couldn't see through the details of this emperor. Are you surprised? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Shenwu, hand over the human emperor sword. Yang Hai shouted. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on Yang Hai, and the cold murderous intent turned into the power of soul shock. After seeing him, Yang Hai retreated suddenly, and blood flowed out from the 7 orifices. His strength. Yang Hai's face was pale, and he was no longer able to compete with this person. Awesome, you are more terrifying than I imagined. I didn't expect to have such a great enemy as you. Although Fengshen Tianzhu's face remained unchanged, he saw that Yang Hai was hurt at the first sight of him operating the way of soul, so he knew that his strength was stronger than what he showed on the surface. Everyone will fight for the luck of Xuanhuan. With me here, the world will be safe. Every word of Xuanhuan's words is full of domineering majesty, shocking. #C1648 Unstoppable. The conferred god stared at Xuanhuan with endless killing intent. Xuanhuan's appearance gave him a big surprise. But he also has an idea at this time. Judging from the fighting power shown by this person, he is strong, but he should not have reached the epic. If he burst out with the strongest strength and killed him, the Emperor's sword will reach him. Hand. This time the attack on the land boundary did not take this into consideration, but it led the Emperor out. Shenwu, it's just in time, let me experience your strength today. Nothing needs to be said. Waves of epic power spread out, and wherever they went, the endless void turned into chaos, and then the chaotic torrents reorganized one after another, like a cage. His 6 realms of divine power produced a kind of great confinement, and he wanted to seal Xuanhuan inside. Leave everything to me. Xuanhuan's power also spread out at the same time. When the mana of the two collided, the sky and the earth were destroyed immediately, and the explosion sounded wave after wave, breaking through the prison, and creating a clear-cut line. It can actually compete with my strength. Fengshen Tianzhu punched Xuanhuan fiercely in an instant, and the epic exaggerated the void. The power of this punch was terrifying and epic. See this. Xuanhuan didn't dodge, but took a step forward, using his primitive divine power, and fighting head-on with God of God. Of course, he knew the other party's intentions. Now that he was exposed, he would let them know his own strength. The battle for Century Yuan has begun. Right now. The terrifying power of the two created an extremely violent storm. Xuanhuan's momentum was strong, unparalleled in brilliance, his mana was shaken, and endless chaos swept across. He raised his palm, and it was a giant hand of chaos, which contained peerless power to open up the world. God-conferred God is naturally fearless. He and Xuanhuan were fighting fiercely and crazily, and their strength spanned through ancient times. Fengshen Tianzhu couldn't do anything to him for a while. Yang Hai's eyes stared out. He couldn't imagine that the conferred God, who had become the 6th level, could not suppress this person. It was simply too terrifying. On the day. Although he is no match for this person, he can still fight against him. The god of conferred God was expressionless, but there was already a huge wave in his heart. Since he possessed the human emperor sword, this emperor has become his enemy of God, perhaps even more terrifying than the second god lord. Fengshen. Countless rays of divine light seemed to shoot out the word Fengshen, and his power enveloped Xuanhuan, but this time it was not the Fengshen, but to control the power of Fengshen, deprive Xuanhuan of his divine power, and turn him into a mortal. The power of conferring the gods can not only confer the power of the gods, but also take away the power of the gods. He doesn't have the big ambitions of Longzhu, he wants to achieve the era by himself. He is willing to contribute his own strength to the omnipotent God-conferred God Emperor, and become an eye of his conferred God power. Xuanhuan is majestic and domineering, and cannot be looked up to. He is in the wave of the conferred God. If he remains unmoved, he is invincible in the world, suppressing all the waves of the conferred God with the power of his control. It's not affected by my conferred God power. Fengshen Tianzhu couldn't calm himself down completely, and wondered, could it be that he has become an epic? No, he definitely has not reached an epic, and since he can get the human emperor sword, his combat power cannot be treated with common sense. God. While he was thinking, a hand of God struck out. Humph. The conferred God Lord snorted coldly, no matter how strong you are, he is an epic existence after all. Striding forward with his head held high, with golden light, he used his conferred God hand to defeat Xuanhuan's God's hand. Xuanhuan was not surprised. He made frequent killing moves. Heaven and earth cut. He cut it with one finger, and there was an extreme power in it, which was surprisingly powerful, and there was a gap between heaven and earth in an instant. Xuanhuan does not specialize in one kind of Taoism. He wants to control all kinds of Taoism with his own invincible will, pointing to the ultimate eternity. Crash. Fengshen Tianzhu resisted Xuanhuan's cutting of heaven and earth. This kind of explosion was too strong. He let out a muffled grunt as well, and took a few steps back. Although he was not injured, this scene was shocking enough, because with the strength of conferred God, he actually suffered a disadvantage. The moment he retreated, Xuanhuan seized the opportunity to transform himself into a thunderbolt, and struck out the giant thunderbolt hand with one palm. The dense thunder and lightning intertwined down, and a pair of huge wings emerged behind him, flapping wildly. Kill, how could I be inferior to you? Fengshen Tianzhu is also a proud person, and after breaking through the epic, he is even more ambitious, and wants to wipe out all enemies for the emperor. But in fact, there is still a seed of deep fear in his heart. At the beginning, Emperor Fengshen lost to human emperor. Although he came back stronger in this life, he was afraid of repeating the same mistakes. He struck again, and the mighty power evolved in his hands, and two bright beams shattered everything. This is the strength of the emperor. The Lord of the Earth was startled. Of course he knew that Xuanhuan was not the emperor. He was even more domineering, cruel and indifferent. With the presence of the God Emperor, all crises today can be resolved, said the Lord of the Sky. If you want to seize the luck of the era, I will never spare you. The conferred God Lord is arrogant, his power is boiling, and his heart is also anxious. He has already used various secret techniques, but the battle situation is not as good as expected, and he can't do anything to this emperor at all. With Xuanhuan's combat power at this time, although it is not yet possible to suppress the sixth realm, it is more than enough to deal with a conferred God who has just become an epic. Unrivaled in power, Xuanhuan's power is extremely violent. In the emperor's domain, he is the emperor of war. He has transformed this place into a battlefield, and standing there is an eternal universe that cannot be blasted. The sky will be cut by me. When the brilliance came out, the conferred God took out his sword, and with a mighty, extremely sharp blow, he directly approached him and fought the cruelest head-on fight with Xuanhuan. Not to be outdone, Xuanhuan was unstoppable, grasped the Renhuang sword, and slashed out. As soon as he moved, the heavens and the earth would bow their heads, that is, the supreme humane, fully displaying the power of the human emperor's sword. Conferred God is also a little uncomfortable. Being suppressed by the power of the human emperor's sword, that kind of supreme power was greatly suppressed, and there was a feeling of bowing down, wanting this person to surrender and contribute to his faith. I hate this power. Conferred God's mana spreads, his will is firm, and he will not let himself be suppressed. Is that all right? Xuanhuan's voice was thunderous, and he stepped out again with his stalwart body, striking out with the power of the human emperor's sword. The majesty of humanity was so suppressed that he couldn't even lift it up, and he completely controlled the rhythm of the battle in his own hands. His imperial body trembled, thousands of miles of time and space would be shattered. With a wave of his sword, what he struck out was the supreme majesty and the will of all living beings to submit. Fengshen. Faced with Xuanhuan's fierce attack, God-conferred God showed his strength as the Lord of the Day. The infinite conferred God power spanned time and space and blessed him, making his power rise in horror. His sword light was tens of thousands of feet high, and he attacked forcefully. Xuanhuan fought back with a sword, and the sword lights of the two collapsed in the void at the same time. But in the aftermath of the chaos, a more deadly murderous intent was hidden. As the conferred God stepped forward, a big hand that burned the eternal matter had already killed him. The hand of the emperor, the thunder explodes. It is the emperor's nobility and the power of the gods that make him stand above the heaven and the earth. #C1649 can't hit. God's hand, the emperor rules. This is the power of mastery. And this palm also showed Xuanhuan's boundless ambition. As Xuanhuan's magic power became more and more fierce, he stood there like an emperor of heaven, controlling everything. Fengshen Tianzhu's face also changed drastically. Xuanhuan's peerless power had already made him unable to calm down, so he couldn't care less about what state he was in now. Suddenly bearing the blow from the heavens, he also retreated, only feeling that all the strength in his body was under control. How can I be afraid of you? Conferred God issued a divine light that penetrated the heaven and earth, the huge light blades condensed, and the billowing storm roared. At this time, he could not hide at all, it was completely the strongest explosion. But Xuanhuan, with 5 fingers striking out, it is no longer an ordinary palm, each finger is like a giant pillar of the sky, and under the condensing of the great chaos technique, it has become a 5-finger sacred mountain. Bang bang bang. The two kept colliding, and their mana was being consumed rapidly, but neither could do anything to the other, and it became a stalemate. If Xuanhuan reaches the 5th realm, his mana will skyrocket again, and he can be suppressed. Amazing! While Fengshen Tianzhu was speaking, his whole body was burning, turning into infinite flames. The material of the eternal epic was too brilliant and submerged towards Xuanhuan. He's crazy. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Earth was shocked and said, Fengshen Tianzhu, he wants to burn himself, sublimate himself to the utmost, let his power explode to the strongest, even if he pays the price of his life, he will kill the emperor. That's right, conferred God is indeed burning his own life. He didn't hesitate at all. He could see that Xuanhuan's mysterious and unknown potential had become a great enemy, and it was even more rooted in the terror of the emperor's power. He didn't want the story to repeat itself. If he could use his own sacrifice to eliminate this serious problem and win the human emperor sword for Emperor Fengshen, everything would be worth it. Without Emperor Fengshen, he would have died a long time ago, and he could dedicate his life to Emperor Fengshen. God wants to kill Xuanhuan with his own life. It is not that God is not his opponent, but that it is too difficult to kill him, and the greatest price must be paid. The eternal flame submerged and had already reached Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was expressionless. Of course he knew the other party's intentions. Around him, the vacuum was swallowed up, forming an absolutely taboo area. Any flames that came before him would be ruthlessly swallowed up. The eternal divine light shines, soaring into the sky, and raining light all over the sky. Burning his life matter for him, how could Xuanhuan not accompany him and not give him face? Bring it on! Before, it was just a collision of forces, but this time it was an eternal burning. The conferred God strode forward, every blow of the conferred God light could shatter infinite time, and all the rules would be shattered in front of him. Xuanhuan's expression was too indifferent. He is also displaying all kinds of supernatural powers and all kinds of secret methods, and he fights with the invincible emperor's heart, and the emperor's power suppresses the ages. The crazy bombardment of the two is absolutely shocking and eye-catching. It is the peak duel in the multiverse, the tide is rolling, and the fluctuation of power is constantly destroying the world. Let you see the real power of conferred gods. Fengshen Tianzhu knows that he must not fight head-on with this emperor. Although this emperor's realm is not as good, his fighting power is too strong. If he wants to win, he must use the strongest means. The divine light is vertical and horizontal, and the divine rainbow runs through the body. Woo-woo. In the void, he was connected with Fengshen, and when he opened the channel of Fengshen, an infinite light enveloped him, a will to control and surpass the gods. Fengshen. Two big golden characters. It was as if there was a list of gods, with countless densely packed words flashing on it. Those who could be on the list were the real gods, and those who were not on the list were aliens and would be deprived of all their power. Create a list of gods, only those who believe in the emperor have power. Otherwise, no. This is the domineering ambition of the conferred god emperor, and it is also what they fear when they are the second divine master. Heaven and earth seal the gods. The list of gods suddenly turned into a golden torrent. It reached in front of Xuanhuan in an instant, and then quickly spun around him. The golden characters, like runes, quickly wiped away his power and turned into raging flames. How fierce it is to burn one's own blow with the god of conferred god, and then bless it with the power of conferred god. Although he has not long achieved the 6th realm, he has the blessing of Fengshen behind him. Xuanhuan, if I can die with you, I will not hesitate. The god of conferred god spoke extremely cold and harsh words. God Emperor, don't fight him head-on. The Lord of the Earth was anxious. What can the power of conferred gods do to me? Xuanhuan is sacred and inviolable, and his face never changes. In the torrent of conferring gods, he erupted with even stronger majesty, rolling in power, that mountain-like sea-like power, urging out the eternal Emperor Supreme, like casting an eternal golden body, indelible. His Emperor heart is invincible. At this moment, he emits a power that makes people worship him, because he will never believe in the Emperor Fengshen. All this torrent is obliterating and depriving him of his power. Isn't this going to obliterate it? The voice of God of conferred God gradually became more ferocious, and with the terrifying blessing of his 6th-level mana, he couldn't believe that he couldn't destroy this emperor. However, Xuanhuan's image at this moment is too brilliant, like a boundless sea, his power to shake the multiverse. He will never stand and be beaten. The emperor's domain has expanded. It is the torrent of iron horses and golden swords. It is the vision of the gods worshipping him. It is his demeanor of invincibility. With incomparable power, the human emperor sword illuminated behind him, and he killed Fengshen torrent with a single blow. This torrent was supposed to be indestructible, but under Xuanhuan's blow, it stopped burning and spinning. Fengshen Tianju's face changed suddenly. He retracted the torrent, and surrounded him. He didn't expect this person's strength to be so strong, so there was nothing he could do about it. Xuanhuan stepped out forcefully and broke out completely. His power of time and space was shaken, and the surrounding void and time were frozen and stopped, and he pressed his big hand, and started his counterattack. Fengshen Tianju is not easy to provoke. With his hands facing the sky, he just endured the blow. The way of eternity, the cycle of epics, continuous birth and death, and eternal epics. Xuanhuan's eyes shot out infinite divine light, and the emperor's aura was evolving into an eternal era. Although it was only in its infancy, the gathering of various forces actually presented a picture of the cycle of eras. Shenwu, you are so good this time, let you win this time. Fengshen Tianju recklessly fought this era-destructive power again. The power in his body fluctuated wildly, and his face changed. He took a few steps back. Instead of continuing to fight with Xuanhuan, he brought his people to this world immediately. He has already seen that even if he burns his own life, it is impossible to kill this emperor. The strength of this emperor is unbelievably strong. It's not that he doesn't want to fight anymore, but that he really has no way to kill him. He is not afraid of death, but there is nothing he can do about it. How can he fight such an opponent? In fact, he was also very unhappy. Why did such an unreasonable powerhouse appear in this era, and even controlled the power of the emperor? #C1650 Eternal Altar. World War I ended. The conferred God Lord fought hard, but Xuanhuan couldn't do anything, so he had no choice but to leave and report to the conferred God Emperor to make another plan. Return. The Lord of the Earth heaved a sigh of relief. He was not thankful that he survived, but that the power of humanity was under control again, and he immediately came to Xuanhuan's side. The Earth pays homage to the God Emperor. He also understands clearly. Although Xuanhuan has gained the power of humanity, he is really not a human emperor. He does not have the benevolence of a human emperor, but has a more domineering will, and I am the only one. But having the power of humanity is what he should be loyal to. The extremely ancient human emperor has become a thing of the past, and a new emperor will inevitably appear. And God Emperor Shenwu is their new emperor, and they will follow him to usher in a greater era. See the God Emperor of Martial Arts. The mighty voices also came from the mouths of all the strong men in the Earth realm, who were extremely respectful to Xuanhuan, facing the peerless power of the conferred God, and controlling the supreme power of the human emperor sword. Xuanhuan looked at them and nodded to them. God Emperor, please enter the land realm. The Lord of the Earth invites Xuanhuan to enter the Earth realm. As soon as he entered the Earth realm, he brought the brilliance of the Emperor of Heaven and shone in this realm. All the creatures living in it felt his brilliance, and everyone shouted for his might. Infinite beliefs are coming together. The Emperor has passed away for too long, they need a new Emperor. The consciousness of destiny of the Lord of the Sky revived in the statue, and he said, Earth, my friends, from now on you no longer need to hide in the realm of the Earth, and you will join His Majesty God Emperor in multiple battles and create brilliance again. Yeah, I can reproduce the heavens again. The Lord of the Earth lamented that he had been hiding for so many years. His strength is very strong, but after becoming a human emperor, hiding here, it is difficult to improve his cultivation, otherwise he may become the sixth state. Sky. I'm not used to talking to you like that. The Lord of the Earth said, I have tried to resurrect you countless times, but I can't. The Earth has been recovered, and the resurrection of the sky is just around the corner. Xuanhuan said in an affirmative tone. Yes, with the God Emperor here, he will be resurrected in the sky soon. The Lord of the Earth was very excited. He and Sky were true life and death friends, and they could sacrifice their lives for each other for countless thousands of years. How much he wanted to see Sky come back to life after such a long time. The God Emperor is creating the world of life and death, the two worlds of life and death, Yin and Yang. Once this world is completed, I will be able to resurrect, the Lord of the Sky said. The two realms of Yin and Yang control reincarnation, and the heavens and the earth are transformed into small multiples, self-circulating, and the founder of the gods also created the tomb of the gods. Although the Lord of the Earth has never seen the world of life and death, he can understand the greatness of this world, which is enough to revive the Lord of the Sky, and immediately said firmly, What does the God Emperor need me to do? The earth will go through fire and water. Me too. The last primitive god of the human world Heaven also made a firm voice. The world of life and death is gathering strength and is about to achieve great success. The resurrection of the Lord of the Sky is inevitable. Seeing the last strong men, Xuanhuan also nodded. Finding the land would certainly reveal the secret of his possession of the human emperor sword, but it was inevitable. When you grow into a giant, it is no longer possible to hide yourself in a low-key manner, because nothing can stop you. Also ask the God Emperor to sacrifice the human emperor sword. Lord of the Earth. The fetish of the human world. Xuanhuan said. Between waving hands, the human emperor sword burst out with the brilliance of humanity, bright, warm and peaceful. Although the help that this divine sword brought him was not that great, it helped him a lot when he was weak. Exactly, the life of the earth is nothing. What Feng Shintian dreams of is wanting to get the things in my hand, to open the human world heaven. The Lord of the Earth respectfully invited out a fetish. Infinitely bright light, that gentle breath, like the warm winter sunshine. This turned out to be a huge altar. The whole body was made of eternal God stone, exuding the true meaning of humanity. This is the divine artifact created by the human emperor, second only to the human emperor's sword. Xuanhuan Dao, he could feel the great power of the altar. When the human world was at its most glorious, all the creatures in the heavens were shouting the name of the emperor, and the infinite luck would be condensed on it. This is the altar of humanity. The Lord of the Earth proudly said, back then, the human emperor gathered infinite luck, and it was on this altar that the human emperor sword was created. He can gather luck, condense immortal divine power, and even descend upon infinite divine power, killing a mortal directly. Promoted to the original gods, the power of human beings is mysterious and extraordinary, with infinite potential, and the emperor is therefore powerful. The power of man is indeed great. Humanity altar, human emperor's holy sword. The consciousness of the Sky Lord also fluctuated. This altar is not used to sacrifice to heaven, but to sacrifice to people. With the altar of humanity, it is like having the human emperor sword, which can open up the human world. Xuanhuan made the emperor sword float on the altar. In an instant, the brilliance was so great that the former Lord of the Earth did not dare to activate the power of the altar, for fear of being accidentally discovered. But at this moment, because of the appearance of Xuanhuan, the power of the whole body was extremely turbulent, and it continuously gathered on it, bursting out with immeasurable majesty like mountains and seas. Hulua Pingyang was bullied by dogs. How great was the human emperor back then? The supreme being existed. The founder of the god realm couldn't kill the human emperor at all. It was the human emperor who gave up his life on his own initiative. He is a common man, for the sake of the era. The Lord of the Earth said, if the human sovereign does not transform himself, no one will be able to kill him, but the human sovereign knows that if we continue to fight, this era will end early because of their war, and we will enter the reincarnation of the next era. Primitive gods can live, he is concerned about the common people, and he is unwilling to do so, so he transformed into Taoism. In the ancient war, the reason for the emperor's defeat was solved. The human sovereign does not want sentient beings to die because of his selfish desires. But I am not a human emperor, I am an emperor of martial arts. He knew that human sovereign's choice was very great. To die for the common people is worthy of human sovereign, but he would never make such a choice. Humanity is just a power under his control. Eternal. Xuanhuan's great thoughts fell on the altar. The great will of the God Emperor. The Lord of the Earth was startled. It's not enough to just rely on the altar of humanity. I want to build a greater altar of eternity, control the power of eternity, and create a divine path leading to eternity. If there is no eternity, all efforts will be useless, and everything will be empty. Xuanhuan stared at the altar. Create an eternal altar and achieve his eternity. Various powers such as humans, gods, monsters, etc. are also part of eternity. His ideas are even more domineering. Everything is for eternity, so that the power of eternity can shine on the gods. Once the world of life and death is successful, launch the battle to seize the sky. Xuanhuan will start to build the eternal altar, promote his divine martial sword to the eternal divine martial holy sword, and integrate all the powers he controls into it. Eternal power. At this time, in that will, the Lord of the Earth can better understand the greatness of Xuanhuan, not only the Emperor of Man, but also the Emperor of Eternity. #C1651 Influences. When the human sovereign sword came out, the fluctuation of this supreme being was too violent, different from Xuanhuan's previous display. The power spurred out a sacred and magnificent brilliance, and it was impossible to deceive the powerhouses of the heavens. In addition to the confrontation between him and the conferred god, the aftermath was so great that even the strong could sense it. Presumably his reputation has spread throughout the multiverse. Xuanhuan didn't ask to take care of these, he had already considered the impact of saving the Lord of the Earth. With his current strength, he really has nothing to fear when he collects the land and returns to the empire. Wan Dao Tian, Tao follows nature. This is the world of Taoist ancestors, but Taoist ancestors are no longer in the multiverse. The power of Tao is everywhere. The human sovereign sword now, this artifact of humanity is in the hands of Xuanhuan, even I didn't know it before. It was Tianzuan who came under a Bodhi tree at this time, with the breath of enlightenment. There was a stone table under the tree, there were patterns on the table, it was a chessboard. He sat down and looked at an old Taoist with a sense of immortality, but his strength should not be underestimated, and he had reached the epic realm. In the multiverse, there are things that even you haven't counted. The old man said with a light smile, very peaceful. I'm not fate, I can't calculate everything, I just comprehend a little bit of the ability to calculate the world. I have calculated Xuanhuan, he is blank, chaotic, nothing can be calculated, so I don't know where the Emperor sword is. In his hand. Tianzuan said, he fought against God of God, and God of God wanted to burn his life, but he couldn't stand him, so he had to leave. The conferred God is terrified. The old man said. He is the #1 strongest person in Wan Dao Tian, except the Dao ancestor. The conferred God Emperor was only half a step away from success, and almost ascended to the Supreme God's throne. The conferred God has a shadow, and fear is natural. Tianzuan said. I don't know much about Xuanhuan. He suddenly emerged and became stronger at an extremely fast speed, but he is not the Emperor, but he has walked out of his own way. Old-fashioned tea. Give Tianzuan a cup and drink it slowly. That's right, he's not a human emperor, he's a god of martial arts, a god of martial arts. He's much more domineering than a human emperor, and he doesn't have the will of a human emperor to be kind to the world. All his actions point to eternity. Such a person is even more terrifying. Tianzuan said. Tianzuan, play a game of chess with me. The old man picked up a chess piece and said, you are too calculating, I can't count you, I will play first, and play against me. The whole multivariate war is burning, but you can still be so leisurely. Tianzuan shook his head, and got off with the old Taoist. What's the use of being anxious? Can you change the situation if you are anxious? The old Taoist said, Tao follows heaven and earth, Tao follows nature, Tao can be Tao, very Tao, everything depends on fate, I am not in a hurry, let the second god master, Duga god and demon, go to prison and them in a hurry. Although they seem to be playing an ordinary game of chess, the chessboard has evolved into a multiverse, the situation of heaven and earth. Aren't you going to fight? Tianzuan said. Then do the math for me, what are my chances of winning? The old man asked back. If you fight, I will definitely assist you. Tianzuan said. You're giving me a problem. The old man patted himself on the head, it's hard to fight. The luck of the era is boundless, and you don't want to become the seventh realm. Tianzuan said. Let it be, even if this era doesn't work, then the next era. The old man's reaction was too calm. Don't you think this era is a bit weird? It's weird, there are too many strong people, and there are some mysterious signs, such as Xuanhuan, and a faceless man, etc. There are too many. Tianzuan is always calculating. This is a good thing for you, do the math, maybe one day you will be the seventh realm. As the old Taoist said, he played a game of chess, and suddenly said, this move is wrong, I have to regret one move, otherwise I will lose the whole game with one wrong move. After finishing speaking, he was about to start regretting the game. You are still like this, you can regret playing chess with me, but can you still regret the real situation of the world? Tianzuan shook his head. It's just a game of chess. The old man speaks righteously, and is very serious. There is no regret in real life. Although I am good at calculation, I am just choosing the best future for myself among countless futures. Tianzuan said. Haha, you can tell me so many things about playing chess, it's boring, it's really boring. The old man laughed, you and I will use this world as a chessboard to see how the situation in the multiverse will develop. Yes, the world is a chessboard, and this world is eternity. We may not even count as chess pieces, and the road to eternity is not peaceful. Maybe there will still be mysterious existences born in this era. Tianzuan said. War front. What? The huge wave of the human emperor's sword is in the hands of that Xuanhuan. Taking advantage of the timing of our battle, he actually went to the Lord of the Earth, and then that Xuanhuan appeared and fought with the Fengshan Tianzhu. It was a tie. Inside the Supreme Temple. The second Divine Master was also extremely shocked when he heard the news. How could it be possible that Xuanhuan didn't know that he had appeared at the banquet of the gods, and although he paid attention to him, how could he suddenly become an existence with the same level of strength as himself? Especially the human emperor sword. The movement of the battle in the sixth realm is too vast to conceal. I can feel that the human emperor sword is indeed in the hands of that Xuanhuan, but his realm is less than the sixth realm, and his strength is comparable to the sixth realm. Beside the second divine lord, a middle-aged man appeared, who was also in the sixth realm, called the Lord of the Clouds. The gods are overwhelming all the heavens, how could it be possible that only the second god master is the sixth realm? Of course the strength of the second god master is the strongest. Unexpectedly, another Xuanhuan appeared. Prison said gloomily. The great emperor of conferred gods is too powerful, the heavens of all gods, the heavens of all demons, and the heavens of hell have all cooperated. Let alone who will become the master of the next era, we must first fight against the great emperor of conferred gods. It is indeed unexpected news. Duke Xuanhuan said quietly, it has long been heard that Emperor Xuanhuan is mysterious and unpredictable, but people can't imagine that he is so mysterious and unpredictable. Would the sudden rise of Xuanhuan have something to do with the owner of the Emperor's sword? Prison Road. Related, but certainly not all. The second divine master affirmed, I have studied this emperor before, it is very weird, and the cards seem to emerge endlessly, but I would not have thought that he has shown stronger strength at this time. It seems that he is also going to participate in this battle of the era. Duke Xuanhuan said, the situation is getting more and more complicated. Everyone, this should be good news. Prison suddenly said grimly, the conferred god emperor is too strong. At this time, there is a sudden appearance of Xuanhuan, which makes the water even more muddy. He was defeated by the Renhuang at the beginning. Think about it, the conferred god emperor must not be calm. If you are afraid, you will be afraid. This Xuanhuan will be a more difficult opponent. The second divine master was not so optimistic. It is worrying that the opponent has such combat strength before reaching the 6th level, and there is still a lot of room for him to grow. But now, his strength is already difficult to control. Then let them bite dogs. It's best for Emperor Fengshen and Xuanhuan to lose both sides. No matter how bad it will be better than it is now. Hashtag C1552 Peak of Luck. Fengshen. The great emperor of conferred gods had deep eyes, standing on the top of the sky, his aura was as vast as the sea, and he was irresistible. He looked at the burning flames. When he was in Tianquan realm, Jiang Kuan from the Jidao dynasty was powerful enough at the 6th level, but he was still far inferior to Emperor Fengshen. His strength seemed to be able to break through the 7th level at any time and achieve the origin. But this is too difficult to take. Great Emperor, I failed. I failed to kill the Lord of the Earth and get the altar of humanity. In front of Emperor Fengshen, God of conferred God had no such arrogance as before. He lowered his head and blamed himself very much. It was a great loss for them to let the other party save the Lord of Earth this time. Humanity altar, human emperor sword. Emperor Fengshen said calmly, you don't need to blame yourself, you have done your best, the responsibility is not on you. But Fengshen Tianju said. He is not the emperor. Emperor Fengshen has a self-confident and invincible heart, even after experiencing a fiasco, he still lives out the second life and makes himself stronger. Anyone who blocks my way is my enemy, and anyone who blocks my way will die. He has no shadow. No matter how strong and mysterious Chu Yuan is, he is not the emperor. Thinking of the emperor as an opponent, he can feel the terrifying power of the emperor, which can destroy an era. Although he is an opponent, he also admires the emperor. This era is weird. A strong Tao that exists in the shadows has reached the 6th realm, with a mysterious aura, as if it was born in this era, the eternal road. As the person who launched the war twice, no one would believe the peerless powerhouse who did not follow the Emperor Fengshen. It's rather weird, and it also shows that whoever can get the luck of this era will get a shocking fortune. Emperor Fengshen's eyes were burning. Xuanhuan possesses the human emperor sword, and he will definitely go to open the human world heaven. Fengshen Tianju said, hateful, Xuanhuan is too far away from us. Now it is beyond the reach of the whip, and it is difficult to wave an army to go on an expedition. To destroy him, it will take an extremely huge amount of power. The second divine master hoped that Xuanhuan and Fengshen Tiango would bite the dog and fight to the death, but they would not sit back and watch the Emperor Fengshen really destroy Xuanhuan and seize the holy sword of the human emperor. In this era, it depends on who can become the 7th realm ahead of schedule. Emperor Fengshen has great ambitions. He wants to become the origin of the 7th realm. He will not become the ordinary ancestor of Tianquan. He will become the pinnacle once he achieves it. And at this very moment, in Empire, Xuanhuan looked at the world of life and death. The realm of life and death and Xuanhuan itself stand side by side with yin and yang, creating a cycle. Xuanhuan used his power again, and continued to advance in the world of life and death. His great devouring technique opened the passage of heaven and earth, causing the entire Xuanhu sky to be filled with storms, surrounded by circles of eternal gods. Streams of anger are also condensing. This is the scourge of heaven. Those with strong cultivation bases can feel the anger from the eternal rules. This is a challenge to its authority. Eternal calamity is also a kind of eternal rule. Even the strongest may not know how the eternal rule appears, but they know that it is the eternal rule that restricts them from transcending eternity. From the eternal wrath of God. The Lord of the earth was startled. He saw the Lord of the sky who looked very real in the tomb of the Yin spirits, and said, "Once this anger comes down, the sixth realm can be destroyed, even if it is the 33 days, the world will also be destroyed." He looked at the mythical god emperor again, with neither sad nor happy expression on his face, as if everything was under his control. God Emperor. The Lord of the earth said, "If the world of life and death is successful, the anger encountered will be very great, and I, the earth, will give my life for the great cause of the God Emperor. The world of life and death must be completed, so that the Lord of the sky can be resurrected. I have absolute certainty in the world of life and death." Xuanhuan's words and the confidence revealed are reassuring. He knew that after the success of the world of life and death, the universal power could not only revive the Sky Lord, but also directly impact his cultivation to the original 5 realms. In the 4 realms, he will be able to face the god of booming god head-on. Once he reaches the 5 realms, he can suppress the conferred god and become a more powerful person at the pinnacle. Therefore, the world of life and death is not only related to the Lord of the Sky, but also to himself. He must break through the 5th realm. Once the Lord of the Sky is resurrected, I will unite with the sky, and my strength will be able to compete in the 6th realm. The Lord of the earth looked forward to this day. The strength of the 6th realm that can be fought is already the pinnacle of the current multiverse. The achievements in the world of life and death will immediately start to seize the sky. With 33 days of luck, both you and the sky are expected to reach 6 realms. Xuanhuan saw more. The fate of this era has already begun to change, as the center point, the peak moment, and this will also lead to the birth of more powerful people in the multiverse. Think of an era as a person's lifetime. The period when the founder of the God realm existed should be at the beginning of the era, when all the rules were chaotic. He became the strongest and represented a starting point. Therefore, at the beginning of the era, there were also existences of the level of Ming, Dao, Demon, and Yao. It's a pity that the founder of the God realm occupies the luck of birth, and others are not as good as him. As for Xuanhuan, now he has reached the peak moment of a single person, an era, like the scorching sun of heaven and earth, radiating infinite light, and the power of eternal luck will also give birth to more terrifying existences. After the peak is over, it is lonely and keeps going downhill. However, at dusk when an era is about to end, the accumulation of a long period of time will seem to be exhausted, and a short-lived brilliance will also erupt again. Birth, peak, dusk, 3 nodes of an era. The founder of the God world represents the first birth. Then, Xuanhuan will become the pinnacle of this, even the pinnacle of the entire eternal road. And he has been on the road of eternity for so long, and he also knows that not every era will have so many strong men, and in ordinary eras, only 1 or 2 of the 7 realms can appear. But every few epochs, just like the explosion of power accumulation, will make a certain epoch extremely powerful. For example, Emperor Panchen and Emperor Zhu Tian, the era they lived in was as brilliant and powerful as it is now. This is a ******. I also feel the changes in luck in this era. The Lord of the Earth nodded. The peak represents a kind of strength. God Emperor, when I left back then, although I didn't take all the treasures of the human world heaven with me, the most precious thing in the human world heaven is the human power after the human emperor transformed into Tao. The Lord of the Earth said, once the human realm heaven is opened, it will definitely cause the powerhouses of the heavens to go crazy. I know. Xuanhuan said, he was looking at the world of life and death. God Emperor, how long will it take for the realm of life and death to be promoted? The Lord of the Earth asked humbly. The eternal rule has been touched, and time cannot be accelerated. This time will be 89 days later. Xuanhuan gave the exact time, and waved his hand to show the countdown, saying, this period will be the most peaceful, no one dares to touch the eternal rules, but the big crisis will be when you are promoted. The Lord of the Earth nodded. Your Majesty the God Emperor, the God of Xinjiang has something important to ask for His Majesty's help. Suddenly an envoy arrived, it was the Xingho and Qinghua from Xinyangshan. #C1653 Resurrect the Old God. It turned out that Qinghua and Xingho of Xinyangshan had arrived at Shenwu at this time. They are also Xuanhuan's old friends. Not entered yet. In the outside world, seeing the movement of the world of life and death, and the anger of the eternal scourge, they also felt fear in their hearts, thinking that with their own cultivation, they would undoubtedly die when encountering this kind of bombardment. This is martial arts. Qinghua felt like a lifetime away. The last time I came here, I still didn't achieve Yuan in Xuanhuan. But looking at it at this moment, the sky is turned upside down, the brilliance of divine martial arts, that kind of invincible power is too powerful, especially knowing that he has actually controlled the human emperor sword, fighting against the conferred God. What happened to this era? There is such a heaven-defying existence as Shenwu. Let's see the God Emperor first. Xingho rode. Friends of Xinyangshan, what do you want from me? Xuanhuan opened the channel between heaven and earth, and said peacefully, this time, what kind of help does God Xinjiang need from me? If I can, I will not refuse. I have seen the God Emperor. Goodbye to Xuanhuan, Qinghua, and Xingho dared not spy on that peerless majesty. Dun Qinghua said, there is a major event that urgently needs the intervention of the God Emperor. The God Emperor also knows that I, the God of God, fell during the great ancient war. He belonged to the side of the human emperor. If the world changes again today, the God of God decided to resurrect the old God. Let him reappear in the world. Resurrect the old God. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. The old God of Xinyangshan fell more thoroughly than the Lord of the Sky, and the price of resurrecting him will be even greater. After all, although the old God of Xinjiang did not reach the 6th level, after all, as the Lord of the Day, the stronger his cultivation, the more difficult it will be to resurrect him, and he will suffer a lot of backlash from the eternal rules. There is another point that surprised Xuanhuan. Although the resurrection of the old God will bring Xinjiang Tian an incomparably powerful combat power, it will also bring other problems at the same time. Once resurrected, who will take the place of God? However, Lord Xinjiang did this because he really didn't care about this issue. From this, it can be seen that the relationship between this person and the old God is so good. This kind of person is affectionate and righteous, which makes people sigh. As for the martial arts of the first emperor. Although Xuanhuan has never met the founding emperor, the tomb of the emperor is also buried in the tomb, and even the current foundation was laid down by him, but it is not that he has not thought about resurrection. It's not that he doesn't want to resurrect the founding emperor, but that he really has no choice. The first emperor's cultivation base was too weak. At that time, he was still in the realm of supernatural powers. He was not even considered a godman in the realm of gods. There is no way to use power, and there is no way to resurrect, unless you control the eternal rules. You can decompose the long-gone soul from eternity. That's why Xinjiang God needs me to protect him. Xuanhuan said. Exactly, God urgently needs the help of the God Emperor. Qinghua said anxiously, the resurrection of the old God will cost the God too much, and his strength will be weak. He is not afraid of Han Haitian making trouble, but he is afraid of unexpected accidents. If the God Emperor is there, he will be much safer. Xingho also said, we need the help of the God Emperor. No problem, I will go with you to Xinjiang Tian this time. Chu Yuan did not refuse. God Xinjiang also helped him before, and Xinjiang Tian is not that far away from Xinwu, and they will become their staunch allies after seizing the sky. Go, I will go with you now. Chu Yuan's power was rolled into green fire, and he moved in an instant, and the time and space around him changed. Xinghua felt that it hadn't been long before he returned to Xinjiang Tian. That's it? He was also surprised. Xinwu God Emperor, please come into my Xinjiang Heavenly Court. In the Xinjiang Heavenly Court, a powerful man above the half-Dao god of Xinjiang Heaven gathered outside the Heavenly Court, and performed the most grand ceremony to personally welcome Chu Yuan's arrival, expressing his grandeur. The last time Fen Su brought back the potion, he saved Jiao Tu and made Jiao Tu a god of heaven, and now the two are also in the welcoming team. Fen Su, Chu, the God Emperor, is here. Jiao Tu didn't dare to call brother Chu, even if others didn't say it, but the huge gap in status and strength, they still have to respect it. The years of fighting together in Han Haitian are worth remembering for a lifetime. The power of the God Emperor spreads the universe. Fen Su said in awe, brother, although we have become gods of heaven, we are like a cloud and mud in front of the God Emperor. Even God needs the help of the God Emperor, so please come forward to meet him in person, Jiao Tu said. God Emperor, you are here. God Xinjiang came forward, just outside the heavenly court, he saw Chu Yuan, the two looked at each other, it was not a collision of strength, but the game of will seemed to span the long river of time. He was also amazed. Back then, Chu Yuan also came to Xinyangshan and fought against Han Haitian with his army, and now he has become an existence of the same level. No, this person is more mysterious and powerful than him. The sixth realm. Chu Yuan could see that Xinjiang God was in the sixth realm, very against the sky, stronger than the old god, no wonder he had the confidence to resurrect the old god. The arrival of the God Emperor has made my true sun bright. God Xinjiang didn't say polite words, but Chu Yuan's aura of dominating the world made him feel the pressure. I have come to Xinjiang Heaven many times, but Xinjiang God has not been to my empire yet. I welcome the arrival of Xinjiang God. Chu Yuan smiled lightly. After the God Emperor seizes the sky, Xinjiang will definitely visit him. God Xinjiang knew that for an ambitious emperor like Chu Yuan, seizing the Lord of the Day was nothing to him. His purpose was to seize the luck of an era, and even the power of the emperor was under his control. He'd been blind before. When Xinyangshan is promoted to 33 days, I will also prepare generous gifts. Chu Yuan Dao, I'm running out of time, Lord Xinjiang, how can I help you? Actually, in the war against Han Haitian, our heaven has gained a comprehensive advantage, and the Lord Han Haitian has been suppressed by me so that he can't raise his head. I originally planned to take over the sky and then resurrect the master, but I have a premonition that the situation seems to have changed. True Yang God said. Do you think that Han Haitian may have taken refuge in Emperor Fengshan after being desperate? Chu Yuan said. Exactly. Lord Xinjiang explained the situation. I'm not worried about Han Haitian, but I'm afraid of this. Chu Yuan believed that Xinjiang God's worries were justified. Facing the oppression of the sixth-level powerhouse, if it weren't for the luck of being 33 days, Han Hai God would have been beheaded long ago. But even so, it is just lingering, and it is impossible to compete. For his own status and his own life, his only way out is to seek refuge in Fengshan, otherwise his end will be a dead end. With the power of conferring gods, resist the true sun sky. I understand, I know your situation. Chu Yuan said. Master was very close to the sixth realm back then. When he was resurrected this time, the luck of the era was shaken. He is likely to make a breakthrough. At that time I, Xin Yangshan, will do my best to help the God Emperor and compete for the luck of this era. True Young God also has ambitions, but he also knows his ability. My resurrection of the Master will reduce the energy of Xin Yangshan to a freezing point, and I will also pay the price of weakness. It would be better if there is no danger, but if there is a change, I need the help of the God Emperor. Lord Jinyang said sincerely. The Master treats him like a child, and he must resurrect the old god. I will help you. Chu Yuan gave him an affirmative answer. #C1654 Biming Peak. As promised by the Emperor, heaven and earth will not move. With Chu Yuan's promise, God Jinyang can rest assured. In fact, he chose to resurrect the old god at this time because he knew Chu Yuan's strength. He has a keen intuition and acts decisively. He knows this good time and must firmly grasp it. As soon as the old god is resurrected, he will once again have a terrifying combat power in the real sun. All the powerhouses of the true young heaven start offering sacrifices with this god, and resurrect the old god. God Jinyang has already prepared, just waiting for Chu Yuan to arrive. Bang! Suddenly, a flame altar stretching for thousands of miles stood between the sky and the earth, burning with raging flames. The real young Tian powerhouses were excited, and they also hoped that the old god could be resurrected and return. The infinite energy billowed like a sea in an instant and poured into the altar. As the old god who opened up the true sun sky, he left too many imprints here, which are indelible. The sky and the earth were like a tide, with the altar as the center. A divine light erupted, impacting the sky, and then burning to the entire heaven and earth. If you stand outside the true sun sky and look, you will see that the true sun sky seems to be burning, and the flames are billowing, and it is also because the fluctuations are too violent, and it cannot be concealed at all. Chu Yuan stood on the ground and watched quietly. He is about to resurrect the Lord of the Sky as well. But Xin Yangshan's resurrection is different from him. He also wants to achieve the realm of life and death. Using my original origin, offering sacrifices to the heaven and the earth, my soul will come back, come back. God Jinyang did not hesitate to burn and sacrifice his own origin, so it is no wonder that he needs Chu Yuan's guardian. Despite my own weakness, I want to resurrect my master. Chu Yuan looked at all this. A heartless person would never do this. Suddenly, under the overwhelming consumption of power, on the altar, Chu Yuan seemed to see countless light spots converging. These are all fragments of destiny, which were forcibly summoned and condensed into a person. That person was an old man, and it was God Jinyang. Old God has reappeared. Lord Jinyang shouted. He burned his strength to be stronger, awakened the memory of the old God, opened his eyes in an instant, shot into the sky, and took steps, wanting to walk out of the eternal death. Infinite shackles are firmly restraining him. This is an eternal rule, and there is a price to be paid to break the eternal rule. In the hands of Chu Yuan, Huizhu was once revived, but the price of Huizhu was too small compared with the old god, and it needed a 6th-level statue to burn his own source and the energy consumption of the entire world all the time. This is price for price. The old god is walking out step by step with firm steps. It's not a problem to resurrect the old god with the strength of God Jinyang, but we must guard against the interference of external forces. Chu Yuan's gaze was sharper than ever, piercing the sky. The most critical moment has arrived. The old god will be truly resurrected soon. But at this time it is also the time when the true young god consumes the most, his strength is the weakest, and he is most difficult to defend against external attacks. At this moment, boom. A strong murderous intent came from the collapse of the sky. Outside the sky and the earth, suddenly there was a boundless sea submerged, a gate of time and space was opened, and a dark blue long sword directly slashed towards the altar with desperate power. The sword of the vast sea. The Lord of the vast sea is attacking. Chu Yuan didn't make a move immediately. He knew that Xin Yangshan could guard against this blow, and the world was shocked immediately. since Xin Yangshan also had the power to counterattack, he resisted the sword. Xinjiang, you still want to resurrect against the sky? At this moment, a large number of strong men gathered outside the Xinjiang sky, and the god of the sea waved his palm, murderous, he would not resurrect the old god, or he would be finished. Strands of power have all bombarded the past in an instant. God Xinjiang's eyes were extremely cold, but his strength was still maintained. Give up, don't be resurrected as a teacher, the teacher is already dead, you will pay a huge price for resurrecting me, and your original foundation will be seriously damaged. Seeing that your strength has surpassed that of being a teacher is already very happy. The old god spoke. He didn't want God Xinjiang to encounter accidents because he resurrected him, after all, he really died. Do not. Lord Xinjiang firmly said, the original foundation has been damaged, and it can be recovered through cultivation. Master's resurrection is a major event. I am willing to pay this price. Compared with the kindness of Master to me, this price is nothing. Old God, please break free from the law of life and death and reappear in the multiverse again. When praying, the energy sacrifice of the entire Xinjiang sky is even more terrifying. It is absolutely impossible to revive this Xinjiang. Over the years, the war has been continuously suppressed by the god of True Sun, and the god of Hanhai has madness and hysterical rage. He looked at the altar, and the power of the vast sea Excalibur was pushed to the strongest, and he slashed down. Destroy. At the same time. This time, he almost came out in full force, bringing a large number of strong men, and all of them launched a bombardment. He didn't know why Xinjiang God would suddenly choose to resurrect the old god, but one thing was certain, he couldn't let the other party succeed. After his attack, suddenly there was an extremely cold aura outside the sky, bringing an extremely cold power, which turned out to be an epic power unique to the sixth realm, turned into an iceberg, and came together to attack, unexpectedly trying to freeze the True Sun sky. He came. At this time, Xuanhuan moved. He dominates the sky for 9 days, and the energy tide is rolling into love, but he stands there alone. The raging roar reaches him, and his move of vacuum annihilation stops all the fluctuations. There are still strong ones. The Lord Hanhai looked at Xuanhuan, overlapped with a person's appearance, and said in surprise, "It's you, Emperor Xuanhuan." He came to understand, no wonder Xinjiang God is confident that he will resurrect the old god. It turned out that God Emperor Xuanhuan was invited. This person, lightning rising, makes people fear. You are Xuanhuan. A man came from the sky, his breath was as cold as a cold wave, his face was extremely cold, and a pair of cold eyes were also looking at Xuanhuan, and the emperor was also very curious about this. Help the sixth realm of Hanhaitian. Xuanhuan said, if what I expected is right, you should belong to the conferred god camp, the left and right generals under the command of the great emperor conferred god, and the left god general Baimingfeng. The great emperor of conferred gods had also overwhelmed all heroes in the past. How could it be possible that there were no strong men under his command, but he just met a more powerful human sovereign? Xuanhuan rescued the Lord of the Earth and learned more secrets. This left god general named Baimingfeng mastered the power of extreme cold. After the defeat of Emperor Fengshen, he never appeared again. This time, I didn't expect to be suppressed in Hanhaitian. He is in Hanhaitian, on the one hand, for Hanhaitian, and on the other hand, I am afraid that he is also for Xuanhuan. God of the vast sea, you have indeed joined the conferred god camp. True Yang God said. It didn't exceed his expectations. For the sake of his own existence, he had to turn to the conferred god camp, which was not surprising at all. Yeah, who made you so powerful? You have achieved the 6th level, and you have been hiding for so long. The Lord of Hanhai also had a hideous face. What could he do if he didn't seek refuge with Emperor Fengshen? He said cruelly, but no matter how powerful you are, there is no way to compete with Emperor Fengshen. This is my only way out. Hashtag C1655 resist one cut. It's not that he was forced to have no other way, and when he came to a dead end, how could he seek refuge with Emperor Fengshen? It's a choice between life and death. In the battle of the ancient times, some people seized the opportunity to achieve 33 days, but this time the battle for the pinnacle of the era will be even greater and more tragic, and there will be more fallen worlds. Even if it is God, there will be big waves to wash away the sand, weeding out a group, and taking a position in the upper class. The heavenly Lord of Hanhai has already taken refuge in Fengshen, and those weak heavens who are ranked behind, do not know how many strong people have already taken refuge in secret. Every time the structure of the world changes, it is inevitable. God Jinyang, you continue your resurrection sacrifice, everything is mine. Standing there, Chunyuan is like the sky, resisting all wind and waves. Okay, I will entrust everything to the God Emperor. This kindness is hard to repay. When Master is resurrected, I will use my actions to repay the God Emperor. Lord Jinyang has no worries. He believes that with Chunyuan's strength, he will be able to block Lord Hanhai and Baiming Peak for him. He didn't think about anything else, and concentrated on resurrecting the old god. Shenwu, you want to protect them too. The god of Hanhai is powerful, he can see clearly, this person is determined, if he doesn't break through his block, don't even think about attacking Xinyangshan today, this is the great enemy in front of him. And this person is also the enemy of Fengshen Tian. Boom. He transformed himself into a sea god, and the vast sea Excalibur directly attacked them, unleashing a boundless frenzy. Although they were not in the sixth realm, their power was not weaker than those of the sixth realm, and they were even harder to kill. The infinite and majestic power of heaven and earth blessed him. 33 days, representing a kind of luck in the era of the century, the vastness of the original universe. At a glance, Chunyuan saw waves of chaotic breath spurting from his fingers, and then he slapped it with his giant chaotic palm. With strong domineering aura, he swept across everything and ruthlessly killed him on the vast sea Excalibur, which had the power to open up the world. The attack of the god of the sea was broken in one fell swoop, and even himself was retreating, the power in his body vibrated wildly, and his face was extremely shocked. After all, it is not the real sixth realm. Although it has divine power in this respect, it is still far behind the conferred god. After experiencing Chunyuan's supernatural power, the sea swept out, and the heaven and earth Dharma, he transformed into a huge ocean giant, a burst of vitality poured out, and even the vast sea Excalibur grew crazily. Every time he slashed out with his sword, the sea was drowning. But King Chunyuan is here, but he cannot be shaken. The controller of the Emperor's power. The divine light shot out from Baiming Peak, his aura enveloped him, a cold wind blew up in the sky, and heavy snow fell, covering the past with a palm, even freezing the void, trying to freeze the entire Xinjiang sky. In fact, he came to Hanhaitian, and his original purpose was to seize the origin of Xinyangshan and condense his way of water and fire. Frozen power. Chunyuan's aura also diffused out, it was the Emperor's divine fire, the golden-colored glaze, burning everything, colliding, and the two forces were crazily confronting each other. Baiming Peak was frantically expanding its frozen domain, and as soon as he pointed it, huge icicles came across the sky. It was impossible for Chunyuan to let them destroy the resurrection of the old god. The Emperor stepped out and punched the icicle hard, causing countless ice cubes to explode immediately. This time I'm not wasting time with this Emperor, but to make Xinjiangtian's resurrection plan fail. Bei Mingfeng was extremely sober. Although he really wanted to have a good fight with this god of martial god, but Fengshen Tianzhu tried his best that day and couldn't help him, and he also knew that he could not solve him. In an instant, it turned into a frozen country, and he is the frozen god. Go away. It only takes a few palms for Bei Mingfeng to smash the altar, all his strength is concentrated in one punch, even if he is the same person, his body will be affected by the bone-chilling cold. But Chu Yuan is extremely hot, and seems to have no influence in the eyes of others. His deduction of the magic channel method was shocking in the ancient times. In an instant, he and Bai Mingfeng had fought thousands of moves, and each blow was the most direct head-on. Chu Yuan's supernatural power is overwhelming, and a palm fell, shattering the infinite iceberg, and the great time and space technique pointed it out, freezing time and space. He arrived in front of Baiming Peak at an incredible pace. Even Baiming Peak didn't see clearly how he got here, and saw him strike out a palm like lightning. Baiming Peak is not afraid either. The ice blade cuts through the universe and rolls up thousands of cold waves. The Emperor's domain expanded, and the torrent of iron and blood was rolling. At this moment, Chu Yuan really showed the majesty of his emperor, and he smashed the sky, smashing the 9 heavens with one force, so that Baiming Peak couldn't get close to Xinyang Heaven. The cold wind howled more fiercely. Every blow of Bai Mingfeng's ice knife can bring up an ice-colored ice thunder, trying to break through this person. Chu Yuan didn't give in, and his power was rolling. With a wave of his hands, he intertwined a violent thunder and purgatory. The most urgent thing is the Lord Han Hai. He saw that the old god only needs to take a few more steps to break free from the law of life and death. Fight. The Lord of the Sea also understood that he could not place all his hopes on others. He had to be hard on himself in the end, and all the strong men he brought with him turned into a divine light at this moment, and shot into the ocean giant. Dark blue light flickered. These strong men who entered have become like eyes of the formation, and they also provide their own power to the god of the sea. Doing so would consume too much energy for the strong, but at this time they couldn't take care of it. Shenwu. The lord of the vast sea couldn't calm down. The ocean giant rushed out, and with a move of the vast sea divine fist, it was as big as a sky fight, and he killed it in the air. Chu Yuan looked dignified. The black hole he devoured was also enveloping Xinyang Tian, not to devour them, but to devour the aftermath from the outside, and faced the vast sea divine fist. He made a blow out of the universe. One blow from the universe shakes all worlds. The condensed ocean giant also retreated fiercely. I don't believe you can really protect Xinyang Tian. The ocean giant came under strong pressure. Every punch and every sword was erupting crazily, and there was also Baiming Peak watching over him, preparing a fatal blow all the time. It's really amazing, Chu Yuan said. But he didn't want to defeat this group of people this time. He just wanted to buy enough time for God Xinyang. Chu Yuan's majestic emperor body, facing the impact of the god of the vast sea, did not back down, and the ocean of destruction swept out. The destructive power was the continuous destruction and rebirth of the era. He operated the great destruction technique to the limit, and with the artistic conception of becoming empty through the ages, he blasted and killed the giant in the vast sea. Destroy power. The Lord of the Sea also noticed the unusualness of this destruction. It was not the ordinary destruction of everything, but the destruction of the era, the disappearance of the origin, and the incomparably broad artistic conception. He and Chu Yuan fought fiercely. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. This ocean giant is really like the sea, which has the effect of disintegrating power, and his own power bombards it, making water splash like water, and it can't break apart like ordinary flesh and blood. Even if I break him up, he will be reunited in an instant, which is indeed very difficult. Also, as God, how could he not have a trump card? In the true sun, God Xinyang burned his own power to the limit, and he was only one step away from the resurrection of the old god. #C1656 Join the camp. The god of Hanhai is in a very bad mood. This person is like an immemorial sacred mountain that cannot be moved. No matter how they attack, they are firmly blocked here. Seeing that the old god was about to take his last step, he let out a roar of anger. Do not. Back then, he stepped on the weakest true yang to rise to the throne, and absolutely must not let the past happen to him again. God of the Great Sea, the matter is urgent, so we can only launch the strongest attack. With me as the leader, blast away this emperor's obstruction. Beiming Peak is no longer as indifferent as before, and has learned the strength of this emperor. Okay, just do it. The Lord of the Sea also knew that the strongest attack had to be launched. The conversation between him and Beiming Peak was only in an instant, and the deep blue water suddenly condensed together. A vast sea sword, completely composed of seawater, appeared. God Lord Hanhai actually turned himself into a divine weapon. This is the source of his strength. The palm of Beiming Peak grabbed it, carrying immeasurable cold air, and the ocean Excalibur was frozen in an instant, becoming a solid that does not flow, and with a slight shock, it has the power to destroy heaven and earth. The Lord of the Hanhai Sea is a divine weapon, attacking with himself, and being controlled by Beiming Peak, he can exert his strength to the strongest. It was also because Beiming Feng was appointed by Emperor Fengshen that he trusted him so much. With the divine light of eternal matter, the sky and the earth are constantly trembling, and both the God of the Sea and the Beiming Peak are burning with power at the same time. They will use their strongest strength to forcibly break through the barrier of the God Emperor, and then destroy the resurrection of the old God. The strong men of True Yang Heaven were terrified when they saw it. This power is too powerful, and it has already confused the laws of heaven and earth. Good. One person turns into a soldier, and the other controls the soldier. The combined power of the two is unstoppable even by God Xinyang. At this most critical moment, it is very likely that even the slightest interference from the aftermath will result in a complete loss. Kill. It was the God of the Sea who made the crazy sound. Beiming Feng was in charge of the divine weapon of the vast sea, holding it tightly. The infinite power burst out, and had already locked on Xuanhuan. If he didn't dodge, he would have to bear this terrifying power head-on. Xuanhuan will not burn, he also burns eternal matter, which is as vast as the sea. Then we will deal with you together. The divine soldiers struck down, and an unimaginable gap opened up in the sky, spreading to Xuanhuan. Great devouring technique. Xuanhuan turned himself into a black hole, causing time and space to collapse, and a vacuum of ripples resisted in front of him. The power of the magic weapon exploded, crazily impacting the black hole, and making an immortal shocking sound of heaven and earth shattering. The black hole has been being stretched open, and the inside is collapsing crazily. Great devouring technique, you still want to fully bear our power, court death. No matter how indifferent Beiming Feng is, he still has anger. He held the hand of the magic soldier and kept pressing it down, but he saw that a black hole appeared in this black hole. After all, if he wanted to swallow their power, it would consume too much eternal matter. The power of the two has strengthened again, and it is even more dazzling. The magic weapon seems to be able to break through the black hole at any time. He can't hold it anymore. Hanhai God excitedly said. Good. It seemed that the black hole was about to burst open, reaching its limit, but suddenly a more powerful force erupted inside and stabilized. What's going on? The Lord Hanhai clearly felt the dramatic increase in the power of the black hole. No, he is devouring our power in reverse. Beiming Feng shouted. He clearly felt that their crazy attack fell into that black hole, and was dominated by a more domineering will, which was forcibly captured and refined into his own power. Devour their power, strengthen your own devouring black hole. With this method, even Beiming Feng felt the shock from the heart. How so? The Lord Hanhai is going crazy. How can the other party devour their strength, and they don't have an overwhelming advantage over Xuanhuan's strength? This black hole is too strong, standing there, making people desperate and unable to break. Unless his own realm really reaches the sixth realm, coupled with the blessing of God's power, he can destroy this black hole that swallows all power. Resurrected. At this time, there was a rumbling sound, the sound of breaking free from the eternal shackles. The old god walked out of the emptiness, looked around, and breathed the air that was truly alive. Successful. Lord Xinjiang also heaved a sigh of relief. He lost so much strength that he couldn't even display half of his peak period, but he also smiled when he saw his master come back to life. These costs were all worth it. Failed. Bei Mingfeng shook his head, let go of the magic weapon, and let Hanhai God return to his original form again, saying, Hanhai God, today's matter has failed, it is impossible to stop it, Xinjiang has resurrected, this time he was defeated by that Xuanhuan's, we should leave. Miscalculated. Unexpectedly, God Xinjiang would resurrect the old god at this time, and Shenwu's devouring and protecting power is so powerful. Do not. The god of Hanhai can no longer calm down, the old god is resurrected, and god of Xinjiang, his position is in jeopardy, he can hardly accept such a failure. Bei Mingfeng didn't want to say more, losing is losing, and hysterical yelling is useless, so he left directly. Shenwu, I hate you. The god of Hanhai could only leave, his heart was in a mess, what to do, the old god was resurrected, and Xin Yangshan would definitely carry out the most terrifying attack on him and launch the final decisive battle. How else could he block it? In the vast sea, the status of god obtained by taking advantage of the void is not stable. Lord Xinjiang watched them leave. At this time, he came to Chuyuan solemnly, and said, if there is no god emperor this time, the master will not be resurrected, and the god emperor helped me Xin Yangshan, this kindness is too great. He understood that without Chuyuan, how could the old god be resurrected? I said before, I will help you to be so sunny. Chuyuan had a long-term vision. This time he helped Xinjiang Tian so much, that is to say, this day has completely united with him and will cooperate with his actions. The resurrection of Lord Xinjiang this time is also a great joy. After experiencing life and death once, God Lord Xinjiang will also have more opportunities to break through to the sixth realm. Shenwu God Emperor. The revived old god looked at Chuyuan. God Xinjiang had told him about Chuyuan just now. Back then, I stood on the side of the human emperor and fell due to the great ancient war. Today, someone I have mastered the power of humanity, and I was resurrected because of the God Emperor. This is a cycle and cause and effect. I am not a human emperor, the power of humanity is just one that I control. Chuyuan said lightly, the world has changed, and the peak period of this era has come. Lord Xinjiang and old god looked at each other, and said, the God Emperor wants to compete for the luck of the era, and I, Xin Yangshan, will definitely help out. I will stand by the side of the God Emperor and join the camp of the God Emperor. #C1657 Scourge arrives. God Xinjiang also has his great ambitions, but he is more rational, knowing that this time the competition for the era is completely different, and the peak luck, no matter how many strong people want to get it. It will even lead to the ambitious existence, born in this era in the eternal road, and unexpected situations. He had a premonition that this time the battle would be extremely fierce. He also knows that his own strength is not enough to compete for the luck of Shijiyuan, otherwise he will destroy himself, but he is also sober, if he helps others, he will also get great benefits, from the power of the dragon. Just like the emperor conferred God, many strong men knew that they could not compete, so they chose to help. One person attains enlightenment, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. It is impossible for Emperor Fengshen to take refuge, and the Lord of the vast sea has already taken refuge. The camp of the second God Master is also impossible, there is a huge world behind them. Then there is only Shenwu. Of course he can see that Chuyuan's realm has not reached the epic, but he has the ability to fight the epic. If he really breaks through to the sixth realm, wouldn't he want to dominate the universe? Such a character said that he would not be able to break through the threshold of the six realms in the future, and no one would believe it. Chuyuan nodded to indicate that the other party had expressed his position and would join his side. He also understood that it was his own strength that frightened them, otherwise how could it be possible? This is a good thing. The God Emperor controls the power of humanity, and a battle with the God Emperor is inevitable, and the God Emperor is building a mysterious place, which will be punished by the eternal rules. It is very likely that the opponent of the God Emperor will also come to destroy it. Xinyang God said, I will keep a close eye on Han Haitian and the 6-level powerhouses of Feng Shenshen, and restrict them from destroying the plan of the God Emperor. What I have created is the world of life and death, the cycle of life and death, and the control of the laws of life and death. Chu Yuan said lightly, the success in the world of life and death is not only for me, the Empire will also benefit greatly. Of course I know that all the powerful people in the sky are staring at me now, and the situation is complicated. If the realm of life and death is 10%, the God Emperor can immediately launch a battle to seize the sky. Lord Xinyang said fiercely, after the God Emperor seizes the sky, I will also launch a final decisive battle against Han Haitian, so as to make the God Emperor's camp even stronger. Now, the role of Xinyang Tian is to defend the gods and martial arts and cooperate with their actions. This time Chu Yuan saved the old god, and the strong all day were convinced and regarded him as the greatest benefactor. The situation in the empire is urgent, and the resurrection of the old god is a great joy. I will congratulate it, but now that the situation in the empire is urgent, I will not stay here for long. Chu Yuan said. Go slow, God Emperor. The god of Xinyang sent Chu Yuan away from Xinyang. After seeing Chu Yuan leave, the old god said with emotion, Teacher, this god of martial arts is really not easy. From him, I feel a demeanor of ruling the world and ruling the era. If you don't have an epic, you will be a prince. With this kind of astonishing combat power, in the middle of this era, the battle is even more brutal, and the scale of the great ancient war is not comparable to this one, and many unforeseen things will happen. Yeah, I know where my limit is. If I want to join this battle, I will be greedy for the greatest benefits. The end can only be broken into pieces. If that is the case, then I will help this God Emperor. Lord Xinyang could feel Chu Yuan's mysterious vastness even more, and said, Master, since you have returned, the position of God should also return to you. He is not attached to this position, and he was ordered in a crisis during the chaos. Nonsense, your current strength is stronger than the Master's. The blue is better than the blue. I am no longer qualified to be the god. Without you to turn the tide, is there still a true sun? From now on, the Master will be a supreme elder. Seeing that God Xinyang was stronger than him, the old god was also happy in his heart. Okay, after the vast sea and sky are destroyed, the Master will also hope for the 6 realms. God Xinyang didn't insist anymore. Empire. The cycle of life and death is repeated. Emperor Chu Yuan stood upright, watching the evolved countdown, and soon the most terrifying catastrophe would be ushered in, but his heart was still at this moment. He looked at the Zerg hive. During this period of time, Lan has been crazily breeding the sea of insects, and the number of insects inside has reached an extremely terrifying level. Jiuyo has obtained the eternal heart, her epic body is being shaped, she has no shortage of resources, and she has broken through the 3 original realms. Almost. Chu Yuan's gaze was too sharp, and he traveled to Dui Tian in an instant, and noticed 3 terrifying auras, dormant like giant beasts, looking for a chance to kill with one blow. Have you returned yet? Chu Yuan knew that the opportunity they were waiting for was the moment when the world of life and death was about to succeed, so he dealt him the most fatal blow. Otherwise, if you make a move now, it is very likely that you will be dragged into the eternal rules. God. When the divine tree of absolute beginning came, he couldn't move his body, so he condensed an energy incarnation, coming to Shenwu. Tianzuan Tai has already contacted him, and he has not fallen. He was suppressed by Yuan Jia, and Yuan Jia can't move him temporarily in order to get a secret, so Tai Tianzuan will be safe during this time. Chu Yuan said. It's great that Tianzuan is safe. The divine tree of absolute beginning was excited. Tianzuan Tai, I can't save him now, I can only see his final fate. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he stopped talking. Time passed by every minute and every second. The countdown had reached its final moment, and the entire world of martial arts was shrouded in a raging and violent storm of scourge, and the howling cold wind created a field that tore and shattered. But the heaven and earth of Shenwu bloomed with bright divine light. The realm of life and death and Shenwushan are originally one. Xuanhuan knew that once successful, the souls of all those who left their mark on the gods would reappear in the realm of life and death after they fell. This is like controlling the cycle of life and death, provoking the eternal rules. The realm of life and death is about to begin its real achievement and usher in the final test. At that time, the sky can also be resurrected. The Lord of the Earth stood up straight, and all the strong men gathered together, with a clear heart. This time, not only will he face the blow of the eternal rules, but what is even more terrifying is the human robbery from the outside strong men. If you don't live, you must not be destroyed by them. The Lord of the Earth clenched his fists. That's the Zerg Empress. At this time, the Lord of the Earth also saw Lan's appearance, that tyrannical spiritual power. The soul was affected by Lan's spiritual power, and quickly activated the power of the earth to stabilize it. The God Emperor enslaved the Zerg Mother Emperor. As a strong man who has followed the Emperor, the Lord of the Earth knows that if he wants to make the Queen obedient, he must first enslave their souls. And this also shows that His Majesty's soul attainments are extremely profound. A Queen Mother, she is nothing in itself, but her insect nest is the most frightening. For an Empress of this strength, there will be many terrifying insects in her insect nest, gathering into a boundless sea of insects. Joyo also saw Lan. The time has come. The countdown of Xuanhuan's condensed time suddenly returned to 0. Boom, the entire world ushered in the most terrifying wrath of divine punishment, tearing the sky apart and turning it into a storm of absolute destruction. #C1658 Robbery. Boom. The scourge from the eternal rules has finally come. The achievement in the world of life and death is an act against the sky, just like human cultivation, which is also going against the sky step by step, but the world of life and death is even more against the sky, and its power has also increased 10 times and 100 times. The endless gust of wind and the wrath of God's wrath have formed a darkness outside Shenwu, turning it into a realm of destruction. Seeing such a scene, a primitive god would feel ashamed, step in, and be smashed to pieces. Coming. Xuanhuan stood in the center of the divine dynasty, his magnificent aura spread out, controlling the infinite power, watching the wrath of divine punishment descending, and suppressing the monstrous fluctuations. The power of the empire is at work. Everyone in their places. The sword god shouted loudly, from the primitive gods to the most ordinary citizens, all of them were exuding a kind of miraculous light, contributing their own strength to witness the birth of this great miracle of the empire. Boom! A series of distorted lightning bolts pierced the sky, and there were millions of bombardments, each of which was as powerful as a blow from a primitive god, but now it fell like a torrential rain. From the rules of eternal scourge. Xuanhuan was too calm at this moment, without any fear, but with great anticipation. He gathered the power of the entire empire to run the great devouring technique, making the gods seem to be transformed into a devouring existence, the swallowing that condenses all the power, even the sixth realm can be swallowed. As soon as the terrifying scourge fell into the Shenqiao, it was completely refined by him and transformed into the energy of the world of life and death. The scourge of heaven descended even more powerfully, falling down in one shot, and even some weaker 33 days could break apart. Great devouring technique. The Lord of the Earth was also shocked in his heart. The great devouring technique of the God Emperor is so terrifying and powerful. He can swallow the energy from the eternal scourge and transform it into himself. The great devouring technique can swallow everything. This level of anger is still unable to destroy the world of life and death. It can only be reduced to a regular force that sharpens the world of life and death. The eternal rule is like a will that dominates eternity. It doesn't have its own thoughts, but it has a rule that operates by itself, and a greater force descends immediately. The divine light is vertical and horizontal, and the scourge of heaven descends. Xuanhuan still stood still, his sharp gaze scanned the outside of the empire, and naturally he knew that some masters were spying on him, and if he showed any sign of decline, he would pounce on him like a hungry wolf. But the other way around. He has been going strong, and these hungry wolves will not make a move. The wrath of these scourges is nothing to me, it is swallowed up infinitely, and all of them are transformed into the energy of my promotion in the world of life and death. Infinitely exuberant. Xuanhuan exuded an extremely eternal and dazzling divine light, shining on Duo Yuan, and seized power from the sky. He devoured the wrath of God's wrath all at once, and poured it all into the tomb of Yinlings, turning it into a real world. The tomb of the Yin spirit was originally just a small secret realm opened up, but now it is evolving towards the world. The cycle of life and death, what a miracle. The prototype of the world of life and death has emerged. The Lord of the Earth has profound knowledge, and he sees that Xuanhuan seems to be reincarnating, life and death, yin and yang, light and darkness, and other opposing attributes are under the control of his great will. Sky. I also saw the real appearance of the Lord of the Sky, who was bound by the eternal rules, and was about to break free, and his resurrection would succeed at the moment when the world of life and death was accomplished. Even such a ferocious wrath of divine punishment can't do anything to him, his power. It is impossible that no one will pay attention to such a huge movement. They are also watching. The Emperor Xuanhuan himself is like an immortal body, and no scourge from heaven can destroy him. However, the wrath of God is not only related to this. An even greater anger was accumulating, and lightning strikes that were transformed into eternal rules. The air is as heavy as mercury, and outside the gods, there is a long river of immeasurable constant sand, and the inside is full of eternal rules, in a terrifying posture. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze toward God. Not enough, still not enough, these powers are not enough for me to achieve the world of life and death. At this moment, Xuanhuan made an astonishing move. He grabbed out the hand of the emperor, and actually operated in the opposite direction, covering Changhe directly, trying to seize this power. For the achievements in the world of life and death, Xuanhuan has complete confidence, and he has already calculated the power limit of the eternal rules, otherwise he would not have done it at this time. All of a sudden, the immeasurable Hengsha Changhe that was supposed to destroy the God dynasty was captured by Xuanhuan's power and refined. The eternal rule is a ruthless thing, without its own thoughts, its divine power will be based on how much you provoke the eternal rule, and how much disaster it will bring to you, it will not be incomparable. Otherwise, it would break the rules by which it operates. Why does the eternal calamity that makes all the strong listen to fear be strengthened again and again, instead of being suddenly strengthened to a level that you can't bear? This is how the rules themselves work. Now, although the scourge of the outside world is extremely fierce, it can't help Xuanhuan. But everyone understands that it is not the end yet. The final scourge is the most terrifying, it will shrink all the power at once, and unleash the strongest blow. It lasted about an hour or so. Rumble. There was a soul-crushing sound, and Xuanhuan looked at Tianzhu, all the power shrank, forming a bigger black hole that sucked inward. The most critical blow. Xuanhuan felt an eternal will, like God, dominating everything. He remembered what Goddess Yanran said, that the road to eternity is a god. Come on, I am waiting for your strongest blow. The power controlled by Xuanhuan is a collection of thousands of great powers. The belief of the empire, the origin of the heaven and the earth, and the power contributed by countless strong men, all rolled to him like a tide. This is the benefit of opening up a faction, which can have stronger combat power. Xuanhuan has reached the final step. When their things are completed, they will be like the tombs of the gods in the heaven of the gods, the underworld of the underworld, and the yin and yang realm of the Lord of yin and yang. The strong men who were spying in the dark were watching. Eternal God. The swallowing black hole condensed by the will of the rules bombarded down with the strongest force that could be achieved under the restrictions of the rules in an instant, wanting to smash Xuanhuan with one blow. Outside of Xuanhuan, all the emptiness is shattered, just like nothingness in the eternal road. This kind of bombardment is really too terrifying, even the weak 33 days can be destroyed. Boom boom boom. It was the sound of heaven and earth breaking apart. Xuanhuan stared, as if he saw God. He was divine and majestic, and he operated the power of the gods to compete with the power of the scourge. As long as he survived this wave, he would succeed in the world of life and death. But at this moment, 3 terrifying forces from the outside bombarded Xuanhuan in an instant. #C1659 Primal Fifth Realm. 3 forces, spanning time and space, bombarded from the far end, and it turned out to be an attack from the 6th realm of the 3 deities. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced fiercely, and he saw 3 figures. They were actually the Lord of Evil, the Lord of Yenshin, and the ancestor of Long. They were dealing the most fatal blow to him at this most critical moment. Since Xuanhuan broke through the primordial god that day, these 3 powerhouses have gone to the eternal road, and now they have returned to the 6th realm. Obviously they have obtained great fortune. They actually returned shortly after Xuanhuan returned to the multiverse. Originally, they wanted to immediately launch a devastating attack on Xuanhuan with the strength of the 6th realm, but the news of his battle outside the land boundary also spread, which made them immediately change their strategy and formulate a new plan. Seeing the vision of the world of life and death, they feel that this is the best time to destroy Xuanhuan, and use the power of eternal rules to severely weaken them. Dui, Yenshin, and Longzhu have all become the 6th realm. Is this the change in luck brought about by the arrival of Shiji Yuan at its peak? Xuanhuan can resist this? They don't question the strength of Xuanhuan, but at this moment, the eternal rule has gathered the strongest blow, coupled with the attack of the 3 major 6th realms. This force is too fierce and almost impossible to block. The powerhouses of the empire are also angry. These 3 powerhouses are really despicable. Especially the Lord of the Earth, the craziest voice erupted. If the world of life and death fails, what will the Lord of the Sky resurrect? But Xuanhuan didn't care. He had known for a long time that the 3 powerhouses would attack at this time. Xuanhuan's divine power surged out, bursting out with an unrivaled aura. Facing the attack of 3 divine powers, he showed his terrifying strength. He even cut off the 3 powers with 3 palms in a row. I still want to fight back. The 3 powerhouses also bombarded with stronger power again, rumbling, and the boundless sea of energy was flooding over. At the same time, the final blow from the eternal rule also came. This power is earth-shattering. The world seems to be turned into nothingness. It is the power to obliterate and return to eternity. Even the 6th realm will be obliterated. With thousands of great powers in one body, all the strong people of the empire gathered their strength on the God Emperor, and Xuanhuan was the only one who was alone in the face of such a terrifying attack. His infinite power suddenly condensed into one origin. This origin seems to be the power from which everything originates. So you want to counter our strength? The 3 strong men were murderous. But when the turbulent power bombardment came to Xuanhuan, boom! Infinite eternal divine light erupted from Xuanhuan's body, and this point of origin expanded infinitely, swallowing all the power together. At this time, time stopped for an instant, as if falling into eternal silence. Everything, all fluctuations, gathered in the realm of life and death. What happened? All the powerful men made voices of bewilderment and couldn't believe what happened to their eyes. What kind of power did the god of martial god kill just now, making the eternal rules dissipate? Just like the fluctuation of the Big Bang, the explosion at the origin is like recreating the cycle of reincarnation. and what it brings is the real success of the world of life and death. Bang, also in an instant, what was originally a scene of nothingness suddenly burst out with an extremely bright burst of divine light. The realm of life and death was achieved at this moment, and merged with Xuanhuan. Resurrection. The Lord of the Sky also let out a violent shout. With the help of the moment of success in the world of life and death, he broke free from the rules of life and death, and once again entered the space between heaven and earth. The feeling of life. The Lord of the Sky appeared in Xuanhuan at this time, no longer the phantom condensed by the consciousness of destiny before, with blood flowing in his body, and real magic power surging endlessly. Ding! The current side task of shaping the world of life and death has been completed, and you have obtained tens of billions of vertex points, Primitive God Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Power Fruit X155072, Primitive Artifact Advanced Card, Tianyuan Shindan X5, Life and Death Magic God X1, Life and Death God Coffin X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. In the instant of achievement in the realm of life and death, extremely generous sideline rewards were distributed. Xuanhuan took a look. This Dharma God of life and death is a powerful and special artifact. Not only can it emit the divine light of life and death, but it can also imprint one's own life into the Dharma God, truly possessing a second life. In other words, even if you are completely destroyed, you will not really die. Even if you are wiped out by the God of Origin, you will not die, and the God of life and death will die for you. The God of life and death is not the most important thing. Especially the life and death coffin is the most against the sky. This God of life and death coffin is just a coffin. From the outside, it looks like the dark color of death, and it wants to deprive all life. But inside, it is actually the sacred light of life recovery. The existence of life and death. Xuanhuan saw its effectiveness in an instant. No matter how severely injured you are, as long as you still have a breath, lie down, and the law of life and death will be reversed for you, and you will be revived. Even the strongest can go in. This is terrible, even though Xuanhuan has the primordial God healing potion, but after all, it can't save people above the 6th level. But that's not the worst part. The life and death coffin can avoid eternal catastrophe. If it is at the cost of destroying the coffin of the God of life and death, it can resist an eternal calamity for you, that is, you can live one more era. And whenever the eternal calamity comes, lying in the coffin of the God of life and death, the continuous breath of life will reverse life and death, making it easier for you to go through the eternal calamity again and again. Eternal calamity, even if it is just a little bit, is the pursuit of countless strong people. There is also an even more terrifying effect, lying in the coffin of the God of life and death, closing yourself in deep sleep, and isolating the eternal rules, so that the world will think that you are dead, and it will not cause eternal calamity. Of course, you can't appear, and after you appear, you will still usher in a terrible catastrophe. If this divine coffin is delivered to the eternal road, how many powerful people will go crazy? For example, Emperor Jidao, it is difficult for him to get through the era tribulation this time, but if he is allowed to have the coffin of life and death, his life will continue for another 4 or 5 epochs. The effect of the life and death coffin is too terrifying. Only the existence of such a mysterious system will be rewarded. Xuanhuan's divine body shook again, looking at the world of life and death. A breath of life and death was entangled and circulated, the power of the great destruction of the origin. At this moment, he received the power after the achievement of the world of life and death, the fluctuations of the Big Bang in the world, billowing like tides, and the violent energy impact, which raised his realm to the original 5th realm. Ding! The current side mission to break through the original 5th realm has been completed, and you have obtained 5 billion vertex points, Original God Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Fruit X155072, Original Artifact Advanced Card, Aurora C X1, Tianyuan Shindan X3, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. The 5th realm, he broke through at this moment, with the power of the world explosion when he achieved the realm of life and death. At this point, he is truly fighting for supremacy in the multiverse. The surging peerless power gave him the power to truly suppress some primitive sixth realms and compete in the great world. If he is becoming a god, with the blessing of God's luck, his strength will be even more terrifying. He understood that the 33 heavenly gods actually represented the power of an era, divided into 33 eternal strands, as if it had been formed since the beginning of this era. With a wave of his palm, an ocean swept out. The infinite Aurora power was extremely fierce, and it was the Aurora Sea. The 33-day competition for promotion and supremacy should also begin. Xuanhuan's gaze, spanning time and space, has locked on Long Zhu, Du Yi, and Yan Xin. #C1661 trigger. Xuanhuan's gaze was so fierce that it cut people's bodies like swords, creating a storm of destruction. With a grasp of his divine hand, he crossed layers of time and space barriers, and suddenly locked onto them, covering the sky and covering the earth, and the power under his control directly killed them. Humph! A dragon claw protrudes directly, covering the sky and the sun, and can destroy nothingness, sweeping out a thick chaotic dragon breath. Dragon Ancestor is absolutely formidable. He is the peerless dragon embryo bred from eternity at the beginning of this era, but before he was under the command of the ancestor of all monsters, he was contaminated with too much demon aura. He didn't want to taint too much demonic aura after he accomplished the epic, and he wanted to draw a clear line, until now. Boom! The two forces collided, swept across time and space, and the endless void collapsed. Even Longzhu felt the pain of his dragon claws, and his dragon origin was about to be controlled by this emperor-like power. Shenwu. Longzhu let out a dragon shout. Are you going to fight? The Lord of the Earth stepped into the sky. He stood side by side with the Lord of the Sky, and their auras stirred the sky. Although they were both at the peak of the fifth realm, their joint strength was comparable to that of a sixth realm. In Shenwu, there is also a wave of earth-shaking murderous intent rolling out. Are you going to fight? Some powerful people who were hiding in the dark also said. The needle point was facing the wheat awning, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. But they didn't fight immediately, and Longzhu's aura disappeared. Although there was no immediate battle, everyone knew that this was only temporary. The tension between the two sides had already forced them to fight, and there was absolutely no second possibility. For Shenwu to be promoted to 33 days, Du Yishan must be destroyed. And now it's even more exciting. The Lord of Evil has reached the sixth realm, and with the help of Longzhu and God of Yenshin, this is destined to be an extremely fierce battle, and it depends on who can have the last laugh. His strength has far exceeded my imagination. In Dui Tian, Longzhu's eyes were dignified. He didn't seem to suffer from the blow just now, but he realized Xuanhuan's strength. He was absolutely powerful and could suppress him. Why is his strength so strong? Yenshin God's face is also very ugly. They thought that it would not be an easy task to destroy this martial arts after returning from the sixth realm, but they didn't expect that the opponent's strength was no longer what it used to be, which shocked them. And the three of them were amazing. They went on the road of eternity, and they got some unfathomable luck, and they all achieved the sixth realm. God Doer was very calm, as expected of God Guyuan's valued person. He is indeed difficult to deal with. I don't know what his origin is, but this person is destined to have some extraordinary characters, and Shenwu may be one of them. There is infinite murderous intent in his eyes at this moment. What should I do? The explosion of Shenwu's strength this time made them dare not underestimate this empire. Lord Yenshin was also resentful, and said, hateful, let him become a climate. Before the epic, he already has the strength to confront this realm. Moreover, he has also created something similar to the Tomb of the Gods, which is even more difficult to deal with. They have long known that Shenwu will be difficult to deal with, and will be a great enemy. It's not that they don't want to eradicate Xuanhu ahead of time, but that they really can't do it. God Guyuan is blocking them. Now the god of Guyuan has gone to nowhere, leaving behind a god who will eventually become a hero. There is no other way, destroy him. Long Zhu said. What do you mean? God Yenshin had a premonition of the plan that Long Zhu was going to implement. If we want to deal with Xuanhu, we have to use the strongest force to kill him completely. His current realm has not reached the 6th realm, and he is not weaker than us. If he really reaches this realm, then no one will be able to kill him. Will be his opponent. Long Zhu said, you don't want to see him go to the epic, because of his character, he will not let anyone go. This war is not just about crossing the bad days, but about the 3 of them. Call all the forces here, good, this ancestor agrees. Dragon Ancestor's eyes are sharp, his ambition is extremely big. What is it to achieve the 6th realm? He wants to become the strongest existence in this era, and he can transform into a dragon and become an ancestor dragon. Yanshin Tianzhu hesitated a little. After all, Yan Shenshin was too far away from Xuanhu. Xuanhu cannot be destroyed without using the strongest power. The combination of the Lord of the Earth and the Lord of the Sky is a 6th-level combat power, and there are many known primitive gods in his empire. This is our last chance. Dewey God said that he did not expect things to develop into this situation, and he would not have thought that Xuanhu's strength would be so strong. From a small world back then, it was suddenly promoted to such a behemoth. Okay, that's it. God Yenshin nodded sharply. Now it represents the peak luck of the century Yuan. This person is a man of great luck, and he is extremely mysterious. I even suspect that he is also an incredible existence bred in the Eternal Road. You see, although he has obtained human sovereign sword, but it's only for controlling, it doesn't have the temperament of a human sovereign. Long Zhu said. Xuanhu's performance was too unusual. His rise was too fast for people to react in time, and he was also a freak born on the Eternal Road, so he was also suspicious in this regard. Yes, this person has so many secrets that it is impossible to guess. Dewey God said, if you kill him and take all his secrets and luck, it will be even greater than the chance we got on the Eternal Road. That's right, the current strongest is still the great emperor of the gods. After all, Xuanhu has not reached the 6th level, so there is still a chance to deal with him. He has shown a lot of strength on the surface, but there must be a part hidden in the dark. Long Zhu said, the previous small fights are useless. What we have to do now is to gather the strongest strength of our 3 days, burst at our foundation, and fight to determine the world and destroy them. It seems that this is the only way. In order to destroy Xuanhu, I have to use all my strength. Yenshin God said. He also knew that Long Zhu was not a kind person. He was using his own strength to think about the situation, and that was the only way. After all, a powerful Xuanhu was too terrifying, and no one wanted to see it. No matter how they will fight in the future, at least they will still be allies, before the death of Xuanhu. Using our 3-day powerhouse to launch the final judgment on him, surround his empire, use the strongest foundation, and make no reservations. And this time we got an ancient and powerful treasure in the Eternal Road. It is also its time to deal with him. The god of crossing the river. In the road of eternity, there are too many powerful people who have fallen, and their luck is also very good. I don't have any opinion, everything is about the death of Xuanhu. Immediately, they discussed various unexpected factors around the power displayed by Xuanhu and the strength that might be hidden behind the scenes. This battle is about to start. #C1661 Battle of the Heavens. The momentum is tense, the smell of gunpowder is strong in the air, and the breaths of heaven and earth on both sides are already colliding at once. At least most of the gods of the 33 days are not in the 6th realm. Originally, the god of crossing misfortune became the 6th realm, and the ranking of other gods would be greatly improved, but now they encountered a life and death battle. As the luck of this era reaches its peak, gods who do not reach the 6th level will gradually be eliminated. At this time in the Empire, in the realm of life and death, the power of one positive and the other negative is cyclical. The atmosphere of the war is gathering. This time Longzhu, Duer, and Yenshin have all broken through the 6 realms. They wanted to destroy our life and death realm. Although they failed, they will make a comeback soon. All the strong men of the Empire gathered around Xuanhuan, waiting for the next order. Duo Tian, start the Battle of Duo Tian. With the situation at this stage, it is time to start the Battle of Duo Tian. Duo Tian's promotion is like breaking through to the 6th realm alone, which has infinite benefits. And if you dominate the luck of the era, it will be like a strong man breaking through to the 7th realm. This is the promotion of the Imperial world, the promotion of heaven and earth. Yes, you must seize the sky. The Lord of the Earth said calmly, Your Majesty, this time, the god of evil, Yan Shen, and the god of dragon will definitely unite for 3 days to gather the strongest power. They can't just sit back and watch us break through the sky of evil, and they will erupt a terrifying background. There are many masters of martial arts. The combination of the Lord of the Earth and the Lord of the Sky is the strength of the 6th realm. Zhang Jing, Dao Shen, and Lan are all in the 5th realm, especially Lan, who controls the huge insect nest. In the battle of the large army, her role is even greater than that in the 6th realm. In addition, there are Jiuyo, Huazu, Tahitian Demon King, God of War, Lord of Yuanshan, Primordial God Monument, and 12 primitive gods of the human world and heaven. In the heaven of absolute beginning, the divine tree of absolute beginning will also condense energy into incarnations, and the world devourer will join the battle. At the level of the original gods, Du Ishan could be crushed. Even if it is a 3-day alliance, they will definitely not be vain. As for the artifacts, there are also a lot of divine weapons. These are the foundations of their overwhelming power. The 3-day alliance will also be broken. Chu Yuan's words brought strong confidence, and in this battle, we are not without helpers. We don't need to be invited, and there will be strong people to help us. Your Majesty means Wanyao Tian. The Lord of the Sky immediately thought, because of the dragon ancestor was originally the strongest of all monsters. If he didn't want to open up his own dragon era and get rid of the influence of the monster energy on himself, he would have already been in the 6th realm, and because of in this way, Wanyao Tian has completely torn skins. It's not that Longzhu is not strong, but Wanyao Tian is eyeing him, and he has not seized the sky. If the dragon ancestor is powerful, he will be the first to use the 10,000 demons heaven to open his sword, and all the demons will turn into dragons, and finally everyone will become a dragon. This transformation into a dragon is a change in blood, turning you into a part of the dragon clan, which really allows the dragon ancestor to seize the peak spirit. Luck, Wanyao Tian will be over. It is more terrifying than Fengshen, or even other people becoming masters. The Lord of the Earth also figured out the key. That's right, because Longzhu was originally a part of the demon. Although he left later, the relationship between them is too deep to be completely severed. Longzhu understands the essence of demons, and it is much easier to transform demons into dragons. Everyone prepares, each leads the army, and makes the final overall plan for the battle to seize the sky. This battle will seize the sky in one fell swoop, so that the empire will be promoted to 33 days, and we will strive for hegemony in this era. Chu Yuan ordered immediately. He had long wanted to start the 33-day battle for supremacy, and now the time had finally come. The entire empire was operating like a huge and sophisticated war machine. Woohoo! The horn of war sounded, and countless warships assembled in the multi-star sky. The giant cannons were arranged, and groups of armies in cold armor were also assembled. The black banner of Xuanhuan waved in the universe, representing a torrent of iron and blood killing. The army that will fight this time must be at least immortal, and they are only soldiers at the bottom. Facing the coming of the battle of seizing the sky, the powerful warriors of the martial arts did not have the slightest fear, but were extremely excited. It had been a long time since they had fought such an earth-shattering battle. In the past, the Empire was blocked by the three-day powerhouse. Now, it is finally possible to collide with them head-on. Sky, we can finally fight together again. The Lord of the Earth commanded the army, looked at the Lord of the Sky at the side, and recalled the years of fighting side by side with emotion. Dottie, I want to tell you something. The Lord of the Sky said, I know you still have the human emperor in your heart, but I want to advise you, Your Majesty is not a human emperor, he is a mighty emperor. He has his own infinite ambitions, so you must not treat him as a human being. From the perspective of the emperor, his methods are much more cruel and domineering than the human emperor. For the sake of eternity, for the God Emperor, even if hundreds of millions of people die, he will not blink his eyes. The Empire, the human sovereign can be regarded as a memory, but what you believe in now is the divine martial God Emperor. He is different from the earth. After all, he was resurrected by Xuanhuan alone, and he has existed in Xuanwu for so many years with the consciousness of destiny, and he has seen how Xuanhuan reached his current height in a very short period of time. The shock in his heart can no longer be expressed in words, and now he can only look back. The Lord of the Earth was silent for a moment, and said, I understand. Indeed, in his heart, he has not completely regarded himself as a warrior. Xuanhuan also knew this, and he didn't say it clearly. He knew that in order for the world's strongest to fully integrate into Xuanwu, he didn't just talk about it. He needed to go through a lot of battles and share weal and woe. Xuanhuan stepped on the majestic city wall of the imperial capital, and saw that all the armies had gathered, and all the strong men were making final preparations. Inside the teleportation array, the Lord of Yuanshan also brought his men over. Breathing the vitality of the Empire, he took a deep breath, and prepared to say that this was the first time he brought so many powerful people to the Empire. Go get ready, Xuanhuan said to him. For this battle of seizing the sky, he took out all his background information. The Tiao pill furnace mainly refines various magic pills that can restore vitality and heal injuries, and launch them on every warrior of the Empire. Realm of life and death, to achieve. Xuanhuan also resurrected a group of strong men who had fallen in the tomb of Yinling before, especially Feng Lei. As soon as he was resurrected, he attacked the heaven again, and he succeeded in the attack. Things are different, although the combat power of the gods of heaven and earth can only be regarded as high level, not the top, but Xuanhuan is still very happy. Jiuyo. Beside Xuanhuan, Jiuyo appeared, and her eyes were also watching the assembly of the army. Her face was very indifferent, but she was also surprised to see so many strong men emerging from the Empire. This time I launched the battle to seize the sky, you fight according to your own ideas, interspersed in the battlefield. Xuanhuan let Jiuyo freely display his strength. Jiuyo is already a primordial triple heaven, and has an eternal heart. The power of the eternal god body is by no means comparable to that of other realms, and Xuanhuan also gave her several divine weapons that are most suitable for her. It can be said, every powerful man in the Empire is armed to the teeth. All the things he obtained in the Eternal Road and those sealed in the land boundary were all taken out. Okay. Jiuyo only replied with a good word. Lan, how is the preparation of the Zerg army? Xuanhuan said. Lan obediently came to Xuanhuan, and said, Master, everything is ready. Lan can always fight for the Master, and obey the Master's orders. It is good. Xuanhuan looked intently, the battle to seize the sky, it's time to start. #C1662 War. The world is not peaceful, and wars are everywhere. Dragon God Heaven has disappeared. At the same time, Longshan Tian actually disappeared, a huge dragon with icy cold eyes scanning the universe. He displayed boundless dragon power, unexpectedly turned Longshan Tian into a dragon ball. Then the dragon swallowed the dragon ball and flew in the direction of Duishan. This is Longzhu's true self. It is his second incarnation, the Chaos Dragon, who is in the evil sky. In order to destroy Xuanhuan, Longzhu also went all out and dispatched the strongest strength. Is everything ready? Crossing the sky. The dignified atmosphere is as heavy as mercury. Although the 3-day alliance, but thinking of the power of Xuanhuan, no one dares to despise it. God Dui's eyes were sharp, he was wearing a black robe, which was a powerful artifact clothing, and he was holding a magic weapon, and said to Longzhu and Yanchen God. Everything is ready, almost all of my Yanchen experts are here. Lord Yanchen nodded. To destroy Xuanhuan, one must use the strongest force, as long as he is still alive, who would dare to attack Yanchen Tian? My ancestor is also ready. Longzhu said. He seems to have dispatched the strongest force this time, to help Dui, but he is actually helping himself. The 3 parties have schemes, but they all have the same purpose, to destroy Xuanhuan and carve up his mystery. It cannot be delayed any longer. Okay, the war is declared, the army is ready to suppress the border and ignite the flames of war. Duishan mainly declares war on Xuanhuan. Boom boom boom. Terrible flames of war burned from within time and space. Xuanhuan, sitting in the divine dynasty, also felt the infinite power of the 3-day powerhouse at this moment, turning into a majestic sea of energy, which was coming across time and space and collapsing into the sky. The battle to seize the sky. Here we go. Xuanhuan's eyes, that contained time and space, covered the entire battle line. The Imperial army, go out, the battle to seize the sky, destroy the sky in one battle. Xuanhuan holds the infinite avenue, controlling the reincarnation of the world. He stood at the highest point of the empire, and a letter of war flew out, directly within the scope of Duishan's world, for them all to see. The book of war unfolded, and words appeared one by one, which meant that Xuanhuan launched, seize the heaven, not their attack. Rampant, domineering. When God Doer saw this letter of war, he tore it up with a single palm. The god of martial arts was too presumptuous. At this time, he wanted to take the initiative to attack and use this method to improve his morale. If he wants to fight, then fight. The 3-day powerhouses went to the front line of the war densely. In Xuanhuan. The battle to seize the sky, the empire will last forever. Countless warriors of the empire shouted, with boundless fighting spirit, for the promotion of the gods for 33 days, and for the eternity of the empire, they will use their lives to defend it. Although it is known that many people will perish in this battle of seizing the sky, as long as the battle of seizing the sky is successful, great benefits will be obtained. Once it fails, the empire collapses, and no one will exist. The battle to seize the sky, the empire will last forever. The brilliance of Xuanhuan was too sacred, with thousands of great powers in one body, and the sound waves swept across. Even the Lord of the Earth, a group of strong men who belonged to the human world and heaven, were also shaken and joined in the shouting. I will lead you to seize the sky. Xuanhuan held the Xuanhuan sword, which is the imperial sword of national destiny, and swung it downward immediately. The densely packed warships flew up, and countless troops turned into torrents and rushed out. The battle for the glory of the empire begins at this moment. Many eyes are paying attention to this battle. Although the battle to seize the sky has happened many times in the multiverse, this time it is extremely huge, involving many powerful people from the 6th realm, and it was launched by the world-renowned god of martial arts. The fighting spirit is boiling. Xuanhuan's battle to seize the sky has begun. In Xinjiang Tian, Xinjiang God also felt this terrible fighting spirit. Although he didn't move, he was intimidating the Hanhai God and Baiming Peak in Hanhai Tian. Once Xuanhuan succeeds in Duo Tian, he will immediately launch Duo Tian. In troubled times, Xuanhuan is about to overwhelm the sky. In Wandao Tian, Yi Tianzuan still sat opposite the old Taoist, and the chessboard in front of them evolved into a battlefield of heaven and earth, simulating the battlefield of battle. Feng Shenshen is also launching an attack. The closest to Feng Shenshen is Wuda 33, and the second God Master, Dugu Shenma, prison and other powerful people. It is impossible for Emperor Fengshen to let them besiege yourself, and the war is beginning. As the old Taoist said, his expression was extremely calm. So you can still be as calm as water. Yi Tianzuan shook his head. Be quiet, let's see how the situation changes. The old man was too calm. At this moment, the heavenly emperor ship led, followed by many warships, advancing mightily towards the front line, and finally stopped at the edge of time and space island. Dewey, Dragon God, Yenshin, and the three-day powerhouse also stopped on the other side. The collision between the two sides will be held on the time-space island for a decisive battle. They haven't really fought yet, but the auras of the armies of both sides have already collided with each other, rumbling against each other. There are many means. Lord Yenshin looked cold when he saw Shenwu's battleship and the giant cannons ready to go. He didn't know how this kind of battleship was built, but he could feel their terrifying power. Shenwu, Dewey, Yenshin, and Long Zhu stood at the front of the army, and the sky fell and the earth shattered, sweeping across everything, their piercing eyes pierced fiercely, and they all fell on Chu Yuan. Not long ago, this emperor had to rely on Gu Yuan God to protect him, but now he has confronted them with his own strength. His growth rate is frightening. It's not a good fight. The God of Doom stared at the opponent's army. That fighting spirit, unyielding will, and majestic momentum converged into a torrent, and the army trained by the martial arts was so well trained, it was like a god and demon, oppressing them crazily. He also knew that if they wanted to defeat the opponent's army this time, they would have to pay a huge price for 3 days. There are many strong ones. Long Zhu's huge dragon body is entrenched between the sky and the earth. He glanced at the endless chaos and thunder, and said, no matter how huge the price is this time, Shenwu will be destroyed. The warriors of the Empire, that is the great enemy of the Empire, Du Yi, Yan Shen, and Dragon God, 3 days. Chu Yuan also looked at the opponent's strong army, and didn't say much to the opponent. After all, it was useless to talk too much. What he wanted to do was to launch a war and completely destroy the opponent's vital force. Destroy them. The morale of the Imperial warriors is boundless, the hands holding the weapons are hot, and the blood in the body is boiling. War. Chu Yuan Dao, the crucial battle to seize the sky is about to start. As the armies of both sides gather at the edge of the battle line, the infinite power, this is not an ordinary battle in the world, but a duel between the peak powerhouses of the multiverse. There was already a fight on Feng Shenshen's side. The Shenwu Empire is also fighting. Let's fight. God, Dewey said. Chu Yuan came directly to the front of the army, looked down at the universe, and swung the sword of martial arts. This time, he marched in person, bringing the power of the entire empire, but he would not give the opponent any chance. The trumpets are already blowing, the drums of war are already beating, and the army is already advancing. #C1663 War begins. For the glory of the Empire and for the eternity of the Empire, the mighty warriors will fight bravely and forge the glory of the Empire with their blood. Kill. Chu Yuan stood in the sky, and the ruthless Emperor gave the order to go to war. God Emperor, you are taking over the sky this time, how could this ancestor not come to help you? At this time, the phoenix danced for 9 days, and the graceful and luxurious divine light made the world brighten up in an instant. It was the ancestor of the phoenix who came, but this time she did not bring other experts from Wanyao Tian, but she came alone. Phoenix ancestor, you are here. Chu Yuan was not surprised. She knew that he would come. She would not watch Longzhu destroy Shenwu. As for the fact that she did not bring other strong men, Yuan also knew that the situation in the entire multiverse was chaotic, and if Huanyao Tian was not guarded by strong men, others would take advantage of it. The heaven of the gods, the heaven of myriad Daos, the heaven of myriad demons, the heaven of hell, and the heaven of myriad demons. Of the worlds opened up by the five supreme powers, the weakest one is actually Huanyao Tian. It's not that Huanyao Tian itself is weak, it's just that Long Zhu rebelled against the Yao clan and took away a large number of strong people. Only the ancestor of Phoenix is the sixth realm, supporting all of this. If Long Zhu still worked for Huanyao Tian, one can imagine how powerful they would be. Phoenix, you're here too. Long Zhu was not surprised. Looking at the ancestor of Phoenix, knowing that she would come, the huge dragon body shook slightly, and a pair of long eyes stared at her. Long Zhu, you want to get out of my own power system after breaking away from my Huanyao Ocean. Why are you mixing with Dui and Yenshin today, and taking action against Xuanhuan in one day? Where did your pride and dignity go? The ancestor of the Phoenix said. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Long Zhu didn't care, and said, the winner will decide everything, all epics are written by the winner, and the loser can only be trampled mercilessly. Phoenix, how much this ancestor wants you to join my dragon age, pity. I can't bear your invitation. The ancestor of the Phoenix said. You can balance the situation by coming. I am too familiar with your power, not to mention my true self, even my second dragon body, you will not be my opponent. As soon as the dragon ancestor flickered, a chaotic divine dragon split out, staring at the ancestor of the Phoenix with ferocious eyes, crackling. On this divine dragon, there were countless violent thunder and lightning, splitting the sky. Then let's try. The ancestor of the Phoenix will not let the ancestor of the dragon succeed. Attack. Yuan gave the order to attack. Rumble. The giant cannons began to pour out terrifying thunder, and the primitive giant cannons spit out their anger to their heart's content. Yuan had already been preparing for this battle to seize the sky. Xuanhuan took the lead in launching the attack, and the energy poured out of these giant cannons was extremely terrifying. But in the 3 days, the strong man also propped up the energy mask at the same time, and at the same time, waves of energy counterattacked. It is impossible to completely suppress the opponent with the cannon and battleship, but it can suppress the opponent and gain a certain advantage. This battle is not only a decisive battle between Yuan and the three powerhouses, but also a collision of armies under his command, disintegrating the luck of the opponent and breaking the power of heaven and earth blessed on them. A mighty weapon of war. The ancestor of the Phoenix was also shocked when he saw this monstrous energy artillery fire. This empire is a huge war machine, and everything exists for war. Eternal Empire. Kill. 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 Take the sky. When the artillery fire poured out, the Xuanhuan army also killed under the cover of the giant artillery. This war is destined to be bloodstained, and countless soldiers will fall in close combat. But there is no way to avoid all of this. The army of Xuanhuan is coming, attack with them. The dragon god led the team with the true dragon lord, and the dragon gods flew up, and the giant dragons roared, and the countless army containing the blood of the dragon was like a sea of smoke, and they also killed them. There are not many real dragons in Long Shenshen, but there are too many dragons with dragon blood, such as earth dragons, dragon turtles, dragon lizards, flood dragons, and other messy dragons. Those with the blood of the dragon can be considered their cannon fodder, but knowing that they are cannon fodder, they will not regress. Because they regard the dragon family as the ancestor dragon. The bloodline is controlled by Long Zhu. Let's fight. My Yanshenshin powerhouses also fight out, let them see how powerful you are. Yanshin Tian had also participated in the battle of the ancient times. Although the martial arts were extremely powerful, they were not afraid. After all, the battle of the ancient times was even more tragic. Kill. Du Yishan also came out. In terms of the number of strong men, Du Yitian is the least, but they are also the craziest. The sky that Xuanhuan wants to seize is their sky, and they are fighting to protect the world. On the space-time island, the armies of both sides have already collided head-on and fought together. As soon as they collided, it was extremely tragic. In just an instant, many strong men on both sides were blown up, countless stumps flew around, and all kinds of original power burned up. Your Majesty is right behind you, watching our battle. We cannot let His Majesty down. The god of war roared again and again. He was like 1,000 horses, swung the lightning spear, and the divine light slashed into the enemy's formation, and the strong men were pierced by the lightning, and slashed across the battlefield. A person like him is naturally the most suitable for the battlefield. Daoshan Daoqi is full of power, boundless. He stared at his old opponent, the real Dragon Lord, and the two strong fights crazily. Both of them hit real fire, and burned the eternal matter as soon as they came. This is the battle of the bottom line. This is the god of guardians who crossed the evil heaven. Zhang Jing received the inheritance of Tianzuan, and his light and dark powers were running. At this time, several gods protecting the sky came out and surrounded him heavily. He snorted coldly, "Sure enough, I still hide my strength, but how can I be afraid of you?" The battle unfolded completely, crazily, and tragically. Chu Yuan looked at the battle situation. Under the leadership of the strong, the army of Xuanhuan is stable and not chaotic, showing super quality, advancing one by one. The weapons in their hands are life-threatening, beheading the strong along the way. This is how empires fight. It's not time for us to make a move. Lord of the Sky. He and the Lord of the Earth stood on both sides of Chu Yuan, guarding the hero of the empire, knowing deeply that they wanted to block a 6th-level figure. The ancestor of the Phoenix will also block a 6th-level statue at that time. What they need to do is to create opportunities for His Majesty to suppress and kill the opponent's god with minimal interference. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The powerhouses above the primordial god of the empire have already fought against each other. Although there are not a few of the same level in the 3-day alliance, they are not afraid of getting hurt. Chu Yuan had prepared Eternal God Crystal and Primordial God Healing Potion for them, which could heal their injuries at any time. In fact, the 3-day powerhouse is also irritable in his heart. There are too many martial arts powerhouses, and the number of primitive gods is not small. It takes 3 days of primitive gods to compete with the opponent. Hateful, with the powerhouses cultivated by Xuanhuan itself and the formerly strong people in the human world, our primitive gods have no advantage at all, and are even suppressed and beaten by them. God Yenshin's face was very ugly. Calm down, it's just the beginning. #C1664 Fierce. The battle continues, and the short-term contact has already killed the real fire. Although there are many people in the 3-day strong alliance, they come from 3 forces after all, and the cooperation between them cannot be so perfect, and there will be many mistakes. Once these flaws are caught, it is fatal. But this time, the morale of the powerhouses of the empire is boundless. For the sake of winning the sky, and for the belief in their hearts, they are all crazy. Kill. The great Haitian demon king is cruel by nature, and he suddenly turned reality into nothingness, and in front of a group of weak soldiers in Yanshenshen, he became a huge black smoke demon face, opened his mouth wide, and directly swallowed a group of them. Ha ha ha. The Haitian demon king laughed. He didn't know how to do it, he didn't look for the corresponding strong ones, he just looked for the weak ones. Wherever he went, he directly enveloped them all, refined them all, and made people panic. You wanna die? The primordial god was furious for 3 days, and the demon king of the black sky did not follow the rules, but in this level of war, what are the rules? It is to use everything to win the final victory. Be careful with them, they still have hidden cards that they haven't used. 3 days of strong exchanges, their task is to stabilize the situation. Boom. Infinite divine light, within the nothingness of heaven and earth, suddenly appeared a giant cannon as huge as a planet. This is the immortal era cannon, which devoured millions of eternal God crystals. The eternal divine light of the whole world turned into a torrent, mighty, and impacted into the opponent's army. The power of the immortal era cannon was so intense that even the weaker primitive gods were terrified when they saw it. This was equivalent to a full blow from the existence of the sixth realm. Retreat. But those with deep cultivation can still react and retreat quickly, but those weak ones are unlucky, they are directly cleared of an area, and disappear completely. That cannon. Lord Yenshin was also shocked. The power of that cannon burned the eternal God crystal. Comparable to the sixth realm, how could he have so many fetishes? Rumble. The immortal era cannon continued to burn the eternal God crystal, spraying energy. Immediately, a larger scale attack began, under the cover of the immortal era cannon. Do you have treasures? God Dui's face was indifferent, and he waved his hand, and a huge umbrella appeared, intertwined with divine light, with the artistic conception of Deluo, called Deluo Tian umbrella, and opened it immediately to resist the attack from the immortal era cannon. Xuanhuan was not surprised. When the umbrella was raised, another immortal era cannon appeared. After he completed the realm of life and death, he exchanged his fate point for another door. Xuanhuan wants to see how much he can resist the two giant cannons. With a thought in his mind, a terrifying aura also emerged at this moment, and a huge object appeared, which was the Zerg brood, from which endless seas of insects flew out. Insect nest. Seeing this worm nest, the 3-day powerhouse was not surprised, they had seen it before. Wrong. Long Zhu stared at the worm nest and said, "It's not the worm nest that appeared before, this worm nest is even bigger, and there is the mother emperor of the Zerg race sitting in command and manipulating the army of the insect sea. I saw her mother queen." In Long Zhu's eyes, Lan was inside the worm nest. But the worm nest is behind the battlefield at this time and cannot be directly hit. Resist the sea of insects. Lord Yenshin was also shocked, he knew the horror of the sea of insects, this endless sea of insects is not afraid of death, even if he is the 6th level, falling into the sea of insects will be incomparably troublesome. The speed of the sea of insects was too fast, and it directly rushed into the battlefield. What? Incomparably shrill screams. Chonghai's combat method is very cruel, entering the battle group, covering all the opponent's strong men, and directly eating their flesh and blood. The insect nest flew by, not to mention the whole body, not even the bones left. Don't let the sea of insects be presumptuous. The 3-day powerhouse blasted out a torrent to kill the sea of insects, but the number of the sea of insects was too many, as if they couldn't be killed, as many as they killed would come. Indeed. This time, Xuanhuan asked the Empress to cultivate too many insect seas. He doesn't need the kind of elites that are difficult to cultivate, but only the absolute number. The battlefield situation is turning. Although it is impossible to destroy the opponent with the help of the sea of insects, with the power of the sea of insects, it can confuse their battle situation and make them make even bigger mistakes. A Zerg brood, in fact, itself represents a huge world, and a world that exists entirely for war. Destroy a knife. The sword god sublimated to the utmost, let his strength be the strongest, and the whole person was brilliant. He didn't make any defenses, just killed the past directly, and slashed down with an absolutely destructive knife. Kill. The real Dragon Lord was also ruthless. Boom. Flesh and blood flew around, and the dragon claws of the real Dragon Lord directly tore the body of the sword god, but the sword god also slashed at its dragon body, almost breaking in two from the middle. The eternal matter burned, recovered a little, and continued to fight together. More tragedies are being staged, and it is impossible to hide at this point. The primitive gods on both sides are desperately attacking like crazy. Our loss is huge. Lord Yenshin looked at the battle situation and was in a bad mood. Every moment, the fall of the strong was consuming their foundation. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that there were too many divine pills, and every time he was seriously injured, he would take a large amount of divine pills to recover. There is also a kind of potion, even if the original god takes it, it can instantly recover from the injuries on his body. If you want to kill a strong man of Shenwu, you have to pay several times the price. This is the reason why the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth did not participate in the war. Because it is necessary to guard against a sixth realm. Don't care about these losses, as long as you can conquer Shenwu, the dead will slowly come back to life. God-doer is very ruthless, he will pay any price for this victory. Xuanhuan also thinks so, he won't care about some casualties in the success of the life and death world. After the fall, the soul imprint will appear in the life and death world to revive them. Of course, the premise is to win. However, the fewer the fallen, the better. After all, resurrection is not free. Snatching life from the eternal rules is acting against the sky. After they come back to life, they are actually dead people to the eternal rules. Breaking through the realm in the future will increase the number of catastrophes tenfold. But with the world of life and death, after all, there is a chance to start life again. Xuanhuan was expressionless at this time, his thoughts communicated to the gods, and saw the souls of warriors appearing in the realm of life and death, and got a different kind of life inside. He has a feeling. All life is born because of the eternal rules, and will return to the eternal rules after death. By preventing them from returning to the eternal rules, I was actually manipulating a kind of life and death, and I became a kind of god myself. If you want eternity, there is only one way to control the eternal rules. Everything is in your own hands. The road to eternity is a rule of eternal control. His mind had a greater perception. Xuanhuan looked at Dui, Yenshin, and Longzhu. The power he controlled swept out, and the world was empty and empty, as if presenting the state of the eternal road. The black imperial robe fluttered, it was the color of blood, the color of war. #C1665 Sixth Border Shot. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold and stern, like swords, covering the entire battlefield. The endless rainbow of energy brought dazzling blood, and the powerhouses on both sides had paid a huge price for the battle up to this moment. However, Xuanhuan did not expect that the army could really defeat the opponent. After all, what he was facing was not 1 day, but 3 full days. As long as the opponent's strongman is not allowed to intervene in the battlefield of the strongest, the strategic goal will be achieved. As soon as he breathes, billions of stars will fall, the emperor is overbearing, thunder and wind breathe, lightning flashes, and thunder rumbles. It is his power that changes the weather between heaven and earth. He created the immortal world from the emperor, and his eyes pierced the 3 powerful men. His emperor's gaze was fixed, and he slammed into the battlefield with a palm of the world Reincarnation, and launched an attack directly. Want to seize the sky? It's not that simple. Longzhu blatantly fought back. The huge dragon body covered the sky and the sun, and each of his dragon scales was filled with dragon energy, which was extremely hard. The pattern on it explained the true meaning of the dragon, and the power of the dragon. When he struck out with his dragon claws, the world was shaken, and he had 6 fingers, like a prehistoric ancestral dragon. This time, he attacked with his own body, not with the second dragon body, which showed that he was cautious about Xuanhuan. Now that the battle for seizing the sky has reached this point, it is indeed time for the strongest players on both sides to fight each other. The dragon ancestor himself and the second dragon body are both in the 6th realm, and the 2 epics. If the self is one, then his strength will reach a peak. Lord Yenshin thought, Dragon Ancestor is indeed very powerful, and they have gained a lot in the Eternal Road this time, and to a large extent, they have the help of Dragon Ancestor. When Xuanhuan saw that Longzhu was coming, he also walked quickly. The universe shook. The power of his palm had the power of chaotic yin and yang, swallowing mountains and rivers with invincible power. Boom! The two powerful blows collided crazily in time and space, and the torrent of chaos swept out. Each attack was extremely fierce. Bang bang bang! Dragon Ancestor attacked continuously, and each of his strikes was majestic. The power of the Dragon Age turned into dragon shadows, rushing out continuously, forming a vast ocean of dragons. Xuanhuan was surrounded by countless dragon shadows, and each dragon seemed to be real, rushing fiercely. There are tens of thousands of dragons, but all dragons can also be turned into a dragon ancestor. Since he has the ambition to create a dragon era that belongs to him, why doesn't he have amazing divine power? Infinite brilliance and luck gathered in Xuanhuan. At this moment, he is an unshakable universe. Even the power of Longzhu can't shake him. Longzhu's face was also extremely solemn. Although he fought Xuanhuan just now, although it was very short, he used all his strength. The Emperor's domineering power gave him an indestructible shock. Dragon Era. The huge dragon body of Longzhu flew up, and he exuded divine light, which was the glory of the era. When he moves, it is the world of dragons. When he grabbed the dragon claw, he brought with him an infinite divine power to destroy everything, shatter decay, bring new life to the world, change the world, and reverse the laws. Boom! The dragon ancestor who became the sixth realm was too strong. The dragon claws did not come down fast, but fell slowly, but there was already a violent storm surrounding Xuanhuan, and the endless void collapsed, the horror of destroying the world. First destroy the world, then create the world. If the decayed world does not perish first, how can there be a brand new world? Dragon Ancestor's dragon power. The face of the ancestor of the phoenix was extremely solemn. She knew that before the breakthrough of Longzhu, she could not do anything to him. With this achievement, she is no longer an opponent at all. She cannot seize the luck of the era. She can make Xuanhuan or any strong man in the heavens succeed, but only Longzhu can't. Under the shock of the dragon power of Longzhu, she had a clear feeling that her demon power was greatly affected, and she wanted to transform into a dragon and become the blood of the dragon. Now, all her eyes are on Xuanhuan, the emperor who was valued by the mysterious ancient god. To help Xuanhuan is to help herself, and she understands this very well. Waves of breath collide. Xuanhuan stretched open the emperor's pure land. The sky was clear, and his aura burst out. He was tall and majestic, giving people a feeling that he was at the peak of controlling an era's luck. Longzhu's dragon's annihilation could not come to him. Boom! The emperor's aura burst forth, and Xuanhuan stepped onto the island of time and space. In an instant, his sharp eyes and Longzhu's eyes met fiercely, and there was a thunderstorm that destroyed the world. The drums of war are beating, the iron horses are golden, and the bloody battlefield. An emperor came to his battlefield, and in an instant, a punch was blasted out of nothingness. The power of this punch created a grand, boundless universe, and had the power to rule the world. The dragon claw and this punch finally fought together directly. The two strong forces are equally ferocious. At the point of confrontation, time and space form a collapse, and infinite energy light waves radiate out. Can resist the annihilation of the ancestor dragon. Longzhu's tone was extremely cold. He was also an extremely proud and conceited dragon, with monstrous ambitions, and in an instant, more world-destroying power fluctuated out. I can't let the dragon ancestor be one with me. The phoenix sings together. Nine-colored aurora, a phoenix reborn from nirvana in the flames appeared. The ancestor of the phoenix achieved the sixth level extremely long, Fingi Tianxia, she killed with an epic sword in her hand. This knife is called Phoenix Knife. It is crystal clear, exudes aurora, and the phoenix fire is raging across the sky. Phoenix Ancestor, When I was not in the sixth realm, you couldn't do anything to this ancestor, and now you are fighting with this ancestor? The dragon ancestor was cold, and his second dragon body, the Chaos Dragon, came out, and with a bang, there was a monstrous dragon's breath falling, which evolved into eternal chaotic thunder and lightning. Although the ancestor of the phoenix is strong, he is too familiar with the power of the ancestor of the phoenix. Really? Then you will know after the battle. The ancestor of the phoenix also had a cold look on his face. He used to join forces to fight with the demon ancestors, to open up the era of demons and deal with the great enemies together. Now he is no longer a demon all the way. She is a demon, and Longzhu is a dragon. The ancestor of the phoenix attacked with phoenix soldiers, the phoenix roared, and in an instant there was a big collision with the ancestor of the dragon. Because of different choices, the two strong men fought together and met each other in arms. Phoenix dances, for 9 days. The first ancestor of the phoenix is majestic, like a demon mother. At this moment, she is so outstanding that even watching her fight is a kind of enjoyment. In an instant, tens of thousands of auroras pierced through at the same time. The fighting style of the Chaos Dragon is completely different from that of the dragon ancestor himself. It is not as mysterious as the original one, but this does not mean that it is not strong, on the contrary, it is more ferocious. Crash! The chaotic dragon claws tore down, bringing a chaotic thunderstorm. The ancestor of the phoenix blocked it, and the ancestor of the dragon was familiar with her power, but she was also familiar with the power of the dragon, and a stream of mysterious power was also continuously coming out. Sky, it's time for us to take action and fight side by side. The Lord of the Earth has a heavy aura, interpreting the mysterious and yellow world. Wherever he walks, the empty space is transformed into a solid and heavy earth. Old man, let's take action and win the sky for His Majesty. The Lord of the Sky is like the vast sky, and the Lord of the Earth represents the earth, and he represents the sky. His eyes are fixed on the Lord Yenshin, and each of them swings a palm, turning it into the divine power of heaven and earth, and strikes out. Hashtag C1666 Great War. The battle was shocking. Fengzhu and the Chaos Dragon confronted each other. The Lord of the Sky, the Lord of the Earth and the God of Yenshin confront each other. Then there will be God of Era and Longzhu himself to fight Xuanhuan. In this battlefield where the martial arts are so powerful, there are so many strong men, and the scale is huge. Longzhu, I will deal with him with you. Fairy God said. Behind him, there is an extremely huge roulette. It is the fairy wheel. After he cultivated to the 6th level, this roulette also became an epic artifact. Longzhu did not refuse. He knew that relying on his own strength alone would not be able to deal with the great enemy in front of him, and he was even more suspicious in his heart. How did this person cultivate, and how could his strength be so terrifying? Boom! The two powerful auras were issued at the same time, and the divine power was like a prison, like a mountain, like a sea. Let's all go together. Xuanhuan's will is invincible. With an incomparable aura, at this moment, the rules of heaven and earth seemed to be controlled by Xuanhuan. Standing there, waves of power swept out, making it hard to breathe. The god of crossing the catastrophe, burning with murderous aura. He was on the side, his mana was vast and fluctuating, and his palm was a boundless cloud, deducing the power of doom, rushing out a grey beam of light, like a spell. Dragon Ancestor is not to be outdone. The huge dragon body dominates the battlefield. From the ancient prehistoric, a huge breath of dragon created the essence of the dragon, the power of the dragon. No one can resist my duotion. Xuanhuan was domineering, with invincible power sweeping across, rumbling. The world collapsed, and waves of mana from the two powerful forces hit his body, and they all split open. Longzhu, although his combat power is fierce, his realm is his shortcoming. If we want to defeat him, we must seize this weakness. Realm is our advantage. God Doer's expression was extremely serious. All the epic spirits are countless catastrophes, and he was able to survive these countless catastrophes. Suddenly, a jet of black divine thunder roared down with life-depriving power. Just by raising his hand, Xuanhuan shattered the tribulation thunder. Heaven and earth catastrophe. In the blink of an eye, the god of crossing misfortune, this place was submerged in a sea of calamity. He brought the misfortune and disasters of this world to everyone, but he could not be contaminated. I don't believe it, you can really defy the sky. It is a matter of the survival of the world, the god of crossing evil has no choice, he has to fight this person to this point. I am the sky. More attacks came around him. However, in the face of his strong attack, Xuanhuan stepped on the sky, and his huge aura evolved into the sky. With a breath, the emperor's domineering anger formed a boundless purgatory. Xuanhuan is unparalleled in domineering, unrivaled in bravery, time and space are condensed under his feet, and he comes to the body of God Doer at an incredible speed, and punches heavily. God Doer immediately put his hands in front of his body, but he also retreated again and again after bearing the huge force. Xuanhuan moved like a thunder, attacking like a violent storm, not giving the enemy a chance. He locked on the god of Era, the power of darkness and light in an instant, and the two portals spun crazily. There was darkness in front of God Doer, and then he was occupied by light, changing constantly, making it difficult to see the battlefield clearly, but he was very calm. Coming. Suddenly he felt a strong threat, and the epic power was at its limit. Against this kind of opponent, he didn't dare to be careless, and immediately slammed forward, and the jet-black divine power gathered. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, Xuanhuan shattered the black divine power with one palm. God is not a good person if he does not pass the evil, and it is not accidental that he can become a god. The eternal matter burns, and he activates a secret method, and he is like a comet, hitting Xuanhuan fiercely. God. But in the face of this kind of impact, Xuanhuan is the sky, pointing at the god of crossing, pointing to where the bombardment will hit. Shenwu, have you forgotten about this ancestor? As soon as Longzhu's dragon claw fell, he grabbed Xuanhuan fiercely. This is very unfair, two powerful 6th-level gods attack Shenwu and one person, especially Shenwu is not yet the 6th level, but the war is inherently unfair. The roots of the 6-fingered dragon claws shone with cold light. Once the flesh is caught by him, it will be broken. But Xuanhuan didn't care at all. He dominated the 9 heavens, transformed himself into God with one palm, and attacked God Dewey with a punch, which immediately collided with the dragon's claw. When he broke through to the 5th realm, he had the peerless divine power to suppress and kill the 6th realm. Sweeping mountains and rivers. Xuanhuan's power was raised again, and the huge force swept across the scene. An infinite storm enveloped Longzhu, and he knocked back Dewey God with his palm, and killed Longzhu directly with incomparable force. Come. Longzhu didn't dodge either, and directly confronted Xuanhuan. His body is very powerful, definitely not weaker than any epic defensive artifact. The strong force shattered time and space. Compared with Longzhu himself, Xuanhuan was actually very small, but his unrivaled aura was not weaker than the opponent's. With a bang, the big handprint slammed down. The sound of cosmic tremors. Longzhu's dragon body was shocked, and he stared at Xuanhuan even more firmly. God Doer's eyes were gloomy, and he never let go of any opportunity. Seeing Xuanhuan and Longzhu fighting, he grabbed it with his big hand, shining with a strange power. This kind of power, from a simple point of view, is not particularly huge, but there is a strange power that can bless disaster and bad luck on your body. Xuanhuan's spiritual body shook, and he was not afraid of this special power. He is indestructible in 10,000 kalpas, and nothing can do anything to him in 10,000 kalpas. Xuanhuan blessed with boundless power, this battle must be successful, striding forward, the great momentum set him off as an invincible giant god. He played the ancient emperor's big handprint and fought for 9 days. "I come!" Lord Doer shouted wildly, and he also made a black-gray giant handprint, called the Big Handprint of Tianwu, which was learned by him from the power that was passed down in the ancient era. Swish! Long Zhu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out, and a huge axe about 10 feet in size flew out. It was still stained with blood, fighting crazily, with great power. It wanted to cut through all the obstacles in the way. Pan God's axe. This is a gigantic axe, made by the once strongest Panchen Great Emperor. Long Zhu got one of the fragments, and at this time, he exerted all his power, and he really has the power to cut the sky and break the earth. The giant axe of this fragment came, and there was a power of the strongest. Panchen created the world, his power itself carries a kind of creation and destruction, and Long Zhu also wants to study this kind of creation and destruction. He knew that although many dragon clans had been transformed with his own dragon blood, they were transformed on the basis of the existing ones, and could not be regarded as truly creating true spirits. If he really reaches the 7th realm, with the power of the origin of the dragon, a drop of blood can evolve countless real dragons, and a breath of dragon can give birth to a dragon with life. At that time, he can be called Zulong. Such a character is indeed qualified to fight for the pinnacle of this era, and can even reach the height of the founder of the god realm, the human sovereign. But Long Zhu is Chu Yuan's enemy. The giant axe of Panchen the Great. Chu Yuan's eyes were cold, and more than a dozen heaven-punishing swords lined up, began to fly out and hit them. #C 1667 Pressure. When the heaven-punishing sword collided with the Panchen giant axe, neither of them was complete, but they were both forged by the 2 strongest men in the past, and immediately erupted with worldwide majesty. The shocking scene, the terrifying power, it was as if the 2 strongest were resurrected, crossing time and space, and fighting again in another form. But everyone felt the difference. Chu Yuan's control over the heaven-punishing sword was not affected by the emperor punishing heaven. With his own will, he completely controlled the sword and turned it into a force of his own. The empire is eternal, the battle to seize the sky. At this time, Chu Yuan burst out with infinite imperial brilliance, which seemed to bless the morale-boosting brilliance, and bless the warriors of the empire, making them burst out with even stronger combat power. Kill. But at this time, Long Zhu once again erupted with his powerful combat power, and directly turned into a divine light. The dragon body came windingly, traversing the heaven and the earth, bringing powerful oppression, and he wanted to have the most positive confrontation with Chu Yuan. Collision. Shenwu, no matter how strong you are, this ancestor will kill you. Dragon Ancestor also got angry, and chanted a long dragon curse, condensed to the end, meaning the era of dragons, the law of domination, and the way of dragons. The power he dominates is rumbling down. At this moment, he is actually performing the glory of an era, incomparably brilliant, and even wants to transform Chu Yuan into a dragon man. But in this brilliance, Chu Yuan remained motionless. He also has great will. He was not afraid of the power of the dragon ancestor, and killed him. His left eye turned into light, representing Gangyang, and his right eye turned into darkness, representing darkness. He was like the biggest devourer, swallowing the breath of dragon ancestor wave after wave. When he pushed with both hands, it was a force of heaven and earth. The great devouring technique, the great yin-yang technique, the great brightness technique, the great darkness technique, and the great universe technique. Seeing the perfect fusion of Chu Yuan's many Taoisms, Long Zhu couldn't be calm. Ordinary people can comprehend one kind, which can be stronger than the universe, and he has controlled so much. He gradually understood the source of Chu Yuan's strength. Dragon Era. Long Zhu is also killing. On the other side, the runes of the god of Era flickered, very ancient, like a kind of witchcraft, and with a slap of the palm, a magic circle appeared above Chu Yuan's head, and a violent bombardment descended. The dragon patriarch fought in close combat to block his fierce power. And the god of crossing evil is from a distance, and uses various secret methods. Xuanhuan looked at each other indifferently, and he also patted it with one hand, trembling violently. The divine light was dazzling, and aurora of lights were shining in all directions. With a pull of his palm, it was as if a nine heavens waterfall fell down, surging and dazzling, rushing towards Long Zhu's body, beating his dragon scales until sparks were flying, and the dragon's energy was disintegrating. Standing in this waterfall, Long Zhu is stronger than him, and he will also burn eternal material to resist. His heart was gradually gloomy. This person was too strong. Negative force, deprivation, weakness, decay, curse. At this time a black scepter suddenly appeared in the hands of God Dui, and it exuded a strange aura. It was not a divine weapon, but more like an eternal divine object, specially refined. Suddenly, a kind of power called negative aura blessed Xuanhuan. This kind of negative aura is very weird, like a kind of witchcraft. If it is applied to the strong people in the same situation as him, they will all be affected and their strength will drop. Xuanhuan shone with terror, his strength was shocked, and the negative halo was broken, making him invulnerable. Kill, kill, kill. The battle on Time and Space Island has become more intense. Seeing that the God Emperor fought against the Dragon Ancestor and the God of Era alone without losing the wind, those soldiers became more brave, pushed the front line forward, and broke out a more fearless attack. Zhang Jing used his divine power of light and darkness, and even though he himself was injured, he had already blown up a guardian of the sky. The sea of insects attacked and swallowed groups of soldiers of the opponent as food. The mighty army forms an army formation, like the Great Wall of Steel, advancing, advancing. It's just you two, how can you stop me? Xuanhuan strode forward, he couldn't waste too much time with the other party. After reaching the 5th level, he is not afraid of any 6th level, unless it is the 7th level that can suppress him. The Gate of the Gods, the power of the Empire. The power of Xuanhuan was concentrated, and on the other side of the Empire, a force that reached the sky suddenly penetrated directly across the distant time and space, and blasted the Lord of Era. God Doer's expression changed drastically. He resisted with a pitch-black scepter, but this force was too ferocious. It was the power of an entire empire, infused with Xuanhuan's invincible will. His body was blown apart, he backed up fiercely, and spat out a mouthful of blood. If I win it, it's your heaven. Xuanhuan's domineering voice rang thunderously in the ears of God Dui, and as soon as he reacted, a majestic emperor's body running the way of time and space passed through Long Zhu and came to his side. Xuanhu, how can I be afraid of you today? God Doer's body is straight, like an indestructible ancient mountain. On him, there are powerful runes condensed with various eternal substances. Hand of the Emperor. Xuanhuan's even more tyrannical power. The Emperor's hand had his vigor and spirit, and it hit it suddenly, and the rune of the God of Evil was destroyed inch by inch, and the entire body of the god was subjected to an extremely huge force, and there were cracks and blood stains. The king of Xuanhuan came to the world and dealt a more violent blow to the god of crossing the catastrophe. Xuanhu. Long Zhu rushed over, the dragon's body tumbling. Just like the raging sea churning, the sky and the earth trembled, and there was a 9-day thunderstorm. The origin of heaven and earth, Hongmeng universe. Xuanhuan faced Long Zhu. At this moment, there was a domineering aura that controlled everything, rumbling and rumbling, waves of his power swept across, and this world had the divine light of origin, and a majestic universe appeared. The heavy weapon of the empire, the sword of martial arts. Xuanhuan holds the sword of Xuanhu, which is unimaginably mighty. This sword really contains the will of Xuanhu. Although the sword of Renhuang is good, it is refined by Renhuang after all, and it cannot represent Xuanhu. His sword turned into the divine light of extreme Tao, which was unimaginably sharp, and slashed heavily on the body of the dragon ancestor. Puchi. The Xuanhuan sword was too sharp, and the dragon scales of the dragon ancestor were sliced through and penetrated deeply into the bones. If he hadn't burned the eternal matter in time, he would have been cut in half. This martial god emperor is too powerful. The first ancestor of Phoenix saw it, and was deeply shocked in his heart. Xuanhuan's strength was beyond her imagination. Although he was a rising star, the strength of the other party had already surpassed her. She was shocked. Suddenly, the other party's realm hadn't reached epic yet. Once he reached the epic, wouldn't the origin gods be no match, and the conferred god emperor would also be defeated by him? Longzhu, if you choose to deal with Xuanhuan first this time, it will be the worst choice in your life. The ancestor of the phoenix hit the opponent mercilessly. The chaos god dragon's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. After fighting to this level, he also understood that the emperor's strength actually suppressed them. Kill. On the other side, God of Dewey rushed out again, and shouted angrily, "This master has been practicing all the way so far, has experienced countless disasters, and has had countless great opportunities. I don't believe that you can really control the situation today and achieve success. There are 10,000 ways of eternity, I only take one, the way of eternal control." Xuanhuan made a high-pitched voice, and launched an attack on them again. His strength was condensed, and the road he walked turned into nothingness. His palm had unrivaled power, locking the time and space in all directions. #C1668 Play hard. The battle of seizing the sky has reached this level. There is no second possibility, either you die or I live. Xuanhuan was walking with majestic steps. It seemed that he was not walking fast, but the pressure he brought was too great. In everyone's heart, there appeared the stalwart of an invincible emperor. Between heaven and earth, who will compete with each other? Boom! He punched out, piercing through the sky and the earth. In an instant, the dragon ancestor roared, and the huge dragon body rushed over, but this punch had the power to suppress the dragon, and he was directly blasted away. With another palm, he took control of the 8 desolations, directly suppressing and killing God Doer. God Dewey's face was extremely cold. With a whip of his black scepter, he created spells one after another, and bombarded Xuanhuan continuously, causing a huge blow to him. How ferocious his madness erupted, even the strong in the same realm had to back down. But Xuanhuan's body was surrounded by a void of time and space. All his counterattacks seemed to hit him, but they all fell to nothing and did not cause any obstacles. As he walked step by step, all spells were disintegrating. No matter how calm God Doer is, he will shout out inconceivable at this moment. What kind of power is he? Is it eternal nothingness? God Doer couldn't calm down. How can there be such power? He is a character after all. Why did he rise up suddenly, so suddenly? This is an evolution of the great devouring technique. It swallows the rules of the world and everything into nothingness. He wants to use himself to create eternity and break through the eternal road. The dragon claw that covered the sky and the sun directly grabbed the dragon ancestor. Xuanhuan's eyes froze, and he directly used the power of the void, not caring about Longzhu's attack, and immediately came to the god of fairy, raised the emperor's big hand and slammed at him. Not good. God Dewey's heart was shocked, and a guardian light erupted. He was not as good as Longzhu in close combat, so he wanted to distance himself from Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan had already locked him in, and God Doer had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, he would be suppressed by Wuzishan. Boom! The patron saint light on his body was shattered, and his bombarded body trembled wildly. Even if he had an epic cultivation base, he would still suffer under the attack of such a violent force as Xuanhuan. Kill. He fought back again, with thousands of great supernatural powers. This is cross. Seeing Dewey's counterattack, the ancestor of the phoenix also said, "You can hit tens of thousands of great supernatural powers, casually. Such methods are powerful. No wonder he took advantage of the situation and took Gu Yuan Tian back then, but today he encountered a supernatural power. As predicted. Facing the attack of Dui's great magic technique, Chu Yuan stepped forward directly. Any force that came before him would be crushed, and he was almost invincible. Boom boom boom. A voice that shakes the soul. Chu Yuan grabbed it with a palm. What kind of yin and yang universe, light and 5 elements, all kinds of power were concentrated on it, and he slapped again against the god of Era. God Doer fought back, but under this blow, his body exploded like ceramics. In an absolutely shocking scene, Xuanhuan God Emperor still maintained absolute strength in the face of the combination of God of Era and God of Evil, and defeated God of Ether. How could he be so powerful? Is this martial arts against the sky? Could it be that he is really going to kill God of Evil today, and no one can stop his eternal path? The power to control all kinds of Tiao, integrated into one, is the divine martial arts. The hidden spectators couldn't calm down when they saw such a scene. They saw the rise of the strongest. I am not his opponent. Even though he was blown up, the god of Doer did not just fall away, and quickly condensed. His face was pale, and his heart was gloomy. It was conceivable that he was already in the 6th realm, yet he still couldn't fight this person. At this time, what Chu Yuan had to do was to kill the god of Era first, so as to truly determine the situation of the battle, but Long Zhu would never watch him do this, and continuously cast the dragon's secret method to stop Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's power soared again. At this very moment, he was once again in front of God Dui. Millions of divine light roared and attacked, all blessed with a strange power. God Dui couldn't maintain his previous calm, roaring angrily, wanting to defeat the great enemy in front of him. Chu Yuan's face didn't change at all, his palms stood up, as if beheading his life, beheading his past and present lives, and all kinds of fates would deal a more fatal blow to God of Era. Cut off all the power and fell down. Dragon! The dragon ancestor radiated dragon light, roared, and rushed over. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly turned to Long Zhu, and he waved a move, a divine sword, with brilliant power. The monstrous Imperial luck descended from the sky, and ruthlessly killed Long Zhu. Then, his palm brought about the silence of time and space, and it had already bombarded Dui. But a sudden change occurred. The power of the god of crossing his whole body was concentrated, even the black scepter in his hand melted, and suddenly turned into a beam of light, one after another of strange divine light. He wanted to blast this power out at the cost of his own serious injury. He was cut by Chu Yuan, dripping with blood, and then looked over. Did you make it? He said coldly, I destroyed a powerful eternal god, and cast a magic spell on you with my own way. I don't believe that you can completely resist it, and you will have to pay the price. He saw that Chu Yuan was strong in battle, but his realm was only the 5th realm, so he saw this flaw and used the magic technique to restore the situation. Now, looking at Chu Yuan, there are black light patterns surrounding it, very evil, penetrating in waves. God Transformation Curse. The ancestor of the phoenix trembled instinctively. She had heard of this magic technique. The ancient magic technique was developed in a distant era. The ancestor of all monsters once mentioned to me that this magic technique has the power to transform gods. Although the magic power in Hua Dao's body will not fall to the realm, because of the strength of Xuanhuan, his display of strength will be greatly affected. The God Emperor is in trouble. The Lord of the Earth shouted, there will be such vicious and sinister divine arts. War is about using everything to the extreme, and in order to win, use any means. The Lord of the Sky is very indifferent. If you want to save the battle with the magic of transforming the gods, they have underestimated the strength of the God Emperor. Your God Emperor will definitely be defeated. Lord Yenshin gritted his teeth. Although he was in the 6th realm, he was completely suppressed by the sky and the earth. All glory, all losses. Longzhu and Duer were also watching the impact of the transformation technique on Xuanhuan. As long as this person's strength weakened, they could launch a final lore attack on this person. Until the last moment, it is never known how the situation of the battle will be reversed. With a movement of Xuanhuan's body, his breath shook violently, and all the powers of transforming spirits that were entangled with him were completely wiped out. The long-planned blow of God Dui did not pose any threat to him. The God transformation curse has no effect on him, so is he invincible? Many voices rang out. Xuanhuan's domineering and majestic imperial body rose again, his intense gaze swept across, and his flaming luck burst out with the most glorious divine light in the world. He ordered the army, "Follow me to attack and break through the defense line." #C 1669 Army pressure. The God transformation curse has no effect on him. It is difficult for Duer God to accept this result. His long-planned God transformation curse did not affect this person. What kind of character is he? He is so invincible. Looking at the Emperor's majestic and invincible body, he was calm, and at this moment he also felt a sense of powerlessness. You lose. The divine light was rolling, and Xuanhuan was in control of the invincible authority. He stared at the god of Era, and chased him in an instant. With a wave of his palm, he brought up a wave of absolute darkness. In the darkness, Duer God couldn't see anything. Afterwards, what greeted him was absolute light, and the whole person screamed in pain. A palm had already slapped him, and the divine fire of light immediately burned his whole body. Dragon Divine Soldier. Dragon Ancestor was also roaring, his huge dragon body turned into a divine weapon. He pierced straight towards him, and he knew that the god of crossing evil cannot be defeated, and he cannot be allowed to become a god. Boom! The invincibility of Shenwu, Xuanhuan grasped the Shenwu sword, and the magic power circulated. With strong power, the heavy weapon of the Empire directly slashed on Longzhu's body, and the dragon's blood immediately flowed out like a spring. Physical pain is secondary, and the greatest pain comes from the mind. How proud his Longzhu was, he didn't win this person. Kill, destroy Dui. The battle of the army also reached the most tragic moment. Xuanhuan overwhelmed Longzhu and crossed the river. This glorious scene also brought a strong morale bonus to the army. Of the three-day powerhouses, Long Shenshen is the strongest, Yan Shenshen is next, and Duertian is the weakest. The turbulent artillery bombarded the opponent's front line continuously, primitive warships interspersed with the battlefield. The sword god watched the whole battle situation, besieged Longzhu, and specifically killed Dui and Yenshen for 2 days. Boom! The master of crossing the sea was blown up, and the eclipse candle was also blown up. After all, they are nothing among the primitive gods. And although the absolute beginning heaven did not have too many strong men, the power incarnation of the absolute beginning sacred tree brought the absolute beginning Excalibur, the divine weapon created by the absolute beginning heavenly emperor, to cheer for the empire. And at this time, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, and a boundless thunder was created in a single thought. The giant hand of the thunder tore fiercely on God Duer again, causing his fragile body to collapse. In the midst of this heavy shock, the other party finally collapsed. Longzhu wanted to restore the collapsed battle situation and swooped in, but Xuanhuan turned around and punched him fiercely, piercing through his dragon body, directly punching a big hole. God Duer roared, dragged his broken body, and cast spells repeatedly. But Xuanhuan was not afraid. He also cast stronger Taoist spells. The tall and majestic divine body, the force rolled and oppressed, shattered all Taoist techniques, and there was a storm with a wave of his hand. Kill, kill, kill. The army advances, and the 3-day strong keep retreating. God can't decide the situation of the battle, but is in danger, and they are about to collapse. The sword god seized the opportunity and dashed into the enemy's formation. Even the true dragon master couldn't stop him. Destroy them. And Zhang Jing, as a strong man in the original fifth realm of the empire, held a light and dark magic mirror, and a god protecting the sky was bombarded and killed by him. Lan is no longer in the Zerg brood, she just came out, her beautiful face, graceful figure, came barefoot, colorful light and rain, like the most beautiful and sacred existence in the world. In the past, the queen mother of the Zerg race liked to stay in the Zerg nest to fight, just because she was worried that some powerful people would deal with her. But the war has reached this point, and the Zerg Mother Emperor has no such worries. Earth, you block Yenshin God, Sky, you go to assist Sword God. Chu Yuan's order was issued. It is good. The Lord of the Sky left the battlefield immediately. The Lord of the Earth is at the peak of the fifth realm. In this realm, he is also the absolute king. Although he is unlikely to be the opponent of God Yenshin, his defense is too strong, and God Yenshin cannot kill him instantly. Lord Yenshin was furious. This is a kind of contempt for him. He saw that the Lord of the Earth used the power of the earth to transform himself into an ancient sacred mountain, just like a nail. Stare at him firmly. Originally, it was difficult for the Lord of the Sky to join the battle, but Chu Yuan gained an absolute advantage over the two powerful players. As soon as he joined the battle, a chain reaction immediately occurred, and the original gods of the opponent could not stop him at all. It turned out to be defeated. Looking at the situation of total defeat, Long Zhu also let out a roar, and there was no way to continue fighting. The Lord of the Sky's shot had completely crushed them. This is a defeat. If there is no Long Zhu crossing the river to stabilize the situation, how many people will die in this kind of defeat? 3 days of head-to-head combat and defeat. The hidden powerhouse looked at the battle situation and uttered a shocked voice. The Xuanhuan dynasty is too powerful, the Emperor's magic power is invincible, and there are many powerhouses such as the sky and the earth, and even the ancestor of the phoenix came forward to support them. Although it is said that the ancestor of the phoenix appeared because of the dragon god, more people knew better that without the ancestor of the dragon, they would have lost faster. A new era has arrived. You especially know that the God Emperor of martial arts is so powerful that he can overwhelm epic strength before he reaches epic. Your Majesty, they retreated back to Duertian. The Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth came before Chu Yuan. Chasing and killing, the army directly chases and kills, the order is passed on, and recovery is carried out during the pursuit. Don't care about the consumption of resources. This time we can't give them a chance to breathe. Chu Yuan ordered directly. Of course he knew that the other party was still not reconciled, and retreated back to Du Yishan in defeat. He wanted to use the advantage of heaven and earth to fight Chu Yuan again, using a local decisive battle, all-or-nothing tactic. But the more this happened, the more Chu Yuan couldn't let them achieve their goals. This time it must be overwhelming. God. The ancestor of the phoenix came in front of Chu Yuan and said, although the God Emperor Empire has gained an overall advantage in the space-time island battle, we must also be careful about the background of Du Tian. I can see that there is a stronger and more powerful force hidden in this Du Tian. Terrible background, but it needs the power of heaven and earth to support it, but I will also go with the God Emperor Empire to overcome the calamity. It is very difficult for her to obtain the peak luck of this era, but it doesn't matter, Longzhu must be defeated. I know. Chu Yuan Dao, Qianfu, Qiling, transfer the seriously injured soldiers of the Empire back to the Empire, the sky, the earth, you and the warriors of the Empire will follow me to oppress the sky and conquer the sky in one fell swoop. Eternal Empire. Boom. Countless battleships flew up, and Chu Yuan held the Xuanhuan sword, leading the army of the Empire, and quickly marched towards Du Yishan, which was a real all-out battle. Cross bad days. At this moment, the origin of heaven and earth is burning. Xuanhuan. The god of Duer is not willing to give up, does not want to admit defeat, burns the strongest power, puts all his eggs in one basket, and makes a final fight. Did you lose? I didn't lose. God Dui's face became grim. If you want to destroy my world, you have to pay the price of blood. Longzhu is also here. He knows even more that if Du Yishan completely collapses, it will be difficult for him to continue to gain a foothold in the multiverse. The army of Xuanhuan also arrived soon, and the army pressed the border. The battleship stayed outside the world of Du Yishan, and the giant cannon was deployed again, aiming at Du Yishan. Boom. #C1670 Last Resort. The army is under pressure. This battle of seizing the sky has been carried out to the end, and the front line has advanced to the opponent's homeland. The huge Du Yitian, where there is the previous glory. Xuanhuan looked at Du Yishan with cold eyes. Without any kindness, he raised his hand, and all the giant cannons of Xuanhuan were launched, no matter what level they were. At the same time, steel great walls were also formed on the warships, and the gun barrels stretched out to cooperate with the giant cannons to attack and blast at Du Yishan. This is to wash the ground with artillery fire, directly covering Du Yishan, without giving them a chance to delay consumption. The boundless energy poured down. It was terrifying. The sea of gunfire completely washed the ground, directly submerging the opponent's world. Every inch was bombarded countless times, directly destroying countless restrictions. What you can see is endless energy, cannon fire. Aha! The countless creatures living in the world had no time to retreat, and had no way to hide. They were covered by the artillery fire, and the lucky ones were directly turned into fly ash, while the unlucky ones were blown to pieces. Cruel. This is the cruelty of war. Many strong men in Du Yishan watched the army of Xuanhuan, as the artillery fire washed the ground, smashed the world, and kept advancing. They were all trembling and terrified. Some were timid and wanted to surrender, but as soon as the artillery fire was washed off, they were wiped out in ashes. With the ruthless killing, the flames of war spread to Duertian. They never imagined that one day, someone would directly attack their world and activate Mitian, and this scene is so similar, just like how they dealt with Gu Yuan Tian back then. Countless lives are destroyed at the flick of a finger. The Lord of the Earth said, he couldn't help but look at the cruel Chu Yuan. He was really different from the human emperor. This emperor was too cold-blooded. His single order could make countless living beings die. War is not a game. Chu Yuan will not show any mercy. He wants to completely destroy the opponent's defense line and not give them a chance to fight back. If he didn't use this method, he would die like a heroic soldier of his. The ground was constantly scrubbed and flattened, and some giant cannons even exploded because of too many shots. Kill, kill, kill. With a deafening sound, the warriors of the empire roared out and struck fiercely, shattering Du Yitian, with only one purpose, which was to destroy the opponent's 33 days of luck. How to do? Lord Yenshin was a little panicked. They retreated here in defeat. Xuanhuan. God Dui appeared and said, it's not enough to destroy my heaven, I will make you pay the price. He won't run away, for his own sake, he will fight to the death. Rumble. Infinite brilliance, the power of heaven and earth gathered together, but this was not blessed on him, but projected to one place of heaven and earth. Du Yitian's greatest background. Everyone's face was moved. Suddenly the whole Duertian was shaken violently, an ancient body, wearing black clothes. He is not tall, but every step he takes has a shocking power. The power of this body has surpassed the epic, reaching the mana only available at the origin of the seventh realm. As soon as this body appeared, it brought an unparalleled pressure. Although his eyes were dull, everyone felt his power and felt a sense of awe and fear. The power that can only be possessed by the god of origin. He raised his hand lightly, and a wave of power was conveyed to Chu Yuan. It was unbelievable that he dared not fight against him. Emperor Chu Yuan was invincible, his eyes were cold, staring at this divine body. This is the divine body from the seventh realm. The ancestor of the phoenix trembled unconsciously. She had followed the demon ancestor, and the demon ancestor was in the seventh realm. She was very familiar with this kind of power, and it had almost reached the peak that the multiverse could carry. She couldn't imagine that there was such a god corpse in Tian. Duer is actually hiding this kind of background. Lord Yenshin was startled, and then let out a loud laugh. Originally thought that if the opponent directly entered the world, there would be no way to stop them. But the emergence of this background gave them great hope. The price he paid was too great. Longzhu could see it. This divine body can't be activated casually, otherwise the god of crossing evil would not have waited until now. He was forced to have no choice, and the other party came to his house. He didn't give up, because he still had this god corpse. Shenwu, it's not over yet. The god of crossing the calamity does not hesitate to pay any price. It's true that it's not over yet. Your heaven hasn't been taken yet, and your life hasn't been taken yet. With a dead origin god, do you want to save the situation and fight against me? Chu Yuan's voice was thunderous, and it exploded in everyone's ears. The ancient witchcraft exists, I will sacrifice all my power to you. The secret of God Doer's rise lies in this divine body. When he was wandering in the eternal road, he obtained this fallen origin god's body, and then took advantage of the situation to seize the heaven of Guyuan Tian. A strong man from the era of witchcraft. Chu Yuan looked at this body indifferently. That power is a kind of ancestral witch power that has been passed down. It is a strong man from a very long time ago, and was once the strongest man. On the road to eternity, many eras have given birth to the strongest, but there has never been a single strongest who can obtain eternity. Their strongest is the strongest of all the strong on the eternal road, not the strongest of eternal. The final battle. With the urging of God of Evil, the power of this divine corpse became more and more powerful, but the heaven of eternity was cracking, and many places that were originally bright with aura became barren and lost their vitality. Last stand. After paying this price, the god corpse seemed more and more alive. God of crossing evil, offering sacrifices for 33 days. Lord of the earth. The ancestor of the phoenix also said, although this god corpse fell, the god of origin itself is powerful and fierce, and was regarded by the god of crossing as the strongest force to suppress the day. His sacrifice this time turned the original power of heaven and earth into his blood, his energy, and Du Ishan's power will decline to the lowest level, and the origin of heaven and earth accumulated over countless years will also completely disappear, falling for 33 days. Yes, the price is too high. This is a blow that kills everything. If the power of the origin god is mobilized, the world will disappear. The accumulation of the world over the years must start from scratch. However, does God Dui still have a choice? He didn't? If he chooses to flee for his life, Dui Tian will not exist, and at least there is hope for sacrificing heaven and earth. In the past, it was nothing to sacrifice some living beings, but this time it was a direct sacrifice for one day. Still have a chance. Dragon Ancestor and Chaos Dragon are fused into one body, and they are also brewing the strongest power. He knows that the martial arts are too strong and the combat power is too invincible, so he did not pin all his hopes on this divine body. But he was waiting. The god corpse severely injured Shenwu, defeated his mana with the power of the god of origin, and when he was the weakest, he also broke out with the strongest combat power. Boom! The speed of the sacrifice was very fast. The eyes of this divine corpse suddenly opened, locked onto Chu Yuan, and he walked over directly. With every move, he could control the fluctuation of the huge power of the world. The place where Chu Yuan existed has collapsed, and he has completely fallen into the power of the god corpse. #C1671 Doer is defeated. Facing the divine body of origin, Chu Yuan remained motionless. At the same time, he also swept out a vast power. The light of divine power soared into the sky, and in the rolling force, his eternal brilliance bloomed, suppressing the storm. The monstrous confrontation has turned the world into nothingness and chaos. This is your final background. Xuanhuan stood upright, and said indifferently, a corpse of a god that has fallen, the blood in the body has dried up, and the body of the god has been destroyed by the power of eternal calamity. Although it had the power of origin and life, it has fallen after all. I don't know what it means to stop me and win your battle to seize the sky. Then let's try. God of Doer has fought to the last moment. This is his last hope. The divine body is dead, leaving only an empty shell, and has no will of its own. God of Doer must be motivated by his own will in order to exert his strength. That being said, the power emanating from this god corpse is absolutely terrifying. Destroy. Xuanhuan didn't have the slightest fear. Looking at the divine body, he knew that it was the strongest power that the god of Era could erupt. He strode out, and the glorious luck of martial arts gathered on him. He is the most powerful emperor. His will is like the way of heaven that keeps the universe running. Last fight. God Dewey roared, and he also went crazy, urging the god corpse. This god corpse has long since fallen, but the god body has the power of origin after all, and it is also very terrifying. With every move, it can destroy infinite time and space, and collapse for 33 days. Seeing such a scene, some strong men were shocked in their hearts. Xuanhuan swept out with a punch, hitting infinite brilliance. When the god corpse came, the rolling origin power destroyed all the spells, and the origin reappeared, and his jet-black hand also grabbed at Xuanhuan, breaking his spell unexpectedly. Boom! The god corpse is about to fall when it is grasped with big hands. Xuanhuan was boundless, soaring into the sky, his power unfolded, and the sky, earth, and galaxy were all eclipsed. At the point where the power of the two collided, endless profound energy radiated out, causing a storm in the galaxy. In the collision of the strongest peak power, the god corpse is crushed by the palm, and the original power contains deadly killing intent. The physique of this divine corpse is very strong, not because of body refining, but because Xuanhuan saw it. He refined all the avenues of heaven and earth into his own body, and controlled the huge power with his body. There are such god corpses in every god corpse. If the real god of origin appears, how terrifying will their power be? Xuanhuan didn't dodge at the moment when he struck with his palm, he stretched his fist, and the way of time and space was condensed by him, as if he had come to the beginning of time, and the raging waves of time and space slammed. No matter how strong the god corpse is, it is not the time to be alive. God Doer can only use his power passively, but cannot activate the law of the original god. The god corpse slammed onto Xuanhuan's body, but it passed through him suddenly. Xuanhuan seems to be walking in the past and the future, derailed from the present time, not in the same latitude. Everything that appears is just a mirror image, not real. The way of time and space, but it will be broken in front of the strongest power. God of Doer roared. The god corpse smashed the sky with one force and wiped out the universe. He blasted out with one punch, and unleashed the ancient magical power of witchcraft. An ancient strong man uses himself as the universe, and can shatter billions of universes in the world. This power is too strong, and time and space are also broken by him. Every strike of his fists is introverted, but it is terrifying and peerless. Even if he sacrifices the whole day, the power he unleashes will not be able to compete with him. But Xuanhuan also controlled a huge empire, with a gathering of luck and thousands of great powers. With his own formidable fighting power, he reigns in the 9 heavens. Every time this tall and stalwart figure is shot, it is full of majestic domineering, and he is the strongest emperor. At this moment, his aura is not inferior to that of the corpse of the god of origin. Roar. It was God Doer who let out a roar. He knew that the god corpse was strong, but he needed the energy of heaven and earth to sacrifice, and he couldn't consume this person at all. With a punch from the god corpse, endless origins burst out, and a point of origin appeared in the world. It was originally the power of the birth of all things and the origin of life, but it turned into an extremely deadly killing intent. The strong killing intent soared to the sky, and today he will shake this power head-on. With a wave of his palm, it was the destructive power of the era. He locked onto the corpse of the origin god, condensed it in his hand, and directly blasted over to fight with the palm of the corpse of the origin god. Even more terrifying fluctuations. Originally, it was a very complete day for crossing the evil day, but with the sacrifice and the escalation of the war, it had already been torn apart. But when the battle has reached this level, they don't care about these anymore. Xuanhuan's power was shaken, and the mighty divine power swept past like a long river of origin. My master was ups and downs, and the god corpse was also severely shaken back after being hit by this power. God Doer became ruthless and continued to let the corpse rush over. Xuanhuan's big hands gathered together, and the invisible momentum gathered, forming a big millstone of heaven and earth, and strands of force had been crushed on the body of the god corpse, making broken sounds continuously. Army shock. It is impossible for Shenwu's army to just watch the god emperor fight alone, and the strong ones fight out. The purpose is to continue to destroy their luck. At this point, earth-shattering, the attack of the god corpse was extremely ferocious, but Xuanhuan did not show any weakness. The collision of the strongest power, the peerless killer move after another, although Xuanhuan did not directly evolve into a swallowing black hole at the moment of attack, but he himself is a vacuum, a twisted vortex, absorbing all deprivation. The torrent of his palm burst, hit the god's corpse, no blood flew out, and there was no blood in the god's corpse. I'm not willing. God of Doer roared. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely cold, his combat power was in the air, and the huge devouring enveloped the entire Doer Tian. It was impossible for him to let the Doer god completely give his power to the corpse, and he was about to devour it. The mighty national fortune Excalibur appeared. A sword pierced through the 9 heavens, and Xuanhuan's sword carried a strong divine punishment, and the earthquake fell violently, killing directly in Dui Tian, and then a terrifying wave spread out. Xuanhuan's strength is unprecedented, and he has completely controlled the situation. No matter how much this god corpse rushes to kill him, there is nothing he can do to him. As soon as the magical power of witchcraft reaches his side, it will be suppressed by a controlling force. Du Ishan lost. God Yenshin also trembled in soul, beyond shock. He looked around. If Dewey was so naive that he couldn't resist, he would not accompany them to die. Feeling a sign that the general situation was over, he was thinking of leaving. It's time to end. With the world's most powerful divine power, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the Shenwu sword appeared in his hand. With a fixed blow, the Shenwu sword burst out with the sword light of Shenwu, destroying the world. The power of this sword fell on the body of the god corpse, which is equivalent to Xuanhuan fighting against with the national destiny of an empire and the origin of heaven and earth of Du Ishan. His palm was strong and pressed. After resisting for a few breaths, the divine corpse suddenly paused, shocking cracks appeared in the whole body, and finally turned into a powder-like substance. #C1672 Ding Ding Victory. Our strongest background is destroyed. He beheaded our strongest method. How is it possible? Why is he so powerful? Impossible, no. Is it possible that I will perish at his hands when I overcome the calamity? No, God will never lose. The annihilation of the god of origin corpse has already destroyed Duertian's final foundation. Countless Duertian spirits are unwilling to accept this ending, and are still roaring crazily. Some people have even gone crazy, unable to bear such a result. The destruction of the god corpses meant that they no longer had the cards to fight against the Shenwushan dynasty. And their fate is to usher in the final destruction. Doer, the battle between you and me is over. Boom. Xuanhuan's divine body was raised up suddenly, and his palms were slammed towards him. The sky-like divine power completely annihilated the void around the god of Era, and the people who guarded him collapsed into dust. God, run, if you don't die, we still have a chance to make a comeback. The canthus of the master of crossing the catastrophe was about to burst, and his eyes were cracked open. Under this terrifying pressure, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and he directly bumped into it, but was crushed into fly ash in an instant. Escape? Where else can I escape? At this time, God-doer actually recalled his own life, which was so brilliant, and in the end it was so tragic. Xuanhuan, I won't run away, my pride doesn't allow me to run away, and I can't run away either. God-doer looked at Xuanhuan, and was extremely calm at the moment, as if he had accepted the ending and welcomed his last moment. I will give you one last chance to fight. Xuanhuan looked at him. With the advent of the myth, with the power of the emperor, Xuanhuan directly stepped forward to the god of era, his powerful combat power beheaded the past, and every palm had the wave of destroying everything. The god of evil, the whole body was completely burned, and the power of the epic burst out the most brilliant divine power in his life. Dewey has been defeated. I can't accompany him to die here. I want to run out, even if I leave the multiverse, or even seek refuge with Emperor Fengshen. God Yenshin's eyes flickered, watching Xuanhuan and God-doer doing the final beheading, suddenly turned into a ray of light, leading Yan Shenshin's strong man to rush out. Earth! The Lord of the Sky shouted loudly, and the 2 eternal lights ignited, and the 2 joined forces to push out a palm, which was the power of the heaven and earth realm, and with a bang, a powerful barrier was formed to block it. You still want to block me, court death? God Yenshin is also crazy. He knows that after Xuanhuan God Emperor kills God Dewey, he will come to kill him. He is not afraid of the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth, but he is afraid of Xuanhuan. He shot like crazy, time and space were in front of him, endless destruction. The hands of heaven and earth burn the strongest power of the 2, they will not let Yenshin God go, this is their task and responsibility. I lost. Long Zhu uttered a cold voice, he saw that God Dewey was already collapsing and exploding, his eyes froze, he didn't know what he was thinking. But I will not admit defeat here, the era of the dragon clan will surely appear. As soon as the dragon ancestor moved his dragon power, all the dragon gods and heavenly powerhouses entered a supreme dragon ball. His huge body tore apart the sky and the earth, his dragon power boiled, and he left in an instant. Leave. Fengzhu burned the phoenix fire and directly turned into a huge phoenix main body, spreading her wings in the sky and the earth. She flew over, and the power of nirvana swept across. Why do you still want to stop me? Long Zhu didn't care about Fengzhu at all, he clawed and tore Fengzhu's body, and then spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The power of the ancestor dragon permeated the prehistoric world, causing Fengzhu's mind to change drastically. Nirvana. Fengzhu exploded his nirvana supernatural powers, hoping to stop Long Zhu. Otherwise, she would not feel at ease if Long Zhu lived for a day. The aura of dragon ancestor evolved into a prehistoric vision, a huge body, and with a glance of his eyes, it was the universe of dragons, and the huge dragon claws split directly on Fengzhu's body. Fengzhu flew out wildly. We're not done yet. Long Zhu disappeared. His strength is too strong. Fengzhu couldn't stop him at all. Xuanhuan was going to kill Dewey in the end, but he couldn't stop him. Long Zhu, take me away together, don't abandon me, no. God Yenshin also let out a voice of despair. Long Zhu left, Dewey would surely die, and he was the only one left. No matter how much he had to fight with Xuanhuan, he would almost certainly die. And at this time, Xuanhuan, although I am defeated, I will not say a word of begging for mercy. Although Doer God was severely hit, he stood upright, would not give in, and maintained his dignity and pride as a god. He would rather die than surrender. The last splendor of this life, God of Doer, turned into an epic torrent. Xuanhuan's last lore-killing power was activated, and his big hands covered him. All kinds of supernatural powers gathered in the palm of eternal control, and he slew down on the god of doer. Boom! The god of crossing is dead. Du Ishan lost his master, falling like a star, the fate of the world collapsed, and countless people wailed. Great devouring technique. Chu Yuan completely refined the epic power of the god of crossing the evil, strengthened his eternal substance, and immediately swept his iron-blooded eyes to the god of Yenshin. Dewey is really dead. Lord Yenshin was suppressed by Chu Yuan, the power of the emperor, unable to move. His heart was terrified, and he showed a very ugly expression. Shenwu, Yuan, I am not as good as you. King Chu Yuan came to the world and looked at him indifferently. Shenwu, what do you want to do? Seeing that Chu Yuan remained silent, God Yenshin suppressed his heart with cold blood and panicked. Although I was right with you before, I can admit my mistake to you now. You are not trying to dominate the multiverse. I can lead Yan Shenshin, join your camp, and obey your orders. The situation is stronger than others. There is no other way for Yenshin God. God Dewey was beheaded, and the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth were staring at him. He had no other choice. If he refused to accept his softness, his end would be death. Kill. Chu Yuan looked at him without the slightest pity. This was a crucial battle for the Empire, to gain a foothold in the 33 days. God Yenshin must die, and God Yenshin must also perish. Shenwu. Lord Yenshin's complexion changed drastically, and his anger also shot up to the sky. He was so submissive, bowing his head and submissive, but Shenwu still would not let him go. Anyway, he is also the Lord of the Day, the epic existence of the sixth realm. Bloody killings, without the powerhouse of Long Shintian, this group of people are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ah, don't kill us, please let us go, we are willing to make you master. Tyrant, you cruel tyrant, you will die badly. Don't beg for mercy from this tyrant, we will fight him. No, I don't want to die yet. The army of Shenwu rushed in, and this was a massacre battle. This battle was too cruel, the army of Shenwu slaughtered again and again, blood staining the world. Lord Yenshin wanted to escape, but he no longer had the courage to fight Chu Yuan any longer. Boom! Chu Yuan defeated Yenshin with one palm, causing his body to collapse. Lord Yenshin roared furiously, he fought furiously with Chu Yuan. The golden light of Yuanshan dawdled and turned into a sharp sword, but it still had no effect. His defeat is a foregone conclusion. I didn't expect that my Yenshin would end up like this in the end. He was covered in blood, and his expression was ferocious, as if he had gone mad. Chu Yuan was ruthless, and covered it with his big hands, directly smashing the head of Yenshin God, sending him the best step, completely shattering his body, and annihilating his soul at the same time. If you like Invincible's strongest God-level selection system, please bookmark it. Invincible's strongest God-level selection system has the fastest literature update speed. Hashtag C1673 33 days, Shenwushan. Chu Yuan was cold and domineering, and his hands were stained with blood, which was the blood of the sixth realm. This battle is over. And the battle to seize the sky is also over. The unrivaled aura spread out, and Chu Yuan at this moment was too majestic for people to look directly at. Seizing the sky is successful, the god of crossing evil is dead, and the god of Yenshin is dead. If the only imperfect thing is that Long Zhu retreated and did not die, of course this is also the reason why Chu Yuan did not break through to the sixth realm. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for Long Zhu to escape. But the end result was good. Shenwushan has been promoted to one of the 33 days. He's too powerful. Feng Zhu was in a trance, and an unrivaled emperor rose up, his power shook the universe. You must know that this time the battle broke down for 2 days. Although the Yan Shenshin in the far distance has not been completely destroyed, the god and the original gods are almost dead, and they are also dead in name only. But this time, it wasn't an ordinary world that collapsed, it was a strong world with the sixth realm. This divine martial god emperor has risen in the current world and has become the greatest enemy of the emperor Fengshen. Fengzhu had a premonition that in the future there would be a duel between the two emperors, competing for the protagonist at the pinnacle of the era. This god emperor was also very cruel. He refused to accept Yan Shintian's surrender, and directly beheaded all the strong men. And the army of Xuanhuan is also finishing up. 33 days. Chu Yuan looked at the sky, and he saw the weather that ordinary people can hardly see. An incomparably bright era sun has reached the highest peak in the universe, emitting the most brilliant light. This is the luck of Shijiyuan, reaching the strongest. Ding. The host has completed the main task, promoted for 33 days, obtained 20 billion vertex points, the advanced version of the original God Healing Potion X1, the Supernatural Power Fruit X155072, the Blueprint for Building the Guardian City X1, the God of Destruction X1, and the Tianyuan God Pill X5, Galaxy Cauldron X1, Immortal Era Cannon X1, Yanghai Tianzuan's Treasure X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding. The current mainline has been released, and it will dominate the era. Dui Tian has collapsed, and Xuanhuan deserves to be promoted to become a greater 33 heavens. The moment the entire world was promoted to 33 days, Chu Yuan clearly felt a surge of luck from Shiji Yuan gathered in the world. He raises his hand, although he has not been promoted, but he can feel the growth of his own strength, much stronger, with the power of the era, the divine power of heaven and earth. If he fights this battle as God, it will definitely not be so difficult, and it will end sooner. The luck of the era is divided into 33 parts. In Chu Yuan's gaze, Xuanhuan was shrouded in a radiance of luck, and his eyes turned into a map of the universe. There were 33 copies of this infinite radiance. And the stronger the world, the more luck it can share. All strong men are born from eternal power. Chu Yuan gradually understood the reason why it was difficult to transcend eternity. Another immortal era cannon. This cannon is very powerful. Although it consumes a lot, the power of each cannon is comparable to an epic blow. He looked at the Guardian City. It is a kind of equipment similar to a city. It does not have a strong offensive force, but it has a strong guardian. It is difficult to break through the 6 realms. It is not comparable to ordinary fortresses. The city that can be guarded is used as a fortress and used to advance the front line. Although Chu Yuan has won the position of God, he understands that the battle is far from over, the master of this era has not been achieved, and the strongest on the road to eternity has not yet been achieved. Xinghe Ding. It is not an epic artifact refined in the 6th realm, it should be a stronger origin weapon, possessing a force of universe origin. The cosmic energy seems to be just a huge cauldron, but there are galaxies in the cauldron, and every big star rises and falls like a universe. And there are countless such big stars in Xinghe Cauldron. One flower, one world, one tree, one Bodhi, the tripod is the world, carrying the universe. Chu Yuan looked at the cauldron, the universe in the cauldron is very perfect, let the living beings enter, they can multiply immediately. Generate an extremely prosperous civilization. And the universe in the tripod is too big. Those creatures living in the cauldron, if no one told them, might really think that the Xinghe Cauldron is the real world, and someone is watching them through the cauldron. The Galaxy Cauldron is by no means an ordinary artifact of origin, and it cannot be refined in the general 7th realm. Only the founder of the God realm or the most powerful person, like Yuan, has the strength to refine it. This cauldron is very strong. Chu Yuan admired. As for the treasure of Yanghai Tianzuan, Chu Yuan also knew that it was on the road of eternity, and this Yanghai Tianzuan must be stronger than Yun Tianzuan, and the treasure left behind was more precious. He can deduce it by looking for Baoyun Tianzuan. However, Chu Yuan has no way to go to the eternal road now. God of Destruction. This is a peerless powerhouse of the sixth realm, extremely powerful. The aura he exudes is destructive, infinitely destructive, and can destroy everything. 33 days of promotion is a milestone progress. That's why the system directly rewards peerless powerhouses like God of Destruction. It just so happens that his empire lacks the sixth realm, and his appearance can be said to have greatly enhanced the foundation of the empire. Well, very good. Your Majesty, the remnant enemies in Tian have been wiped out. The sword god reported that his sword was stained red with blood. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the dragon ran away, and because the god of Dewey sacrificed the body of the origin god, this world has been abolished, and the energy has been exhausted, so it is not of much value. Xuanhuan wiped out the remnants of the enemy very quickly, beheading all the resisting forces. The emperor is iron-blooded, and there is no room for mercy in war, especially at this critical stage. However, although the evil heaven itself has not brought us much benefit, the empire has been promoted to 33 days, and we have already controlled a portion of the luck of the era. The Lord of the Earth. Longzhu was defeated and fled, but he didn't die. He has always been a great enemy. He was born in Shijiyuan. He will definitely not give up. It is very likely that he will make a comeback and break through the seventh realm. The Lord of the Sky knew that Longzhu was a great danger. There are a lot of strong people born in this era, and Longzhu also has great luck, and the eternal dragon spirit will not be defeated just like this. I have many opponents, and there is no shortage of him. Chu Yuan Dao, our war is not over yet, and there will be more cruel wars to come. As soon as his emperor's thoughts moved, there was a rumble. Shenwushan devoured infinite energy, and the eternal divine light was expanding crazily, trying to connect with the area where Duertian was. In the past, it was because of the confrontation with Du Yishan that the world did not expand. Your Majesty, what should we do next? God of War said, bathed in blood. When I succeed in seizing the sky, Xin Yangshan will immediately launch a decisive battle against Han Haitian. Although Xin Yangshan is not a power of our empire, he belongs to my alliance and wants to help them seize the sky. Chu Yuan ordered, Lord of the Sky, Master of the Earth, you two lead a part of the army to immediately support Xin Yangshan and launch Duotian. The Lord of the Earth and I can go right away. The Lord of the Sky said, God Yenshan Tian has fallen, they have no master in the world, and the empire also needs to send manpower to receive it. Let us have one more day, but Yenshan Tian is a long way away, and we need strong people to go. I also thought of this. Chu Yuan said, I will let the God of Destruction go to Yanshenshan. #C167433 Shares of Luck. God of Destruction? Not to mention the ancestor of the Phoenix, even the powerhouses of the Empire are at a loss. They don't know who the God of Destruction is, where the powerhouse comes from, and when did the Empire have a God of Destruction? Your Majesty, God of Destruction obeys His Majesty's orders. The God of Destruction came before Chu Yuan with a torrent of destruction, and knelt down on one knee. The original sixth realm, the power of destruction. Calm as the ancestor of the Phoenix, she was also shocked at this moment. She could feel the powerful power of the God of Destruction, which was deeper than that of the God of Yen, as if she had cultivated in this realm for a long time, and stood at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Where did this God of Destruction appear? I've never heard of it before, but if he can appear in the multiverse, it means that he belongs to the era. If it was a strong person on the Eternal Road, the ancestor of the Phoenix might not be so strange. After all, the Eternal Path represents multiple epochs. However, when Shijiyuan came, it was very strange. Where did Xuanhuan come from, such a strong man? I've never heard of this God of Destruction, but now it has really appeared. For example, God of Doer also hides a divine body of origin. It seems that this is the power hidden by Xuanhuan. It didn't appear before. It is very likely that it is to hide in the dark, deter some malicious people. The power of Xuanhuan once again refreshed the cognition of the ancestor of the Phoenix. She didn't know Chunyuan's secret, and she was also frantically thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the martial arts were not simple. It was very possible that there was an existence stronger than the god of destruction hidden in his empire. Unfathomable. The ancestor of the phoenix can only express such emotion. This empire is too strong and too mysterious. This era. The ancestor of the phoenix said, luck has reached its peak, and more powerful people will be born. The forces of the heavens are undergoing a major reshuffle, and every strong person will break through the 6 realms. Chunyuan watched her reaction. He deliberately let the god of destruction appear in front of the ancestor of the phoenix, so as to frighten her. This time I succeeded in seizing the sky, thanks to the help of the ancestor of the phoenix. Chunyuan said. I didn't help much. The god emperor was able to succeed because of his own strength. I know that his majesty will have more battles. If the god emperor holds a heaven and earth banquet, I will bring 10,000 monsters to congratulate him. The ancestor of the phoenix did not stay long. Lord of the sky, go to true sun heaven immediately. Chunyuan wants to open up an alliance of forces with Xuanhuan as the center. Xinyangshan is not very far away from Xuanhuan, and these are the fronts that need to be connected. Hanshan is like a nail that must be pulled out. The Lord of the Sky went with his army. God of destruction, get ready and go to Yanshenshan. This time it collapsed for 2 days, and Yanshenshan survived in name only, that is to say, if the position was vacated for 1 day, Chunyuan could open another day, and this sky completely belonged to the empire. 33 days, 33 strands of luck. This war will inevitably be fought around this point, and whoever wins more heaven and earth luck will get more boosts. The current battle is not about launching an immediate conquest with Emperor Fengshen, but about conquering one side of the world, gaining a greater advantage, and making his side's strength reach the strongest peak. But this time, even after 2 days of his disappearance, the news will sweep across all walks of life in the universe crazily. But these things are not important anymore. The war in all aspects of the multiverse has begun, and the major powerhouses are vying for it. Strengthen the empire itself, and then gather the energy of the world on the edge of the empire to open up another day. At this very moment, Chunyuan is in charge of the empire, and he uses fabulous means to rebuild the world. And there are many post-war matters to be dealt with in the empire. A large number of strong people were injured, and many people fell. Chunyuan must gather enough energy to revive them again. Without the world of life and death, this is impossible. Chunyuan controls the cycle of life and death in his own empire. But resurrection also comes at a price. Xuanhuan Duotian succeeded, and has been promoted for 33 days, it's our turn. The god of true sun has already prepared. Just waiting for this news, he was wearing a battle armor and holding his magic weapon, and a large number of strong men had already surrounded and killed Hanshan. This is the final decisive battle, and it is definitely not the previous small fight. They're coming. The god of Hanhai was trembling, he was afraid, and he was cursing, God of Doer, why are they so useless? Even if they are not their opponents, they still have to hold on. Now that Xuanhuan Duotian has succeeded, they will be the ones who will die next. Kill, kill, kill. Countless armies surrounded them. Xinyangshan and Hanshan have been enemies for many years. The battle of the ancient times took advantage of the emptiness. When Xinyangshan was weakest, he took away their 33 days and wanted to kill them completely. If it wasn't for Xinjiang Tian's main force to turn the tide, it would have been over long ago. The old god of Xinjiang is in the torrent of the army. He is lamenting that the thing he is most proud of in his life is not the creation of Xinjiang heaven, but that Xinjiang god has this excellent disciple, and he has achieved what he failed to do. The bloody battle to seize the sky was extremely tragic. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they became jealous. Everyone can see that the general trend is over. It's not that Hanhai God had thought of running away before, but he was reluctant to part with this foundation, knowing that if he didn't have Hanhaitian, then he would be nothing in the camp of Emperor Fengshen. His greatest value is his own identity as God. I will destroy you today, and wash the vast sea and sky with blood. God Xingyang made a cold voice, the whole Han-Haitian needs to be bloodbathed, and no one will be left, so as to end the entanglement between him and Han-Haitian. The Lord of the Vast Sea also went mad, he attacked crazily, using the origin of heaven and earth to attack wildly. It was difficult to accept the result of failure. I can't stop it, Han Hai, get ready to flee, now you are still the 33 Heavenly Lord, you can explode with the strongest force and destroy the world. Bei Mingfeng said coldly. Are you going to go this far? The god of Hanhai staggered, looking at the Han-Haitian that he had built for countless years. He was a loser, he failed completely, and he also made a miserable sound. At this moment, he has aged a lot. The only way is to do this, otherwise no one will be able to save you. Bei Mingfeng's voice was very cold. Shenwu Duo Tian succeeded, he will definitely send strong people to support, even his own deity will come, you will definitely lose in the end, there is no second possibility, and now there is no strong man who can save you. This is the only way you can survive. He is also helpless. The demise of Han-Haitian is doomed. It's not that Feng Shenshen doesn't want to take care of anything, but they are now fighting frantically with the second God Master, and Han-Haitian is beyond his reach, so he can't control it here. Let Shenwu win this time. The lords of the sky and the lords of the earth are here. Bei Mingfeng's keen intuition has already sensed the arrival of these two powerful men. Xingyang, I won't leave anything for you guys. The god of the vast sea roared helplessly, the heavens and the earth collapsed at this moment. He activated the heaven extinguishing formation, and created a terrifying explosion with the origin of the heavens and the earth. He will destroy the world by himself, he will not become a god, and he will not let Xingyang Tian get the complete Han-Haitian. #C1675 Receive Yan Shenshen. The god of Hanhai was unwilling, angry, and helpless. He had no other choice but to choose to destroy Han-Haitian himself. He didn't want to leave the complete world to Xingyang Tian. When he saw Han-Haitian, he created a scene like the great destruction of the universe, shattered into dust, and disappeared completely. He also knows. If you don't destroy Han-Haitian yourself, everyone will die, and the god of Xingyang will definitely go up and down, slaughter them all, and will not leave any life for them. According to Bei Mingpeik's promise, he can bring Lord Hanhai back to Feng Shenshen, but he cannot keep Han-Haitian. Han-Haitian died on its own, and all the people left with Bei Mingpeik at this moment. He destroyed Han-Haitian himself. God Xingyang has a stern face. In fact, he is very dissatisfied with this result in his heart, but the power of self-destruction in one day is too strong, and he has no way to stop it. You can only watch the opponent leave under the cover of the self-destruction of the world. He is very decisive, we can only force him to destroy the world. Old God Xingyang said, Disciple, the mighty master is here. Finished? The Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth appear at the same time. Sky, Earth. The old god was very familiar with the two of them, and said immediately. Xingyang, you're resurrected. The Lord of the Sky nodded. Yeah, I'm resurrected, a brand new era has begun, the world is turbulent, and Xian is fighting for hegemony. The old god said with emotion, this time I can destroy Han-Haitian and regain the position of 33 heavens, thanks to Shenwu's help. Although the sky and the others came and did not have time to make a move, but also because of their oppression, Han-Hai had to give up the position of god, otherwise this battle would still have to be fought. Xingyang Heaven will return to the position of 33 days. The reincarnation of history, the god of Xingyang, the empire's first destruction, and Duhishan, there are still many things to deal with. The earth and I must return to the empire immediately. The Lord of the Sky left as soon as he saw the matter was over, and God Jinyang was enough to deal with the matter here. I will never forget the Empire's help to Xin Yangshan. If the God Emperor wants to conquer diversity, I, Xin Yangshan, will follow suit and obey the orders of the God Emperor. True young God said. Seeing the sky and the others leave, the old God said, from this moment on, the pattern of heaven and earth will undergo tremendous changes. I, Xin Yangshan, are too close to Shenwu, so I can only obey their orders, or the end will be destruction. Xinyang God said, I understand, although I also have ambitions, but I know where my limit is. The pattern of 33 days has undergone a reshuffle, but this is only the beginning. Their power can only choose one side to join, that's all. The sky, the earth, the god of destruction has just set off, and I have sent an order to let him wait for you. You and him will go to Yanshenshen and receive Yanshenshen. Chu Yuan ordered. The Yanshen heaven has a large area, and its aura is much stronger than that of the dewy heaven. After all, this sky has existed for a longer time. But the entire Yanshenshen, at this moment, has fallen into the doomsday. The gods have fallen, and a large number of primitive gods have died in battle. They have fallen into the sky and the earth. Countless people are fleeing. And there are those who are waiting for the end to come. God of Destruction, Lord Yanshen, has been beheaded by His Majesty. Our mission to go to Yanshenshen this time is to take the origin of the heaven and earth and take away all the resources in Yanshenshen. Your Majesty will build another day around the Empire. Lord of the Sky. He looked at the God of Destruction, who was a terrifying source of destruction, but he would not ask too much about where the God of Destruction came from, as long as he knew that he was also loyal to His Majesty. I will do what His Majesty orders. Destroy Shinto. Although they are all strong men belonging to the Empire, they are different from the Lord of the Sky. The strong men rewarded by the system have their own ideas, but they will be more loyal to the Empire. Even if the God of Destruction breaks through to the origin, as long as Chu Yuan gives him an order, he will die without hesitation. The Lord of the Sky and the others nodded. They are all peerless powerhouses in the multiverse. They traveled very fast. Yanshen Tian has arrived. The Lord of the Sky has already seen Yanshen Tian. This day was against us during the Great Ancient War, and now it is finally ushering in its destruction. The Lord of the Earth said coldly. Take the origin of this day. Destroy Shinto. It's not right. The Lord of the Earth suddenly shouted, Sky, do you feel that the source of the world is declining rapidly, and someone has already stepped forward to snatch the source of the world? I feel it too. Lord of the Sky. Lord Yanshen is dead, and they are not surprised that someone came first to take away the origin of heaven and earth, otherwise they would not have sent so many powerful people here. They know that the greatest value of Yanshenshen is their origin of heaven and earth, just like when Xu Yuan got the origin of Qitian and earth in Qiming. With this group of origin, through means of refinement, the Empire can open up a day in the shortest time. Whoever dares to steal the origin of the Empire and disrupt His Majesty's plan, I will kill them. The God of Destruction is the power of destruction. His temper exploded even more, and endless destruction swept out. Go, let's go quickly. The source cannot be taken away in advance, otherwise, Yanshen Tian's victory will be taken away by others. In the most magnificent place in Yanshenshen, there is a huge golden mountain, and the light of Yuanshan radiates out. Countless dead bodies died with unsatisfied eyes, beheaded by the power of the strongest. The source of heaven and earth for a day can only belong to me. A demon godlike existence stands on this golden mountain, and his worldwide magic power hits him. Knowing that this golden mountain is suppressing the origin of heaven and earth, he wants to suppress and refine it. Dare to fight against the power of this seat, court death. This demon god is extremely ruthless. He has been paying attention to the battle situation of Shenwu, and according to the changes in the heaven and earth of Yanshenshen, he knows that God Yanshen has been beheaded. Although he was shocked, he also knew that his opportunity to make a profit had come. If Lord Yenshin hadn't died, it would be almost impossible for him to refine and take away the origin of heaven and earth, but now that he has no leadership, it is much easier. Before Xuanhuan comes, take away the source one day in advance. The demon god said, of course, even if Xuanhuan comes, I'm not afraid. It's very difficult for their emperor to get out and take charge of the overall situation, and the only ones they can send out from their empire are the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Earth, although joining forces is comparable to the sixth realm, but after all, what is it if you haven't really stepped into this realm? Am I still afraid of them? He has calculated everything. Yanshentian's origin of heaven and earth is shaking, and waves of power have been absorbed by him. When the Lord of the Sky and the others came to Yanshentian, they saw a doomsday-like scene, with corpses strewn all over the field, and countless people being slaughtered mercilessly. All of them were shocked to death by force. Sixth Realm Powerhouse. The Lord of the Earth said coldly, dare to rob us of the fruits of victory, does he not know how powerful his majesty is? After experiencing the battle of seizing the sky, he has gradually integrated into the empire. He is in Yenshin Jinshan. The Lord of the Sky looked cold. I'll deal with him. The god of destruction created a vortex of destruction with his palm, and the sky, earth, and void were crazily destroyed, and then he came to Yenshin Jinshan in an instant, and launched an attack on the strong man. #C 1676, the demon god of molten flame, surviving with broken arms. The god of destruction immediately shot and bombarded the man. His man is earth-shattering and destroys everything. It's the sixth realm who is making the move. Which strong man thinks the same as me, and seizes the origin of Yenshin in advance. The demon god immediately felt the powerful strength of the god of destruction, and was puzzled in his heart. With such a destructive power, the first thing he thought of was the Lord of Destruction from hell. But immediately veto it, the power of the destroyer is not as strong as him. Before he had time to think about anything else, the power of this demon god spread out, and dark red magma appeared in an instant. His burly body shot out a blow, like molten flames. Boom! When the strength of the two matched, there was a terrifying aftermath. Who are you? The demon god immediately looked at the god of destruction. This was an existence shrouded in destruction. The world and space were constantly being destroyed in front of him, and even he felt tremendous pressure. Your Majesty, you can also get it? The god of destruction has a cold breath. His Majesty? The demon god was stunned. He didn't know who the god of destruction was talking about, and he had never seen this strong man before. Molten flame demon god, you dare to take the origin of the heaven and earth of my empire, you are brave enough. The sky and the earth also rushed over quickly, looked at this demon god, and recognized him as the molten flame demon god in one motion. The strength of one motion is very strong. There are many demon gods from all walks of life, and the molten flame demon god is one of them in the sixth realm. However, the 10,000 demons and heavenly demons have complicated hearts, and there are all kinds of demons, which are even more complicated than hell. He didn't bother to listen to Dugushinma's words, and formed his own line. The demon ancestor also competed with the founder of the god realm for luck at the beginning of the era, but unfortunately, he lost to the founder of the god realm. Seeing the arrival of the Lord of the Sky, he immediately understood, you are from the Xuanhuan dynasty. He never imagined that Xuanhuan actually hides a statue of the sixth realm. This is something he hadn't expected before. How many strong people there are in Xuanhuan? Now that you know it, you should leave quickly. If you want to take the origin of Yanshentian one step ahead, your calculation is wrong. The Lord of the Earth. Humph. The molten flame demon god also has his pride. Suddenly, boundless magma swept out from the sky and the earth, split a layer of molten flame armor on him, and immediately exploded with a palm, killing the god of destruction. He wants to see how powerful this sixth realm from Xuanhuan can be. The god of destruction didn't care, he punched forward. This punch simply destroyed the sky, the earth and the void, and countless rules came to nothing, pushing everything horizontally. The molten flame demon god and the god of destruction exchanged palms, and immediately felt tremendous pressure. The eternal matter in his body was poured into by this destructive power, and it was actually cracking inch by inch, and the molten flame armor on his body was also crackling, ready to crack at any moment. Come. The aura of the molten flame demon god was like a volcano erupting, and the monstrous magma plunged the surroundings into the field of molten flames. Every time he slapped, the magma sea was rolling. The god of destruction's aura is too strong, black destruction lightning. He is not afraid of the power of this kind of magma. With the power of collapse, he hits the infinite sky and earth with his palm, and the magic of infinite collapse directly locked the molten flame demon god. The molten flame demon god roared, fighting against the god of destruction again. There were signs of cracks on his body, and violent and turbulent power rushed over, constantly hitting his body, breaking through his armor, and causing him to suffer destruction all the time. Damn it, how could such a strong man emerge from Xuanhuan? The molten flame demon god was shocked. This is something he could never have imagined. The molten flame demon god stretched out his big hand, and slapped it viciously with the hot hand, but the god of destruction's power shook, and the opponent with infinite power collapsed, had to retreat. The god of destruction pursued the past with strides, and with every move, he hit the destruction of the heaven and earth era. The molten flame demon god was not to be outdone. He clenched his hands tightly, and a flame knife appeared in his hand, sending out a fierce thought. He stared at the god of destruction, and slashed fiercely with the knife. This knife cut a big gap between heaven and earth, and Tiao was splitting open. The god of destruction walked out step by step, and the god of destruction fist continued to bombard, punching and punching. His power was completely destroyed, not Xuanhuan's kind of destruction technique, but more extreme. His outburst directly hits the hard anti-inflammatory knife. The molten flame demon god slashed out continuously, but they couldn't do anything to the god of destruction. Instead, he was knocked back again and again by the opponent. The aftermath of destruction made him so sad that he spat out blood. The god of destruction strikes again with his palm, shaking Jiutian with his big hand. He slashes down horizontally, and slashes on the body of the molten flame demon god, causing his armor to be split in two, and his body will be torn apart by him. Why is he so strong? The molten flame demon god said in surprise. The god of destruction is vicious. He won't give the molten flame demon god time to react, and he attacks and kills again, destroying continuously, causing the opponent to tremble wildly, blood flowing like magma. Tiao belongs to my Xuanhuan dynasty. Who dares to make a move? Suddenly, the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth shouted at the sky and the earth at the same time. They knew that there were still thoughts peeping here, and even an unknown strong man was born from an infinite time and space. One after another thoughts were also taken back. Some of those strong men also wanted to seize the origin of Tiao, but seeing the ferocity of the god of destruction, as well as the strength of the sky and the earth, they also knew that they could not seize it. Xuanhuan, this time you counted as ruthless. The molten flame demon god also knew that he was no match for the god of destruction, and if he continued to fight, his consumption would be too great, and he would suddenly rise up into the sky, and he would leave the battlefield here. Boom! The god of destruction once again erupted with stronger power, soaring into the sky, chasing after him. The world was destroyed, and boundless great supernatural powers bombarded the past. You still want to keep me? The molten flame demon god shouted angrily. But he also understands that he can't be entangled with the god of destruction, and the sky and the earth are still eyeing him. If he is not careful, he may fall here today and die unlucky. Eternal matter burned, and a raging volcano burst out. At this moment, his demon body was fully displayed. The god of destruction's eyes were filled with darkness. He shattered the sky, and grabbed the arm of the molten flame demon god with one hand, and an even more extreme destructive force spread over. What? The molten flame demon god let out a painful roar. He broke his arm to survive, gave up one of his own arms, sprinkled hot blood, and ran out, without daring to yell. Let him run away. The god of destruction ruthlessly lifted one arm of the molten flame demon god, and was also very dissatisfied. Killing the molten flame demon god away, this time, has also deterred many hidden powerhouses, and no one dares to do it next time. The Lord of the Sky was also surprised by the strength of the god of destruction. This strength is terrifying. If it is a weak sixth realm, he may be beheaded and killed by him. The sky, the earth, you take the origin of the gods, and I will protect them. The god of destruction's eyes swept across the depths of time and space. #C1675 New God, appointed the sky. The Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth are taking the origin of heaven and earth. The god of destruction stood guard, and his aura spread, forming a cosmic world that was being destroyed all the time, deterring some evil-minded existences. Seeing the scene where the god of destruction tore the arm of the molten flame demon emperor, no one dared to act casually. The origin of Yan Shenshen was taken away, and the whole world quickly withered and turned into mortal heaven, and there will be no such heaven in the future. The origin of heaven and earth has been taken away, and if we take away all the resources here, we will return to the divine dynasty immediately. Lord of the Sky. Xuanhuan destroys Dui, Yenshen, they have controlled the power of a country for 2 days. In the universe, voices with various emotions are being transmitted. The empire is thriving and ushered in great development. After the destruction of Dui, the empire was promoted for 33 days, and luck reached a new level. Many masters broke through, and even the original gods were promoted to 1. I broke through the primitive. It is the Lord of Guanyu, and he successfully broke through. He sighed that if he hadn't turned to Shenwu, it would be absolutely impossible to break through the realm, and his breakthrough was largely due to the promotion of heaven and earth. This is luck. Whoever controls the luck will have the strongest power. Chu Yuan stood on the top of the heaven and earth. Looking at the heaven and earth of the empire, he had completely connected with the original ruins of Duertian, enveloping the island of time and space, forming a special relic. This space-time island still contains great mystery. His sharp eyes pierced into the infinite time and space, and he could feel the terrifying power contained in this island. It was speculated that it was opened by a great power from the Eternal Road. Let's not attack Time and Space Island for the time being. Chu Yuan knew that without absolute certainty, if he took a shot at the Time and Space Island, it was very likely that the island would disappear in Shenwu. It's not worth it. Outside of Shenwu Heaven, there is another heaven and earth that is constantly gathering energy to form land and stars. This is the second sky belonging to Shenwu. Although there are no living beings in the second sky, this is easy to solve. The bell of the Imperial court rang. This court meeting is extraordinary. It is the first court meeting after the empire was promoted to 33, and it is of great significance. My emperor is eternal. A strong man shouted for eternity, and when they reached their level of cultivation, what they pursued was true eternity. They looked at Chu Yuan on the majestic throne. This is the strongest emperor of the empire, and it was under his leadership that the empire was promoted to 33 days. Your Majesty, 33 days after the establishment of the empire, the territory has greatly increased, and the people of the empire are constantly migrating, and our power is becoming stronger and stronger, and many people continue to come and want to join us. As the interior minister of the empire, Lu Qianfu reported to Chu Yuan. These matters are handled by you, and Qi Ling joining us is to see the strength of the empire, but I don't care about these things. But after becoming a subject of the empire, you must obey the orders of the empire. Who dares to provoke the laws of the empire, in accordance with the laws of the empire? Chu Yuan said. He also knows that the current empire is getting bigger and bigger, and many bad things will inevitably breed in it, which will damage the luck of the empire. It is inevitable for a power to grow to such a large size. However, Xuanhuan never tolerated such things. He should be caught and beheaded, so as to maintain the order and discipline of the empire. Also, after the empire has been promoted for 33 days, shall we also hold a feast? Lu Qianfu asked. You come to organize the feast and release the news. We will not send any invitations this time, but all strong people are welcome to participate. The grander, the better. The Chu and Yuan feasts were held at the same time. The feast also has another meaning, that is, under the current situation in the world, all those who will come to participate are willing to become the strongest in the empire. So, the feast is also a ceremony of admission to welcome them. Your Majesty, after my supernatural power, the battle on Feng Shenshen's side has also come to an end. The second Divine Lord and other powerhouses have retreated. He was defeated by Emperor Fengshen and paid a huge price in casualties. The Lord of the Sky said, after this battle, all 5 days away from Feng Shenshen have been conquered, 2 days the gods have betrayed in the battle, 3 days the gods have been beheaded, and 3 days after being beheaded, the gods have been killed. Sent his subordinates to serve as God, and the strongest among them is Patriarch Fu Luo. After he became God, he also broke through to the 6th realm. The multiverse has reached a pinnacle of prosperity. During this period of time, a strong man will be born. Shenwu cut off for 2 days, and Emperor Fengshen also directly pocketed the power of 5 days. This is a big reshuffle of 33 days. This is just the beginning, and there will be more reshuffles in the world. On the surface, the great Emperor Fengshen has 6 days of luck, but there must still be people who take refuge in him secretly. The Lord of the Earth said. The next strategic goal of the empire is not only to build the empire itself and strengthen its strength, but also to seize more heaven and earth. In this war, whoever controls more 33 days will have a greater advantage. As the God of God, Xuanhuan has already felt the vastness of this heaven and earth destiny. Don't think about the fact that Emperor Fengshen has power for a few days, and the empire will be opened for another day. There is a lack of a god. Who do you think can be the Lord of God? Xuanhuan looked at them. Shenwushen is the origin of the empire, and naturally only Xuanhuan can be the god. But there is still one day, and it is necessary to send a new powerful empire. Although it is a vassal of the empire, how tempting is the position of the Lord of the Day, which represents a powerful strength, and how many people cannot be tempted. His eyes swept over the strong men one by one. The Lord of the Earth's heart moved. He really wanted to say that the Lord of the Sky should be in charge, but he couldn't say that, for fear of causing His Majesty's displeasure and harming the Lord of the Sky instead. The Emperor's heart is unfathomable, and his relationship with the Lord of the Sky is too good. It is a taboo to try to guess the Emperor's mind in vain. And more importantly, the Empire also has a god of destruction. I believe that the most suitable person in the Empire to be the Lord of the New Heaven should be the Lord of the Sky. It was Lu Qianfu who spoke. Although he is not a primitive god, he is a veteran of the Empire. He has followed Xuanhuan until now, and his words are very powerful. In addition to strength, the Lord of the Day must also have sufficient planning and wisdom. In the Empire, only the Lord of the Sky is the most suitable. He has strength, wisdom, courage and vision, so I recommend the Lord of the Sky. Lu Qianfu said. I also think that the Lord of the Sky is the most qualified. First, the Lord of the Sky is stable and wise. Second, the Lord of the Sky is very likely to use God's luck to break through the 6 realms and strengthen the empire again. God of War said. We also think that the Lord of the Sky is the most qualified. A voice came out. However, the primitive gods who originally belonged to the human world did not open their mouths. They knew that they were the last to express their opinions on such matters. I also have this intention. Xuanhuan said, Lord of the Sky, the position of God is up to you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your love. The Lord of the Sky was neither humble nor overbearing, he did not show ecstasy, but was very calm. He didn't need to say anything, he just needed to prove it with facts. Your Majesty, please give me the name Xintian. The Lord of the Sky said again. In this case, I will bestow the name of Xintian. Xuanhuan was silent for a moment, and said the name of Xintian. Hashtag see 1678 Empire Layout. Heaven and Earth Xuanhuan, Xintian is named Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan gave Xintian a name with one word. He didn't let the god of destruction be God, because the situation of the god of destruction is different. Although there is no problem with his loyalty to himself, his power of destruction is not suitable for building a day. The Lord of the Sky, he resurrected with one hand, is also very loyal to himself, and has courage and strength, so he is the most suitable. Xuanhuan. Boom. When the name of Xintian was confirmed, a dark luck came, and the Lord of the Sky was blessed with a huge force, and he faintly exuded an epic atmosphere of the sixth realm. He certainly hasn't broken through yet. But with God's luck, with his strength, a breakthrough is just around the corner. Xuanhuan decided to let him become a god, but in fact, he also gave him the opportunity to become a sixth realm. This era has reached the peak moment, and the luck is so strong that even ordinary people can feel the acceleration of cultivation, and it will be easier. And the 33 heavenly gods, in the next period of time, will become the sixth realm one after another, and will be more powerful than the ordinary sixth realm in the multiverse. Sky, he is about to break through. The Lord of the Earth was excited. The sky is mysterious and yellow, the heaven and earth are yellow and yellow, the universe is prehistoric, the sky is mysterious and the earth is yellow, and the heaven and earth are yellow and defend the empire itself. The Book of Enlightenment explains the meaning of Xuanhuan. His realm is very strange, as the epic book of the empire, he can exert the power of the original god, attack like a torrent of history, and is the wise man of the empire. The sky will build a Xuanhuan sky for his majesty. Lord of the Sky. After all, the era of the emperor has become the past, and the new era has arrived. He cannot live in the past, but must live in the present. Xuanhuan was first established, resources are scarce, the population is sparse, and the strong are withering. For the construction of Xuanhuan, you need to pay a lot of attention to the sky. The stronger Xuanhuan is, it will also be of great benefit to you. I have a copy of Xuanhuan. The book can become the holy weapon of this day, and all the resources of Yuanyan God will be allocated to you. Xuanhuan said. It's good to open up a day by yourself, but everything has to start from scratch, and the current situation doesn't allow it to develop slowly. Of course, this is also impossible. If you take refuge all day, God joins Shenwu and obeys his orders, then you can receive all the powerhouses and resources for the day. Your Majesty, although Xuanhuan is in opposition, the strength of the empire has been strongly developed, but the current situation in the multiverse is still not at the moment of a decisive battle, and there will be competition around the various heavens. The Book of Enlightenment. At the beginning of the century, luck was still in contention. 33 days. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the sky appeared in the Shenwu Hall, and the coordinates of the 33 days were clearly displayed. Shenwushan, Xuanhuan, and Xinyangshan all belong to my side. All the ministers could clearly see 3 beams of light piercing the sky and united with each other. 3 forces, one is headed by Emperor Fengshen, and the 33 days he controls have reached 6 days. The Lord of the Earth said, the great Emperor Fengshen is also the strongest now, with the power of 6 days, plus the world that may secretly rely on him, his fortune has reached a peak, and his strategic goals will inevitably revolve around let Fengshen Tian expand his power again. The second god lord represents the heaven of gods, the Duga god and demon comes from the heaven of 10,000 demons, the hell comes from the heaven of hell, and other heavens and earths will join, especially the heaven of the gods. They form a camp to resist the strength from the heaven of conferred gods. The third party is our martial arts. On the surface, our camp has only 3 days of strength, but His Majesty is so powerful that no one dares to underestimate us. The Lord of the earth analyzed them one by one. Indeed, now the heaven and the earth are already three-legged, and the situation is gradually taking shape. The conferred god camp is the strongest. And the second god masters are also strong, but it is a pity that they come from the 3 heavens, and their hearts are not in harmony. Everyone has their own thoughts, which may be the reason why they lost to the Emperor of the Gods before. The Xuanhuan faction is the most mysterious, and Chu Yuan's strength is feared by many people. He is too mysterious, and the appearance of the god of destruction makes many people wonder how many strong people there will be in his empire. Originally, the position of the empire in the multiverse should be regarded as a relatively remote place, but with his success, his brilliance was brilliant and he attracted the attention of countless people. Wan Dao Tian and Wan Yao Tian. The Lord of Yuanshan said, now he doesn't need to stay in Yuanshan Tian. Wan Dao Tian behaved very calmly. This sky was opened up by Taoist ancestors, but this time they behaved too calmly. They seemed to have no intention of participating in the competition. It may be because of Yu Tianzuan's good calculations. The Lord of the Sky frowned slightly. Wan Yao Tian should not participate in the competition, because of the threat of the dragon ancestor. The phoenix ancestor will certainly not directly send troops to help us, but he will also stand on our side. In addition to these 5 days, don't forget that the top 10 in the 33 days are the slaughtering heaven, the pure world heaven, the yin-yang heaven, and the 5 elements heaven. Their strength will also increase, and they will also take actions in response to the changing pattern of the general trend. The Lord of the Earth. The situation is still chaotic. Listening to the arguments of the powerful empire, Chu Yuan said, the imperial power must expand, surround the range of Xuanhuan, and attack the sky closest to us, like eating away, expanding again and again, era domination battle. There is no mercy, only war, only blood. The winner gets everything, and the loser gets nothing. Continue to prepare for the expansion battle. God of Destruction is a militant, said immediately. The war has not stopped, and the success of seizing the sky is just the beginning. Chu Yuan is arranging his own plan to the officials, and the next battle will be more cruel. His arrangement for the expansion war, he welcomes people to join them, and if they resist to the end, they have to kill them. There is still 1 day to fight for it. With Chu Yuan's words, Wujishan suddenly shone brightly. The Promise Heaven. The Lord of the Sky said, the Promise Heaven also has great potential. The Promise God is also a peerless powerhouse in the 6th realm, but later fell into the Eternal Road, and there are 5 palace masters in the Promise Heaven. It is different from the days of absolutism. Almost all the powerhouses of Taikushan died in the original land, but Wujishan was different. Only God fell, and the other powerhouses did not suffer much loss. Joining the Imperial camp on this day will greatly increase your strength. He and Lu Yuan had communicated a long time ago, and he also wanted to use his power to control the Wujishan, so that he could make a big fuss, help Lu Yuan rise to the top, and then take advantage of the trend to become the power of the empire. Qianfu, Qiling, you are in charge of holding the Feast of the Empire. The sky is in charge of the construction of Xuanhuangshan and the fastest breakthrough to the 6 realms, and the earth, Zhongjing, God of Sword, and God of War are in charge of preparing for the next war. Chu Yuan Dao, God of Destruction, you and I will go for a walk in the Infinity Heaven. #C1679 Promise Sky. In Fengshan Tian, a group of strong men gathered together, their eyes were fixed on watching. The scene of Xuanhuan fighting against the 3-day strong was played in a loop over and over again. It can be said that Fengshan has won a big victory this time, defeating the second God Master and other powerhouses, surrendering in 2 days, and being wiped out for 3 days in a row, all of a sudden, he gained the luck of the 5 great worlds. This should have been a happy event, but none of them were happy. The reason comes from Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan only fought for 2 days, it was of great significance. Dui, Yenshin, and Longzhu who fought with them were all 6th level, and the best outcome was 2 deaths and 1 escape. According to the most reliable news, the Emperor Xuanhuan's main realm is still the 5th realm, and has not broken through the 6th realm. That's not bad. If he has not become the 6th realm, he has the strength to kill the 6th realm. If he becomes the 6th realm, wouldn't it mean that there is no opponent in the heavens who can compete with him? The great enemy of the world, a powerful opponent unified by the conferred god faction. Xuanhuan warfare is a bit different. Look at their equipment. The battleships and cannons, especially those 2 cannons, are too powerful. And have you noticed that their battleship cannons and our refining method is different? It is not an ordinary treasure refining method, and I don't know how they refined it, and they also like to cover it with artillery fire, and a large number of warships intersperse the battlefield. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be invincible in 100 battles. Some powerhouses think that the threat of Xuanhuan is greater than that of the second God Lord, because the speed of this empire's strength is too fast, which is unexpected, and now it has become a behemoth. Yes, a very weird and powerful battleship. There are not a few of them who are strong, the Lord of the Sky, the Lord of the Earth, the Queen of the Zerg race, the God of Swords, etc. This time, after destroying Dui and Yenshin for 2 days, they have gathered more heaven and earth luck. The strength will rise to a more terrifying level. Also, the war morale of this empire is also very fierce. They are not afraid of death, and they are extremely brave. They also built something like the Tomb of the Gods. Xinyangshan destroyed Hanhaitian, and they are also on the side of Xuanhuan. What makes people dreadful is that in Yanshenshan, they also have a destruction god. The strength is so strong that people are shocked. The Molten Flame Demon King of One Motion is no match, and he is almost standing on the top of the 6th realm. Where did this god of destruction come from? It's so powerful. I haven't heard of it before. We don't know how many strong people in their empire have not yet appeared. They are all analyzing the situation shown by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is not a force that can be destroyed at will. The combat power of the 6th realm has their emperors, God of Destruction and God of Xinjiang. And there is another Day of Luck, which means that it is also a 6th level statue. And Fengshantian's location is too far away from Xuanhuan, as if at the 2 ends of the world. Although the distance is not the biggest problem for the strong, but across such a distant universe, attacking Xuanhuan Mietian will inevitably make the defense force of the world empty, and it will be difficult to come back if there is a problem. 33 days, representing 33 pieces of luck. We want to gain more advantages in the world. As long as the luck of the world is in our hands, there will be more powerful people, and it will be much easier to destroy Xuanhuan. In the next battle, while conquering the world, the main strategic direction is to advance towards the gods, shorten the distance, and suppress the alliance of the second God Master. With the Eternal Forbidden Zone and the Eternal Pure Land, we will have a steady stream of resources. Fengshan Tianzhu conveys the will of the Emperor Fengshan. The threat of Xuanhuan is too great. Just when Fengshan Tian mobilized. In the infinite sky in another part of the universe. Inside the Promised Temple. At this moment, there appeared one after another the Supreme God's seat, and the existence of the original God level had already sat on it, which was all the power of Wujishan. And the throne of God is empty. Everyone is greedy, but no one has the strength to absolutely convince the crowd. Lu Yuan, you used the power of the Palace Master this time. Called 5 strong men to gather in Wuji Hall. Is there anything to announce? That's right, if you want to say that you want to be God, then it's free. The masters of the 5 halls, sitting on the 5 highest divine thrones, all made voices at this moment. I invite you to come, of course I have something to say. Lu Yuan glanced at the crowd, and said coldly, it's not the past now. Not long ago, the great emperor of the conferred gods Lian Ke 5 days, although the conferred gods' heaven is still relatively far away according to my Wuji heaven, but if they continue to expand, according to their marching route, sooner or later they will. It affects us, even if we don't fight, but under the great world, we will definitely not be spared. This war burns the entire multiverse, and no one can hide their heads like an ostrich. Her words silenced everyone. The position of God has not yet fallen, and we have been fighting for so many years, which made the development of my Wujishan extremely slow. After the fall of God, there have not been many strong people. Lu Yuan shouted again, at this time, do you think you can continue as before? Now every day is reshuffled, and I, Wujishan, have to make a decision about where to go. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the other hall masters did not refute. They also know that it's time for a big reshuffle of the forces of heaven and earth, and the peaceful years are over. Naturally, with the strength of Wujishan, they can't form their own camp, and they must join one side. The conferred god camp, the second divine master's camp, and the Xuanhu camp. A middle-aged man sat on the supreme god's throne, and said slowly, with a playful expression, Lu Yuan, which camp do you think I, Wujishan, should join? This is a choice, which is very critical. Which side you join means which side you want to work for. As for the joining camp, if they lose in the end, they will also be destroyed, and vice versa. Second God Lord. A strong man said, although the gods and heavens are powerful, and the 10,000 demons and hells are also uniting, they are too disunited. The previous battle with Feng Shenshen also failed. The founder of the God realm will never participate. Multiverse battle. Originally, the conferred god faction was so powerful that it was well deserved to join, but because of the appearance of a martial artist, the muddy waters were disturbed and the situation became confusing again. For Xuanhu. This strong man also knows that they are very powerful and mysterious, and they don't know where their limits are. A choice related to fate, no one can be careless. Lu Yuan, it seems that you already have a choice, don't test us anymore, just speak out. It was still the middle-aged man. He is one of the 5 hall masters, named Su Ming. That's right, the hall has indeed made a choice. Lu Yuan said sternly, all Wujishan surrendered to the Xuanhu Empire and joined them. This is the decision of our hall, and today this hall is not here to discuss with you. We have been fighting for so long, and this hall does not want to talk to you. In a word, which one of you would like to join the Xuanhu camp with me? Her words were extremely firm and decisive, there was no room for turning back, and a powerful aura had already swept out. Xuanhu is so powerful, she had never thought of it before, she just wanted to use the power of Xuanhu to make herself hopeful of God. But now, Xuanhu's strength has long been beyond imagination. She is absolutely determined to join Xuanhu. #C1680 Seize power. Since we have talked about this aspect, let's make a complete end. I, Wujishan, should have a choice. There was also cruelty in Su Ming's eyes, and he said, Lu Yuan, I know you have a great relationship with Xuanhu, and you have communicated with them a long time ago. You seek refuge with them, because you want to use Xuanhu's power to become a god and break through the 6 realms. Now that this is the case, you don't need to hide anything when you speak. Not bad. Lu Yuan admitted generously. In the Golden Age, luck is boiling, and whoever becomes the god will be locked in the 6 realms. But the fate of a day, countless souls, we are not God, no one can decide alone, so it is useless for Lu Yuan to say that you want to join Xuanhu. Su Ming said. Yes, I know, the 5 of us represent the will of Wujishan. Lu Yuan said, I'll list 3 options for you here. Option 1, join Xuanhu. Option 2, join the conferred god camp. Option 3, join the second divine master. My choice is to join Xuanhuan, the next few will decide. Lu Yuan waited for their answer. I choose to join the conferred god camp. Su Ming immediately stated his position. He clearly understood that Lu Yuan and Xuanhuan had a good relationship. Once he joined Xuanhuan, the relationship between the two would definitely make Lu Yuan the god. Only God Lu Yuanqing would listen to Xuanhuan's orders. Su Ming, it seems that you have been in contact with Feng Shenshen for a long time. Lu Yuan said. Didn't you have something to do with Xuanhuan long ago? We are just each other. Su Ming had a look that he knew. I choose to join the Xuanhuan camp. A middle-aged woman on the throne spoke, and she asked Jiangli to stand firmly with Lu Yuan. The two had discussed this matter a lot before. Su Ming is not surprised, the relationship between Lu Yuan and Jiangli is already good. The Emperor conferred God is the most powerful person in the multiverse today. It is no surprise that he broke through the seventh realm and became the existence of the origin god. I, Wujishan, can only be immortal if I follow the Emperor conferred god. A man spoke, his name was Luya, and he was another palace master. Now that the four of them have spoken, there is still a middle-aged man who has not set an example, and everyone's eyes are on him. Feng Hai, the only thing left is that you didn't make a choice. You have to make a decision. Su Ming said. Although it seems that this is just a vote, they all know that no one represents the fate of Wuji, and the more people on one side, the more power of Wuji can be controlled. I've made a decision long ago, so naturally, I'm going to rely on Xuanhuan. Feng Hai made a decision that surprised even Su Ming. Feng Hai. Su Ming's expression suddenly darkened. I made this decision after careful consideration. The conferred God Emperor is certainly powerful, but there are too many strong people on their side, and the God of Martial God is very talented, and he controls the sword of the Emperor. I think it is the most wise choice to rely on Xuanhuan. Feng Haidao. He also wants to fight for God, but he knows that his strength is not as good as Lu Yuan. Su Ming, no matter which side he joins, he can't be God, so he should think of a better way out for himself. Lu Yuan, you made your choice. It seems that the three of you have hooked up a long time ago, and you deliberately came to this hall, Su Ming was shocked by the boundless anger. His face was extremely ugly, the other party had already plotted against him. The minority obeys the majority, Su Ming, don't you admit it? Lu Yuan looked at him coldly, this is a repudiation. The minority obeys the majority. This hall does not approve of this choice. It was proposed by you yourself. I do not recognize it, and it has no effect. Of course Su Ming would not agree. Only by joining the conferred god camp can he be a god. How could he give up the shortcut to the sixth realm for the position of god? This cannot be tolerated by you. The three powerhouses Lu Yuan, Jiangli, and Feng Hai immediately stood up from the throne, oppressing Su Ming with overwhelming momentum. Do you still want to fight me? Is this hall afraid of you? Su Ming wasn't afraid. Although he couldn't force them down, he wasn't afraid of a fight. Don't you agree that it is useful? To destroy His Majesty's eternal plan, there is only one dead end. Suddenly, an aura of destruction came suddenly, the sky turned dark, and a powerful god appeared in front of everyone, and said ruthlessly, you just disagree? Let me see who else disagrees. The sixth realm. Su Ming felt suffocated in front of him, you are the god of destruction. That's right, it was the god of destruction who was in charge of the situation. Originally, it was not so easy for a sixth-level statue to directly enter the day, but now Lu Yuan, Jiangli, and Feng Hai joined forces to let the god of destruction come in. Lu Yuan. Su Ming was shocked and angry. This is to lure a wolf into the house, and we are specially going to deal with him. Which one of you disagrees? Who disagrees? The pressure from God of Destruction is too great. His eyes looked at another hall master, the world was born and died in front of him, don't you agree? The palace master named Luya was looked at by the god of destruction, and felt that he was going to be destroyed. How could he be the opponent of the god of destruction? He sighed inwardly, the overall situation has been settled. How can I resist? I agree. He said, Su Ming, don't struggle anymore, take refuge in Xuanhuan, this is our only choice. 4 of the 5 palace masters are willing to join Xuanhuan. Lu Yuan took the absolute initiative, she said, Su Ming, I hope you will find your way back, don't make fearless struggles, open your eyes and take a good look, the situation is beyond your control, you has no rights. The monstrous momentum made him back again and again. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly soared into the sky. He was about to leave Wujishan directly. He was still struggling for the last time, and he didn't want to just take refuge. As long as he doesn't die, he still has a portion of Wujishan's luck, which can attract the army of conferred gods and help him become a god. Fengshen Tian would never want to see Xuanhuan continue to grow. Where else can I go? Seeing that he was about to run away, the god of destruction slapped him fiercely, and the storm of absolute destruction hit Su Ming's body directly, destroying his body with a thud. Although Su Ming is in the 5th realm, he is not a god, so he is no match for the god of destruction. Su Ming, where else can you go? Seeing this, Lu Yuan also used Jiangli and the others to run the power of Wujishan, and immediately turned into a cage of heaven and earth and suppressed it rumblingly, so that Su Ming had no chance to escape. Are you going to kill me? Su Ming growled like a defeated dog. Su Ming, I can give you a chance. Lu Yuan's tone was already treating himself as a god, and his words and deeds gathered the general trend of the world, saying, either treat me as a god and join and surrender, or die, there is no third way to go. At this time, Jiangli, Fan Hai, and Luya all gave up the luck they controlled and gathered on Lu Yuan. I have no choice. Su Ming was sad, he was at the end of the road, his luck was no longer on his side, but he didn't want to die, so he finally lowered his head. Lu Yuan, you won this time, I give up the luck of heaven and earth. #C1681 Lu Yuan, God of Promise. The choice between life and death, Su Ming chooses life, and if he dies, he really has nothing. Not that tough. Like to see the future. God's luck gathered and descended on Lu Yuan's body. At this moment, she finally dreamed of becoming the god of Wujishan, a powerful existence that controls the day. She sat on the god seat that no one could do for a long time, and she was in a trance. It all seemed too easy. I have become God. Lu Yuan has been working hard for the position of God for many years, and now it is so easy, she can feel that the luck of the world is continuously gathering towards her. With just a few gestures, one can control powerful power in the promise. This is the power of God. But she was also very sober in her heart, she was not blinded by the power of God, and she clearly understood that she could have today's status, all relying on the god of martial god. Without the god emperor of martial arts, would Fan Hai obey her? Will Su Ming convince her? This is all impossible. The divine martial god emperor is too strong, beheading 2 of the 6th-level gods shocked the powerhouses of the heavens, and it was also for this reason that when she revealed her plan, it was so easy to succeed. The Emperor Xuanhuan can give her the position of God, and he can also take it away. At this moment, there is a faint transmission of the power of the 6th realm from her body, and she can clearly feel that she is not far away from breaking through the 6th realm, and it won't take too long. Su Ming naturally felt it, and was envious in his heart, but how dare he say no? Once there is the will to resist, he will be killed immediately. Today, the Master of Heaven, Earth, and Day can break through the 6th realm. But luck is not unlimited. Doesn't it mean that if Lu Yuan achieves the 6th realm, she can just give up the position of God to others? Otherwise, wouldn't it be that the 6th realm is everywhere? What a strong man. For example, 33 days, because of the luck of the 33 days, there can only be 33 days. If you have an extra 34 days, even if your strength is not weaker than others, it is impossible to have luck. Every god is the carrier of heaven and earth luck. This is a certainty. Lu Yuan will give up the position of god in the future, and the luck will not come to others, unless she is killed, so that others can get the luck from God. Like the lord of a country, ministers can take refuge in him, but the emperor cannot. Ministers can surrender and defect to others, but once the emperor makes this choice, there will be absolutely no good end. See God. The mighty voice resounded. The world is now in charge again. Jiangli and the others understand that the previous situation has disappeared. From now on, they will give priority to Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan will also focus on martial arts. Lu Yuan nodded, not caring about these empty courtesy. She looked at the god of destruction and said, God of destruction, hasn't His Majesty the God Emperor come over? She had received instructions from the God Emperor before to seize the position of God. The God Emperor is here, and His Majesty is out of the sky. Destruction God said. Outside the sky? God of destruction, please come down to my infinite sky. I can become a god, I have to rely on the God Emperor. Lu Yuan asked Chu Yuan to come to Wujishan to let Wujishan completely join Shenwu's national destiny. This battle for dominance has reached the most critical moment. The God Emperor saw the Fengshenchen army approaching the Wujishan, aiming to attack the sky. Destroy Shinto. What? Fengshenchen's army has arrived. Jiangli was startled, looked at Suming suddenly, and said, You must be the one who attracted us to attack Wujishan. If it wasn't for the succession of Tianzhu, I'm afraid it won't be long before the army of Fengshenchen will surround us. Suming was about to speak. Lu Yuan said, Okay, I don't want to talk about what happened before, and I won't ask any more. For the sake of God's position, any behavior is tolerable, and it will be written off and turned into a blank sheet of paper. These things are not important anymore, but now we are all part of the Shenwu camp. If such things happen, then we will not be polite. She is showing Suming face. By the way, warn him. God Emperor's move ahead of time allowed her to succeed the throne of God. I will serve God. Suming knew that Lu Yuan gave him face because he didn't want him to have second thoughts. After all, they are all strong in Wujishan, and he is not a fool, and he understands this. What other instructions does the God Emperor have? Lu Yuan said. The God Emperor ordered that after you become a god, immediately lead the army of Wujishan, gather outside the sky, and resist the army from Fengshenchen. In this battle, the God Emperor and I will also help you. Destroy Shinto. Okay, everyone takes their positions, count the armies of all ministries, and go out to conquer the outer space in the shortest time, and resist the aggression of Fengshenchen together with the Emperor. Lu Yuan immediately gave the order. The background of Wujishan is really very deep, and there are many strong people. This is all made by Wujishan. Although the 5 masters of the 5 halls had discord with each other before, they had no civil war. Because they know that they don't have God, and fighting will make others cheaper. This is the benefit of completely letting one day join in refuge, which can mobilize all the strength of one day. For example, although Xuanhuan is also known as one of the 33 heavens, there is no other powerful person worthy of praise except the Lord of the Sky, which is completely empty. God of destruction, the army is assembled and ready to march at any time. Lu Yuan was fierce, like a Valkyrie, wearing armor. Okay, let's go see His Majesty. With a single word from God of destruction, all the powerhouses in the promised sky flew out and headed for the multiverse. Swish! Not long after, they saw Chu Yuan. That is the divine martial God Emperor. In the midst of the holiness, a stalwart emperor overlooks the vastness. His aura is too huge, everyone seeing him is like seeing a great sky. The eternal divine light, he is there, arbitrarily ruling the ages, suppressing time and space. You are here. Xuanhuan also smiled when he saw Lu Yuan. He sent the god of destruction to stabilize the situation without any problem. God. Even though she is a god, Lu Yuan can still feel the huge gap between her and Xuanhuan. The other party is as vast as mountains and seas, and she is very small in front of Xuanhuan. She couldn't help but think of when she and Xuanhuan met for the first time. Because of my sudden move, I got my status today, otherwise Su Ming would contact Fengshen Tian, and I would stand by the side as humbly as Su Ming. It's God. Xuanhuan said to her. Without the help of the God Emperor, I couldn't do it. Lu Yuan said. You can be the greatest help to me if you become God. Xuanhuan kept smiling towards Lu Yuan, which was completely different from the rumored cruelty. Su Ming was also roaring in his heart, if Lu Yuan didn't know you first, he would also be willing for the position of God. Fengshen Tian's army is coming, I can feel it too. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly felt that the power had turned into a boundless wave. He hadn't seen anyone yet, but the monstrous murderous aura had already swept over him first. It was also because Fengshen Tian was farther away than Shen Wuxian, and was also closer to Lu Yuan, that Xuanhuan took a step ahead and took control of one day. Ready to fight. I will be here. Xuanhuan's gaze was farther than Lu Yuan's. He had already seen that the countless armies were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River. #C 1682 Wujishan First Battle. Following Xuanhuan's words, it fell. Lu Yuan looked at it suddenly, and saw lightning and thunder, violent wind and rain, and the arrogance of the cosmic sky. The whole world was plunged into the realm of war, like a huge wave hitting the infinite sky. Feeling such momentum, Lu Yuan trembled a little, feeling that a catastrophe was imminent. After all, the prestige of the conferred god camp is too frightening. Although Wujishan had many strong men, seeing the Fengshen army approaching, his heart collapsed, the hands holding the weapons were trembling, and the magic power in his body was suppressed, and he couldn't use it. If the god and the god emperor are there, there is no need to fight, and he will collapse and surrender. This momentum is too fierce. You must know that the conferred god faction is the strongest faction in the current multiverse. They have been defeated for 5 days in a row, how powerful they are, and they have lost God for too many years, and they have not fought a large-scale war for a long time. Even if the promised God was still there back then, he would not be the opponent of Emperor conferred God. Such an army would collapse if it collided with Fengshen. Xuanhuan glanced at it. There was no accident. This is a very normal behavior. Maybe Wujishan can be very brave in a single fight, but their performance in this large-scale war is far worse. Morale is not good, combat power is not good. This is normal. Wujishan has not been baptized by war. Seeing the performance of his strong team, Lu Yuan's face was extremely ugly. He described them as chickens and dogs, and even praised them. They had no morale at all. I'm afraid they would surrender directly if they fought. How can such an army fight? Although she joined the Shenwu camp, she didn't want to be a vase. She also hoped that her subordinates could make contributions and share a share of the luck of the peak era. The Fengshen army is about to kill them. Their purpose is to destroy Wujishan. Everyone, get ready for the battle. Don't be afraid of them. This is just a part of their army. Lu Yuan knew that although he became a god, he achieved it with the help of Xuanhuan. Except for his temple, many people were not so loyal to her. She must go through this battle to establish her majesty. She looked at Xuanhuan. The God Emperor radiated eternal light, and any storm vision would be transformed in front of him, bright and bright, illuminating the universe, making people worship sacred. The power of Supreme God Martial is spreading. She clearly understood that if Xuanhuan was not there, no matter how much she spoke, it would be useless. Chu Yuan's existence was like a shelter from the wind, and the power of the world gave many people peace of mind. It's here. The overwhelming army came from an expedition, and every soldier of the conferred god camp was extremely fierce. They even had the will to dominate the era, and they attacked the sky across the sky. This is shaped by the belief in invincibility. I come. The destruction god's explosive power was shocked, the infinite destruction god's light, and the penetration of millions of Taos. He also knew that Wujishen's morale was not good, so he let him take the first shot to arouse the fighting spirit of this group of people. As soon as he made a move, he created a terrifying wave of destruction. Xuanhuan, god of destruction. In the battle with the molten flame demon god, the destruction god was also well known. With such a powerful man, it is impossible for the conferred god camp not to study his strength. The god of destruction is here, and the promised heaven has been controlled by Xuanhuan. Conquer the sky. A person flew out immediately. He was the conferred god, with the endless light of conferred god piercing through his punches, carrying a day's mighty luck. He blasted past in anger. The power of the god of destruction is so powerful that it can turn all light into darkness. He is the god's residence of destruction. Wherever he goes, he will be destroyed wherever he goes. Although Fengshen Tianzhu is strong and the lord of the day, when he fought against the god of destruction, the destructive power fluctuated along with his power and directly impacted into his body. It made him very uncomfortable too. The physical discomfort is secondary, and what is even more uncomfortable is that he was able to fight their god emperor of martial arts in the earth realm before, but now he has been reduced to the point where he can only fight against the god of destruction. But even the god of destruction, he is not an opponent either, and can only resist with the help of the luck of heaven and earth. The divine martial emperor has already become an existence on the same level as the great emperor Fengshen. The aftermath of the battle between god of destruction and conferred god is too strong. The crazy destruction, the universal existence of the sixth realm, is already the pinnacle power in the multiverse. Attack the promised heaven. More conferred god's army rushed over. Follow me. Lu Yuan had to awaken the fighting spirit of these people, so she rushed out first, and at the same time, there were also the strong men she controlled in the temple. All of them were full of fighting spirit. They also know that it is their honor that Lu Yuan becomes the new god, and if Lu Yuan is defeated, they will not end well. The promised god. In the conferred god army, an old man gradually emerged. It was the lord of Fulua Palace. He saw Lu Yuan. It is the former palace master of Tianyuan, who has joined Xuanhuan, and must be killed. He directly attacked Lu Yuan with the peerless power of the sixth realm, with terrifying power. Humph! Lu Yuan stood in the air like a valkyrie, facing the violent storm power of Patriarch Fulua. She didn't have the slightest fear. She was also a god, and although she hadn't achieved the sixth realm, she didn't have to be afraid of them. The army has been oppressed. The Fengshen army had just won a big victory, and it was the time when their morale was strong, and they were not afraid of these so-called strong men of Wujishen at all. Chu Yuan also understood that Wujishen was definitely not as good as the conferred god camp in terms of quality, and he didn't want this group of people to die, but hoped that they would go through a war. Lan. Chu Yuan said. Exist. The Zerg hive appears. This hive is extremely huge. It is a mobile world of war. Every empress is born a soul master, a master of war. The Zerg brood feeds wars by fighting, beheading the strong, and devouring their flesh and blood, so as to cultivate more insect seas. Lan's mental fluctuations became more and more intense, and immediately a sea of hundreds of millions of insects formed a legion and flew out, confronting the first wave of the Fengshen army that rushed over. The sea of insects will not be afraid. They will faithfully carry out the orders of the Mother Emperor, and immediately, although a large number of seas of insects were killed, a large number of people were also swallowed by the sea of insects. Zerg brood. That Xuanhuan actually brought all the Zerg nests. This is to protect the Wujishen. Kill, don't be blocked by these insect seas, just destroy Wujishan directly. The morale of the Fengshan army is strong, and they will not stop, because of a bug nest. Chu Yuan watched the army rushing, waved 3 immortal era cannons, and set them up. Suddenly, 3 incomparable light beams pierced through, and the whole world suddenly turned into nothingness, shattering countless layers of space. The power of these 3 giant cannons consumes a large amount of eternal God crystal for each shot, but the power is surprisingly large, and the power of each blow is comparable to that of a strong man in the 6th realm. In the system space, the immortal era cannon is worth tens of billions of vertex. Kill. The appearance of the insect nest, the firing of the immortal era cannon, and seeing the scene of the war, also inspired the ferocity and bloodiness of the Wujishan powerhouse. They also knew that the conferred god camp looked down on their power. When the war really comes, it is useless to retreat, you must use your own strength to defend your dignity. Chu Yuan was right behind them, and the majestic body of the emperor, like the eternal god, was protecting them. #C1683 Two Emperors Duel. The Great War has begun. The powerhouses of the two sides have already fought hand-to-hand and fought together. After Wujishan experienced the initial panic, he gradually stabilized the situation, although the strength could not be comparable to that of the conferred god camp. But Chu Yuan also has the Zerg nest and 3 immortal era cannons, helping them stabilize the situation. It is impossible for them to be defeated immediately. He looked at the battle between the powerhouses of the two sides in the vast universe, with a calm face. This is a bloody war, and for Wujishan it is a war of rebirth from the ashes. Coming. Chu Yuan's sharp eyes pierced the sky. The infinite golden light, a great figure like an ancient myth, slowly walked over. Every step he took brought the shock of the universe, the fluctuation of the infinite avenue. He controls the terrifying power, confers a god with a thought, and degrades a mortal with a thought. The Emperor conferred god is here. He is the strongest in the multiverse today, and he has also come to this battlefield. Fengshan Great Emperor. Lu Yuan was shocked, not to mention that she became a god. Even if she is in the 6th realm, she is far from being the opponent of Emperor Fengshan. If she fights with him, she will be beheaded. As soon as he appeared, his momentum suppressed the audience, his eyes swept across, and the people who were stared at felt that the magic power in their bodies was sealed and could not function. Shenwu God Emperor. Emperor Fengshan looked at Chu Yuan and did not despise this emperor. He already understood that his biggest opponent in winning the peak luck of the multiverse this time was not the second god lord, but the god of martial god in front of him. He is mysterious, has many means, and controls the power of humanity. Even he doesn't know where the limit of Shenwu is. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, he came here to fight Chu Yuan in a duel between emperors. If he can kill the opponent, no one can stop his road to invincibility. And the two of them also want to create a pattern of dominance in the world. Fengshan. Chu Yuan also looked at him. He is different from the 6th realm that Chu Yuan saw on the Eternal Road. He has infinite luck, and the power at the peak is like the fiercest scorching sun, making it difficult for those who are suppressed to breathe. Boom. Before the battle, the auras had already collided together, bringing about the destruction of the universe. The two emperors stood on one side, and waves of auras were fighting each other, forming an absolutely taboo field. He has no enmity with Emperor Fengshan, but everyone on the Eternal Road is an opponent. In order to compete for the luck of the peak of the era, you will either die or you will live. Unless one party gives up and flees to the Eternal Road. But apparently, no one is giving up. Could it be that the two emperors are going to confront each other today, a big battle? The confrontation between Chu Yuan and Emperor Fengshan slowed down the fighting on the battlefield, and all eyes turned to the two emperors. One is the most powerful conferred god emperor in the multiverse, and the other is the divine martial god emperor who rises like a comet. Both are equally unfathomable and unfathomable. Xuanhuan's rise has not been long, but he has too many methods and is too mysterious. No one knows when he mastered the human emperor sword. The conferred god emperor was defeated by the human emperor back then. And the power of humanity is nothing more than a kind controlled by this god of martial arts. You're good, Fengshen Dadi said. This is his admiration. He looks down on even the second god master, relying on the talents of the gods to compete with him, but the god emperor of martial arts has to praise his opponent. You too. The emperor's aura was rising, and Xuanhuan's power had already reached its peak. His realm was always lower than that of Emperor Fengshen, but he also had no fear. And his aura is also rising steadily, eternal brilliance, huge waves of heaven and earth pouring down, and the power of thunder is constantly bombarding. Emperor Fengshen was equally curious about Xuanhuan, and even he did not expect that his biggest opponent in this life would be this person, and his power also fluctuated. With a single thought, he has the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth and operate the universe. Xuanhuan made a move. At this moment, he is like a god. He is not the universe, but he can dominate the operation of the universe. Let the universe be a plaything, and the eternal rules are controlled by God. He strode across the starry sky, and God grabbed it with one hand. Come. Emperor Fengshen can despise the second divine master, and can disdain Dugu Shenma, but he can't ignore Xuanhu God Emperor. He could feel the powerful terror in Xuanhuan's heavenly power. He killed it with one blow. Boom. Peerless collisions, duels between peak powerhouses, boundless annihilation of time and space, boundless nothingness. After receiving this blow, Xuanhuan didn't back down in the slightest. He slammed away again with a fierce blow, controlling the luck of the heaven and the earth. With a shake of 5 fingers, it was like a chaotic mountain crushing past. The golden light of the Emperor of the conferred gods is infinite, and the hand of the conferred gods confronts the chaos god mountain. The power of the two emperors confronted each other in the universe, creating extreme fluctuations in the world. Hand of conferred god. The great emperor conferred god displayed his true strength. Although he killed it with one hand, this hand is like the sky, a universe, golden light descends, and the will of the ruler wants to dominate the world to confer the gods. He shrouded Xuanhuan in golden light. The conferred god emperor's conferred god power, he wants to deprive the divine martial god emperor of his imperial dominance. In the universe, there are also hidden voices. It is absolutely impossible for such a shocking battle not to attract other powerful people. It is not the first time Xuanhuan has experienced the power of conferred gods, and it is indeed very domineering. However, when Emperor Fengshen was used, he was much stronger than Emperor Fengshen. The Emperor Fengshen covered the sky with one hand, and smashed the sky of Xuanhuan with one palm of strength. His 5 fingers were like an indestructible pillar of heaven. With this slap, countless universes, and time and space were destroyed along the way. Shot by the hand of the Emperor of Chu and Yuan. The 2 palms slammed across the universe, and the law was annihilated. Xuanhuan's power is boiling, his eyes are shining, his fierceness is unimaginable. No matter how strong the opponent is, he only has an invincible control heart, and he wants to destroy all enemies in the world. The mana was condensed, and the big hand of God shot out again. The Emperor conferred God also showed his conferred God hand. The light is like the sea, and the power is astounding. From a distance, the 2 emperors are in a peerless confrontation, constantly displaying various methods, and all kinds of violent and ferocious forces are constantly bombarding. His strength can already compete with the great emperor. The most shocking thing in his heart was Fengshen Tianzhu. He stared wide-eyed, unable to understand today's scene. What happened? Then why is the strength of Xuanhu God Emperor so strong? Xuanhu's strength is already strong enough to collide with Emperor Fengshen. It's so terrifying and unfathomable. What kind of existence is this supernatural power? Is it a peerless freak born in eternity? You must know that his realm is not yet the sixth realm. The great emperor of the conferred gods is at the level of the great emperor of the conferred gods, but the great conferred the gods can't do anything to him. How terrifying is this? If he is allowed to break through the epic, wouldn't he be able to suppress the great conferred the gods, and no one will be his opponent? But on the contrary, if the conferred god emperor advances to 7 realms, this battle of luck can be declared over. The two of them are extremely bright at this moment, and the other strong men are like stars, becoming the foil of the twin emperors. #C1684, the real enemy. Boom. The golden light crisscrossed, and the infinite vitality expanded, unexpectedly forming a huge conferred god universe. The conferred god emperor is the absolute master in the conferred god universe. In this world, everything in this world is controlled by him. Whoever he makes become a god, can become a god. Whoever he knocks down from the altar and becomes a waste is a waste. Conferred god universe, he is the only god, no one can beat him. The art of conferring gods, conferring the universe of gods. That day the second divine lord and other strong men fought against the conferred god great emperor, but they lost in the conferred god universe. Their strength was severely suppressed, and they were almost beheaded. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. Now he used Fengshen universe to deal with Xuanhuan again. What method will he use against conferred god universe? Some people guessed, not daring to miss a trace. I hold the conferred god. The power of the conferred god emperor showed a magnificent scene, the gods in the world, he is the strongest and only god, and the overwhelming golden light completely enveloped Xuanhuan. His strength is also too overbearing, his robe vibrates, and he dominates everything in the world. Xuanhuan's strength swallowed Xinghe, he could certainly feel the strength of the conferred god universe, but his expression was too indifferent, and he took his own steps and punched through the impact. It is the power of eternal mastery that breaks down all obstacles. Earth-shattering sound. To the shock of many powerhouses, in the conferred god universe, this emperor still displayed his own berserk combat power. The power to destroy the era, and Xuanhuan's will to be self-respecting, filled the entire conferred god universe. When he punched the sky, the entire universe boomed, cracked open, and actually collapsed directly. When he stepped into the conferred god universe, his domineering arrogance made it impossible to look directly at him. He actually broke the conferred god universe with the strongest power. Some people's scalps are numb. It's unimaginable why this supernatural power is so fierce. The great Emperor Fengshen also knew that the conferred god universe alone would not be able to deal with this emperor at all, but being broken like this also made his expression more serious. Time, space. Xuanhuan manipulated the power of time and space, and in an instant he was in front of the great emperor of the conferred gods. He wanted to use his worldwide combat power to tell the powerful in the world that the martial arts were powerful enough to compete with the conferred gods. The power of this time and space is too mysterious. Emperor Fengshen fixed his eyes on a figure, and slammed his palm away, but the one he hit was like a phantom, and it passed through directly. It's not a phantom, but the power of time and space reverses the past and the future, so that I am not in the same latitude. What I hit is that he stays in time and space. It may be a mark of the past or the present. Emperor Fengshen could see through it at a glance, but he didn't try to guess which time and space Xuanhuan was in, he just punched, annihilated the void, and directly destroyed you in any time and space. King Xuanhuan came to heaven and earth, time and space messed up the universe with a punch, sweeping across the wilderness and heaven and earth. Of course, Emperor Fengshen would not show weakness, he fought Xuanhuan again with one blow. This person's realm is not as good as his, but he can fight him to this extent, which is also something that the Emperor Fengshen dare not underestimate this person. With every move, every style, these two great emperors have unleashed immense power. The palm of the conferred god emperor came again, like a cosmic monument, ancient and powerful, with the conferred god runes flashing, unparalleled in the world, and it was about to be suppressed from the sky. With one finger of Xuanhuan, he condensed the power of the world's ultimate way, penetrated the universe, and reached the peak of tyranny. A divine light ruthlessly killed the cosmic monument. The cosmic steel condensed with mana suddenly shattered, and at the same time, Xuanhuan's extreme divine light also disappeared. Emperor Fengshen made a gesture of gathering his hands, and suddenly the overwhelming pressure collapsed towards Xuanhuan, and the golden light surged, revealing the shackles, as if they were the condensation of eternal shackles. Xuanhuan was unparalleled in the world, his divine power was shocked, and he was not affected by the shackles. Difficult to kill, with many means, and unparalleled domineering, this is the biggest feeling Xuanhuan gave Emperor Fengshen. His face was extremely cold, and as he waved his hand, a divine weapon suppressed the ages, and it turned out to be a blue-gold divine tower. This pagoda is simple and unsophisticated, filled with the atmosphere of the prehistoric, creating a prehistoric scene, as if coming to the prehistoric world. Origin artifact. A voice exclaimed, this turned out to be an extremely powerful artifact of origin, and the aura it exudes suppresses the world. It is by no means refined by the god of origin like the ancestor of Tianquan, but has reached a stronger level. What is he going to do? Tianjun was also observing in secret, and said in surprise, he wants to use the artifact of origin to suppress God Emperor Xuanwu so that he cannot escape. Boom! The azure gold divine light was blazing, and the power emanating from this azure gold divine tower was so powerful that it became a giant and flew directly over Xuanhuan's head, trying to suppress him. The artifact of origin comes out, let's see how you resist it. God of conferred God uttered a stern voice. The Emperor conferred God can have today's strength, and he is also a person with great luck and great fortune. This is a powerful artifact from an ancient era that he obtained on the road to eternity. He pushed the power of the Qingjin Tower to the forefront. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the Xinghe Ding flew out, sweeping out the brilliant Xinghe divine brilliance, and in a 10,000th of an instant, the two artifacts had a shocking collision. Tao of brilliance, the terrifying vibration seemed to be heard by the entire multiverse. Although the Qingjin Pagoda is also extremely powerful, Xuanhuan's galaxy cauldron is not a mortal thing, and it spins rapidly, immediately setting off monstrous waves. These two artifacts clashed fiercely in the void. Not weaker than the origin artifact of the Azure Gold God Tower. The exclamation sounded again, the cauldron can block the collision of the Qingjin Tower, there is no need to question it, it is also a stronger origin artifact, not weaker than the God Tower. This has many people's heads buzzing. In this Xuanwu Empire, how many treasures are there, like a god of destruction, this tripod has never appeared before. Dingzhong Universe. As soon as Xuanhuan's power changed, the airflow of the universe flowed out from the Xinghe cauldron, which was extremely heavy and had the power to open up the world and recreate the Yin and Yang universe. The tripod was like a shooting star, slamming into the past. When the Qingjin Divine Pagoda encountered such a blow, it was also blown away, and landed next to Emperor Fengshen again. Xuanhuan looked at the great Emperor Fengshen, and the galaxy cauldron was floating beside him, submerged by the pouring air current, extremely turbulent. Even the Emperor conferred God can hardly suppress him. Invincible. Powerful. Many people saw this battle because they had an intuitive feeling for Xuanhuan. Anyone could feel this kind of amazement. Even if he was wiped out for 2 days, it was not even as shocking as this battle. The strength of the conferred God Emperor is well known throughout the world. Even if it is the second Divine Master, Dugu Shenma, they are only able to fight the conferred God Emperor together, and they will definitely not be able to fight against the conferred God Emperor alone. However, Xuanwu did it today. Emperor Fengshen had no expression on his face. At this moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. Finally become the general trend, Xuanwu, you will be the enemy of this emperor. Emperor Fengshen left this sentence, and finally left. He has experienced the strength of the other party, and it is extremely difficult to kill him. Unless he burns both jade and stone, he may be able to drag him to die together. This person is his real enemy. Hashtag C1685 The peak is coming. Emperor Fengshen left. Although it was just leaving, the shock revealed was too great, enough to make the entire multiverse uneasy. In this battle, the two emperors confronted each other. This shows that Emperor Fengshen has nothing to do with Emperor Xuanhuan and can't suppress each other, and it also shows that Emperor Xuanhuan has no absolute means to deal with Emperor Fengshen, and the two emperors are still at a stalemate. But, the conferred God Emperor is an ancient powerhouse. And the rise of Xuanhuan was so fast that people were caught off guard, and suddenly became the most powerful person in the universe. Next, someone predicted that the goal of their competition would start around heaven and earth. Fengshen Tian has retreated. Seeing Fengshen Tian's army retreat, the Wujishan powerhouse also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a brief confrontation, they also suffered a lot of casualties, and this was still under the condition that Xuanhuan stabilized the situation. Otherwise, it is a rout. Now, all the powerhouses of Wujishan have come to Chu Yuan's side. Especially that Su Ming, who was even more respectful, didn't dare to be a little bit dissatisfied with Lu Yuan being the lord. He was regretting in his heart, if he had contacted Xuanhuan earlier, the position of God would have been his. Regret, boundless regret, regret that I didn't know Xuanhuan earlier. This giant was able to confront Emperor Fengshen head-on, and killing him was even more of a matter of raising his hand. God. Lu Yuan said, Fengshen Tian's retreat is only temporary. There must be a decisive battle between my Xuanhuan camp and the Fengshen camp to determine the final winner. And I, Wujishan, am willing to obey any order of the God Emperor. She was completely overwhelmed by Chu Yuan's divine power. The battle of the era, there is no compromise, either you die or I die. Chu Yuan's majesty was conveyed to everyone's heart, and everyone looked at him as the strongest emperor. God Emperor, what worries me is that I, Wujishan, are far away from the empire after all. If there is a war, I will definitely not be able to rescue them immediately. I am afraid that I will be defeated one by them. Lu Yuan was also troubled. After all, Wuji Heaven was not as close to the empire as the newly opened Xuanhuan Heaven and Jinyang Heaven. If Emperor Fengshen insisted on destroying them, he would definitely be unable to stop them. Don't worry about this, I will start to use the Eternal God Crystal to build a space-time altar to achieve cross-boundary transmission. Chu Yuan said. To build a space-time altar requires extremely advanced space-time power, but Chu Yuan is also proficient in this, and also needs the substance of Eternal God Crystal to carry the power of space transmission. Of course, the most important thing is that Wujishan is willing to set up the altar in their world. After all, this is very dangerous. With the altar, the strong can be transported on a large scale, and the day will be destroyed. But Wujishan belongs to his martial arts camp, so naturally, there is no need to worry about it. Lu Yuan nodded, although it is not the safest, but it is the best way at the moment, to establish a fast communication channel with the empire. However, this is only temporary. The forces between Wujishan and the empire will be wiped out, and those 33 days will also be conquered, so as to connect the territory of the empire camp. Chu Yuan said again. I will fully obey the imperial orders. Lu Yuan said. Lu Yuan, the next most important thing is that you have to use God's luck to break through the 6 realms. Chu Yuan Dao, he needs too many strong men on his side. One of the best things about Wujishan is that it has a deep foundation, which makes it rich in luck. Unlike Xuanhuan, everything has to be started from scratch, which is very troublesome. The peak of an era is coming, the peak is here, the strong are blowing out, the 6th realm is just around the corner, and in this era, there will be the strongest at the peak. There was also strong arrogance in Lu Yuan's words. The Empire will give you the greatest blessing. Xuanhuan didn't stay in Wujishan for too long. After making some arrangements, he returned to the Empire. You have also seen the divine power of the Divine Emperor. If I, Wujishan, want to gain benefits in this troubled world, I must firmly follow in the footsteps of Shenwu, otherwise we will only be wiped out in ashes. After Xuanhuan left, Lu Yuanduan sat on the throne of God. The look is flying. We all know. After all, they are too small in this battle of the era. If they want not to be destroyed, they can only follow in the footsteps of the Empire. Also, in the near future, Shenwu will hold a grand banquet. Everyone can't go. At that time, Su Ming, you, and I will go, and you can appreciate the power of the Empire. Lu Yuan named Su Ming and him to attend the Imperial banquet. Su Ming didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant. It was because he was afraid that he would have second thoughts, so he brought him by his side, and at the same time went to Shenwu to appreciate the emperor's prestige. However, at a time like this, how could he dare to be half-hearted, even if he had 10 guts? Several months have passed since the end of the Seizing the Sky War. Now, the fortune of the Empire is prosperous. From a distance, it exudes a strong brilliance, especially the battle with Emperor Fengshen, which made his reputation spread all over the world. The background of the Shenwu Empire is so profound that it even has an artifact of origin. The Renhuang sword is also a terrifying luck artifact refined by the Renhuang. They don't even know how many artifacts Shenwu still has. In Xuanhuan, time accelerates, the multiverse is a few months, the internal time has long been calculated in years, and a large number of people have been multiplied. All the resources obtained from the battle in Yanshenshan were also given to Xuanhuan for development. The Lord of the Sky did not disappoint Xuanhuan either. Not long after he became the Lord of Heaven, he became the sixth realm. Now the sixth realm in the universe has gradually become rare with the changes of the world, and those gods with deep qualifications have broken through one after another, and have obtained the huge benefits of the changes in luck. All energy is eternal breath. But it is different in the multiverse. The change of luck makes the eternal breath also change, becoming a breath with more terrifying effect and easier to cultivate. This is the power of the era, that is, the arrival of the so-called peak prosperity. After Xuanhuan announced the next strategic plan of the empire, he was comprehending the power of the sixth realm. The combat power was so strong that it was more difficult for him to break through this realm than others. What it brings is that once he breaks through to the sixth realm, his combat power will rise to an extremely terrifying level. All the strong men gathered in a hall, discussing the conquest of the empire. The grand meeting of the empire is coming soon, and we can't just wait, we must make arrangements. This battle between His Majesty and the Emperor of the Gods caused a great sensation, and at the same time forged the glory of the empire. Lord of the Sky. 5 days after the conquest of the conferred god camp, they are also planning to carry out the next stage of conquest. The second Divine Master is uniting with many heavens and earths. In order to deal with the crisis, an alliance is being formed to counteract the great changes from the universe. The Lord of the Earth sorted out the recent news and made a summary. This is normal. Zhang Jingdao, after all, the world has undergone great changes. Except for the heaven of the gods, the heaven of hell, the heaven of myriad demons, the heaven of myriad demons, and the heaven of myriad Daos, which once had the power to protect themselves, who dares to say that they can survive? Have you lived through this world of great struggle? In the past 5 days, extremely powerful strongmen have been born, in the initial stage of this era, at the beginning stage. For some reason, I don't know if it is because of the eternal rules, the pioneers of the 5 days ignored the current battle of the multiverse, in the eternal road. And they didn't know what happened to them in the eternal road. It is still in accordance with the plan made before, centering on the empire and expanding. The Lord of the Sky pointed at the map and slowly landed on the sky. Next is the Sea of Stars, which is the closest to us. Hashtag C1686 No choice. The Empire's next strategic plan is very simple, which is to continue to focus on the gods and martial arts, continue to expand, win more luck in the era, and finally form a pattern of decisive battles. Although simple, it is very practical. Whoever gathers the most heaven and earth luck is the most powerful. After the order was issued, warships attacked one after another, and groups of armies assembled, all heading towards the stars. Xinghaitian is the closest day to the Empire. If they don't hit them, who will they hit? Only by expanding with the Empire as the center, and connecting luck wherever it goes, can it gather its strength to the strongest and sweep away all opponents in the multiverse. Xinghaitian. Bright and bright. The sky and the earth are surrounded by the air, current like the sea of stars, creating the universe. But outside the Xinghaitian, there was a lot of murderous aura, but there were many warships, and densely packed cannons surrounded the sky. Groups of armies stood outside the sky and earth, holding cold and heart-piercing magic soldiers, exuding a cold aura. In heaven and earth, the powerhouses of Xinghaitian are worried. The army of Xuanhuan has already marched beyond the sky and the earth, and can launch an attack at any time. Thinking of their record, everyone is panicked. How can the God Emperor of martial arts fight against it? It's not his opponent at all. The Lord of the Star Sea, the sun, the moon and the stars, fluctuate around him. He is like the universe, with an incomparably vast aura. He can collapse the infinite starry sky with a single thought, and his cultivation is also at the 6th level. Xinghaitian is also an ancient day in the world, and Xinghai Tianzhu also recently received a change in the luck of the era, breaking through not long ago. God was promoted to the 6th realm, and the power of the whole world skyrocketed. This was originally a universal celebration and a great good thing. We should hold the most grand banquet and invite friends from all over the world to congratulate. But Xinghaitian was besieged by Xuanhuan. How could they be happy? Xuanhuan, with so many troops stationed outside my sky, is this trying to destroy my sky? A strong man, some fearful, some angry, what can they do in the face of the strength of Xuanhuan? Reason with them? Talk about fists? All the truths are within the distance of the cannon. The other party has made it clear that they are not playing tricks with you, but are going to deal with Xinghaitian. What can you say to them? God, they are deceiving people too much. If they don't put me, Xinghaitian, we are one of the 33 days anyway. How have we ever suffered such humiliation? A big man, trembling with anger, his cultivation reached the 5th level, he wished he could rush out and fight with Xuanhuan. Calm. Xinghai God was bitter, but calm. Fight? What are you fighting for? The opponent's reasoning is within their range of fire. But we can't sit still. The big man was aggrieved and said angrily, God, please order, as long as you give the order, we will follow you to kill, let them know that I, Xinghaitian, are not easy to mess with, and if they dare to deal with us, they will have to pay the price of blood, we are not afraid of him. His words immediately silenced some other strong men. Dragon God, Dui, and Yenshin's 3-day union are not opponents of Xuanhuan. Duer, Yenshin's 2 masters, were ruthlessly beheaded. No matter how strong I am, Xinghaitian, I am not their opponent. An old man sighed. 33 days before Xuanhuan became a god, he was able to kill the 2 masters. Now that he has become a god, his strength has skyrocketed, and he is even more unfathomable and unable to deal with it. Then what do you mean? Are we going to surrender to them? Lay down and let them ravage us? The big man's temper was extremely violent, and he shouted, I can't bear this kind of shame. If it doesn't work, we will take refuge in Emperor Fengshan and join their camp. I'm afraid that we will be wiped out by them before the Emperor conferred God can make a move. The god of Xinghai stared at the sky and looked out of the sky, God of destruction, God of true sun, Lord of the sky, the 3 gods of the 6th realm are all beyond my sky. Not to mention the god of martial god. Even if it is these 3 6th level statues, he will not be an opponent. God, you decide. The old man said. Xuanhuan didn't take action for a long time, but gathered troops in Reincarnation, which is actually giving us a chance. Soon, there will be a feast for Xuanhuan to celebrate the 33-day promotion of the Empire. During this period, it is time for us to think about it. Xinghai God Road. What do you mean? Do we have a choice? No more. The god of Xinghai sighed, and said bitterly, Xuanhuan seems to be speechless, but he gave us 2 choices, one is to take refuge in the sky before the feast, and the other is after the feast, the army conquers and destroys our Xinghai. At that time all resistors, kill them all. Let's take refuge in them. In today's situation, who can take care of himself alone? Either take refuge in Emperor Fengshen, God Emperor Xuanhuan, or the second God Lord. As for abandoning the world and fleeing to the eternal road, there is a more cruel and terrifying world. It's not as good as being in the multiverse. Xinghai God has already made a choice, or he has no choice. Before the huge gap in strength, all he can do is lie down, not resist. He suddenly stepped out of Reincarnation and came to Xuanhuan's camp. The Lord of the Star Sea is here. When Lord Xingyang saw Lord Xinghai, he smiled faintly. His success in seizing the sky was also due to his divine martial arts. He had completely regarded himself as a part of the divine martial arts camp for a long time, and his own strength could not support such a big ambition. Xinghai pays homage to all of you. Xinghai God Road. God of Xinghai, please come in. The Lord of the Sky opened the passage and let the Lord of the Star Sea come in. Star Sea God does not move forward in a flash, but advances step by step along the passage, representing respect for the Empire. When he came to the barracks, the chilling aura made him terrified even though he was in the 6th realm. If this army goes straight to Reincarnation, they will only perish. God Xinghai, the purpose of my coming here is also to have a friendly exchange with you. The Lord of the Sky smiled gently. Friendly exchange? Xinghai Tianzhu slandered, is this the appearance of a friendly exchange, but the other party is stronger than him, so whatever they say is nothing. Lord of the Sky, I also want to have a friendly exchange with the Empire. Xinghai God said, I heard that the Empire will hold a grand banquet soon. After I know it, I am also very interested. I wonder if I can go to the Empire to participate in this feast. Sure. The Lord of the Sky said, I just came to send invitations to Reincarnation. Before, I was worried that Reincarnation was mainly in retreat, and this invitation would not be delivered. Now I see that there is no problem. Lord Xingyang also said, if the situation is chaotic today, and the heroes are fighting for hegemony, I am also worried that the conferred god camp will attack Reincarnation, so I will lead some troops here to fight against the conferred god camp. Yes? Star Sea God can only respond. I'm thinking this is how you invite people. The name of the God Emperor spreads far and wide, and I really want to visit. Now I can go to the Empire with you, meet the God Emperor, and participate in the feast. Star Sea God is very knowledgeable. You made the wisest choice. The Lord of the Sky said, Your Majesty is within the Empire, and His Majesty will be very happy to see you coming. #C1687 Alliance of the Heavens. Empire. Xuanhuan is practicing. Although the news of the grand meeting of the Empire has spread, he does not need to deal with the preparation of this kind of thing. Other powerful people in the Empire will handle it well. And what he has to do is to maintain his peak fighting power and gather infinite mighty power in one body. At this moment, around him is a void of time and space, filled with a special atmosphere, as if simulating the fluctuations of heaven and earth in the eternal road. All cultivation is for eternity. In front of him is the galaxy cauldron, with the light of the inner world surging. Although it is a tripod, the real world can also evolve inside. It is too real, it is a real world. He looked down at the Xinghe cauldron, and in one thought, the world inside the cauldron ushered in a big bang and a big shattering of the universe, and then in another thought, the power of origin opened up a new universe. After being destroyed again and reorganized again and again, Xuanhuan was gaining a greater understanding. What is the end of the eternal road? Where is the end of the road? Generation after generation of the strongest are exploring, but no one can know the real end. Xuanhuan fell into a greater realization. If there is no way to eternity, then use your own power to continue to connect an eternal road. A strong light flashed in his eyes, and a golden road was condensing, as if leading to the end of eternity. My sixth realm. Others can be promoted to the sixth realm with one day of luck, but what Xuanhuan wants to create is a stronger epic. One day of luck is not enough, and more heaven and earth must be one. As far as Xuanhuan is concerned, he will continue to seize the sky. Longzhu. Xuanhuan said. Longzhu ran away that day, which made him very uncomfortable. He knew that this dragon was extraordinary and had the appearance of the seventh realm, and the ancestor of Long had already embarked on this path. In the era of the century, you can't run away. Your imprint is in this era. I will capture you, obliterate your soul, return to the dragon spirit, and become a dragon driven by me again. Xuanhuan has already remembered this dragon. The Imperial event is about to begin. Xuanhuan looked at the inside of the empire, beaming. But at this moment, just before the Imperial Grand Meeting was about to be held, there were also powerful figures gathered in the heaven of the gods, and the shocking oppression of Xuanwu and Fengshen made them feel very gloomy. Xuanwu and Fengshen are already starting more battles to seize the sky. If this continues, the luck in the world will be taken away by them. Who can stop them then? The second Divine Master's face was extremely gloomy. They seized the peak, and we can't even keep our own luck. There will be a decisive battle between Xuanwu and Fengshen, but they will not fight yet. Dugu Shenma said, but what surprised me the most was that not long ago, when Emperor Fengshen fought with Emperor Xuanwu, Fengshen was unable to do anything to obtain this martial arts, and this shows the horror of divine martial arts. The second God Master also nodded when he heard the words. When the tomb of Jiyuan appeared, he had seen the martial arts. Although it was extraordinary, he did not expect him to be so terrifying. God killing arrives. The Lord of the pure world has arrived. The Lord of Yin-Yang has arrived. The Lord of the five elements has arrived. God of creation has arrived. A God-level existence has arrived. Especially Yin-Yang, slaughter, five elements, and world purification, these gods have long been in the six realms, and now that the Golden Age is coming, their magic power is becoming more and more powerful. But in the face of the oppression of Xuanwu and Fengshen, they also feel that they are in danger. If they don't take action and let the other side expand so powerfully, they will suffer disaster sooner or later. Forget about the weak world, they can only lie flat, unable to resist. But as the top 10 heaven and earth, which of these gods does not have raging ambitions, and does not want to get more luck in the era? They gathered together in the gods and heavens this time, and they actually revealed a meaning. They were willing to join forces thoroughly, but they were worried that they would be defeated by the two emperors one by one, and their end would be lost forever. The emergence of Xuanwu was unexpected, and no one expected the rise of such a character. Yin-Yang God is an old man, wearing black and white yin and yang robes, he suddenly said. He is now going to compete with Emperor Fengshen for the luck of the pinnacle of this era. They will all be the targets of their conquest, and it is difficult for anyone to be alone. Yes, in the future, there will be more tragic wars around the world. If the two emperors can kill each other, we will be able to reap the benefits. The five elements God's eyes are constantly flickering, and the breath of the five elements is balanced. He controls the great five elements art, which is also very powerful. These two emperors are not stupid, so they don't know how to make money? That's why we have to unite and not give them a chance to defeat them one by one, forming a third-party force, a tripartite confrontation, and it is best to survive this catastrophe safely. The god of purifying the world is a woman who envelopes the divine power of purifying the world and purifies all evil in the world. For the Zeons, this is an opportunity to compete for greater strength, but for them, it is a catastrophe. The Lord of the pure world is right. Good fortune God said, for example, in the early days of this era, the founder of the god realm obtained the power of the beginning of the era, but he was not completely gathered in one body. There are also 4 strong origins of Tao, demon, and underworld. I never thought about it. With such a big ambition, I just want to end this era safely and transition to the next era smoothly. The pattern of the 33 days was also determined by the founder of the god realm at that time. The 5 days of the top 5, the 5 pioneers, all represent the glory of the early days of the era. This is the thought in the minds of many gods. They want to fight for hegemony, but they don't have the strength. But now is not the beginning of this era, nor is it the era of the founder of the god realm. The second divine master said coldly. An era has its own laws. 33 days is the law of the age of the creator of the god realm. As a strong man in the early days of the multiverse, the second divine lord knew a lot. He understood why the founder of the god realm didn't get involved in the multiverse after his era ended. The founder of the god world has his limitations. The next era, said the Lord of the 5 elements. The times to come will be crueler. The second god lord broke the illusion of these gods. The founder of the god realm represents the early stage of the era. In the initial stage, 100 schools of thought contended, and it was prosperous and bright. You can see the cruel times of gathering together without this god reminding you. Good. Prison said, whether it is Emperor Fengshen or Emperor Xuanhuan, they are very different. They are too ambitious. They want to start the era of great unification, gather the peak luck on themselves, and become the strongest. But what does this mean? Representatives will break the previous pattern, and representatives will harm our interests. When this era comes, you don't even want to be your own gods in peace and stability. As long as you are in the multiverse, is it inevitable? Escape to eternity? Are you willing? Moreover, it is more cruel there than in the multiverse, the god of origin, the strongest, and even the strongest. Hashtag C1688 Imperial Feast. An era has its own rules of operation. The opening of a new era will inevitably break the pattern of the old era. The mind of the second divine master also gradually changed. After losing consecutive battles, he also knew his own gap, and turned the struggle for hegemony into a pattern that gradually maintained the current situation. If you were unable to fight for hegemony now, then destroy other people's fight for hegemony. But people like him, as long as there is a chance, will still jump out and fight for hegemony. If Xuanhuan or Fengshen are really allowed to break the 33-day pattern, will the founders of the god realm really tolerate it? A god spoke. They will not intervene. The founder of the god realm has already obtained the Tao fruit of this era. After one era passes, everything will be dissipated and ushered in destruction, and we can only live on the road of eternity. To survive, the struggle here is meaningless to them. Yin Yang God wisely said, if they intervene forcefully, they will not get any benefits, and will be greatly restricted, and even the power of eternal rules, the price is too great. They are on the path of eternity, and they don't know what they are doing now, and in the face of the eternal rules, even the founders of the god realm are humble and insignificant. The pinnacle of a god would have been the pinnacle of a human being, but what a pity, the emperor. After the 5 elements God said this, he was silent afterward. Human sovereign is kind, let him dominate the pinnacle, it will not bring so much slaughter like Xuanhuan and Fengshen, but it is a pity that human sovereign has become Tao and has not become the pinnacle of the era. Okay, let's not mention these for the time being. We are going to join forces thoroughly, this time to avoid being broken by them. The second Godmaster broke the silence and said, "It seems that Wan Yao Tian and Wan Dao Tian don't intend to join our alliance. In the top 5 worlds, Wan Yao Tian and Wan Dao Tian didn't send strong men. Wan Dao Tian doesn't intend to participate in any fights, the way is natural, and they plan to let nature take its course." Du Guxianma said, "As for the Wan Yao Tian, the betrayal of the dragon ancestor took away too much power of the Yao clan. If there was not the ancestor of the Wan Yao, they would have declined long ago. The dragon ancestor is not dead. In their eyes, the dragon, the threat from the ancestors is the greatest. Humph, even if you don't come, there are still us, the top 10 Jishans, gathering in 7 days. How many days are there?" Prison said coldly, "We must first make a plan to prevent their counterattack. Emperor Fengshen and Emperor Shenwu are both people with great luck in this world. If anyone can get their luck, it will be easy to become the god of origin." He didn't give up, he still wanted to win luck. "Let's not talk about these things for the time being." The Lord of the World Jingshi said lightly, "Communicate more worlds and firmly occupy the luck that belongs to our 33 days. Strictly speaking, they no longer belong to the pattern of 33 days. Waiting for the opportunity. Killing the number 1 killer in the multiverse of God, the number 1 assassin, he is very patient." Immediately, these powerhouses began to discuss how to deal with this crisis. There is only one purpose, to survive the peak of this era safely. At this moment, in the Shenwu dynasty, the majestic shrine, the radiant divine light, the magnificence and astonishment, the palace paved with eternal sacred stones, and a vast and huge square, there are already many strong people gathered. Since the empire was promoted to 33 days, it has developed extremely fast. This place seems to have become a holy place in the universe. The glory of the empire shines on the universe, and the power of luck burns like a flame, bright and prosperous. It's time for the Imperial Gala. This is the empire. Lu Yuan brought people to the empire. Although she knew Chu Yuan, it was the first time she came to the empire, and she had never been there before. Seeing the glory of the empire, she made a sound of amazement. "Oh? Lord Xinghai, you are here too." Lu Yuan saw Xinghai God and talked to him. "It is the promised God." The god of Xinghai dared not come, he felt bitter in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles. The grand event of the empire, the great joy of being promoted to 33 days, how can I not come? The god of Wuji is also here. The god emperor helped me seize the sky. I, Wujishan, belong to the martial arts camp, so how could I not come? Of course, Lu Yuan could know the thoughts of Lord Xinghai. It's all for the god emperor. It seems that we will cooperate with each other in the future. Xinghai Tianzhu also accepted his fate. He came this time to take this opportunity to meet the god emperor, so as to integrate Xinghaishan's luck and martial arts together. He knew that he could not resist, and the consequences of resistance would be serious and tragic. Lu Yuan. A voice sounded, it was Palace Master Hongmeng who came. "Teacher." Lu Yuan went over, "You are here too. How can I not come for such a big event? I have become a god, and you will belong to the martial arts camp from now on." Palace Master Hongmeng smiled. He is the emissary of the ancient primordial master, he does not participate in the struggle for hegemony in the universe, and he doesn't care who dominates. When this era is over, he will return to the side of the primordial lord, and in the next era, a new messenger will arrive. Everyone is here. Lord Xingyang walked over with his head held high. The true Yang heaven, the promise heaven, the Xinghai heaven, and the Xuanhuan heaven, these are the 4 heavens that belong to the empire. Today is the gathering of many powerful people. In the past, a primitive god was a well-deserved big man, but today there are many people here. Of course, due to the arrival of the Golden Age and easier cultivation, the appeal of the empire is even greater. Several major gods form a group, and in other places, there are also scattered forces from the universe. There are primitive gods, but they are not popular and cannot participate in the communication of the powerful gods. The ancestor of the phoenix is also here. At the grand meeting of the gods and martial arts, the ancestor of the phoenix also came. This person represents the Huanyao Tian. Even if the Huanyao Tian declines, there is still the giant of the ancestor of the Huanyao. Congratulations to the ancestor of the phoenix. The strong men of the empire welcomed the ancestor of the phoenix respectfully. The ancestor of the phoenix came because of the ancestor of the dragon. Palace Master Hongmeng saw through all this and thought to himself. The grand banquet of the Xuanhuan Empire, how can the ancestor not come? The ancestor of the phoenix nodded. Phoenix ancestor, His Majesty will be here soon, please take a seat and wait. The Book of Revelation welcomes the strong men to their seats and sends them cherished and delicious food. Their gazes were all on the majestic throne of the emperor in the hall. The eternal crystal light was completely cast by the eternal crystal, and a word of martial arts was engraved on it, exuding a strong domineering aura. Although the Emperor Xuanhuan has not yet arrived, but on the throne of God, with the condensed luck, they have already seen the existence of an emperor who looks down on the world and controls the sky. Even if it is a primitive god, if he wants to see the image of the emperor on the throne, his eyes will feel extremely glaring. And even if it is this image, if the power is fully erupted, it will have earth-shattering strength. With the brilliance of luck and infinite power, this throne represents the strength and status of the divine martial god emperor. This, everyone felt the majesty of the Overlord Supreme. #C1689 Join the Empire. The grand event of the empire is very grand. Many strong men gathered one after another, waiting for the arrival of the God Emperor. They all know that this grand meeting is not for them to eat, drink, but to thoroughly determine the martial arts camp at the meeting, as well as the deployment of the next war attack. Lord Xingyang, Lord Lu Yuan, and Lord Xinghai know better. Joining the Xuanhuan camp is not an alliance, but a complete vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire, becoming a part of the empire, and all military actions must obey the dispatch of the Xuanhuan Empire. The same is true for the conferred god camp. The conferred god emperor has absolute authority over all the strong men in the camp. As for the second divine master, they are a kind of alliance, which is very different in nature. In fact, Xinghai God wants to join the alliance of the second God Lord to maintain the situation of the multiverse, but he knows better that if he dares to have this idea, he will be the next one to be destroyed. This emperor is too domineering, and he is the only one who dominates. Whoever dares to stop his seizing the sky will be destroyed by him. Your Majesty is coming. On the throne, a golden avenue of light extends, and an invincible emperor, with supreme majesty and unparalleled oppression, appears from nothingness and descends slowly on the throne. The black imperial robe is his symbol. If the color of the empire is iron-blooded and ruthless, it has never changed. Xuanhuan God Emperor Eternity, Empire Eternity. The sound of mountain roar and tsunami resounded. This is the belief of the empire, the strongest emperor of the empire. All the people who came to the banquet stood up one after another to greet the arrival of the God Emperor. You must know that 2 6th-level statues had already died in his hands, stained with the blood of the strong. No need to be polite. Chu Yuan was sitting on the emperor's throne, not as cruel as Midu Ishan was before, but instead smiled benevolently, and his eyes fell on the strong men gently. The empire wants to rule the multiverse. The God Emperor is the only emperor in the multiverse. Although I, Xinghaitian, am mediocre in the 33 days, I am willing to serve. I will join the God Emperor and obey the empire's transfer. The god of Xinghai walked directly to the seat solemnly, expressing to Chu Yuan his willingness to surrender. Although this is something that many people know, it is a formality to directly express one's position. Xing can join our empire, and I naturally welcome it. Xuanhuan smiled. Boom. A surge of strong luck seemed to be transformed into eternal true energy, and suddenly blessed Xuanhuan. Xinghai Tianzhu's public statement was like an emperor handing over the jade seal of the empire. Luck gathered in the vast ocean of martial arts. The God Emperor is great, and I, Qinghe sect, would like to join. Only a God Emperor can become the ruler of the peak of the era, and my Xiao family is also willing to belong to the empire. The Purple Rain sect is also willing to join the empire. My Lord Fuming Mountain is also willing to serve His Majesty. The voices echoed with the Lord Xinghai at this moment, and there were also people Xuanhuan knew among them, such as the Ziyu sect master who had been rescued in Jiyuan's tomb. The owner of Fuming Mountain who was once defeated by the empire. The world has shown a state of 3 levels of differentiation. Everyone has to make a choice, and one of the 3 camps must take refuge in one person, otherwise they will be greeted with destruction. Although the conferred God Emperor is the most powerful, the mystery of Shenwu also makes some people willing to pledge their allegiance. They took refuge in Xuanhuan one by one. As long as the empire maintains a strong combat power, they are not afraid that they will have 2 hearts. But this time many powerhouses joined in. It seems that their individual strength is far less than that of a day, but there are too many, and the number of primitive gods and gods of heaven combined exceeds a day. However, there is no top powerhouse like Xinghai Tianzhu. The strength of the God Emperor's camp has been greatly enhanced. The ancestor of the Phoenix said. She will not express her position, she is from Wanyao Tian, and there is the ancestor of Wanyao, but she has also expressed her attitude when she comes here, she will not be an enemy of Shenwu. The battle of the era, to seize the eternal luck of an era. Xuanhuan smiled and said, I heard. The 10,000 monsters heavenly god Elephant Lord has also broken through to the 6th realm recently, so I would like to take this opportunity to express my congratulations. The god Elephant Demon Lord is also a powerhouse of the same era as the ancestor of the Phoenix and the ancestor of the Dragon. Then I would like to thank God Emperor for your congratulations on behalf of the God Elephant Lord. The God Elephant wants to guard the 10,000 monster heaven, so it cannot come today. The ancestor of the Phoenix was also smiling. No problem. Xuanhuan doesn't care about these falsehoods. Today all the powers gather, and I also have a few magical weapons here. I have evolved a battle platform, and anyone who is interested can compare and exchange strength on the battle platform, adding atmosphere to this banquet. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and an epic weapon and 2 supreme primitive artifacts appeared. Afterwards, with a single thought, a heaven and earth battlefield was formed. Immediately, there were primitive gods competing, but in the eyes of Xuanhuan and the Xians, this was just to add to the atmosphere. God Emperor, now that the pattern of the world is clear, the conferred God Emperor has formed a huge camp, and the gods heaven represented by the 2nd God Lord, the 10,000 demons heaven, the hell heaven, the slaughtering heaven, the yin and yang heaven, the pure world heaven, the 5 elements heaven, and the creation heaven, Xuanhuan, Dali Tian and some ancient strong heavens have also united together. This banquet is not for eating and drinking, but for discussing major issues. Because of Longzhu, Wanyao Tian didn't intend to participate in the competition, and moved closer to Shenwu. Wandao Tian is also strong, but they follow the law naturally, and they don't seem to be interested. It's also ancient Chang Tian. Xuanhuan said slowly. He certainly understands that these ancient strong days have no real leaders, and they have all entered the stage of strategic defense to prevent themselves from being defeated. They are threats, but the biggest threat to the empire is the Emperor Fengshen. Xuanhuan said. The Emperor conferred God is our opponent. Shenyang God said, although the 2nd God Lord is united, it is impossible to unite all the 33 days. The 33 days are scattered all over the multiverse. Some are too remote, or they are too far away from us or the gods. The world that is close to it will be the target of conquest, and what we have to do now is to bring the easiest to conquer into the rule of the empire. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinghai God suddenly felt embarrassed. And his words also clarified the goal of the empire's next conquest. Indeed, those who are too remote or too close, even if they want to join the second God Master, they will be powerless. After these worlds are conquered, it is necessary to attack the camp of the second Divine Master to win more worlds, or start a tug-of-war against the worlds of the conferred God camp. The Lord of the Earth also said, if we can open up the human realm heaven and gain the power of the human emperor transformed into Tiao, and the brilliance of humanity will shine on the empire, our strength will also increase greatly. But if you open the human world sky, it will attract even bigger fires. The Lord of the Sky said, I already have a plan for the matter of the human world and heaven. No one is qualified to open the human world heaven except him. The initiative is firmly in his hands, and he can open it whenever he wants. He must completely control this power in his own hands. How and when to seize, Xuanhuan had already planned. This feast, everyone, enjoy the treasure I prepared for you. In Xuanhuan Dao, some celestial maidens danced and sounded divine sounds, and some soldiers played a sand dance, playing the eternity of the empire. Boom! But at the time when the feast was the most grand, the multiverse suddenly split open, and an infinite storm, with a terrifying aura, came directly towards Xuanhuan. And this breath brought about a terrifying catastrophe. Xuanhuan looked over. It's it. #C1690 Black Coffin reappears. Huge momentum, terrifying movement, and a dark storm suddenly swept towards the empire. This wave of fluctuations appeared out of thin air. Before this, no one had detected it. There was no sign, and it came so suddenly. Once it appeared outside the empire's territory. Who was attacking the empire? Some strong people shouted in surprise, when the empire was at its most powerful, who was causing the world to shake. At this time, it was launched in the empire, causing the world to collapse. Rumbling, the torrent storm swept even more violently. Shenwu's light is bright, but the outside world is dark, and there is a terrifying force that swallows all the light. It's not the attack of the outside powerhouse, but the black coffin is here. Xuanhuan's body soared up, and he grabbed the palm violently and blasted out of the sky and earth. Immediately, all the strong people saw a 1,000-mile-long black coffin opening a crack in time and space and rushing towards the empire. The momentum of this black coffin is too great, all time and space are collapsing. Black coffin. Some strong people were shocked. This black coffin conveys the power of destruction and ending, like the power of death of civilization, which is coming quickly with the momentum of destruction. Xuanhuan is no stranger to it. He has seen it in Taichu Heaven and Fortune Heaven, but now its power is much, much stronger than in Fortune Heaven. This huge power, even a 6th-level figure, can't stop it. How did this black coffin come here? The ancestor of the phoenix was also surprised, and said, God Emperor, this black coffin has a mysterious origin, but it can definitely come from the road of eternity. I don't know which strong man built it. The end of destruction seems to end all civilizations. When the emperor opened up the human world, this black coffin also appeared. The Lord of the Earth said, in order to stop him, the human sovereign also exerted great strength to block it, but the human sovereign didn't know its origin, and only said that it buried the ancient era. He was cursing inwardly. Does this black coffin belong to a dog? Wherever the luck is strong, it will appear there. The black coffin rushed over, and the momentum was too great. If it was allowed to rush through the empire, it would inevitably cause the destruction of the world, the decline of luck, and great damage. Don't let the black coffin rush in. Because it appeared suddenly, it was directly outside the empire world, and it was impossible to stop it in the early stage. The god of destruction roared. The impact of each era swallows the luck of the world. Chu Yuan watched the impact of the black coffin calmly, and said indifferently, "It rushed here not to destroy my empire, but to destroy the era and bury the peak luck of an era. Your Majesty, let us help you together to block the black coffin." The Lord of the Sky said immediately. "I'm coming." Chu Yuan stepped outside the world in one step. He will not let the black coffin destroy his empire. This is his base camp. If the black coffin is destroyed, it will not become a joke in the universe. His majestic figure stands above the sky and the earth. Rumble. The huge wave of the end had already hit him, but Chu Yuan's surroundings also interpreted the emptiness of heaven and earth, unmoved by it, and stared coldly with a pair of eyes. At the beginning, he didn't have the strength and reason to stop the black coffin. Now, to destroy his empire, he does not allow it. Your Majesty will use his own strength to fight against the black coffin. All the powerhouses were startled, and their eyes fell on the God Emperor. The Lord of the Sky said, "Your Majesty is stopping the black coffin. All the strong men are in their positions, gather the strongest strength, follow the orders of the God Emperor at any time, and take all precautions." As if facing a great enemy, no one would dare to ignore the mystery of the origin of this black coffin. Shattered. The great shattering of the world and the shattering of the era, this kind of power is conveyed by the black coffin. Chu Yuan's power also spread to the past. The Emperor's domineering control power immediately had a strong confrontation with the black coffin. The nothingness of heaven and earth. The ancestor of the phoenix stared. Today's martial arts may really be able to block the fierce power of the black coffin. At the beginning, God of creation gathered strength for a day, but he could only limit the destruction of the dark torrent, and could not prevent it from entering the world. But how great is Chu Yuan's strength? How can it be compared with God of fortune? The torrent of black ending, when it came to him, was turned into eternal nothingness by him. When he thinks of God, if he dominates the operation of the rules of the universe, the power is limited, and the black coffin rushes, he is wandering in nothingness, unable to bring about a strong ending storm. This mana. Everyone was shocked. The God Emperor turned the world into an eternal nothingness. Without the concept of time and space, the black coffin cannot bring about destruction, and can only hit with the body. Of course they also understand. The impact of the black coffin body is also terrifying. The more the God Emperor suppressed it, the stronger the power erupted from the black coffin, and the greater the damage it caused in the end. But there is no other way. The Empire cannot let the black coffin impact, otherwise it will deal a blow to the luck of the Empire. Chu Yuan was strong, and the black coffin wanted to set off a more monstrous storm, but he suppressed them all. No matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't bring about destruction. "I'm here, you can't go beyond the Thunder Pond. Chu Yuan is too strong. Infinite shattered light, he alone endured the power to end the great shattering, but he was unmoved. He took a step forward and wanted to suppress the black coffin back. The black coffin conveys no will, and if there is a will, it must be angry. Finally, under this restriction, the body of the black coffin was getting closer and closer to Chu Yuan. God! Chu Yuan hit him with one palm. His mana finally had the most head-on collision with the black coffin. Immediately, he felt the huge force from the black coffin, which could not be conveyed by a single coffin at all. It was heavier than the universe, as if it had buried the power of many eras. Woo woo woo. Chu Yuan was expressionless. All his power turned into the law of control at this moment. He became a godlike existence. The power of his palm made He Coffin unable to move forward even though he fought fiercely with him. At this time, the universe presented such a shocking scene. 1,000-mile-long black coffin was colliding violently, but a great emperor stood here, and he raised his hand to block it, causing the black coffin to freeze in the void, unable to advance an inch. It was shocking enough to limit the fluctuations before and turn into nothingness in the universe. Even me, it is impossible to do such a thing. The power of the divine martial god emperor is more terrifying and unfathomable than I imagined. He is like the strongest and most invincible. The soul of the ancestor of the phoenix was so shocked that she could no longer figure out Xuanhuan's mana, and only felt that this person was the strongest and invincible existence. He can block something as terrifying as the black coffin. Of course, she could also see that the Emperor Xuanhuan didn't seem to be afraid of the black coffin's shattering and ending power, and fought against it with a more terrifying will and mana. "Let me see what you buried." Xuanhuan grabbed the coffin lid with one palm, intending to lift it. #C 1691 Burial, Resting Place. Xuanhuan restrained the attack of the black coffin with his invincible mana, and wanted to use even more terrifying power to open the black coffin to see what was inside. At that time in Good Fortune Heaven, although Good Fortune God and the others also opened it, but it was only a very reluctant trace, covered by endless darkness, and it was only for a moment, and it was not clear what was there. The lid of the black coffin seemed to be locked, making it difficult to open. "Open!" Xuanhuan's great force of opening the sky was rotated, and the coffin lid was held firmly by him, and it was lifted bit by bit, revealing its mysterious corner. When he opened it, he felt that the heavy weight was not the weight that a coffin lid should have, but that it seemed to be opening the era. The God Emperor is about to open the black coffin. Everyone held their breath. The power of destruction and the end of the era, the horror of the destruction of the era, was conveyed to all realms of time and space. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, and he saw a more terrifying torrent of power sweeping out of the black coffin. If this power reaches one day, it may even collapse one day. A torrent rushed towards him violently from the opened corner of the black coffin. The pitch-black mist is churning, like the most terrifying era demon king, baring his teeth and claws. Xuanhuan was fearless in the face of danger, and he was extremely calm. He turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain, and all the shackles rushed out. Any strange power that reached him was annihilated by a more terrifying power. The more the black coffin is opened, the more horror will be revealed. Xuanhuan's strength was overwhelming, his aura was overwhelming, and he looked at the gap where the black coffin was opened. It was endless darkness, but his eyes shot out endless light, and he saw an extremely huge scene. Inside the black coffin, there is actually a world and an era. Just like Xinghading, it looks like a tripod, but inside the tripod is a huge universe. The laws of time and space in the black coffin are completely different, and the interior is infinitely huge, like a real universe by itself. Boom boom boom. At any moment, to open the black coffin, one would have to endure a monstrous counterattack, but Xuanhuan didn't care, and the dazzling divine light was burning. "Hu! The storm is bursting and fierce, and when it blows on the body, the fire of the soul will be annihilated, and the vitality of an era will be taken away by it." Xuanhuan burned the eternal fire to fight against the storm. Countless epics, broken epics, epics are buried in it, and many epics are buried inside, and the ultimate eternity must be obtained in an alternative way. Xuanhuan watched. The black coffin is too violent, ordinary people can't match it, and the calamity of catastrophe is too strong. If ordinary primitive gods dare to stare at it, they will die immediately. And inside, it is also broken, and there are many era fragments, which exist in a weird way. Open again. Xuanhuan wants to discover more and see more mysteries, so as to achieve his epic. Bury. 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 A strong, straight-to-soul voice resounded like a giant hammer, hitting Xuanhuan's heart hard, trying to shatter his soul and let him extinguish the fire of his soul directly. With this sound of soul collision, some sixth realms will also have their souls shattered. There is a soul gate guarding Xuanhuan's soul. Its soul offensive was completely blocked by the soul gate. But Xuanhuan saw more clearly. In the black coffin, the era of burial actually deduces many scenes, which are extremely real, like a time photo, which will stay inside forever. Do you use this to seek true eternity? Black coffins, burials, graves, leaving things that should have disappeared, not to be obliterated by the power of eternity. Xuanhuan said coldly. A strong feeling, seeing this scene, Xuanhuan had practiced the magic of reincarnation before, and there is a kind of evolution of reincarnation of eternal life that wants to change into reincarnation of heaven and earth, reincarnation of era, and eternal reincarnation. And he also knew that there were too many treasures in the black coffin. After all, this black coffin has existed for an unknown number of epochs, and it is impossible to really calculate it. The God Emperor actually watched it for so long. This is simply an incredible scene. Bury, the eternal destination. A strange voice sounded. Xuanhuan had never heard this language, but his soul could understand the meaning. It was talking about an eternal destination. This black coffin represents a kind of heaven and earth, a kind of destiny, and a kind of eternal cultivation to the best destination. Everything will be buried by it, and the final destination is to enter this black coffin. When people hear this kind of dark voice, they will unconsciously forget themselves, and bury themselves in this black coffin like a walking corpse, becoming a part of it. But Xuanhuan was unmoved. In fact, at this moment, he was also suffering from a great backlash, but he suppressed it with his powerful mana, so that he would not be affected by this fluctuation. He is very sober. This kind of black coffin is by no means born of eternity and nature. It should be created by an invincible and strongest person to counteract the imperishable curse and form a special mysterious place. He could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in the extremely deep layer of the black coffin. The infinite fragments of the era were ups and downs, and the infinite light of destruction was continuously bombarding Xuanhuan's body at this moment. Xuanhuan was expressionless, and his powerful hands were still holding on to the black coffin fiercely to prevent him from falling down. At the same time, his sharp eyes looked more, as if he wanted to see the most terrifying existence. Hung. All of a sudden, a big hand grabbed out from the black coffin. It was terrifying. It was a big hand of burial, trying to pull Xuanhuan into his eternal destination. Oops, this big hand is going to pull His Majesty in. The powerhouses of the empire were furious when they saw this scene. The power of this big hand was too terrifying. When His Majesty opened its coffin, it was like opening the final destination. The God Emperor must be buried. You can't control my destination yet. Facing the big hand who buried his destination, Xuanhuan was extremely domineering. He was the most dazzling existence, and suddenly a terrifying force came out of him. Boom! All the shackles that the black coffin imposed on him were broken. Emperor, God, eternity. Xuanhuan's big hand was also grabbing at it, fighting against the power of the black coffin with domineering strength. The two forces clashed horribly, strangely, and shockingly, a giant dark hand protruding from a black coffin that could pull everything into it, while an emperor fought with domineering and invincible power. Infinite disillusionment and intense confrontation brought shocking images to the world. In this kind of confrontation, Xuanhuan was not without benefits. There were beams of light and rainbows radiating from his body. This is a kind of epic power, which is constantly increasing. His power is getting stronger and stronger. Even the big hands inside the black coffin couldn't do anything to him. After all, this is in the multiverse. As a weird thing that does not belong to this era, the eternal rules will be like a supervisor, killing all forces that provoke and disrupt its operation. In the end, the black coffin stretched out its big hand, and the power of shock extermination covered its coffin again. It came without warning, and it left with a breakthrough. It opened up a blank and empty time and space, and suddenly disappeared at the point of impact against Xuanhuan's mana. #C1692 Next step. In a shocking scene, the black coffin did not enter the empire, but left passively under Xuanhuan's resistance. How many people in the multiverse can do it? Xuanhuan knew that the news here would spread out soon, and every move he made now, even a random order, would cause alarm among the powerful in the universe. But this made him even more powerful. And Xuanhuan is more aware that the black coffin has a mysterious origin and the power of its destination, which cannot be underestimated. Because of the restrictions of eternal rules in the multiverse, it cannot exert its most powerful power. It is the most terrifying time when it is placed in the eternal road of nothingness. Destination? Eternal destiny? Xuanhuan's expression was cold. Sooner or later, he would unlock all the secrets of the black coffin to see who built it in the vast era. The Imperial banquet was even more grand because of the arrival of the black coffin. It seemed that the black coffin was also congratulating the Empire. After the end, the ancestor of the Phoenix left. Xuanhuan Tian possesses two supreme beings, the ancestor of the Phoenix and the demon master of the idol, as well as a background that has never been revealed. Although the ancestors of the Phoenix will not directly send troops to help Shenwu continue to seize the sky, they will not fight against the Empire. If the ancestors of the dragon make a comeback, they will also attack. Inside the Divine Martial Hall, all the powers gather. After the banquet, everyone was gathered and came to attend the Imperial conference. God Zhenyang, God Xinghai, and God Wuji, as god-level beings, participated in the regular meeting for the first time in the Shenwu Hall, and this also shows that they have completely become Shenwu's vassals. God Zhenyang is very clear-headed. The new era has arrived, and the previous 33 days will be broken. Whether it is the Emperor of the Gods or the God of Martial Arts, whoever wins will form a unified situation of the era. This is the cycle of epic development. When the peak is over, it will be dusk, ushering in the final end of an era, and all the strong will transition to the eternal road, forming forces like the Jidao God dynasty, and continue to fight on the eternal road. Xuanhuan sits on the highest throne, presiding over the meeting that decides the fate of the Empire. His Majesty. The Lord of the Sky stood up. He was the heavenly Lord Xuanhuan, and also the sixth realm. He was the commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan's foreign wars, and he was deeply trusted. Now the Empire has the Xuanhuan Heaven, the True Sun Heaven, the Promise Heaven, the Xinghai Heaven, as well as the Empire's own heaven, the 5 great heavens and the earth, and the 5 epical fortunes, but this is far from enough. The Empire needs more heaven and earth. The Lord of the Sky said, as the Empire itself continues to expand, in the Wujishan and the territory of the Empire, this is exactly the scope that can be expanded, so that the territories are completely connected. This is our primary goal. With a wave of his hand, the map appeared, clearly changing the current pattern of the universe. It must be broken these days. Lu Yuan said fiercely, if these heavens and earths are not breached, our Wujishan will be like an isolated island, facing threats all the time, which will be extremely detrimental to the development of the Empire. Maybe one day, our Wujishan will change hands. This is a matter of his life or death. Fortunately, although Wujishan is far away from the Empire, it is also far away from the conferred god camp. Otherwise, even if Lu Yuan wants to get the support of the Empire, it will be very difficult. Good. Xinghai Tianzhu expressed his opinion. The first thing to attack is these few heavens and earths. Xinghai are willing to serve as the vanguard and for the Empire. Before being besieged by the sky, he joined the Empire in a desperate situation. The Lord of Xinghai wanted to make meritorious service and set an example. The strength ministers have also done a detailed investigation in the past few days, and they were ranked outside the 20th place in the 33 days. Of course, because of the arrival of the peak in prosperity, God will become the 6th realm, and that is also in our attack. The Lord of the Sky said, our empire is so powerful, they did not choose to join us, but now we don't know whether they have joined the camp of conferred gods, or joined the side of the second God Lord. If they attack rashly, it is very likely that they will fall into inside the trap. War is not a joke, it must be fully deployed, otherwise a wrong order. It will cause many soldiers to fall worthless. Yuan Guangtian, Shiyetian, Delidian. Chu Yuan's eyes fell on the coordinates of the world, pondered for a moment, and said, "Your worries are justified. You can't underestimate any opponent. Goshawks fight rabbits with all their strength, let alone a conquest between heaven and earth. There are bound to be traps, and if you continue to conquer, you will inevitably encounter many obstacles. But we can't help conquering." The Lord of the Sky said. "What's the situation with the second Divine Master now?" Zhang Jing asked. "I know that the power gathered by the second God Lord is to maintain the pattern of 33 days and prevent us or the gods from forming a unified situation. Those gods who joined their camp also think so, but this is not the same as the Empire's plan." "Contrary," Starseed God said quickly. "Humph. In the current situation, I still want to maintain the original situation." Lord Xingyang snorted coldly. "After all, no matter which side dominates the era, it will treat them badly," said the Lord of the Earth. "These heavens and earth must be conquered." Chu Yuan said slowly. "Good." The Lord of the Sky said, "I see that their fortunes of heaven and earth are very restrained, and they have not shown the slightest panic. They must be prepared, and the Empire must also make complete preparations for the next conquest of them. It must have been supported. Xinghaitian is too close to the Empire, and it is useless to have support." Lord Xinghai pondered for a moment, and said, "Fengshenchen is also continuing to launch conquests. According to the situation, the distance is too far away, and it is very likely that the second God Lord will come to support. The second Divine Master also knows that his strength is not enough to support his ambitions, so he changed his strategy to maintain the current situation. With the power of the gods and heavens, as long as he maintains the current situation, he will gain great benefits." The Lord of the Sky said again. Lord Xingyang also said, "Yes, they still hope that we will fight to the death with the conferred God faction, we will lose both, and then reap the benefits. But no one is stupid, such a plan is destined to be difficult to implement. Whether it's the conferred God camp or the second Divine Master, whoever blocks the Empire is our enemy." Chu Yuan spoke. He looked at the map, and a series of divine lights continued to penetrate. The struggle for hegemony in the world cannot be stopped. Soldiers are precious and fast. At the same time, we must be prepared. The current situation is turbulent and chaotic. I'm not sure, I definitely want to struggle if I struggle. Your Majesty, please order. The strong voice of the group was excited. As a member of the Imperial camp, they have already embarked on this road, and there is no room for turning back. When the Empire is strong, they are naturally strong. The Xinwu Empire is an empire that constantly fights. My order, the Sky is the commander-in-chief, Xingyang, Xinghai, and Wuji are the 3 days to support. All military operations are subject to the direct dispatch of the Sky. Those who disobey the military order will be killed without mercy." Chu Yuan said, "I want to win more worlds." #C1693 Primordial Secret Realm. The pace of conquest and expansion of the Empire cannot be stopped. But we must also make complete preparations, not to attack randomly, and to keep up with various war deployments. Otherwise, if the Sky attack cannot be defeated, it will cause ourselves to suffer huge losses. But Duo Tian Mia Tian is cruel. Chu Yuan has already ordered that those who fight against Xinwu to the end will end up like crossing evil and Yenshin, and they will be wiped out immediately, even if they start from the beginning and send their own subordinates as gods. Interesting people are still like Xinghaitian. Various war deployments are in progress, and troops from all sides are also being mobilized. Sky Blood Mine Area. Before the next war starts, Chu Yuan has another plan, which is the Tianxue mining area, to capture both the two major inheritances in the mining area. The conferred God camp owns the Eternal Forbidden Zone and the Eternal Pure Land, and needs a lot of resources and treasures to replenish at all times. As for the heaven of gods, heaven of hell, and heaven of myriad demons, they are all ancient heavens and earths, and they must have a strong background. For the empire to be strong, not only the strong must keep up, but also sufficient treasures. Incorporate the heavenly blood mining area completely into the empire. At this moment, Xuanhuan has arrived in the Tianxue mining area. His eyes are bright, and he sweeps into the infinite time and space, wanting to see all the secrets hidden in this mining area. It is very unreasonable to call it a mining area. This is the remains of heaven and earth left over from the previous era. In the heavenly blood ruins, there are three ancient inheritances, the Heavenly Alliance, the Hunyuan Tianzong, and the strongest celestial god dynasty, and the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance has been captured by me. Xuanhuan analyzed. In their era, the Tianmeng was actually a very loose alliance. The old man Shantian was the leader of the alliance, and the old man Shantian was not dead, so the most precious fetish could not be left behind. Hunyuan Tianzong, the situation with Songxing, Shenqiao is unknown, and I don't know what will be left behind. Not every era is as powerful as the century Yuan, and so many strong people were born in the early days of an era alone. The epoch they are in should only be a small epoch. Many small epochs cycle to form a more powerful epoch. Find out the inheritance of Hunyuan Tianzong first. Xuanhuan looked deeply at the heavenly blood ruins. In addition to Songxing Shendu's own powerful ability, which makes it difficult to break through the sixth realm, the inheritance of Hunyuan Tianzong has always been hidden deeply, and only occasionally appears in several places. As for their real place of inheritance, countless years have passed, and many primitive gods have been found, but it is a pity that they don't know where they are. But as long as there are traces in the heavenly blood ruins, it is impossible to hide them so perfectly. No matter how concealed the formation is, no matter how mysterious the method is, after a long time, there will eventually be mistakes. The Tao of time and space in the Chu and Yuan dynasties is running, and the two portals of time and space surround it, creating unparalleled ripples, searching for the remains of Hunyuan Tianzong. He also didn't know where Hunyuan Tianzong was. But he walked from one end of the Tianxue mine to the other, searching like a carpet, and the two portals of time and space were like a pair of eyes sensing all kinds of unusual fluctuations for him. This space-time method is too powerful. Xuanhuan's eyes penetrated into the myriad worlds of time and space, and stepped into the restricted areas of the gods that existed in the Tianxue mining area one after another, and he found some hidden small inheritances one after another. But he wants the greatest inheritance. Found it, right here. Xuanhuan's footsteps stopped suddenly, and after confirming the position, he stepped into the deep layer of time and space in one step, breaking the shackles of time and space, countless virtual and real restrictions, and forming various indistinguishable restrictions. It's hidden deep. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the two portals of time and space broke through all the barriers of prohibition. Boom! The restrictions ahead were continuously broken, and Xuanhuan saw the real scene, a special vitality, like chaos, extremely heavy, each strand was as heavy as a giant mountain. It was a kind of Hunyuan Qi, which formed the Hunyuan secret realm. In the secret realm of Hunyuan, he suddenly saw that there are undulating mountains and dense buildings, and the palaces still contain the majesty of this ancient era. This should be the real ruins of Chaos Tianzong, the last inheritance place of a sect. Xuanhuan watched calmly, showing no surprise. It is really hard to find if there are no two portals of time and space, and the inside of the ruins is also extremely difficult. Even if someone stumbles into it by mistake, they will be killed directly. Xuanhuan knew that there were no living creatures in the ruins without going in. Because the Hunyuan Tianzong didn't know how many epochs ago it was. In the multiverse, it doesn't belong to the living beings of this world, and the only end is death. There is absolutely no other possibility. Let me see what is left in the Hunyuan Tianzong. Fearless and fearless, Chu Yuan walked into the ruins in one step. Boom! The moment he entered, there was a terrifying force counterattacking, and the Hunyuan breath turned into a tyrannical energy, sweeping over. It was the countermeasure of the entire secret realm. This energy is extremely ferocious, and the original first and second realms were bombarded and wiped out. It's normal to have the power to fight back. Chu Yuan's expression was calm, directly shattering this energy. But in the next moment, more energy rainbows poured out, and this dense energy counterattack, not to mention ordinary primitive gods, even the weaker sixth realm would have to consume a huge amount of energy to resist. Any Hunyuan energy that arrived in front of Chu Yuan was immediately disappeared. He strolled in the courtyard as easily as walking in his own back garden. Finally, he came to the Hunyuan secret territory. Chu Yuan was not a strong man of the Hunyuan Tianzong, so even if he walked in, there was surging energy like waves squeezing him all the time and bombarding him. The highest point of Chaos Sky Sect. Chu Yuan came to the highest point, magnificent and majestic, with ancient Taoist rhyme amazing all over the world. He looked around, and although there were no strong people in the shrines, they were still ancient and powerful forces, and they still maintained their majesty. He looked at a floating mountain, with a majestic heavenly palace on it, with an epic atmosphere. For such a powerful sect, in their glory and heyday, there was also a peak master of the sixth realm who opened up their inheritance. His palm suddenly grabbed the mountain. Whoever comes to my Hunyuan Tianzong, anyone who wants to inherit must pass the test of my sect and become a disciple of my sect. There are many inheritances. Each person has only one chance, choose Yifeng to participate. Suddenly, within that mountain peak, a tyrannical sound exploded. An ancient shadow shot out of the sky, sweeping the majesty of the sky, and condensed the shadow of a strong man, looking down at Chu Yuan coldly. This strong man has already died. This is his unyielding intention left in the secret realm of Hunyuan. It has been preserved by special means, and a test of inheritance has been set, waiting for the latecomers. #C1694 Hunyuan Taoist, Hunyuan Bell. The inheritance of Hunyuan Tianzong is sacred and extraordinary, and has great value. For some unknown reason, it seems that all the strong members of this sect have fallen, leaving the inheritance here in the hope that qualified successors will inherit it. Chu Yuan looked at the ancient image conveyed by the mountain peak, with a cold expression on his face. Come to the test. With a cold will, he waved his hand to open the inheritance belonging to his peak, and let Chu Yuan pass by. What test? Break it all in front of me. Chu Yuan glanced. Each peak represents a kind of inheritance, and each person can only choose one peak and participate once. But he didn't come here to participate in that test, but to take away all the treasures inherited from the Hunyuan Tianzong, and use them as a reserve of the empire's war resources. Trials don't exist for him. Nor does he need to take the test. As soon as he concentrated his strength, Unrivaled World's hand immediately grabbed the mountain peak, this shadow. Presumptuous. Although the strong men of Hunyuan Tianzong were gone, they also left their will. Chu Yuan's domineering behavior provoked him and aroused the anger of all wills. A series of ancient shadows emerged, and the will was burning with anger, bringing a beam of light that reached the sky. They set up the inheritance to stay here, intending to allow the successors to inherit their own orthodoxy, so that the power of the sky will not be wiped out, but it is not for Chu Yuan to be so blasphemous. The shadow struck out in an instant, and suddenly saw a shadow coming to kill with a divine sword. The shadow is illusory, but the divine sword is real. This is an epic divine weapon, a sharp weapon left here, and a divine object inherited. Boom! The god of heaven was furious, thunder was dense, and a sledgehammer struck. At this moment, 9 epic artifacts appeared, representing the 9 epic gods of Hunyuan Tianzong. Although they could not be as powerful as they were in life, they still exploded with terrifying power with the help of the energy of Xuanhuan's secret realm. The 9 epic artifacts shone like 9 big stars, extremely bright. 9 monstrous torrents also swept through immediately. Xuanhuan looked at the killing of the 9 artifacts indifferently. His face was extremely indifferent, and there was a void and vacuum around him, and all the powers were refined in front of him. Not to mention the power of the 9 artifacts, even if they reappeared, Xuanhuan would not have the slightest fear. He is the protagonist of this era. Not bad. On the contrary, Xuanhuan was happy. When these 9 divine weapons were brought back to the divine dynasty, they could be equipped with a large number of strong men. Boom, with majestic power, shocked Xuanhuan, and easily resisted the bombardment from the 9 divine weapons with a wave of his hand. Everything falls into my hands. Xuanhuan Shansung's giant hand grabbed it, domineering. The whole Xuanhuan secret realm was making the sound of collapse, exploding again and again, unable to resist his power at all. Kill him. The will of the 9 artifacts became even more angry. The master has passed away, but the will remaining inside has not dissipated, and there is still the last obsession. In an instant, the 9 Xuanhuan Taoisms are being displayed. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the 9 ancient beings were tall and majestic, forming a grand array of Xuanhuan, blocked by the void, and imprisoning the power in this person's body. Xuanhuan will never move his true self, stand in the big formation and remain unmoved. Bring it on. He also knew that if he followed the normal path of testing, he would never encounter this kind of attack, but instead of taking the usual path, he decided to adopt a more domineering method. The era that belongs to you has passed. Under the endless pressure, Xuanhuan felt that the power of the entire Xuanhuan secret realm was killing him. Xuanhuan Wuji. 9 beams of light rumbled down in an instant, and they landed on Xuanhuan accurately. With such terrifying power, a 6th-level statue would probably be killed by the bombardment. Xuanhuan Wuji, the supernatural power inherited from the Xuanhuan Tianzong. In a shocking scene, the 9 beams were about to hit Xuanhuan, but none of them could damage him. He slammed it with his palm, and the heaven and earth vortexed, and the 9 artifacts were shaking crazily. Bang bang bang. Their will encountered an extremely strong obliterating bombardment, and it was about to dissipate. No, those who don't follow the rules can't be taken away by him. The wills of the 9 artifacts are roaring crazily, and each of them represents a kind of inheritance, which cannot be blasphemed without dignity. Xuanhuan swallowed the universe with energy, and in an instant, his strong power enveloped the 9 artifacts. The moment he was about to take away all the artifacts in one fell swoop, a force was transmitted, boundless, which shattered his power intake. The strongest inheritance. Xuanhuan was not surprised. Just 9 epic weapons can't reflect the preciousness of Xuanhuan inheritance. His sharp eyes pierced the sky, opened the heavy clouds and mists, and heard the sound of a bell that shocked the soul. A big bell rang, and the light of Xuanhuan shot out. Every Xuanhuan divine light can penetrate the world, and its power is extraordinary. The ancient pattern is engraved on the big clock, which is like the change of the origin of the heaven and the earth, and the rules of the universe, explaining many reasons. The 9 artifacts showed their respect as soon as they saw the big clock. Origin artifact, Xuanhuan clock. Xuanhuan said. The moment the Xuanhuan clock appeared, an ancient will was awakened, and an ancient strong man seemed to have come out of the ancient era, condensing into the appearance of a Taoist. This Taoist's aura is sharp, and he has the power to point directly at the sky. Sect Master Xuanhuan, has he fallen already? Xuanhuan looked directly at the Taoist. He had seen the phantom of Shan Tian old man's will before in the inheritance of Tian Meng, but the two were completely different, and this Xuanhuan sect master had already given him the feeling of falling. Successor. The Taoist said, you are very powerful and have unparalleled aptitude. My Xuanhuan Tianzong has reached its limit, and I have encountered a catastrophe, but the inheritance is indestructible. The inheritance of the other 9 peak masters cannot carry your strength. Only the strongest Hunyuan inheritance is the most suitable for you. You have passed my test. You're domineering. You're unparalleled. All caused the satisfaction of my will. Therefore, this last Hunyuan inheritance belongs to you. His voice is an ancient language, but Chu Yuan has traveled on the eternal road and can understand this language. Chu Yuan looked at him indifferently. You can take away the inheritance. I only have one request. After rebuilding the Hunyuan Tianzong, all the fetishes here belong to you. You can use all the resources left by my Hunyuan lineage for development. After rebuilding, you are the new Hunyuan sect master. My Hunyuan Tianzong has encountered an irreparable catastrophe. I don't ask you to find the cause of our catastrophe. It's too difficult. I just want to pass on the last legacy. The Taoist said, come and get the inheritance. As my origin god, I am enough to be your master, and you are not wronged. Swear in front of me that you will belong to the Hunyuan Tianzong in the future, and you will pay respects to the sect. Here everything will belong to you, there will be no obstacles, and if you refuse, you will be counterattacked by the inheritance, and the latecomer, you choose yourself. After the words fell, the Taoist watched Chu Yuan's reaction, and the Hunyuan clock also rang leisurely, waiting for his answer. #C 1695 Chu Yuan's choice. In life, there are not only choices given by the system, but also more choices. The current situation is very clear. The strength and arrogance that Chu Yuan has displayed has been recognized by the Hunyuan sect master, but the prerequisite is that he must perform a lot of rituals to become the suzerain of Hunyuan Tianzong. With an eternal oath, swear to the eternal rules. As long as you make this choice, you can easily get an inheritance. If this kind of choice is seen by many people, they will not have the slightest hesitation. Isn't it just saluting and becoming a suzerain? With this inheritance, it is too late to be happy. Option 1. Accept the request of the Hunyuan sovereign, get 1 million vertex points, and a random origin artifact X1. Option 2. Do not accept the request of the Hunyuan sovereign, get 1 million vertex points, immortal era canon X1. At this moment, the system also released a new option. As long as he accepts the conditions, Chu Yuan can also get an additional origin artifact. If he doesn't accept it, it will be an immortal era canon. In terms of value, the immortal era canon is not comparable to the origin artifact. I am the lord of a country, and only others salute me. How can I salute others? Chu Yuan is indifferent, he doesn't know how to salute. This so-called salute will inevitably involve 3 kowtows and 9 obeisances. He is an invincible emperor, he controls the power of the world, only others kneel at his feet. Also, I don't like to talk about conditions. Today, I have taken all your artifacts. The power inheritance of Hunyuan Tianzong will shine its light in the empire, and someone will use your power. Chu Yuan's expression was high, the emperor was invincible, and he would never salute others as the emperor. This is not in line with his identity. Ding. The host made choice 2 and got immortal era canon X1. In an instant, Chu Yuan grabbed it out with his big hand, with a disdainful expression on his face. He has come here, and he will use his own power to completely take away all the treasures of Hunyuan Tianzong. Everything here belongs to him. He is so domineering. Boom! Chu Yuan attacked, and the wind and clouds surged, completely covering Hunyuan Zhong. Even the will of the Hunyuan sect master might not be able to imagine that there are people in this world who refuse to take shortcuts and insist on using such a domineering way to seize it. No conditions, my sect does not belong to you. Seeing Chu Yuan's direct action, this Hunyuan sect masters will burst out with majestic power. Even if only one will was left behind, it would be terrifying. He activated the Hunyuan clock, and the sound of destroying the sky burst out. Dang bang bang bang. The sound of destroying the soul kept ringing, and the Hunyuan clock also hit Xuanhuan directly with his push. The clock fell from the sky, enveloped him, and immediately ignited the blazing Hunyuan divine fire. As soon as Xuanhuan moved, the Xingheding flew out, and there was a fierce confrontation between the two origin artifacts immediately, and the power was transmitted to all directions, making it impossible for the 9 artifacts to get close. Moments ago, the incomparably turbulent waves swept across the sky like a raging wind. The entire Hunyuan secret realm was on the brink of destruction. After all, it is not the origin god who is still alive. The strength is strong, and there are limits. In the process of confrontation, Xuanhuan also discovered that the power of Xingheding is more powerful than Hunyuan Bell. After all, this is a reward for completing the main line, which is powerful and extraordinary. Hunyuan Wuji, Heaven and Earth. The Hunyuan sect master swept Xuanhuan with a strong will, and he felt that he could see through all the secrets. Immediately, he walked towards Xuanhuan one step at a time, and blasted the power of Hunyuan Wuji at him. Xuanhuan also performed a shocking blow, with the power of the peak of the era and the power of infinite luck, and blasted together with this will. The two forces are clashing crazily. I am I. Xuanhuan strikes again, striking out eternal brilliance, the demeanor of the emperor, and the good fortune between heaven and earth. The Hunyuan sovereign also displayed his last divine power. Boom! After fighting for only a few breaths, the will of Hunyuan suzerain became more and more illusory. After all, he has fallen for a long time, but it is just a brand attached to the artifact. After all, it doesn't belong to my era anymore. I only hope that the inheritance of Hunyuan will not be cut off. The will of the Hunyuan sovereign disappeared. The will of the other 9 artifacts also immediately lost the power to support them, and they also fell down. The power of Hunyuan will burst out their brilliance in my empire. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, all the artifacts fell into his hands. Although he has completely gained the initiative in fighting against the will, if all the will collapses, he will not be able to get their assistance, so he needs to comprehend these forces by himself. But he doesn't care. Hunyuan clock. Xuanhuan summoned the Hunyuan bell in front of him, and the mysterious runes on it were all the profound meaning of the Hunyuan of heaven and earth, and he could comprehend the strongest power of this sect. With a little push from him, the Hunyuan bell can be used not only to attack, but also to protect itself. In the face of a destructive attack, you can envelop yourself in the Hunyuan bell in an instant. He nodded slightly. Every origin artifact is powerful. He has the galaxy cauldron, which is useless to the Hunyuan bell. After all, the power of this tripod is greater than that of the Hunyuan bell, and if he brings it back to the empire, it depends on who can comprehend and activate the power of this tripod first. He uses. Each of these 9 epic artifacts represents a legacy. Although not as good as Hunyuan bell, the inheritance of the 6th realm should not be underestimated. It has little effect on the 6th realm, but it has a great effect on low-level primitive gods. He walked lightly in the secret realm of Hunyuan. He also laughed, looking casually, not only suitable for primitive gods, but also suitable for heavenly gods, supreme gods, very comprehensive, including all aspects from the strong to the weak. This is a sect, and it has a way of cultivating disciples. Xuanhuan stepped out of the Hunyuan secret realm in one step, and his devouring power shrouded in. The Hunyuan secret realm is a special and eternal breath that has been transformed, and practicing Hunyuan inheritance in it will get twice the result with half the effort. Without the protection of will, the whole world was sealed in the Hunyuan clock by him in an instant. Hunyuan Tiantu, the heart that maintains the operation of the secret world. Xuanhuan felt a heart like placenta, and he speculated that this is actually an eternal heart, which is truly complete, not comparable to the one he auctioned off in Tianquan realm. The power attribute of the eternal heart is pure. But this one has been deepened for a long time, and it has been heavily infected by the breath of Hunyuan, and it has become a Xuanhuan eternal heart. Continuously absorbing power, even in the distant future, even in the next era, he will be born as a real mixed creature, and thus he will be in charge of the inheritance of this sect. However, he met Xuanhuan ahead of time. Let this Xuanhuan celestial fetus continue to maintain its operation in the secret territory, and want to become a real creature, but this time is too long, at least until the end of this era, and my battle for this peak era is also early. It's over. Xuanhuan said lightly, looking at the Xuanhuan secret realm that had disappeared. #C1696 will forever. The Xuanhuan secret realm disappeared, and all the inheritance and treasures were taken away by Xuanhuan and became the wealth of the empire. He didn't stay, but came directly to the city of gods in the next moment. This is the second time he has faced God City directly, but his strength is not the same as before. At the beginning, he was just a little god of heaven, but now he is the master of the universe. His eyes saw the majestic and vast interior of the divine city, with the grandeur of the ancient divine dynasty. From the outside, it looks very peaceful, but it is extremely turbulent. Inside, every grass, every tree, and even every space contains the terrifying ancient killing formation. If you take a wrong step, you will encounter a terrible attack. It is precisely because of the existence of the killing array that no one has been able to enter the capital for so many years, otherwise the treasures inside have been taken away long ago, and it would not be his turn. The terrible killing array has been in operation for countless years. Xuanhuan's eyes penetrated in, and he saw scenes that ordinary people couldn't see, but he looked fearless. He came here this time to evacuate the gods of the people and absorb the entire mining area into the empire's territory. And within this divine capital, there is endless energy. Everything will belong to the empire. With absolute will, Xuanhuan walked in directly. His breath is spreading. The moment he walked in, boom! The endless ancient killing formations were in motion, and the ultimate lightning bolts, like the scourge of the common people, bombarded down intensively, killing all the blasphemers who dared to step into the capital of the gods. Xuanhuan is as stable as the universe. He covered the sky with one hand, and all the lightning strikes in front of him were shattered by a stronger force. Standing there, he was an inviolable existence, the strongest and strongest emperor. Crash! Hundreds of millions of time and space suddenly shattered like a mirror, turning into countless dust, but each dust contains extremely terrifying murderous intent, just like a sword. In the hurricane, all of them are swept away. Tianmeng, Xuanhuan Tianzong. The gods of the common people. The gods of the common people are the strongest of the three inheritances, so the restrictions they left behind are much stronger than the Xuanhuan secret realm. However, when all the dust reached Xuanhuan, he walked over directly. There was a vacuum around him, and there was no movement, but all the bombardment disappeared in front of him. Stronger huge waves are crashing, and with that kind of power, if you come here in the sixth realm, you will probably die as well, which is unimaginable. Scatter. Xuanhuan's image at this moment is too tall and stalwart. He is God, and his words follow suit. As soon as his word falls, the huge wave seems to be controlled by a rule, and it all disperses. He is too strong. Although he has not broken through to the sixth realm, his strength is not comparable to that of the sixth realm. In the entire multiverse, how many people can compete with him? More killing formations are in operation. Every step Xuanhuan takes, he has to bear the bombardment of Wandao killing formations. It is really difficult for one step, and it is too difficult to get all the treasures of Songxing, Shendu. There are many catastrophes on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan was very calm. Although the celestial god dynasty was destroyed, but left a huge capital here, there should be their purpose. He walked in the streets of Shendu. These streets contain the architectural style of ancient civilizations, and there are shops on many streets. There are no more people alive, but Chu Yuan can still feel the prosperity of the capital of God at that time. It must be full of traffic, people coming and going, and countless people trading. There seemed to be the power of reincarnation in his eyes. He saw that on this street, countless people suddenly appeared, bustling with each other, all doing their own things, some talking with each other, and some exchanging Taoism. In the imperial palace of the divine capital, he saw a more magnificent scene. A strong man was worshipping the great emperor. He walked into a shop, and there were still treasures inside, which still maintained the scene at that time, shrouded by a force, and had not decayed. The whole god is a treasure. Chu Yuan was not interested in raiding shops one by one, it was too slow. He wanted to destroy the core of the city of gods, and take in the whole gods in one fell swoop. The will of all living beings. The deeper Chu Yuan went into the capital of the gods, the more he could feel a strong will, as if the gods had not been destroyed, and the figures passing in front of him became more and more real, as if they were still alive here. This kind of will is terrifying, and those who are not firm in their will are likely to be assimilated. In the torrent of life, countless people in Chu Yuan passed through him, but his soul remained unmoved and unaffected. The streets of this city of gods and gods are wide and grand, and there are many streets. Chu Yuan walked all the way and finally came to a huge square, which was actually paved with eternal god crystals. At least billions of eternal god crystals on the light square were used up. What a fortune this is! And behind the square is the truly magnificent Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace can withstand the corrosion of the years and is immortal, and it is also built with the eternal god stone. The core of the capital of God. Chu Yuan stepped on the square of the Imperial Palace coldly. The body can die, the will cannot be destroyed, the way of the sword reaches the sky, and the sword of the common people. A thunderous sound resounded. If you think that only this little power is in the capital of the gods of the common people, then you are completely wrong. Immediately, a celestial divine sword emerged. It was not a real divine weapon, but a kind of energy gathering, and it cut down on Chu Yuan instantly, with an extreme killing intent. When this sword comes out, the world will be in chaos. Chu Yuan stared at the Zongxing Excalibur, and he had already previewed it. He stands majestically on the square. This is a sword of will, which will kill and obliterate his spirit and soul. His vast will is also washed out, and his mana strikes out. It is a domineering sword, and it has amazing control over the power of the world. His will was too domineering. The moment the celestial sword collided with him, it couldn't be cut off. There are 10,000 ways in the common people, my way is the only one, and the dynasty of the gods is eternal. In Chu Yuan's eyes, the iron horses and golden swords, the torrents of the common people, showed the power of the common people. It turned out that groups of armies wearing battle armor came out from the capital of God. The will from the ancient era roared in the ear, and when one heard it, one would feel that the blood collapsed, the blood in the body was about to explode, and the power of the whole body was out of control. This is the roar of the strong in the ancient era. The body is gone, but the will has not been completely wiped out. Chu Yuan stood upright, majestic, looking at the will of the ancient gods, the torrent of iron horses and golden spears, mighty and majestic, everything is so real. It's not the real body, but the will shocks the soul and still makes you feel real. Chu Yuan felt that he was fighting against common people, against Wan Dao. My way is immortal, my way will last forever. This army swung the most ferocious butcher knife against Chu Yuan. It was the power of will to kill, and it came from the spiritual confrontation. Chu Yuan's will is also being demonstrated, the power of reincarnation of heaven and earth, and iron horses and golden arms also come out vertically and horizontally. It is the evolution of his miraculous army, such as crossing time and space, and the most positive confrontation with this army of will. Zongxing? I will also control Zongxing. Chu Yuan had no intention of fighting with these wills. He stared at Shendu, and a burst of spiritual power from him rose up, and the Xuanhuan pierced through it, blasting into the interior of the Imperial Palace. Although my body falls, my will is eternal. Hashtag see 1697 Songqing Emperor Seal. A soul-shocking voice suddenly sounded. Then in the city of gods, Xuanhuan saw an ancient figure walking out. He was a god, a demon, a spirit, a human, a common life, and an ancient existence. He is the great emperor of the Songqing, the pioneer of the Songqing god dynasty. But Xuanhuan also saw his reality. The real emperor of the common people is dead. He is the incarnation of will, the spirit of the entire empire is condensed, immortal, and exists in the imperial capital. Although my body falls, my will is eternal. Xuanhuan pondered this sentence. That supreme imperial prestige represents the common people of an era, and belongs to his brilliance. Emperor Songqing. Xuanhuan calmly stared at the great Emperor Songqing. He didn't know what catastrophe happened in this era, but he knew that the incarnation of the Emperor Songqing's will was terrifying. His breath is like a tidal wave, sweeping in one breath. He is the lord of the common people. In his era, his status was like the founder of the god realm at the beginning of this era, and the ruler of that era. What is the true meaning of cultivation for? Is it for the eternity of oneself, or for the common people? After the will of Emperor Songqing appeared, all the fluctuations in the entire imperial capital calmed down, and there was no one who wanted to inherit his power like Han Yuanzong. Because he is the emperor. Emperor of an era. His empire is gone, the common people are dead, and even he is dead. It is impossible to leave the will to inherit my throne. Xuanhuan looked at him quietly. A person's eternity is not eternity, and an era's eternity is not eternity. All living beings need a path that leads directly to eternity and sees the hope of eternity. He seemed to be asking himself. My eternity alone is not eternity. My eternity is for the eternity of the empire. I don't know what the end of eternity is, and I don't know if there is a way to eternity. If there is no way, I will make a way. If there is no eternity, I will kill it. There is a real eternity, an eternal way. Xuanhuan is cold and domineering. He seemed to be having a life and death conversation across time and space with the great Emperor Songqing from all ages ago. The power of the common people. The immense pressure of the great Emperor Songqing suppressed Xuanhuan. The power of his will surged, and at this moment, he directly bombarded Xuanhuan, bursting out with the power of a great emperor. The power of the entire god city gathered towards him, making him holy and great. Seeing that Songqing emperor attacking him, Xuanhuan suddenly smiled. He knew that if he wanted to get all the treasures of the Songqing god capital, he had to bear the power of the Songqing god emperor first. He is unparalleled and domineering, and the power of the world's martial arts is running. His duel with Emperor Songqing did not have the aftermath of earth-shattering power like in the Hunyuan secret realm, but a battle of wills, a struggle of the emperor's way. Two emperor-level wills are colliding. Although he is an emperor, Xuanhuan's will is different from that of the Songqing emperor. The Songqing emperor represents the common people, and he has the emperor's dominance in his heart. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, was more domineering, indifferent, and determined, and wanted to fight his way out with his own strength. The common people in the world. At this time, in Songqing imperial capital, a square emperor seal unexpectedly appeared, with the word Songqing written on it in the characters of their era. This emperor seal has infinite power. Songqing Emperor Seal. This is the origin artifact refined by Emperor Songqing. Its status is like the divine martial arts sword of the Chu and Yuan empires. And if you get the Songqing Emperor Seal, you can control the entire Songqing imperial capital. The Songqing emperor was speechless. But what he meant, Xuanhuan already understood very well, that if he wanted to get all the treasures of the imperial capital, he had to either destroy them completely or bear the power of the Songqing Emperor Seal. The phantom of his will also merged into the Emperor's Seal, as heavy as the sky, that vast power, the sixth realm would also be crushed to death. Of course, Xuanhuan can also turn around and leave, but he can't get anything here. Your common life, I took over. Xuanhuan took the Emperor's steps. Facing the Emperor's seal, he immediately grabbed it with a big hand and held it fiercely. His own will was also violently swept in. The moment Xuanhuan grasped this Emperor's seal, it exploded with the light of all living beings, and the majestic power was as powerful as the sea, surging down. Common people. It represents that all kinds of creatures, regardless of humans, gods, monsters, etc., are part of the common people. If you want to wear its crown, you must bear its weight. Without a strong will, an invincible heart, and a spirit of pursuing eternity and fearlessness, it is absolutely unbearable. Instead, it will be directly crushed by the power of the Emperor's seal. Xuanhuan's will is too tenacious, his will swallows up mountains and rivers, and his spirit of supremacy allows him to firmly grasp the Emperor's seal of the people and not be crushed by it. He could feel that although the Zongxing Emperor's seal was only an Emperor's seal, it was an artifact refined by a strong man. But he knew that the heaviness of this seal was by no means so. It represented the common people of an era, the artifact of an era, and the infinite will of the Zongxing Empire. The Zongxing Emperor is the will of all living beings in an era. Common people. The divine light was incomparably brilliant, and the beams of light were blazing. In Xuanhuan's eyes, endless shadows appeared, all of which were the will of the common people, forming boundless runes that crushed his will like a millstone. Xuanhuan's eyes are dazzling, and he can bear all the burdens. Eternal and 10,000 ways, I only take one way, and that is control, no matter fate, no matter eternity, control everything with the power of control. If there is no way in the future, then make a way. At this moment, Xuanhuan's will erupted into a raging eternal fire. At this moment, he stood there like a piece of sky, holding the Emperor's seal of the common people, and he could bear all sentient beings. He is too tyrannical, he is the emperor of an empire, the real emperor, so how could he be afraid of this force and be crushed by him? If the real Emperor Zongxing reappears, Xuanhuan admits, then he is not yet an opponent. But it's just a piece of Emperor's seal, if he can't control it, how can he fight for hegemony in the era? With eternal brilliance and great will, Xuanhuan also condensed a majestic image in an instant, which was extremely huge, and the big hand that stretched out the will stretched out towards it. What is carried on this hand is the common people. Without the peerless fearlessness and the will to take on all responsibilities, it is absolutely impossible to seize the Emperor's seal of the common people. But these are the things that Xuanhuan lacks the most. He has conquered all the way from a weak and small country, experienced countless wars, and developed the weak and small empire to such a degree. He will not be a benevolent emperor, but he is definitely a responsible emperor. The era that belongs to you has passed, and the common people that belong to you have also disappeared, but the road to the future will be opened by me, and what is the end of eternity will be revealed by me. Xuanhuan's domineering will completely impacted into the Zongxing Emperor seal. At this moment, he completely grasped the entire Zongxing Emperor seal in his hands, and it became his palm. And at the moment when he seized control, all the will inside turned into light spots and collapsed. Because they have long since fallen and do not belong to the current world. #C1698 The Sixth Realm of the Old God, the Distribution of Artifacts. Xuanhuan held the Zongxing Emperor's seal in his hand, as if he was holding an era, which was firmly in his hands. No matter how heavy the Imperial seal is, Xuanhuan can still hold it. His heart is too invincible, his ambition is too great, and a mere Imperial seal is nothing. Only the strongest emperor's heart can surrender the Emperor's seal. Once the Emperor's seal is obtained, Xuanhuan will be able to control the entire God city of the common people and completely fall under his control. And although this Emperor's seal is a terrifying artifact refined by the Zongxing Great, with the will of the common people and great faith, Xuanhuan only used it as an artifact, and it was impossible to turn it into the Emperor's seal of the gods. The Empire has the seal of the Empire, and it is impossible to use someone else's. This Imperial seal can only be used as an artifact. The Hunyuan clock can be used by the powerful of the Empire, but the Emperor's seal can only be used by myself, they can't use it. Xuanhuan understood that the power of Songxing Emperor's seal was too heavy, not because he was stingy, but because he couldn't be moved by others, and would be backlashed to death instead, and he needed a strong Emperor's heart to control it. This is the artifact of origin, and it is also a stronger Imperial weapon. At this moment, he stepped out of the heavenly blood mine area. Boom! The terrifying devouring power emerged from Xuanhuan's hands. He is the strongest devouring master, completely covering the entire Tianxua mining area. With the power to devour everything, this ancient relic with an area not inferior to 33 days is actually being devoured by him. Without the power of Songxing, Shendu, and Hunyuan Tianzong, it would be easy for Xuanhuan to devour them. My God, why is it suddenly dark? It's a greater force that wants to take away the heavenly blood mine. What kind of power is this? We're all going to be swallowed. Originally, there were still many powerful people exploring in the Tianxua mine area, but in an instant, the sky and the earth were dark, and an invincible emperor grasped the huge power, swallowing the entire Tianxua mine area. Shenwu God Emperor. They suddenly saw a bright and infinite existence. Swallowing away the heavenly blood mine, this kind of mana is incredible, as if it can swallow up the multiverse. Xuanhuan was indifferent, and would not say much to this group of people. He swallowed it all at once, leaving an empty area, and then left directly. The heavenly blood mine, which existed for a long time, disappeared from the world. The Tianxua mining area is gone, it disappeared out of thin air. Who did it? I didn't do it, Fengshen Tian. Could it be that Shenwu did it? Only that Shenwu can do such a thing. There is wealth belonging to an era in it, and he took it away. In Fengshen Tianyi, he couldn't calm down when he learned that Shenwu had obtained all the treasures in the Tianxua mining area. This martial arts approach was completely overbearing, directly taking away the mining area. The divine martial god emperor is unimaginable, but we have the eternal forbidden zone and the eternal pure land, and we have obtained more than him. Leave him alone, let's continue to attack. No matter how shocking Shenwu did, it was impossible for Fengshen Tian to stop their attack. In this era, the founder of the god realm represents the strongest born in the era, but who can be the peak powerhouse of the era? Within the empire. The news had spread long ago, and the sky was turned upside down. After the powerful empire knew it, they were boundlessly delighted. The stronger the empire, the better it would be for them. After he came back, Xuanhuan immediately summoned the powerhouses of the empire, even Lord Xinyang and Lord Xinghai. This time he wants to assign the right to use the artifact. He has to treat some things equally and let them know the benefits of joining the empire. Old God is already in the 6th realm. Xuanhuan didn't see the breakthrough of the old god, but every 6th level statue will bring a huge blessing to the luck of the empire. Calculating the time, it should be when he was in the Tianxua mining area. This is a happy event. Master made a breakthrough not long ago, and now he is consolidating in Xinyang Tian. God Xinyang is also very happy, the breakthrough of the old god allows him to have 2 6 realms a day. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. The old god is an ancient strong man who was once the lord of the day and died once. In this era of bursting luck, he took advantage of the trend to break through. Sky, ruin, true sun, star sea, this is the origin artifact, the Hunyuan clock. You can all try it. Whoever can run the power of the Hunyuan clock is qualified to manipulate it. Xuanhuan said. Origin artifact. When Xinyang God and Xinghai God saw this bell, their eyes were also hot, and there was also surprise. The God Emperor actually let them try such a powerful artifact? Xuanhuan, come first. Xuanhuan called the names directly. God Xuanhuan stepped forward to try, shaking his strength suddenly, but Hunyuan Zhong was unmoved. Then he shook his head. My strength does not match Hunyuan Zhong. It seems that I have no chance with him. Don't worry, you are here to study for a while. Xuanhuan gave them enough time. Boom. After a period of time, the bell of the Hunyuan bell was activated, and it turned out to be the Lord of the Sky. His eyes flashed, and the Hunyuan runes were intertwined with his hands, which rang the Hunyuan bell. The Lord of the Sky is qualified to manipulate. God of Destruction doesn't matter. Xuanhuan and Xinghai are very envious. Of course, envy is envy. The God Emperor has given them a chance. It is they themselves who did not grasp the opportunity. No wonder others. Congratulations, Lord of the Sky. They congratulated. Sky, Hunyuan clock will be in your control from now on. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile, and said, you don't have to be disappointed. This time I brought the Tianxua mining area back to the Empire completely, and it has been set up as a place of inheritance in the territory. The time in the Empire is reversed, and there is still a period of time for you to understand. Xuanhuan, after the strength of the old god is consolidated, let him come to the Empire and choose the artifact that suits him. Clear. Lord Xuanhuan nodded. After he arranged some things, he left the Lord of the Sky alone. Sky, you have the origin artifact, the Hunyuan Bell, which will be an extremely powerful combat force under my command. Ordinary gods will not be your opponents. You need to comprehend the profound meaning of Hunyuan, and learn more power. It is not good for you, harm. Xuanhuan said to him. I understand that if you don't reach the God of Origin, you won't be able to maximize the power of the Hunyuan Bell, but it is enough for you to use it in this war. The Lord of the Sky said, I just received the news that the Emperor conferred God has conquered another day, and their conquests have not stopped, and they continue to set off the flames of war. They have already confronted some strong men led by the second God Lord, and they want to grab us. Conquer more worlds and gather more luck. Today's battle to seize the sky is precisely to bring the easy-to-conquer world into one's own rule as much as possible. You must know that each 33 days represents the combat power of a sixth realm. Finally, go to the toughest bones. Feng Shenzhen is attacking the sky repeatedly, and we can't be weaker than them. This time, the attack of Emperor Fengshen made the second Divine Master have to divide his troops to support. This is also the opportunity for us. Soldiers are precious and fast, without delay. Of course Xuanhuan knew what Emperor Fengshen was thinking. Emperor Fengshen also wanted to gather more luck and break through the seventh realm ahead of time, and he didn't want to be in a stalemate with Xuanhuan, so Xuanhuan broke through to the sixth realm first. Emperor Fengshen could tell that procrastination was not good for him. In this matter, the two emperors have a tacit understanding. I'm making preparations, Xuanhuan. I'm forming the Xuanhuan army. This is the opening of a new world, and it's the first time they have experienced the baptism of war. There are too few strong Xuanhuan. There is no way to do this. Xuanhuan gave them too many resources, but it takes time for the birth of the strong, and it is impossible to appear many at once, even though many new ones are given to the Lord of the Sky. Like the Lord of the Earth, he is willing to go to Xuanhuan to help the sky. However, the Lord of the Earth would not go directly, for fear of causing the Emperor's displeasure. And other powerhouses are not willing to go to Xuanhuan. After all, it is the vassal heaven of the Empire, and it is definitely not as good as being in the Empire itself. The sky and the earth are mysterious and yellow. The sky is mysterious, and the earth is yellow. You and the Lord of the Earth have been friends for many years. Let him assist you. Xuanhuan said, get ready to go. After the Lord of the Sky retreated, Xuanhuan looked at the map of the multiverse, and suddenly pointed his finger on a point, God of Destruction. #C 1699 soldiers are very fast. What is His Majesty's order? God of Destruction. You take the 9 martial gods of the Empire and some elite powerhouses through the teleportation gate, first enter Yuan-Chengchen, and then arrive at this day from Yuan-Chengchen, and attack this day. I estimate the time, when my army surrounds the front here, you too can reach this day. Chu Yuan pointed at the sky, pointing to an extremely remote sky. The 9 martial gods of the Empire have broken through to the realm of primitive gods. They are the symbols of the glory of the Empire, carrying the luck of the Empire, and each of them is armed to the teeth with their strength. And with the glory of the Empire, the formation of the martial god formation can be compared to a 6th-level statue. This is the strength that the Empire brought to them. Yes, Your Majesty. The God of Destruction is on the way. At the same time, Chu Yuan also looked at the Imperial space. In the system column, he still has many chances to draw prizes, which are accumulated after previous missions, and he has never drawn. Now, Chu Yuan decided to take it out. He knows that the stronger he is, the more prosperous the Empire will be, and the stronger the rewards he will get, but now that the battle is urgent, what's the use of waiting until then? He must try to improve the strength of the Empire as much as possible now. Ding! The host obtained the original God Healing Potion Advanced X1 through a random lottery. Ding! The host obtained the Shanghai Robe X1 through a random lottery. Ding! The host obtained Immortal Era Cannon X1 through a random lottery. Huh? Another Immortal Era Cannon. Chu Yuan was very satisfied. Every Immortal Era Cannon was very powerful. If it was scaled up, it would be even more terrifying. Now the Empire has 5 Immortal Era Cannons. He continues to draw. Ding! The host obtained Dao Jia Tianshu X1 through a random lottery. The Book of Dao Tribulation. His sharp eyes immediately fell on this Dao Jia Tian book. It was not a divine tool, but a special divine object. It looked like a book, as if shrouded in endless light, and every word on it was completely natural. Contains the ability to manipulate the laws. It can condense the strongest strength of a single body, and it can also cover the battlefield and explode a large-scale massacre. This is an eternal fetish. Chu Yuan's lottery chances were almost exhausted, and he was very satisfied with the winnings from the lottery. Next. He sat quietly in the Empire. He looked at Jiyuan Chiyun again, and the scorching sun of Jiyuan, which represented the peak, had climbed to the highest point, and it could no longer be described as intense, but burst. That's right, it exploded. Luck exploded, strong to the extreme. This kind of exploding luck cannot be seen with the naked eye, but only the spirit of the strong can feel it, as if the infinite power exploded and turned into countless meteors and fire rain, falling to all parts of the multiverse. The pinnacle represents the pinnacle of power. An unusual era. Chu Yuan said coldly, in the early days of the era 100 flowers bloomed, and Taoism was derived, but at the peak of the era, there can only be one peak powerhouse, and I am the only one. He stood up, his arrogance could shake the sun and the moon. Jiuyo, the original 5 realms. At this moment, he came to Jiuyo's side, looking at her, a smile appeared on the face that had been frozen for many days. Jiuyo is his imperial concubine, the strongest among his women. She has used Eternal Harmony Flower and Eternal Heart, and a large supply of resources has pushed her realm to 5 realms. However, the 6 realms are still a huge threshold for her, which is very difficult to cross. Although the 5 realms, the gap with His Majesty is getting farther and farther. Jiuyo is very strong. In the coming wars, you'll have more fighting chances. Chu Yuan smiled. At the same time, after the fastest war preparations, the Imperial dynasty will open again. Your Majesty, I, Xuanhuan, am ready. Zhenyang Tian is also ready. Xing Haishan is also ready. The army of the Empire is also ready, and it can go out at any time. All the powerful men were reporting their preparations to Xuanhuan, and Wujishan was a long way from Shenwu, but Lu Yuan was also ready in Wujishan itself. It is good. Xuanhuan Dao, it is imminent for the army to go out. Feng Shenshen is also fighting with us for more heaven and earth luck, and the empire cannot fall behind. Once it is broken in the next 3 days, the situation will be as if it is alive. Standing up, it will make the empire world appear as a huge hole. This time I have a premonition that the attack is different from before. The second God Lord and the others may stop it. Although they were defeated by the Emperor Fengshen before and were broken by him for 5 days, their strength should not be underestimated. This time they are for the defense of the sky. The Alliance of the Heavens has received the echo of the heavens, and according to the news we have received, they have also caused a lot of trouble for Emperor Fengshen. The Book of Revelation is specifically responsible for intelligence. The times are different. The peak of an era will inevitably end the glory of the past, just like the twilight of the gods, there will be struggles. The Lord of the Star Sea said, in the past, when dealing with Feng Shenshen, it was more the second god master, the Duga god demon, who launched a war for himself to become the master of the era, and the war was too selfish, but the situation is different now. They are in order to maintain 33 the pattern of the sky, the battle of protecting the sky, the battle of guarding, morale and strategic purpose are also completely different, so the strength that erupts is also different. 2. In the past, only the strong who were the second god master for a few days went to fight, and the other gods did not join. But now, Shenwu and Fengshen's conquests are going to destroy the heavens one by one, and those gods are also panicked, their lips are dead and their teeth are cold, knowing that if they don't unite, their position as gods will be lost. It's too scary for them. The past, the present, the future, 33 days is the past, and this moment is the present. I only strive for the present. The end of the past is for the glory of the present moment. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, Yuan Guangtian, Shietian, Delidian, when will the empire start attacking? The Lord of the Sky is the commander-in-chief of the empire, and he is in charge of soldiers and horses. He continued, if these 3 days are broken and included in the empire's territory, our heaven will have Shenwu heaven, Xianhuang heaven, Xinyang heaven, Wuji heaven, Xinghai heaven, plus these 3 days, it will be a full 8 heavens. Nearly 1/3 of the 33 days. Wan Dao Tian let nature take its course, Wan Yao Tian will not participate in the battle, and heaven and earth are only involved in the battle group for 31 days. This is the true 3-legged posture. When the Empire powerhouse thought of this, he also became excited. In the past, one day God was great, but now there are 3 pillars. Looking at the map, after Yuan Guang, Shi Yi, and Dali's 3-day war ended, the rest of the world was either on the side of Emperor Fengshen, or it was very powerful, or it was too remote. The 3-legged confrontation must be formed first. Xuanhuan Dao, after the 3-legged confrontation, he still has one important thing to do. Now, all the powerhouses of the empire are waiting for the day when Xuanhuan orders an attack. Option 1, attack Yuan Guangtian, get 1 million vertex points, random lucky draw chance x1, random origin god pill x1. Option 2, attack Shietian, get 1 million vertex points, random lucky draw chance x1, immortal era cannon x1. Option 3, attack Dali Tian, get 1 million vertex points, random lottery chance x1, Vulcan battleship x1. Hashtag C1700 Big Day Panic. The system selection looms large. As for the day of the attack, Xuanhuan has already planned. This time the Empire's attack is far from the sky. Xuanhuan announced the target of attack to the ministers. Ding. The host made a choice, attacked Dali Tian, and got 1 million vertex points, random lucky draw chance x1, Vulcan battleship x1. The Vulcan warship is different from the original warship built by the Empire. This is a kind of artifact warship that emits monstrous flames, like a god in anger. Dalidian? Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the Lord of the Sky was silent for a moment, and said, Dalition existed in ancient times, and existed in the form of a country and empire. Their god, Dali God Emperor, had already broken through to the sixth realm a long time ago. And the strongest. Dalition's will to resist is also the strongest. The Lord of the Earth added. If he is not strong, I will not choose to attack him first. Xuanhuan Dao, I beat him so far. The God Emperor's offensive choice is right. God Jinyang admitted, actually, no matter which day we attack, the difference will not be too big. Everyone can see that these 3 days are the range that the Empire must attack, and the territory of the Empire must be expanded. Coherent, if we attack Dalition, the day when the will to resist is the most tenacious, it will disintegrate the will of the other 2 days, making them no longer willing to fight, and their gods do not want to die, so they have to take refuge in the Empire. Attacking the most stubborn, deterring and resisting the weak-willed, this is a common method used by military strategists. Good. Xinghai Tianzhu added, just fight Dalition. I have been in contact with Dali God Emperor, and he is very stubborn. Maybe attacking Dalition first will make the initial battle difficult, but if you fight it, it will be a bright road, and it will shock the other 2 days of God. Shenwu's front is unstoppable, and those who block it will surely die. I order that the armies from all over the world will attack Dalition and besiege Dalition with heavy troops. Xuanhuan immediately issued an order. The armies from all over the world are already ready, and they can go out immediately with an order. The vast sky. Exuding tyrannical energy, Dalition is ahead, a large number of warships, and a large number of cannons have surrounded Dalition. Several guardian cities were also built, surrounded by one point, and a large number of soldiers appeared. The god of every day is the commander, and the Lord of the Sky is the Grand Commander. And Xuanhuan also sits in the Chinese army tent. Dalition. The Lord of the Star Sea looked at the sky, the energy of the whole world was restrained, it was a large formation protecting the sky, and there was a monstrous murderous intent emanating from it. Obviously he was ready to guard against the army of gods and martial arts. He lamented that if he hadn't been ignorant that day, he would have been bombarded by the besieged artillery fire. In the sky, the armies of all heavens have entered their positions, and can launch an attack at any time. The Lord of the Earth. Don't worry, wait for His Majesty to issue a general attack order, and let all the soldiers accumulate their strength to the peak. Once they attack, it will be violent. Our opponents this time are not just Dalition. Once the battle starts, there must be others forces will come to support them. The Lord of the Sky acted resolutely, looking at his opponent from outside the sky. And at this very moment, in Dalition. Dali Shindu. God Emperor Dali sat on his throne and looked at the officials in the hall. Although his world was not ranked in the top 10 in the 33 days, he was still ranked in the top 10. The siege of the martial arts, the overwhelming oppression, and the giant cannons have not been fired, but everyone has already felt the catastrophe of the catastrophe. Dalition Nei was also panic-stricken, feeling that he could not resist the Xuanhuan dynasty. There is no way, no blame for their timidity. Xuanhu's recent military front is too strong. The battle between the Xuanhu God Emperor and the Fengshan Emperor, the impact of the Black Coffin, and the refuge from all over the world have all had a great impact on them. Your Majesty, the army of gods and martial arts has surrounded my sky, and my sky has become a cage, and I can't escape. These ministers are also high-ranking figures, but seeing the aura of the Xuanhu army at this moment, they are extremely flustered, and some people want to put on their wings and fly. Damn it, if this Xuanhu doesn't attack Shiyedian, Yuan Guantian will take Dalition to attack me. Is Dalition the best bully? There was a strong man with a ferocious face, and he kept shouting angrily. Xuanhuan is going to attack us. He knows that we are the strongest in the 3 days, and the will to resist is the most determined. He thinks that as long as we defeat me, Dali Tian, the other 2 days will take refuge, because of fear. They are going to destroy the sky. Kill us all. A courtier said. What do you think? How should I deal with it? God Emperor Dali looked gloomy at the moment, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. After being silent for a long time, the courtiers boldly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the supernatural powers encircle the sky without attacking, causing panic and pressure to us. It is also time for us to think about it. As before, Xinghaishan was besieged, and later Xinghaishan couldn't bear it and surrendered to them. You're right, Xuanhuan is indeed this strategy. God Emperor Dali looked at him. What do you think of me? Although they didn't send envoys, they gave us an ultimatum. If we don't obey, the army will attack, and the rebels will die without a place to die, said the minister. He continued, Xuanhuan is too strong, Xuanhuan, Xianhuang, Xinyang, Wuji, Xinghai. This is a full 5 days of strength, we are only 1 day, it is impossible to be their opponents, fighting them, there is only one dead end. Then what do you mean? The emperor can only obediently give up all resistance, raise his hand and surrender, become the king of subjugation, hand over the imperial jade seal, kneel in front of his martial arts, and beg his forgiveness? God Emperor Dali stared at him coldly. I dare not. This person was under the pressure of this imperial prestige, even the original god was sweating all over, unable to bear the pressure. He knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. Anyone who disturbs our army will be killed without mercy. God Emperor Dali's ferocious and crazy eyes swept across the ministers, and said, I see that you have long had the heart to take refuge in Xuanhuan in your heart, and you are in Xuanhuan Dali. With his mana concentrated, a Dali divine saber appeared, and he wanted to kill this person directly. He knew that the hearts of the entire empire were already in turmoil. They were frightened by the power of the Xuanhuan Empire's attack, and they didn't have the courage to fight them any longer. How could he not guess this person's idea? It was nothing more than side firing to make him give up resistance. It would be better to directly rely on Xuanhuan, which would also reduce casualties. But he was not reconciled, unwilling, and the proud emperor's heart prevented him from making this decision. These people can switch to Xuanhuan, but he can't. Because he is the emperor of Dali Tian. Taking refuge in Xuanhuan, he is the king of the subjugated country, the subjugated king of the sky. Even if the Xuanhuan god emperor doesn't kill him, he can't bear it in his heart, and he is absolutely unwilling to become someone else's subject. This is the pride of the emperor. For the emperor, he will fight until the last moment. Your Majesty, spare Gao Hai's life, that's not what he meant, he just analyzed Xuanhuan's strength. Yeah, we definitely don't mean to take refuge in Xuanhuan, we can sacrifice our lives for Dali, and we belong to Dali no matter whether we live or die. Gao Hai has made too many contributions in Dalishan dynasty. All the courtiers are begging for mercy for Gao Hai. #C17011 Decree, 1 day of surrender. If there is another person who disturbs the morale of the army, he will be killed without mercy. God Emperor Dali wasn't really so mad that he really wanted to kill the general before the battle started, otherwise it would chill people's hearts, but he also needed to beat and frighten this group of people. Before the decisive battle begins, don't think about going to Xuanhuan immediately. They have only one way, which is to fight with him to the last moment. Over the years, in Dali Tian, you have enjoyed so many resources. Do you want to rely on others when there is a catastrophe? Xuanhuan's attack is imminent. This is a catastrophe for the gods. This emperor also knows your worries. The strength of Xuanhuan is so strong that I can't resist it, but we are not without chance of winning. God Emperor Dali said, we are not fighting alone. Shi Yi and Yuan Guang also know the truth of the cold lips and teeth for 2 days. If I lose, it will be their turn next, and the second God Master, Duga God and Demon will also give us support, once the battle starts, we will surround Xuanhu from the outside. As long as they can't attack for a long time, they will retreat, or even push them back. Your Majesty is right. This time, with the gods and heavens as the leader, there are 7 giant heavens in the top 10 in our alliance. They are united like never before. No matter how powerful he is, can he still resist so many powerful heavens? A minister immediately responded that he is a great general from the sky. But that being said, many people also know that there will not be so many who can come to support. The conferred God Emperor is also seizing the opportunity to attack, and will allocate a lot of power to go there. Hateful, there are 2 powerful twin emperors this time, otherwise it would be so difficult. On the contrary, we have a great chance of winning. This emperor wants to make Dolidian the most difficult bone to crack. The center will blossom, so that they can't attack for a long time, and then other aid forces will counterattack. Let's see how the God of Martial God will deal with it. God Emperor Dali must remain absolutely calm and analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both the enemy and us. And after his analysis, like the shadows of the willows, the strong man who is far away from the sky suddenly feels that his side still has a great possibility of resisting the attack from Xuanhu. But outside the sky, the Lord of the Sky stared at Tiao, and he could clearly feel that the panic atmosphere was stabilizing little by little, and the whole world was united to fight against the foreign attackers. It's going to be a struggle. A massive battle. He had a hunch. But at this moment, when all eyes and focus were on Tiao, the god of destruction quickly arrived at the frontier of the universe with a group of elite powerhouses. This is the limit position of the universe. The road to eternity has no end in sight, but the multiverse has its limits. The edge of the universe is a chaotic atmosphere, which is constantly exploding and reorganizing. The terrifying scene is like the collapse of the universe, and the horror of the Big Bang is unmatched. And after a bomb explodes, the universe will become bigger and more resources will appear. It is still the period of the strongest luck in the era, and the multiverse will continue to expand until the end of an era and return to the origin again. And here, there is still a huge world. 33 days, Yundushan. Boom. The arrival of the god of destruction was very sudden, and because of his arrival, the power spread out, and the entire time and space collapsed everywhere, ushering in the scene of destruction. Enemy attack. Yun Dutian's peace was suddenly broken. One after another looked at the past in shock and anger. Xuanhu, god of destruction. The power of the god of destruction is too great. In Yundushan, a sharp gaze fell on him. It was the god of Yundu who was paying attention to the god of destruction. And his arrival made Yun Dutian extremely nervous. The god of Cloud City. The god of destruction was expressionless, and he said coldly, I am here on behalf of Xuanhu Shenchao, and now I am here to announce His Majesty's Imperial Decree. Military deployment. While he was speaking, an Imperial Decree flew out immediately. And his words were not informing the god of Yundu, but giving orders directly. The god of Yundu suddenly grasped the Imperial Decree, and the moment it unfolded, each word shot out mighty divine power, and the infinite will swept across, exuding an irresistible majesty. Intense spiritual power immediately swept into the entire Yundushan, and all the strong faces were terrified. They did not expect such a terrifying power to be contained in an imperial decree. Xuanhu God Emperor's imperial decree, is this directly asking me, Yundu, to take refuge in him for a day? All the strong men looked at the imperial decree. Although the Emperor Xuanhu had not arrived, they all saw the majestic will of the Emperor. Everyone's face suddenly became very ugly. Although this is just an imperial decree, the oppression of Xuanhu's national destiny is too strong. They looked at the god of destruction again. The god was standing outside the sky and the earth. The 9 martial gods were lined up, and there were still many elite troops. It seemed that if they didn't follow, the sky would be destroyed immediately. There is not much time left for you to think about it. Your Majesty's patience is not that good, and my patience is not that good. The destroying voice of God of Destruction came in again. Arrogant, he doesn't take Yun Dutian seriously at all. If they don't have the strength, it would be foolish to seek death like this for a day, but Xuanwu Xinqiao has that strength, and their words are more like an order. God, what shall we do? A strong man looked at the imperial decree with an uncertain expression on his face. The prestige of Xuanwu has been spread, and he has been defeated by force for 2 days, and has been trusted for many days, especially the Xuanwu God Emperor, who is a peerless existence that can rival the Emperor Fengshen. Isn't this Xuanwu too domineering? I, Yun Dushan, have nothing to do with the world, and I exist in the wilderness of the universe. Even the ancient war did not affect us, and the Emperor Xuanwu wanted to let us go with just one imperial decree. Do we bow to heaven? A strong man, surging with monstrous anger. Although their Yun Dutian is not very high in the ranking of the 33 days, more than 20, but after all, they are one of the 33 days, and just let the God of Destruction bring an imperial edict, forcing them to stand in line. Humph. The army of gods and warriors is currently attacking Dali, Xia, and Yuanguang for 3 days. Their army is all there. Just because the God of Destruction brought some strong men, it is impossible for us to seek refuge immediately. Yes, although Xuanwu is powerful, we are not afraid of him, so greedy, be careful to support yourself to death. This God of Destruction is powerful, but with the advantage of heaven and earth, we have enough strength to fight him. In Yun Dushan, one after another voices were discussing, but the final decision-making power was still in the hands of the God of Yundu. God, make your decision, whatever you decide, we will support you. A person said in front of him, look, God, in fact, we still don't have to accept this edict. Their army is attacking Dali for 3 days. We are not afraid of them, so we will fight them. They did it on purpose. The God of Yundu sighed, by taking advantage of the great battle of Dali Tian, all eyes were attracted. Now who will pay attention to me, Yun Dushan? Our location is too remote. He looked at the God of Destruction. Although the God Emperor of Martial Arts did not come in person, he represented the God of Martial God. God, what do you mean? There was a tremor in the heart of the strong man, who had already understood the choice of God of Yundu. Xuanwu God Emperor gave me no choice. You say, besides accepting their conditions, what other options do I have to choose to join them? This war will never be avoided after all, unless I give up the position of God. The cloud is God's way. Wherever the power of Emperor Xuanwu went, even an imperial decree was enough to make Etienne give up resistance. C1702 Go to war. The God of Yundu had no choice. The huge gap in strength made him powerless to resist, so he could only bow his head and accept his fate. He knew that if he didn't surrender obediently, he would be greeted with a blow like a storm. The God Emperor of Martial Arts didn't need to mobilize an army, he could destroy his world by himself. Although Xuanwu has more troops in Dali Tian, he dare not take risks. He can't compete in this era. In the eyes of outsiders, although he is one of the supreme 33 heavenly gods, he is still too weak in front of the peak powers of the universe, such as the Xuanwu God Emperor. His Majesty, the ruler of the world, the supremacy of heaven and earth, made him unable to resist. God surrendered. The strong in Yun Dushan can feel that the luck of the world does not belong to them alone. An era has come to an end, and their hearts are bitter, and they know God's helpless choice. There is no way, if you don't take refuge in Xuanwu, the world will be destroyed. Although the second Divine Master formed an alliance and joined for many days, Yun Dutian's geographical location is in the frontier of the universe, and his own strength is not strong, so there is no way to control them. Right now, it will be a disaster if the God of Destruction and the 9 warriors come in. Also invite Lord Destruction God to enter my Yun Dushan. All of Yun Dutian's defenses were dissipated, and without any resistance, he welcomed the god of destruction to enter. The battle ahead is imminent, so I don't want to waste my time here. Now I will read another imperial order from His Majesty. The god of destruction stared at God Yundu with terrifying eyes, causing the blood in his body to be destroyed. Although this god of destruction is not the lord of the day, he came with the luck of the entire empire, and his mana was terrifying, and his strength would not be an opponent. This god of destruction is expected to reach the 7th realm. The god of Yundu thought about it, and then said seriously, "What orders does the god emperor have?" You, the god of Yundu, immediately lead the powerful Yundushan to follow the god to the front line of the war, and be directly transferred by the god emperor. The god will give you half an hour to mobilize. Destroy Shinto. It is good. I'm going to get ready. The god of Yundu immediately mobilized the strong in his world, and this time he mobilized all the elites. Since he was in the wilderness of the universe, he was not afraid of the blows of others in a short period of time. Okay, ready, return to the empire with this god. The god of destruction saw that god Yundu moved very quickly. Lord God of Destruction, Yundu Tiandi, is remote. If we go to the front line, it will take some time even at our speed. I'm worried that we won't be able to catch up. Lord Yundu frowned. Being on the edge of the universe has both advantages and disadvantages. The Empire has a fast track to the Empire. All the strong are collected into the treasures of the cave, and you can go back and forth quickly with the god. The god of destruction took him for a short time, first returning to Yuan Chenshin, and then directly teleporting back to the Empire from Yuan Chenshin. Yuanshan Tian is also in the wild location of the multiverse, and in the same direction, it happens to be able to reach Yundushan quickly. Otherwise, Chu Yuan would not let the god of destruction go to Yundushan to surrender the sky. From here? Only now did the god of Yundu know how the god of destruction came to Yundushan so quickly. The frontiers of the universe are expanding all the time, and there are not a few places like Yuan Chenshin. But what surprised him was that even so, it was too terrifying to be able to build a fast teleportation channel. The strength of Xuanhuan is unfathomable. Yundu god was amazed. There is a saying that this god can tell you that you have made the most correct choice. You thought that His Majesty was leading an army in Dali Tian, and only this god led some strong men to Yundushan, but you were wrong. This is His Majesty gives you a chance to live. God of Destruction's next words completely frightened God Yundu. Your Majesty can send an army to Dali Tian, or you can immediately withdraw to your Yundushan. With this transmission channel, no one can save you, but you are very wise and did not let His Majesty use more troublesome means. I almost died. No matter how calm the Lord of Yundu was, his whole body trembled. Everyone only saw the god Emperor Xuanhuan fighting against Dali Tian on the front line, but the others were the attacking side, who had the absolute initiative to fight and withdraw if they wanted to. He could take a faint shot at Dali Tian and turn around to face him, or he could actually launch an attack. Fortunately, I didn't resist to the end. The god of Yundu is fortunate that the opponent has this channel, so it shouldn't be too easy to beat him. Go, let's hurry to the front line, His Majesty is waiting for us. God of Destruction and God of Yundu did not stop for a moment. On the front line of the Great Lydian. The army of the Xuanhuan Empire. God of Yundu looked at the terrifying lineup, the numerous warships sealing the sky, and the dense cannons aimed at Dali Tian. The chilling aura of the soldiers made him terrified. Such an army is too iron-blooded and fierce. If Yun Dutian attacks him, he will definitely die. Here, he also admires the courage of God Emperor Dali, who would never dare to do it in his place. Yundu, come see me. Chu Yuan's voice came from the central barracks. Hearing this voice, God of Yundu suddenly felt shocked by a supreme will. Yundu has seen the God Emperor. The God of Yundu came to a void of heaven and earth. Here, there is only one throne, and on that throne, there is a supreme being who controls the infinite power. As soon as he saw this emperor, he felt that his strength had been suppressed. If he fought against him, he would die a very miserable death. You came. Xuanhuan's thick voice set off thunder in his heart. Yundu dare not come. Yundu knows that the God Emperor will usher in a great new era, and I see that this peak era is destined to belong to the God Emperor in the end, so Yundu is willing to offer my strength to His Majesty. God of Yunda lowered his head and said a lot of compliments. Of course, just listen to his words. If there is no strong strength, will the God of Yunda come obediently? He is also afraid of death, afraid that Xuanwu will directly destroy him. Xuanhuan won't expose it, he is very savvy, and he will save face for him, and Yunda God's refuge also means that those forces that are easy to conquer are gone. Next, there must be a big battle. Yundu, you have also joined our camp. Seeing him, Xinghai God smiled and said, "What's the point of you being the king and hegemony at the edge of the universe before? Now that you're here, it's better to fight the universe with the God Emperor. The previous pattern of heaven and earth should have been broken long ago. We can also do it in the future. Go to fight the eternal road." He was very kind when he saw the God of Yundu, as if he had seen his relatives. The God of Yunda looked at the God of Xinghai at this moment, and he also felt this way, feeling sympathetic to each other, feeling that they both felt sorry for each other. Because they all chose to join this divine dynasty because of the powerful military front of the Xuanwu Empire. Since the God of Yundu has come, next we ask His Majesty to announce the progress of the next battle and the opponents that each day will face in this battle. Lord of the Sky. The God of Yundu subdued with wisdom and brought local strongmen, and some strategic arrangements had to be changed accordingly. #C1703 Berserk Tactics. The war was about to break out, and the armies from all walks of life were ready, and they would be ready to kill immediately after the order from the most respected God of war. All the strong stood in awe, waiting for the order of the God Emperor. Although preparations have been made long ago, the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. This is not a single fight between the strong, but an attack all day long, and the deployment will change all the time. And this battle is also very important. The Empire now has 6 heavens: Xuanwu Heaven, Xianhuang Heaven, Xinyang Heaven, Wuji Heaven, Xinghai Heaven, and Yundu Heaven. Taking these 3 days is the power of the 9 heavens. And the entire multiverse is 33 days. For this attack on Dali Tian, the Empire will not only face the strong men of Dali Tian, but also obstacles from outside powerhouses. Xuanhuan said solemnly, "I ordered Wu Jishan to deal with the rescue army from Shi Yedian, and Xing Haishan to face Yuan Guangtian's army. Follow the Emperor's order." Both Lu Yuan and Xinghai God nodded. Lu Yuan said, "Shi Yedian, I understand that I only need 2/3 of Wu Jishan's strength to stop them, and the remaining 1/3 can be added to the attack on Dalidian. The overall strength of Wu Jishan is still very strong. As for Dalidian, Lord of the Sky, you will lead the forces of Xuanhuan and Yundushan to attack them, and the Empire will support you with various cannons today, and Lan will also help you." Xuanhuan is giving orders. Although Xuanhuan's natural power has just been established, the combat power of the Lord of the Sky cannot be underestimated. His Sky City has been built again, and there is also a Hunyuan clock to protect his body. The giant cannons of the Empire bombed at once. How terrifying this power is, and with Yun Dutian's powerhouse, it is enough to destroy him by one big Lydian. Xuanhuan didn't take Dalidian seriously at all. He had to deal with the support from the outside world. The sky accepts orders. The master of the sky has a serious face. He knows that his mission is extremely heavy. He must break through Dali Tian and kill Dali God in the shortest possible time. Many strong men of the Empire, as well as the army of the true Sun Heaven, follow me to deal with the obstruction from the strong men of other heavens. This task is still very heavy. Xuanhuan Dao. I'm really going to go out with the Empire. God Xingyang knows that this battle is not only about helping Xuanhuan, but also about himself. The stronger the luck of the empire, as a member of the camp, the more luck power it can have at the same time. His true Yang Tian strength, in fact, should be considered the strongest except for Xuanhuan Ben Tian. Because besides him, Xin Yangshan also has the old god who is also in the sixth realm, so he has to bear more burdens. Soldiers are out of the sky. Chu Yuan's voice fell. Boom. The tyrannical power rushed straight to the sky and the earth trembled. Abysses of destruction appeared in the sky, and the sky began to collapse and the earth began to crack. Xuanhuan's army is about to attack. The powerhouses in Dali Tian have all seen it. Time and space collapsed, and the voice of the empire rumbled to Dali Tian, and he said with a domineering will, "The empire's conquest is unstoppable. There is only one way before you in Dali Tian. There is absolutely no second choice for you except to join the empire. There is no way to go, and when the Imperial army breaks through, they will be killed without mercy. The will of the empire is too overbearing. If you don't surrender, you will be killed without mercy, and the end will be like crossing the sky, and seeing the dense army and the black hole cannons aimed at them. Some people trembled and feared before fighting. Their morale collapsed. It's no wonder that they were afraid before fighting. The momentum of the empire is too strong. It's not something they can fight against. If it weren't for God Emperor Dali's pressure, it would have collapsed long ago. I live and die with heaven and earth." At the same time, the voice of God Emperor Dali also came out, suppressing fluctuations. "I, Dali, will never surrender. There is only Dali who dies in battle, and there is no Dali who lives in idyllic ways. I would rather die than surrender. He has been the emperor for so many years, and he would rather fight to the last moment than live humbly. Dignity and pride do not allow. Then I will kill you today and use your blood to sacrifice to the empire." It was the voice of the Lord of the Sky. This time he was going to command the army, kill Dali Tian, and kill the god Emperor Dali. His face was terribly cold. The character of the emperor largely determines the character of the subjects of the empire. God Emperor Xuanhuan has a domineering personality. He is cruel and fierce in foreign wars, but he is kind to his people at home, which also makes the strong men of the empire develop a very domineering character. He followed the emperor. But he knew that following the divine martial god emperor was two different experiences. His character also began to be domineering. This time, he wanted to kill God Emperor Dali, take his head, and take his blood, in order to be worthy of His Majesty's gift to him. Attack Dali Tian. The war started at this moment. The Master of the Sky let God Emperor Dali know that Xuanhuan's soldiers are unstoppable, and anyone who dares to stop will be reduced to ashes. Boom. 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 In the war of destroying the sky, there is no conspiracy or trick, it is completely a frontal collision of the strongest forces. Xuanhuan's giant cannons bombarded out in an instant, the Tiandao God Cannon, the Primordial God Cannon, and the 7 most powerful Immortal Era cannons. The Immortal Era Pao Chu Yuan had accumulated 5 doors before, and then he exchanged for 2 more doors with the 20 billion vertex points after the completion of the main mission before the battle started. This kind of giant cannon is extremely powerful, and although it consumes a lot of energy, each blow is comparable to that of a 6-level powerhouse. Although there is no such thing as the mystical magic power of the powers of the 6 realms, but in the battle of the army, facing such living targets, they can just show their terror. The bombardment of many giant cannons is too terrifying, as if there are many strong men shooting, directly blowing up the sky, turning the time and space far away from the sky into chaotic fragments. God Emperor Dali is also burning the energy of heaven and earth to defend against the threat of giant cannons. At this moment, Dalidian seemed to be covered with a powerful light barrier, and Xuanhuan's giant cannon bombarded it, setting off a mushroom cloud of dust. To consume versus consume. The bombardment of the Immortal Era cannon has the most violent fluctuations. Every time it hits, their defenses will be penetrated, and they will be directly bombarded into their homeland. The Immortal Era artillery is aimed at Shindu, focusing on bombarding this place. The Lord of the Sky is ruthless. After following Xuanhuan, his fighting style became cruel. Crash. Only by attacking can we firmly grasp the initiative in our own hands. The world in Tian was also shattered, and cannon fodder was everywhere in the capital. This is the characteristic of the Shenwu Empire's war. In the face of a big battle, if you don't fight with you first, you will consume the opponent with intense artillery fire first, and push down the restrictions you have placed by washing the ground. This fighting method is very simple, but it is very rough and useful, but any conspiracy and tricks are useless in the face of strong strength. A lot of powerhouses are trembling with fear, and they don't know how they can build so many giant cannons. Kill! 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 Shouting loudly, the mighty army, armed with cold and bone-chilling weapons, advanced forward in a lineup of large armies, and the force of the momentum was so overwhelming that the original god's heart collapsed. #C1704 Destroy the Sky. Shenwu's attack is violent and direct. There is no complicated tactics, just use force to overwhelm others. It was also this kind of rage that made Dalidian unable to lift his head up. In Tian, the continuous bombardment of giant cannons caused the world to collapse. The god of Dali has no way to protect the entire world, so he can only focus on the capital and abandon other places, so that the strong on his side will not be wiped out by artillery fire. It is also this kind of giant cannon that washes the ground, making it difficult for them to delay the rhythm of the opponent's attack. Too much deception. The strong man who was out of the sky was shocked and angry. What are you panicking? Cheer up this emperor. God Emperor Dali shouted, their artillery fire is fierce, but it is not enough to break our gods. This emperor will make them pay a huge price, 1 blood mark per step, and a large number of strong people will be lost with each step. His will is invincible. Shenwu Empire, come on. He was drinking wildly. I'm still stubborn when I'm about to die. The Lord of the Sky looked at the obstacles created by the God Emperor Dali. Sky, we can't delay time with them. We have to make a quick decision with a blitz to break through the Dali God capital and kill the Dali God Emperor. The longer the time, the greater the price we will pay. The Lord of the Earth went to the Lord of the Sky, said. They all knew that once the battle to attack Tian started, all forces would flock to them, and the God Emperor would also face more powerful attacks. God Emperor will face the most opponents. Good. The Lord of the Sky was cold and stern, and made a deployment, aim all the cannons at Shindu, and then the battleship clears the way, and the legion gradually presses up, approaching Shindu. If you dare to come out and stop it, kill as many as you can. I see how long can they resist. The Empire's army was not the same as when Dui was wiped out. Whether it was the number of artillery fire, or the quality of the soldiers, I don't know how much stronger it was. Immediately, the giant artillery suppressed Shindu, and the battleship was at the forefront. The army followed closely behind, advancing towards Shindu. The Lord of the Sky is in charge. Wherever the army goes, the infinite time and space collapse. It is a completely destructive attack. The eyes of the strong men who are far away from the sky are bleeding. This is the foundation they have built for hundreds of millions of years, and now it is being continuously destroyed by Shenwu. Attack! 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 Under the suppression and attack of such terrifying artillery fire, God Emperor Dali had no way to set up restrictions along the way, so he could only put all his strength in the capital of God to defend. Coming! God Emperor Dali's face was grim. Dali God Emperor! Swish! The Lord of the Sky grasped the palm of his hand, and suddenly boundless energy condensed into a magic weapon, and he slashed at Dali's hen. It's not Shenwu's most elite army, but the Xuanhu God Emperor thinks that we can destroy us without using the strongest army. God Emperor Dali is also angry. He is so prepared that the other party does not need the strongest to attack. This is obviously looking down on their strength. And indeed, Xuanhuan's side is mainly composed of a large number of scattered forces that have taken refuge in the empire, and the real elite of the empire is still outside the world. Everyone knows that the army of the Xuanhu Empire is the most terrifying. It's enough to destroy you. The Lord of the Sky acted swiftly and fiercely, and with one palm he collided with God Emperor Dali. With the advantage of heaven and earth, fight them. It is impossible for them to hide in Dali Shindu forever, otherwise all the gods will be destroyed if the opponent's strong man makes a move. Instead, they should use the advantage of Shindu as much as possible, and then start a scuffle to weaken their advantage of artillery fire. In fact, God Emperor Dali also knew that it was fortunate that it was not the Imperial Legion, otherwise, they would have no way to resist. Resist the invaders. In Dali Tian's eyes, Xuanhu is the most brutal invader. The world is boiling, the strong are fighting fiercely, and the entire Dali Tian is already stained with blood. At every moment, a large number of strong people are blown up and then fall. The morale of the Xuanhu side is like a rainbow, and everyone wants to make contributions. And Dali Tian is the morning soldier, but the morning soldier can often explode with incredible fighting power. God Emperor Dali, why are you doing this? With a soft sigh, it was Yunda God who appeared from the camp, and the power of the sixth realm traversed. At the same time, a large number of Yundushan powerhouses also brought tremendous pressure. Yundu Tian. God Emperor Dali stared at him, and was also shocked. He didn't expect that Yundu Tian, who was in the wilderness of the universe, would join Xuanhu and become a part of it. His arrival was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of Dali Tian powerhouse hard. Another day belongs to Xuanhu. Is this really the end of the world? That's right, it's me. Yunda said, God Emperor Dali, you still have a chance, give up all resistance now, go out with me to surrender to the God Emperor. The God Emperor will not care about your current resistance, we can even fight a counter-siege. Impossible. The voice of God Emperor Dali was squeezed out from between his teeth, and he yelled wildly, if I want to surrender, I would have surrendered long ago. Even if I have you, Yundushan, so what, you, Yundushan, this emperor has never taken it to heart. Come on, let's fight, even if this emperor dies, he will have no regrets. It is impossible for him to seek refuge, he can only be killed. The Master of the Sky has a cold face, he is the Master of the Day, and he also has a powerful origin artifact. God of Yundu, he entrusted me to kill him. I always have a sense of murderous intent in my heart, as if I am stared at by a terrifying force all the time. It should be a force to support them. While you are attacking, you must be on guard against possible attacks. Accident. The Lord of the Sky is very calm. Although the Empire has entered Dali Tian, it is obviously not that simple. I see. At this moment, the God of Yundu does not dare to have two minds. Once he enters the martial arts, he will give up all unrealistic fantasies. Kill. The Lord of the Sky stepped away, blasting the heaven and earth frenzy with his palm, and the universe, time and space were all under his control. Boom. All the strong men who attacked Dali Tian also united, showing their powerful combat power, well-trained, invincible, beheading every strong man who blocked them. Fight. The Dali God Emperor was too decisive, and immediately burned the eternal matter, even the origin of Dali Tian was burned, and the oppression brought by the two sixth-level statues was too great. He had to use this kind of attack to stop him, otherwise it would be impossible to resist. He also hated that without Yunda God, the situation would not have deteriorated so quickly. I can't delay with you. The opponent burns eternal matter, and the Sky Lord must also burn. His Xuanhuan's luck is of course not as good as Dali Tian's, but behind him there is a bigger empire, which is what he relies on. The two powerhouses launched a shocking duel. Each move was violent to the limit, with the will to kill the other. The powerhouse of Yandushan, follow me to completely break the god capital of Dali Tian. The Lord of Yandu's eyes were also stern. The bloody battle had already affected his soul. Yandushan was not as good as Dali Tian, but he was an extremely crucial force in this battle to seize the sky. He clearly understands. They want to weaken Dalishan's luck as much as possible, and create opportunities for the Sky Lord to kill Dali God Emperor. Once the God Emperor Dali died, the most stubborn day would be gone, and the war would be won. #C1705, come to help. The war is boiling, and this piece of space and time in the universe is collapsing. The duel of the strong caused too much fluctuation. Dali Tian has turned into a flame of war, and a large number of creatures die due to the war all the time. At the peak of the era, it is impossible to proceed in a peaceful manner. The flames of war are inevitable. If there is no destruction, there will be no establishment. If a lot of blood is not used to break the original pattern, there will be no new era of rebirth from the ashes. The strength of the empire must also go through the baptism of war and stand tall in the flames of war. At the same time, at the moment when the Great Lydian War started. Outside the world, at this moment, there are also a large number of auras covering the sky and covering the sky. They are all waiting for Xuanhuan to attack Dalidian before they can attack. Crackling. The infinite light beams of divine power struck fiercely, and rows of armies in bright armor tore through the void, and densely packed figures were rushing towards them. Rescue Dali Tian. The leader is a middle-aged man, tall and heroic, his divine light is the most dazzling, and the breath of peerlessness is the god of Yuanguangtian. Yuanguang God has come. He deeply understands the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. If Dalidian is defeated, Yuanguangtian will not be spared. To save Dalidian is to save himself. If there is no dead end, how many people are willing to give up the dignity of the Lord of the Day and become the courtiers of others? The Great War. His eyes also saw Dali Tian, and his heart was shocked. The artillery fire was too fierce, and he was glad that the first target of Xuanhuan's attack was Dali Tian, otherwise he would be the one who suffered the disaster. Then he became worried again. What if Dalidian couldn't hold on? God, there's news from Dali Tian that the god of Yandu has turned to Xuanhuan and is fighting for him. The situation in Dali Tian is precarious, very pessimistic. A strong man said. I didn't expect that even God Yandu would take refuge in him. This was indeed an accident, but before the battle, all accidents had been conceived. God Yuanguang's mood became heavy. The god Emperor Dali is very powerful. I will not be his opponent if I fight alone. In order not to be the king of the dead, he will try his best to resist. As long as he does not fall, he still has a chance. If this battle can force Xuanhuan to retreat, they will win. Yuanguangtian, if you don't take refuge in God Emperor quickly, you dare to gather troops to resist, you are courting death. Shouting to kill Xintian, Xinghai Tianzhu led an army to immediately block Yuanguangtian. The mighty army rushed over and formed an insurmountable torrent to confront Yuanguangtian. Break through the Star Sea and Sky Army. Yuanguang God is also unwilling to waste time here with Xinghai God. Block Yuanguangtian, don't let their army interfere with the Lord of the Sky, and enter the battle group over there. Xinghai God is also eager to make contributions. He also wants to scare Yuanguangtian and let them know that going against the empire will only lead to death. God, Shi, there is still time to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. On the other side, the Wujishan army led by Lu Yuan also collided head-on with Ziyuishan's strong man. Lord Shi Yi is a beautiful woman wearing a long dress and a court dress, graceful and dignified. She looked at Lu Yuan at this time, abandon the darkness and turn to the light. What is darkness and what is light? Is joining Xuanhuan a path of light? That's right, taking refuge in the God Emperor is the open and bright road. Lu Yuan and Lord Shi are communicating, and it is her task to stop the other party here. The light and darkness are uncertain? It's too early to say these things. Lord Xie said, God Yuanguang has already collided with Xinghaishan, and I also blocked the powerhouse of Wujishan. The power has been blocked for the past 2 days. This is my last effort. Battlefield. The base camp, guarded by Chu Yuan. All the strong men are by his side. Everyone knows that the Alliance army headed by the second God Master will never sit back and watch Xuanhuan continue to grow stronger, and will use all its strength to stop it and desperately maintain the current situation. But the conferred God Emperor is also conquesting, and the pressure is also great. The place where Chu Yuan is located will be the place where there are the most powerful people and the most intense battles. On that day, although the conferred God Emperor had been defeated for 5 consecutive days, at that time the second Divine Master, Dugu Shenma, was all for himself to achieve the peak, and everyone was not united. But now, they are united, and for the common goal, the battle situation will be very different. Come on, just show up. Chu Yuan's voice rumbled and shook infinite time and space, and the torrent was chaotic and shattered. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he saw dense and incalculable shadows. Xuanhuan, you are really powerful. A gloomy voice came out, it was Prison. He stared at Chu Yuan coldly. The power of this emperor had reached the same level as Emperor Fengshen. The army of Hell Heaven. Lord Xingyang said immediately. Door of Hell. A gigantic gate of hell appeared in the sky, which seemed to communicate with the origin of the hell sky. Suddenly, the cold wind gusts and the darkness is extremely dark, opening the hell that most feared by the living beings. Hell strikes. Within the gate of hell, endless hell powerhouses appeared immediately. There were too many of them, like the number of sands in the Ganges River. They appeared continuously, almost filling up the starry sky. Hell Heaven is the heaven and earth that existed at the beginning of the era. And the special power in Hell Sky gave birth to many strange races. This time at the peak of the era, the exploding luck made Hell Heaven gain too much. A large number of hell creatures were born, and a large number of hell powerhouses broke through, almost filling hell. Even if the creatures in Hell Sky don't go out to fight, they will fight on their own and are constantly eliminated. Now use it to consume divine power. Too much. Many powerful people have seen the terrifying number of the Hell Sky army. With the advantage of the absolute number of people, people feel their horror. But this time, the prison seems to have summoned all the creatures of Hell Heaven to this battlefield. Xuanhuan. All the masters of hell are appearing, and the 17 masters of hell have all appeared. The 5 masters of abyss, destruction, decline, azura, and sinking saw Chu Yuan, and bad memories emerged. It was because of the emperor's destruction that day that they failed to win the Hongming Mountain. And see you today, all the powerful combat forces in hell will be dispatched. Hell Heaven is a strong sky, so there is naturally more than one of them in the 6th realm. Prison is the strongest among them. In order to deal with Xuanhuan, he summoned all the masters of hell. Standing beside Chu Yuan, the god of destruction is the most loyal guard. The power of destruction radiates, and the most suffocating one is the Lord of Destruction in Hell Heaven. The Lord of Destruction claims to be destruction, but in front of the god of destruction, his destruction is nothing but destruction. Xuanhuan, let me see how you capture Dali Tian this time. Your arrogance will eventually pay a fatal price. Prison shouted, he is in charge of the gate of hell, constantly spewing out the breath of hell, and more hell troops are coming to join the battle, just to use endless cannon fodder to shatter the conquest of the empire. #C1706, the strong come. This battle is destined to be fierce, and the starry sky will be stained with blood. Chu Yuan's icy eyes swept over these hell masters one by one, and the overwhelming pressure exploded like thunder. His expression was fearless. No matter how many strong people came today, they would all be defeated. 17 masters of hell, each representing a part of the original will of hell. At this time, his emperor's will exploded, pushing the divine power across the world, and immediately countless hell troops were also blasted. Xuanhuan. A huge snake with a body over 10,000 zhang, its body is covered with fine black scales, its evil spirit is monstrous, it is also the sixth realm, it is called the master of the underworld snake, and it once followed underworld. There is also an existence wrapped in blood-black armor, you can't see his appearance, only a pair of blue eyes, radiating the cold light of death, filled with death. This is the god of the underworld. His real name is no longer known, and no one knows his name. Ever since he appeared in front of the world, he has been wearing the armor representing death, but he is a titan under Ming's command, a strong man of the six realms. At the beginning of the era, in order to compete for the luck of the beginning of an era, a great battle broke out, but the final winner was the founder of the god realm. It's a really interesting thing. At that time, all the heavens fought against each other to be the strongest in the early era for their own dominance, but now, in order to maintain their status, they chose to unite together. And just after the gate of hell was opened, a gate of the demon world was opened, and countless demon heads rushed out from the gate of the demon world, howling with terrifying demon sounds. He is a strong man of one motion. Xuanhuan God Emperor. Dugu Shenma's voice exploded. He is both a god and a demon. He is one with the god and the demon. He is coming at this moment. He has the cruelty of a demon and the magnificence of a god. Although the demon bosses of one motion are similar to the creatures in hell, full of devilish aura and extremely evil, they are actually very different in nature. Hell represents decay, death, darkness, and other negative emotions in the world, and it is the darkest place. But demons are much more complicated. There are despicable demons, sinister demons, and upright ones. The devil's heart is extremely complicated. Wan Matian is also a powerful giant, but compared to Hell Heaven, they are less united. Although Hell Heaven has a large army, it is a real army under the command of a Hell Master. And the 17 Masters of Hell also came. But One Motion is about to appear chaotic, swarming with bees, and there are many internal struggles. In the absence of the Lord of Demons, Dugu Shenma is the strongest, but not all the demons will obey him, and not all the demons will join the battle. For example, the molten flame demon god is not there. Xuanhuan God Emperor. Halos of halos descended continuously, and when the armies blocked from all over the world arrived, they suddenly saw a body shrouded in halos of 5 colors descending completely. His power built the world of 5 elements. He is the lord of the 5 elements of the 5 elements heaven, looking at Xuanhuan with his eyes, tearing through the thick fog, trying to see through his essence. Beside him, there are 5 giants, all representing the power of the 5 elements, each of which is the original 5 heavens, and together they can fight the epic existence of the 6th realm. The 5 elements heaven is also one of the top 10 giant heavens. Their strength should not be underestimated. Xuanhuan, I know you are powerful, but the powers have come, your war will eventually fail, and your arrogance will also be suppressed. There will be no good end for those who set off a war. The god of the 5 elements is as mighty as the sea, squeezing away rumblingly. Xuanhuan was expressionless, his eyes were fixed on the 5 elements god, bang. There was an invisible hammer of the soul that slammed into the soul of the 5 elements god. The 5 element god and the 5 element cycle, but when he was suddenly hit by the soul hammer, his whole body trembled violently. Immediately, his soul was damaged, and he suppressed it forcibly to prevent others from seeing it. He secretly said in his heart, "What a powerful and terrifying mana, this person is also so powerful against the soul." Really? Although his 5 elements heaven ranks in the top 10, and he is also very strong, he is still much worse than Xuanhuan, a peerless powerhouse who intends to point directly at the multiverse. If Xuanhuan reached the sixth realm, beheading the five elements god would be as easy as eating and drinking. The top 10 heaven and earth have been here for 3 days. 10,000 demons heaven, hell heaven, 5 elements heaven. Although the gods represented by the second divine master did not come, it is not that they do not want to come, but there is really no way. They were also helpless. If there was only one conferred god emperor in the universe, that would be fine. With this kind of alliance, they could use all their power to deal with conferred god emperor. Also, if it wasn't for the emergence of Xuanhuan's supernatural power, so many worlds would not have fallen so quickly. It can be said that Xuanhu did help Fengshan Emperor attract a lot of firepower, but he also became the peerless enemy of Fengshan Emperor. The two emperors both understood that the two emperors were going to have a peak duel, and in the final decisive battle, they had to sweep all the worlds first, so as not to give the second God Master and other powerful people a chance to stop them. When the era has reached its peak, when the strongest are dueling, whoever dares to stop them will kill them first. Emperor Fengshan also has a choice, that is, he himself will come down at this moment to stop Xuanhu, and Xuanhu will inevitably retreat. But if he wants to conquer again, he will be retaliated by Xuanhu. This is exactly what the second divine master wants to see, and it will continue like this. But this is something that neither Xuanhuan nor Emperor Fengshan want to see. The peak of an era will be suspended in the high sky of the universe like the scorching sun and stars, but it will descend with time, and the time is not infinite. If you miss it, no one will get it, and it will be evenly distributed to all parts of the universe, and the strongest will not be born. Everyone wants to monopolize all the luck at the peak of the era, and does not want to share it with others, so as to achieve the strongest strength. Whoever gets this luck will become the most powerful person on the road to eternity. At this moment, the armies of Hell Heaven, Myriad Demon Heaven, and 5 Element Heaven joined forces, and the aura of the powerhouse struck across the sky, making people terrified. Xuanhuan showed no signs of fear. His domineering eyes swept over them. Wherever my army arrives, it pushes everything. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy. With the arrival of the peak of the era, the pattern of the world will also change. When Xuanhuan said this, it was extremely grand. His will ruled time and space. Everyone who heard his words would feel an invincible fear. Change the world. That's right, both Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshan's goal is to change the world. Although they are opponents, their ideas are the same. None of them wanted to let the pattern of 33 days be maintained until the end of this era. The battle on the Eternal Road requires stronger Zeons to lead them, otherwise they will be the elixir of those ancient epics, used to supplement the eternal substance and survive the eternal calamity. In an era, there must be a peak powerhouse to suppress the overall situation. As for Xuanhuan, he wanted to be the most powerful man at the pinnacle. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1707 Fear of Gods. Such a big tone, it sounds very uncomfortable. Xuanhu, do you think you are invincible in the world? My God tells you that you are not enough. With us here, you can't break the sky. Another god came, his breath was immeasurable, his radiance was immeasurable, he was the immeasurable god. Wuliangshan's geographical location is on the other side of the god's heaven, so he will naturally join the camp of the second god master. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, he felt very uncomfortable. This emperor wants to overthrow all the world and become the strongest at the pinnacle. So are they gods waiting to be killed or relying on him and obeying other people's orders? They really don't want to accept it. But when Xuanhuan saw him, he just said indifferently, "Here comes another one." He is not afraid at all, and his cultivation is less than the origin god of the seventh realm. In this universe, who can stop him? Think you are the only one who is strong? The immeasurable god is cold. He clenched his magic weapon tightly. If he hadn't known that he was no match for this person alone, he would have rushed over and fought this emperor to the death. Xuanwu, now that you have acquired Xuanwu, Xuanhuan, Xinyang, Wuji, Xinghai, and Yandu for 6 days, you have won enough heaven and earth luck, and you can enjoy more with the peak power. It's time to stop. The demonic energy surged, and the black light flowed. It was a demon god in Wanma Tian who spoke. This demon god is also in the 6th realm, called the Lord of the Demon Sea. His body is not a creature of flesh and blood, but a condensed form of the boundless demon sea at the beginning of the creation of one motion. In other words, his body is an incomparably huge demon sea. Oh? The Lord of the Demon Sea of one motion, if he participates in this battle, he will be wiped out in ashes. Lord Xinyang said lightly. This monster is just explaining a fact. It's time to stop. I have a suggestion. It's better for us to unite and maintain this situation in the universe. The ambition is too big, and sometimes it will be wiped out, and there will be no good end. The Lord of the Demon Sea. The luck at the peak of this era is clear. Whoever is stronger and who has more 33 days will get more benefits. Xuanwu has 6 days of luck, which is quite a lot. Too few. Chu Yuan said proudly. Domineeringly said, I want everything. Don't talk nonsense with him. This person has eaten the weight and made up his mind. He is going to fight to the end. In Dali Tian, the God Emperor Dali has to face the sky and Yandu. It won't last long. We will use the absolute numerical advantage, do it directly. Prison shouted. The war is inevitable, and it is impossible for Xuanwu's domineering to retreat. At this moment, here, Xuanwu, Xuanhuan, Xinyang, Wuji, Xinghai, and Yun are all 6 days. And hell, 10,000 demons, 5 elements, immeasurable, Dali, Shi Yi, and Yuan Guang, 7 days. 13 heaven and earth. The 13 terrifying worlds are about to launch their conquests here, a shocking showdown. Now, Lu Yuan, Xinghai God, Xie God, Yuanguang God, the 4 major 6th realms have come together in a bloody battle on the other side. In Dali Tian, the sky, Yandu, and Dali God Emperor have also hit the real fire. On Chu Yuan's side. On the side of Xuanwu, there is also Chu Yuan himself, the god of destruction, the god of Xinyang, and the god of the old god. But the opponent, there are 7 peerless powerhouses, Hell, Lord of the Underworld Snake, Underworld God General, Duga God and Demon, Lord of the Demon Sea, 5 Elements God, and Infinite God. How vast is this? During the period of the Great Ancient War, there had never been so many 6th realms. It is also because of the changes in the world that there are so many peerless powerhouses. On the side of the 6th realm, there are more opponents than Xuanwu. But Prison and their faces are not a little relaxed. They are stronger on paper, but it is different in real battles. The Emperor Xuanwu can't treat him as a 6th level combat power. No one knows where his limit is. Our support is here. We should cooperate from the inside and the outside, attack Xuanwu in the middle, and kill their power. God Emperor Dali saw so many strong men gathered beyond the sky, and the mighty aura swept across the sky. I'm waiting for you. The overlord of Chu Yuan looked directly at them, his mana was surging, and the supreme majestic divine light shot out, controlling infinite and terrifying power. At this moment, the power displayed by him is frightening. For example, Wuxing God and Wuliang God feel that if they fight him alone, they will definitely be killed by him. We can't let him break through Dali Tian. Boundless God shouted. The impact of Dali Tian's breakthrough is too great, then Shi Yedian and Yuan Guantian will be afraid and switch to his camp to weaken their power. Hell Legion impact. Prison shouted. In an instant, the sands of the Ganges River were numerous and dense, and the almost endless army of hell rushed out, roaring and crazily sounding from their mouths, and all of them went berserk. There are too many hell legions. Although they are unlikely to be as elite as Xuanwu, They are playing crowd tactics. Even if 100 of them kill one person, it is not a loss. The hell is too big, and there are so many creatures born. The moment the Hell Legion charged over, the Xuanhuan giant cannon immediately bombarded, and the dazzling energy beams pierced through, clearing a large area in an instant. But the army of hell seems to be endless, and they can't kill them no matter how they kill them. The Lord of the Underworld Snake let out a loud voice, "Every time you kill a person from the Xuanhuan camp, you will be rewarded by the masters to temper your bodies." The Hell Legions are all berserk, under the order of the Master of Hell. Even in fear, there is no way to retreat. Shock, to break the barrier of Xuanhuan. Dugu Shenma also ordered that since he can't enjoy the peak luck to himself, he should maintain the pattern and accumulate foundation, so that he may become the 7th realm before the end of this era. Countless demon heads from Wan Motion also came out, but compared to the Hell Legion, Machine was too responsible. It seemed messy, and there was no order at all. But it doesn't matter. The creatures in hell, the demon heads of the 10,000 demons heaven, rely on their large numbers. With so many beings coming over, even if you were asked to kill them, it would be difficult for you to kill them all. They know that Xuanhuan's army is well trained, but in this kind of chaos, they will break through their camp. They think it's a good deal to use these cannon fodder for consumption, to destroy Xuanhuan. Indeed, as they thought, Xuanhuan's giant cannons were fierce with every shot, covering the past overwhelmingly, and each wave could kill a large number of demons. But there are too many of them, and the giant cannon can only provide one kind of assistance, and it is absolutely endless. A large number of hell creatures and demon bosses are about to rush into Xuanhuan's camp. When these cannon fodder disrupt their camp, your elite army will also rush over, break through their defense line, and rush directly into Dali Tian, besieging and surrounding the sky and clouds in Dali Tian. Prison Road. The face of the supernatural warriors is extremely cold, and they are not afraid. They can attract so many people from all over the world to attack them. Doesn't this also show that the opponents are afraid of them? Xuanhuan didn't fluctuate. When he waved his hand, it was a force to obliterate. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1708 Origin Artifact. Countless armies of hell rushed forward, but just as they approached the Xuanhuan camp, a ripple in the starry sky, the Star River Cauldron, immediately engulfed an unknown number of cannon fodder troops. The galaxy tripod appeared, the brilliance of the origin artifact struck across the sky, and the endless power was drowned. This is the horror of the strongest, standing there alone, it is insurmountable. Origin artifact. Seeing the artifact of origin, the opponent didn't panic, and shouted, "I knew you had the artifact of origin, but you thought you had it, and we didn't have it?" It's not enough to use the artifact to balance the battle situation. A huge dark mountain rises, exuding boundless demonic energy, the runes of the demonic way are flickering, and countless demonic shadows are roaring. There are thousands of demons in the world, including sinister demons, justice demons, grandeur demons, bloody demons, etc. Wait for the devil. Ancestral Demon Mountain. This is the origin artifact left by the demon ancestor in Wan Motion, and now it is activated by Dugu Shenma to deal with Xuanhuan. Knowing that you have more than one origin artifact, how can we not prepare? Prison Road. The moment his voice fell, a huge wheel appeared inside the gate of hell, like the wheel of life and death. The true meaning of death reached the extreme, that is, infinite vitality. The artifact of origin, the wheel of life and death in hell. The power of this hell wheel of life and death is extremely powerful, as if controlling the cycle of life and death. The powerful strike of two origin artifacts. The immeasurable God and the five elements God are also envious. They don't have the artifact of origin, and they know that if there is an artifact of origin in the 6th realm, those who don't have it in this realm will be crushed. This is the background, and it is also their arrogance based on the universe. Xuanhuan was expressionless, and with a wave of his hand, a huge altar appeared in the infinite divine light, which was the altar of humanity, and above the altar, there was the holy sword of human emperor floating. The altar of humanity, combined with the human emperor's holy sword, fully exerted its power. Even if someone has the emperor's sacred sword, so what? Charge me, charge all over. The real shock begins. It is impossible for them to fight Xuanhuan to a stalemate. If the time delays any longer, Dali Tian will be breached, and all their deployments will fail at that time. Instead, they want to launch the strongest charge. Suddenly, like the sky and the sea, the mighty army rushed over in the most ferocious way, facing the mighty artillery fire, and attacked at all costs. This scene is too scary. Xuanhuan, let me see how you resist. Prison, Duga God and Demon, Infinite God, and the Five Elements God all at this moment shrouded Xuanhuan with 4 terrifying powers, trying to surround him with the advantage of numbers. The empire was promoted to the 33rd day of the first battle. Yan Shen, Dewey was beheaded by me. This time I don't know who among you will follow in their footsteps. Xuanhuan's words were indifferent and cruel. The beheading of Yenshin and Dewey is indeed part of the reason why many powerful people in the multiverse fear the Empire. We are not him. Prison said coldly. Which one of them is not stronger than Yenshin, crossing the river? Yes? Xuanhuan stepped into the universe and devoured the sky. His power has the power to change the world. With the suppression of the momentum, Guangguang made the 4 strong men have a kind of unbreathable fluctuation. He is great. Wuxing Tianzhu said, if we fight alone, no one will be his opponent. Even if the 4 of us join forces, it is impossible to kill him. It's a depressing statement, but it's true. You don't need to kill him, you just need to trap him so that he can't intervene, and we will win. Du Guxianma said calmly. This battle is divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the duel between their top powerhouses, delaying Xuanhuan. And part of it is the impact of the 4-day-strong army, whether it can break through Xuanhuan's obstruction from the outside world and support the Dali God Emperor before Dali Tian is breached. Kill. 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 Xuanhuan Benshin's army is the strongest and fiercest. Facing the strong men who are far more numerous than them, they burst out with fearless thoughts, overwhelming the opponent in terms of morale and fighting spirit. Immediately, they went up to the fight. The blood was dense, and the momentary collision resulted in severe casualties. Give me the real sun. Shenyang God said, the opponents in this battle are numerous and powerful. Your task is to stop them, not wipe them out. Try to delay them as much as possible. Xin Yangshan also fought against the past, mainly fighting against the strong ones from Wuliangshan. Mainly attack Xuanhuan Bentian and kill their elite. The 5-element gods and 5-element gods will form a 5-element formation, comparable to the strength of the 6th realm, to break through the Empire's defense line in one fell swoop. They leave it to us. The 9 martial gods of the Empire appeared, and everyone's brilliance was like a big star, carrying the glory of the Emperor, shining incomparably, headed by the martial god Killing, and immediately killed the 5-element sky powerhouse. The 9 martial gods of the Empire were strong men created by Xuanhuan in the early days, and now all of them are at the level of primitive gods. Their attack immediately blocked the 5 primitive gods of the 5 elements and heaven. It is also because the time for them to become the original gods is too short, and their strength has not reached the peak, otherwise the 9 martial gods can definitely crush the 5-element gods. Kill me. The Lord of the Hades snake is extremely gloomy and cold, with a huge snake body entrenched in the universe, and a pair of eyes that are terribly cold. Their 16 masters of hell, the ruler of the underworld snake, and the general of the underworld god are all at the 6th level. If they go out this time, what kind of killing will be caused, and it will collapse the battle line of Xuanhuan. The Lord of Hell is about to die. Xuanhuan held the universe in his hand, manipulating the universe, he tore it violently, and a torrent washed it directly, spanning time and space, and bombarded the Lord of the Underworld snake. Boom! With a loud noise, the Lord of the Hades snake was impacted by the divine light, and the snake body trembled. It felt that its body was about to be torn apart, and black blood of Hades flowed out from the scales. With just one blow, the Hades Lord was injured. The strength of the divine martial god emperor is so terrifying. We can't let him break down one by one, his personal strength is too terrifying. Prison roared loudly, and suddenly there were beams of death that pierced the sky. He had dealt with Emperor Fengshen before, and this time he had to deal with Xuanhuan again. Kill. The top duel begins at this moment. Dugu Shenma, 5 Elements God, and Infinite God also mentioned their strongest strength to bombard and deal with Xuanhuan. Facing the ferocity of this person, they must use all their strength. In an instant, they all rushed over, transforming into various forces, to suppress Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan walked across the sky, his aura was like a thunderstorm, he was magnificent and mighty as an emperor. As soon as he moved his breath, he created a vacuum of absolute taboo, and all the energy bombarded his side and was transformed by infinite devouring. Great devouring technique. These powerful men were shocked, they are devouring our strength and creating nothingness on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan attacked and killed him. He had to control the absolute initiative in this battle. Immediately, he blasted out the sky with a thunderous light, and the power of the prison was completely torn by him. Prison activated a kind of hell supernatural power, and fought with Xuanhuan violently. Xuanhuan stood steadily, and the thunderous giant light turned the world upside down. I come. Immeasurable God roared, and the energy was pulled down like a waterfall. Xuanhuan punched the sky, penetrated the sky, crossed the distance of time and space, controlled the latitude of time and space, and directly overwhelmed the deeper way of time and space, beating countless gods to retreat steadily. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C17099 confidence. Facing so many strong men, ordinary people would panic and lose their composure. But Xuanhuan didn't seem to be under siege at this moment, but launched a berserk attack against them with his own strength, completely controlling the duel of the top powerhouses in his own hands. Every move and every style of his is majestic, surging with peak power. God and Demon. The Duga God and Demon are one body, he is both the brilliance of a god and the power of a demon, with 2 palms, blasting out, one palm is a god, and the other palm is a demon. The power of the god and demon exists at the same time like the sun and the moon cycle. God. A burst of mana exploded, and Xuanhuan was grabbed by the hands of the heavens. He was the sky, the unshakable sky, and under the rolling waves, the Duga god and demon were beaten and retreated. Xuanhuan's 5 fingers were condensed, and the palm of his hand was brilliant and dazzling. Immediately, 5 deep blood marks were punched on Dugu Shenma's chest. His power. Dugu Shenma was horrified. He also had a duel with Emperor Fengshen, but the duel with Xuanhuan was 2 different feelings. This emperor's strength was more violent and domineering. 5 Elements Heaven. The 5 Elements God burst out the power of 5 elements, forming a magic circle, which immediately circulated. He enveloped Xuanhuan with the power of the 5 elements, trying to trap him in his own world. Reincarnation of heaven and earth, eternal reincarnation. Xuanhuan's samsara supernatural power exploded, his eyes were extremely powerful, and the power of samsara bombarded the 5 elements heaven. The 5 elements God suddenly trembled and fell into the realm of reincarnation. Seeing that the 5 elements God had suffered such a blow, Dugu Shenma and the others also killed them again. Master of Hell, attack. Lord Hades looked at the duel over there and was also very pessimistic. He knew that Prison and the others were under tremendous pressure at all times, and knew that it was up to them to break the balance of the battle. You dare to move. Xuanhuan's breath kept coming out, and his words followed suit. A word suddenly shocked the Lord of the Underworld Snake. He felt that his body was frozen, and it was the soul that could not command his body. The Emperor was still attacking the prison just now, but turned around and killed him in the next moment, and he walked in a very strange way, not in the same time and space, it seemed to be within the latitude. Yes, the word latitude. The latitude of the past, the latitude of the future, and the latitude of the present are eternal time. This is an evolution of the power of time and space. This feeling made Hades' master extremely uncomfortable. The scales all over its body suddenly exploded piece by piece, extremely violent and dangerous. With a loud bang, the Emperor had already slashed over with his palm, and in an instant, he slashed his palm on its long snake body with a violent rainstorm. What? The master of the underworld snake screamed in pain. Its waist was broken by Xuanhuan's palm, and blood spurted out of its mouth, hurting its fundamental origin. Can't wait for it to go back. Emperor Xuanhuan grabbed again with his big hand, his vitality fluctuated, and they exploded on the body of the Lord of the Underworld Snake one after another, causing his skin to be ripped apart, and his extremely confident defense was ineffective. Although it is an ancient powerhouse in Hell Heaven, it is not a god-level powerhouse after all. His control over time and space is terrifying. He has already realized the power of time and space latitude, and he can jump out of our encirclement in an instant. Boundless God shouted. This kind of opponent is simply more difficult to deal with than Emperor Fengshen. The divine martial god Emperor has too many methods. He wants to kill the Lord of the Underworld Snake, you can't watch him kill him, go help the Lord of the Hades Snake. Prison said angrily. He also saw that the Emperor Xuanhuan knew that the pressure on his strong side was too great, so he wanted to use his own strength to share more, and chose the weakest Hades master to deal a fatal blow. Those who block my Emperor's way will be killed without mercy. The god of destruction had already killed him in an instant. He looked at the Lord of the Demon Sea, and the power of destruction destroyed everything along the way, and directly killed him. The Lord of the Demon Sea's mana trembled tremendously, and as soon as his power touched the god of destruction, he was destroyed again and again. Fighting alone, I am not his opponent, but I am not good at attacking. The Lord of the Demon Sea turned into a huge demon sea, with a vast origin, and what he pursued was a procrastination formula, to delay as much as possible the mighty powerhouse. The god of destruction also knew that even though he was stronger than his opponent, he could not be destroyed, so while attacking, he maximized the area of destruction and delayed the opponent's strong man. Master, the third master, the god of the underworld, will be handed over to me to deal with. You can deal with the other masters. The god of true yang rises into the sky like a scorching sun, and his dazzling power sweeps away all the haze. This god of the underworld is also extremely powerful, second only to hell and hell heaven. Shenwu's national destiny is huge, covering everyone, and it is also sweeping over madly at this time. Master of Hell? Your opponent is me. The old god also turned into a round of stars, dazzlingly burning himself up. He clearly understood that although he was in the sixth realm, each of these masters of hell carried the luck of hell, and together they were terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, he burnt his own strength as soon as he shot. The Battle of Dali Tian will not last too long, the Empire will hold this line of defense, and the Lord of the Sky will be able to kill the God Emperor Dali. And he doesn't care about his consumption at all. Not just for the Empire, but for him too. Kill him. The Lord of Hell is cruel, with the impact of Chi-Chi, and the impact of negative emotions, all the powers of decay, perdition, poison, etc. are greeting the old god. Humph. The power of the old god is shaking. At this moment, Xuanhuan also saw the situation on the battlefield. He clapped 5 fingers, and suddenly a large book appeared, and the divine light of Dao Jia shot out to maintain the balance of the battlefield. The whole world boiled, and all fought. Sword God, Zhang Jing, God of War, God of Time and Space, and other powerful empires are all attacking. Master of Hell. Jiuyo's face was cold, she stared at a Master of Hell. Before, His Majesty wanted her to take the treasure left by Master Xuanhuan first, and then challenge a Master of Hell, so as to obtain a copy of the source in Hell Heaven. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and the situation changed too quickly. At this moment, go and kill a Master of Hell. Jiuyo looked at the God Emperor who displayed invincible dominance in the sky, and knew that she could no longer catch up with his footsteps, and she also understood that His Majesty had invested a lot of resources in her. Since she can't keep up with His Majesty's footsteps, she won't give up on herself, so she will strengthen herself. I have to do something too. Jiuyo is the imperial concubine of Xuanhuan, a woman of Chunyuan, and she is also the most powerful among the women, and the original power of the world that she envelopes is also very vast. She is not graceful and luxurious, and she does not have the demeanor of being a mother. Her breath is cold, her appearance is peerless, and the power of the 9 nethers permeates, which is also the power of killing. Suddenly, a domain is formed, and a Hell Master is immediately shrouded in it. Kill. Jiuyo was murderous. When she faced the Master of Hell, she moved with all her strength, and every move was a killer move. You want to kill me too? Seeing that Jiuyo was going to kill him, the Master of Hell made an angry voice. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1709 Secluded, the ruler of Hell. Jiuyo, His Majesty's woman, is also so powerful. Seeing that Jiuyo had shrouded a Master of Hell in her Jiuyo domain, the old god also nodded secretly. This is not procrastination, but a state of pressing and beheading the opponent. He is not afraid of these Masters of Hell, but at the same time it relieves some pressure for him. This is a bloody battle, the rain of blood is flying, the sky and the earth are full of blood, and the fluctuations emitted by the blood of the strong are too violent. The Empire's army is in a strategic defensive posture, and they know that they are not as numerous as their opponents after all, and it is difficult to launch an attack to wipe them out, so they stick to it like a nail. This kind of persistence is very procrastinating and makes the opponent very irritable. At this time, the Guardian City showed its role. Each Guardian City was like a fortress, nailed to each point like a nail, and could withstand the bombardment of the powerful people of the 6 realms. Hateful, where does this martial arts come from so many strange things? The opponent is angry, if he doesn't fight in, Delidian will be unable to hold on. Although some scattered strong men went in, they couldn't form a scale, and if they went, they would die. But on the battlefield of top powerhouses, the situation has changed, that is, absolute attack and absolute suppression, making these top powerhouses afraid of the arrogance of Xuanhuan. Chunyuan has a majestic body and infinite domineering power. His big hands cover all directions, and his 5 fingers spurt out the power of chaos. When he slaps it with his palm, the huge mountain of chaos explodes on the body of Wuxing Tianzu. The 5 elements god relied on his own cultivation of the great 5 elements art, whether it was defense, offense, or assistance, it was perfect, so he just endured his blow. But this slap made him tremble all over. Chaos creates the world, and chaos destroys the world. With Chunyuan's words, the world continued to collapse. As he walked step by step, he beat his opponents so hard that they couldn't lift their heads. Everyone could feel the majesty and powerlessness of his mana. Kill. Dugu Shenma spat out angry blood, but the blood covered his fist. He condensed the blood with his own original essence blood and hit Chunyuan in an instant. Chunyuan saw him coming. Slapped with 5 fingers, the world-shattering power, and Dugu Shenma confrontation. Not good. Dugu Shenma was startled, a force called destruction was spreading to him, trying to destroy him, so he retreated quickly, not daring to fight recklessly. His strength is overwhelming, and the oppression he brings is too strong. And at this moment, immeasurable God stepped forward, wanting to try Xuanhuan's divine power again. When his immeasurable divine light erupted, he transformed into an immeasurable divine sea, shaking him with his majestic origin. Xuanhuan could cover the sky with his hands, and was shocked in the boundless sea of gods. The boundless gods were horrified to find that his divine power was being wiped out quickly. When his mana moves, the invisible pressure is like a great millstone in the world. The immeasurable god trembled, and did not dare to fight directly. Just as the lord of the underworld snake was about to raise his head and roar, Xuanhuan looked at him and pointed to kill him. An unmatched force pierced through him, blowing the lord of the Hades snake to the ground. It's angry that he, as the 6th level, was insulted like this. Xuanhuan stood on the top of the sky at this moment, controlling all the power. The Master of Hell will die. The fierce battle between Joyo and the Lord of Hell has reached a critical moment, and her power beat the Lord of Hell extremely painfully, and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. No. I will not die. That hell rules fear. In front of Joyo's fierce offensive, he breathed the smell of death, and he didn't dare to fight with Joyo anymore. If he fought again, he would really fall. This woman is not only powerful in mana, but also has many artifacts. He turned to run away. I can't let her kill the master of my hell. Although the 17 masters of hell also fought in hell, they were also very united at this time. Seeing this scene, the other masters of hell roared again and again, about to break through the old god's block. I want to save him, but I don't agree. The old god is also ruthless, completely disregarding the loss of mana and the burning of his own origin. Even if he destroys the power of his own 6 realms, he will stop these hell masters. Save me, Lord of Hell. Prison was also shocked. Seeing this, and seeing Joyo's strength, Xuanhuan also nodded his head. Immediately, the Zongxing Emperor's seal was struck out, and the Infinite Emperor's prestige came to suppress him, and the power of Zongxing blasted out 10,000 torrents. The power of this Emperor's seal is too heavy. The 10,000 forces of the common people press across the sky. Another artifact of origin. Prison roared, and he also knew that Xuanhuan got it in the Tianxue mining area. This artifact of origin was held in Xuanhuan's hands, and it stunned the audience as soon as it appeared. Combined with his strength, it was simply invincible. Die. Accompanied by the sharp force of Joyo, she directly killed the Lord of Hell with a blow from the weapon in her hand, causing the Lord of Hell to howl and burst into pieces. He screamed, desperately trying to escape. Kill. But he couldn't escape, his death was already doomed. Joyo's power was burning, and her Joyo divine light completely pierced through the Lord of Hell, swishing, destroying his soul and body. She was still stained with the blood of the ruler of Hell. This made many people tremble with fear. Although the Master of Hell was not as good as God, he was still a heavyweight figure, but he died so unwillingly. That Xuanhu Empire. Not only is the god of martial god Emperor cruel, but his woman is also cruel. Master of Cold Valley. The other masters yelled loudly. One master was killed on the battlefield. They also had the mentality of a rabbit dying and a fox mourning. This represented the arrival of a new era. Will these stubborn ones be destroyed in the rolling trend of the times? This is a kind of sadness. After the fall of the Master of Hell, one of the 18 Masters of Hell was missing, and a position was vacant. I have come to be the Master of Hell. Joyo's gaze was intense, and the moment she killed the Master of Hell, she grabbed it suddenly. It was a force of hell, and the luck that belonged to the Master of Hell had to be accepted by herself. She will become the Master of Hell. This scene is even more shocking. Kill the Master and make yourself the Master of Hell. Although becoming the Master of Hell will gain the power of the origin of Hell, but not everyone can become the Master of Hell. After all, if the power is contrary to Hell, it will not be good for one's own cultivation, but it will be poison. Going to Qingming, falling to Joyo, and blue falling to Xuanhuan. Jiuyo's power is suitable for the origin of hell. After she seized that luck, she instantly became a master in hell, and she can feel the blessing of a power. This is the master of hell. Jiuyo has the luck of martial arts and the luck of hell. She really has become the master of hell. The most angry thing is the prison. Being an outsider, his enemy, becomes the master of hell. This is a very scary thing. His whole body was shaking. He even feared the future. What would this woman do if she became the master of hell? Of course, it is impossible to serve hell. Is she trying to seize the power of hell? With the support of Shenwu God Emperor, this woman named Jiuyo is probably trying to threaten him as the master of hell, and even use it to disintegrate hell heaven. This is simply unacceptable. Can't imagine what will happen in the future. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1701 Fear. Jiuyo beheaded a master of hell and became the master himself, which made prison have a kind of fear in his heart and bones, not the fear of Jiuyo, but the fear of the future, the fear of the times. Will the peak of this era really break the pattern of the previous 33 days in one fell swoop? He was terrified of it, terrified. At this time, Jiuyo is infinitely cold, with a peerless elegance and the demeanor of a peerless empress. She looks at the other masters of hell and attacks them again to relieve the huge pressure on the empire. This is the power of the ruler of hell. At this moment, Jiuyo also felt the benefits of being the ruler of hell. She could clearly feel the blessings from the power of hell in every move she made. Her eyes looked at many hell creatures. Those weak hell creatures were trembling all over, and some fell straight down, kneeling down to Jiuyo, expressing their submission. This is the oppression from the soul, the oppression of the superior, especially as the master of hell. This oppression is even more profound. Every master of hell can get part of the power of the origin of hell. Shang Qingming, falling to Jiuyo, blue falling to Xuanhuan, the eternal way. Jiuyo bloomed with her style. Stop her. Facing her alone is too much pressure, so many people must work together. We can't let her continue to kill. The strength of Jiuyo made these hell masters dare not deal with it alone. Compared with luck, no one is better than the other. Immediately, several hell masters rushed towards Jiuyo to stop this terrifying woman. After Jiuyo became the master of hell, he also became an existence on the same level as them. It's less stressful. Originally, God was mainly facing so many strong men, so he was under a lot of pressure. Now Jiuyo blocked several hell masters at once, which really relieved him a lot of pressure. Now he can not only stop the master of hell, but also take care of other battlefields. But he cannot relax. Still have to burn out stronger power. If you don't enter my great Lydian, I won't be able to hold on anymore. It was the voice of God Emperor Dali who shouted angrily. He was indeed about to reach his limit, and the Lord of the Sky erupted with terrifying force to suppress him. And the god of Yendu is even more hateful, because no one can fight him alone. He brings his own strong men to kill continuously in Dali Tian. His luck has been shattered. He originally thought that with the support of so many strong men, he would soon be able to enter Dali Tian, encircle the Lord of the Sky, and trap them to death. But I didn't expect that I haven't come in until now. We know. Dugushanma is also roaring. It's not that they don't work hard, but that they have already put in all their strength, and they can't break the power of the emperor, but they themselves are also under tremendous pressure. Looking at him. This emperor controls infinite power, like the eternal sky. The terrifying aura is spreading, and everyone can feel a kind of sky charm called the invincibility of the emperor. How to do? They are anxious. Dali Tian can't be broken. Once the sky is broken, the emperor's invincible power will become stronger, covering more power, and will stand on a stronger peak. Even with this power, the epic is directly achieved. None of them wanted the original pattern of 33 days to be broken. Fight. Burning with eternal light, this statue of the sixth realm frantically attacked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan controls the universe with unparalleled power. His eyes sweep across time and space, and he controls all the power in the world. He can cover the sky with one hand, and subvert the universe with the flip of his hand. He is there, unshakable. Quick! God Emperor Dali let out an even louder roar. If you can't hold on, then don't hold on. If you don't take the path of life, you have to take the path of death. Today you will definitely die. In Dali Tian. The whole world is collapsing everywhere, the earth is split into countless pieces, and the breath of explosion is erupting. Under Shenwu's attack, Dali Tian is facing destruction. There is no way. God Emperor Dali is at an absolute disadvantage. Although God Emperor Dali was burning with terrifying power, he was consuming too much at the moment. He looked extremely fierce, but he was strong on the outside, like a trapped animal trapped inside, struggling to die. The Lord of the Sky also strikes sharply, he slams away with his palm, which is the origin of Xuanhuan heaven and earth. Break it! The God Emperor Dali shook the Lord of the Sky's hand. Although both of them are gods, the Lord of the Sky represents the glorious luck of martial arts, and the divine equipment is also armed to the teeth. Can't delay. The Sky also understands. He was able to concentrate on beheading the God Emperor Dali in Dali Tian, that was the time beyond heaven and earth, and countless soldiers of the Empire exchanged their lives and blood. The longer the delay, the greater the casualties of the Empire. Kill. The Lord of the Sky's offensive has been going on for a long time. He bombarded and killed him repeatedly, and each blow was a huge force from the heavens and the earth, which continued to gather, and finally became an irresistible cosmic trend. Heaven, earth, spacetime, universe. The Lord of the Sky also became ruthless, and his power was superimposed to the limit. With this blow, the epic world was mighty and majestic, and an energy god who controlled the world burst out. Boom! The cosmic punch completely hit the God Emperor Dali. As soon as the body of the God Emperor Dali condensed, his whole body was about to explode, and the blood burst out. The strong man in the sixth realm pierced through time and space, and some of it splashed on the body of the Lord of the Sky. The Sky Lord was stained with his blood at this time, showing his might even more. Sky, I fought with you, you want my life, and I won't make you feel better. God Emperor Dali's madness also has sadness. He saw the war outside the world, which was extremely tragic. The army of martial arts was like a steel city wall, resisting all the opponent's attacks. The chances of waiting for them to come to the rescue are slim. Is he going to become the king of subjugation today? Do not. Even if he wants to subjugate his country, he must die in the most glorious way, not begging for mercy. In desperation, God Emperor Dali erupted with the most powerful power in his life. The flames shone brightly, and his emperor saber was also burning, slashing madly with each blow. Can't delay. The Lord of the Sky has 5 fingers like the sky, which actually bring out a kind of cloudy sky. This Tianyin sounded the notes of the evening, the music of death, as if a death knell was ringing, as if it was sending a funeral for God Emperor Dali, ending his life. There was a vision in heaven and earth, and God Emperor Dali became even more desperate when he heard it. Could it be that heaven and earth are sending him a funeral, for his Dali Tian? Even if he really must die today, he will not regret it at all, this is his choice. Ha 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 ha, if I die, I have been brilliant. God Emperor Dali is not afraid at this time. Although he is about to come to an end, his heart has calmed down. He is a peerless hero, and he also has his destiny. He fought with the Lord of the Sky crazily, blow by blow. I'll see you on your way. The protagonist of the sky, who changes the wheel of heaven and earth, combines with the supernatural power of Hunyuan Tianzong, and a huge wheel is formed, crushing it against the God Emperor Dali. But at the moment when the giant wheel of heaven and earth was formed, a cold light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Lord of the Sky. It was a deadly force that had been accumulated for a long time, and it burst out with a peerless stab. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1702 must kill you. The killing intent of this attack makes people tremble, and it is so fierce that people are afraid. At the moment of killing, the strength is condensed to the limit, all the light is sucked away, and the deadly chill pierces the bone marrow like needles, bringing the feeling of death dark. A premeditated blow, at the moment of calculation, suddenly exploded, unparalleled, and directly killed the Sky Lord. Not good. All the superpowers shouted loudly. They came so suddenly that they locked the void, and the power that was too fast to react could not be dodged at all. The art of killing. The Lord of the Sky understands where the crisis comes from. But he looked calm, seeing the killing blow, a long slap, the vast vitality, and that force desperately fighting. Boom! This power has reached an extreme, and it actually cut through the power of the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky raised his strength and fought the assassin again. The two forces exploded crazily, but he actually resisted it. Slaughtering art, the powerhouses of killing heaven, they are here. This kind of killing technique is only good at killing heaven's powerhouse, but the person who assassinated the Lord of the Sky is not killing God, it should be another sixth realm of killing heaven. The strong in this day are all assassins, all are killers. Their army is small, but this assassination technique is even more terrifying. Slaughtering heaven is here to help. God Emperor Dali has hope. The heaven of slaughter is here, where is the God of slaughter? Could it be that he is planning to deal with the God Emperor? God of Yendu and the others were also surprised. As an ancient powerhouse of the six realms, God of killing, with the arrival of luck, his strength is beyond doubt. That slaughter god is good at the way of assassination, condensing the power to the strongest, and unleashing a worldwide blow. This kind of assassin lurks in the dark, and no one knows what he will explode, making it hard to guard against. And they don't even know where the killing god is. The assassin who assassinated the Lord of the Sky was like a black shadow. His whereabouts are elusive, he keeps floating and flickering, with a dagger in his hand, constantly assassinating the Lord of the Sky. There is still a chance. God Emperor Dali said, and he also killed him. The Lord of the Sky cannot bear this kind of attack alone. God Yendu saw the seriousness of the matter. But at this moment, the light in front of him was suddenly completely dark, with a deadly murderous intent, a divine sword came, like the first light between heaven and earth, bright and resplendent. The power of this light kills too fast, and its power is too strong. All energy is restrained, and it does not carry out large-scale killings, but the more extreme it is, the more terrifying it is. The Lord of the Sky was shocked, and the power of this blow had reached the stage of time and space latitude, cutting off all the vitality in his life in the past, present and future, and everything was under the control of the assassin. Among the heavens and the universe, the only one who can unleash such an attack is the killing god. He didn't go to assassinate Xuanhuan God Emperor, but first sent a 6th-level statue to assassinate him, and he also targeted him. The assassination of killing God was extremely terrifying. He chose the timing very well. It was the moment when the Lord of the Sky and the God Emperor Dali fought in a bloody battle, and the loss was the greatest. This is the blow that gathers the strongest force, and the killing god has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He clearly understands that if he goes to assassinate Xuanhuan himself, he has no confidence that he can cause the other party to be seriously injured. If he goes to assassinate Yendu God, in his perfect state, he will be seriously injured at most. Only by assassinating the Lord of the Sky would it be possible to kill him in one blow. Kill God. The God Emperor Dali was also aggrieved and depressed. This was on purpose, to let him fight the Lord of the Sky in a bloody battle. However, the arrival of slaughtering heaven was enough to relieve him from the crisis of Lydian, and even killed the Lord of the Sky. At this moment, no one can save the Lord of the Sky. You really came. Boom. The blow of killing God slammed into the Lord of the Sky violently, bringing about all the waves of destruction. The law of time and space is nothingness, and the sixth realm that is not God will even fall directly. Clang. Destroy the power of death. However, killing God felt that he was not killing the Lord of the Sky, but a harder object, which weakened his strength too much. When the aftermath dissipated, he suddenly saw that the Lord of the Sky was enveloped by a big clock, and the big clock was still vibrating crazily, radiating sound waves. The artifact of origin, the power of Xuanhuan, comes from Xuanhuan Tianzong. Although they knew that Xuanhuan took away the Tianxue mining area, they didn't know what artifact they got. When they saw the Lord of the Sky wrapped in the Xuanhuan clock, they knew that their assassination hadn't worked. He failed. After he appeared, he also frowned. If it wasn't the origin artifact, it would definitely not be able to withstand his blow, and if it was an offensive origin artifact, it would not be able to resist it either. I also feel that it is a pity that the opponent has an origin artifact that can defend. That didn't kill him. God Emperor Dali drank wildly. The assassination of killing God is indeed very perfect. Without the chaotic clock, the Lord of the Sky will undoubtedly die. Even if I didn't stab you directly, but my power penetrated into the artifact of origin, it is enough to hurt you. Killing God is very confident in his own strength. He could see that although the hunting clock had the function of defense, it was not a real artifact of defense origin after all, it was just a balance, and it was impossible to achieve a perfect defense. As long as the Lord of the Sky is difficult to fight, immortality can be considered to resolve the predicament of Dali Tian. You're right, I was indeed hurt. The Lord of the Sky emerged from the Xuanhuan clock. He was covered in blood, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. The blow that killed the god was too strong. The divine clock vibrated wildly, and the backlash force destroyed his body. But you can never imagine the means of the Empire. Boom. The Lord of the Sky seemed to be sublimated to the utmost. He burst out with the most brilliant divine light, his blood was strong, his mana was vast, and his injuries healed in an instant. Intact. At this moment, even the killing god was shocked. They have studied Xuanhuan and know that Xuanhuan has a unique potion that can heal people instantly, but it can completely heal the Lord of the Sky in the 6th level. Isn't this kind of potion too heaven-defying? Xuanhuan only had a few bottles of the advanced version of Primordial God Healing Potion, which could even heal Yuan God's injuries. Xuanhuan gave Sky a bottle, knowing that he was a crucial part of this battle. Sky, I'm here to block the slaughtering god. He has already erupted once, and even if he erupts a second time, it won't be as perfect as the first time. I've locked him in. God of Yandu shouted. His strength is not as good as killing God, but he is still God anyway. It is not so easy to kill him, especially when he is on guard. Guardian of the Earth. The God of the Earth put on the armor of the Earth, protecting himself as an existence like the Earth, and said loudly, as for the 6th realm of Suicide Heaven, I will do it. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether he has the ability. The battle has reached its last moment. Link after link, the Lord of the Sky blocked the assassination of killing God with the Xuanhuan clock, and recovered his injuries with the healing potion. Is this necessary to kill me? God Emperor Dali looked miserable. It's time to end. The Sky Lord was in full bloom, and his power erupted terrifyingly again, surpassing the God Emperor Dali. He used the Sky Hunting Clock to directly kill the God Emperor Dali. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1703, killed a snake, the overall situation has been set. Delition's luck has been smashed, and the world has also collapsed. The Lord of the Sky has the artifact of origin, and he is in full bloom. He didn't need to use it before, but it was at this moment to kill him, a crucial blow. The God Emperor Dali is doomed. The god of killing looked cold. He failed the first time. God of Yandu stared at him. It was impossible for him to launch a decisive assassination. Assassins, the strongest is always the first strike, they can't expect. What? The god Emperor Dali was in great pain. His whole body was covered in blood, his whole body was stained red, and he vomited blood profusely. Hunyuan Zhong suppressed him until his soul collapsed and his body was damaged. He had reached the end of the road, the last moment. He saw his own death. He was defeated, even though he was not reconciled, but the facts were in front of him. He was completely defeated, even though he could have survived if he had turned to Xuanhuan before. But no one will let him go, and he will eventually pay the price of his life for his choice. I don't regret it, ha ha ha. God Emperor Dali had no chance of surviving. Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, he would not be forgiven. Because of his obstruction, the Imperial army that was blocking him paid a heavy price. Boom! He was blown away by the Hunyuan clock. Sky, this emperor lost, but I didn't lose to you, but to your god emperor. It wasn't you who defeated me, but your god emperor was too terrible. Everything after the multiverse has nothing to do with me. Already. God Emperor Dali looked at Dali Tian. This was his last look. He didn't want to die in the hands of the Lord of the Sky. The strength in his whole body was berserk, like a volcano erupting, shooting out infinite light beams from his whole body, destroying the world and destroying the earth. He wanted to die in the most dignified way. The Master of the Sky is expressionless, and the Hunyuan clock suppresses fluctuations. The death of God Emperor Dali was indeed very tragic. This is a tragic figure, and he didn't say a word of begging for mercy until the last moment of his life. But this is war. Humans can be humane, but war is the most inhumane place. It is cruel and bloody. Once the success of one general is 10,000 bones dry, then one emperor's achievement is 10,000 generals dry. It needs to step on countless dry bones to achieve it. There is absolutely no mercy in the slightest. Speaking of benevolence, the empire would not need to conquer. The god Emperor Dali has fallen. At this moment, Dalidian lost its last brilliance, an emperor star fell, and countless people were crying. The god Emperor Dali is dead. Killing God left Dali Tian. You clean up the battlefield, I will help His Majesty. The Lord of the Sky left Dali Tian in an instant. The god Emperor Dali is dead. He failed to assassinate the Lord of the Sky even with his killing shots. He has an artifact of origin. Prison and their expressions also changed in shock. Once the Dali god Emperor died, Dali Tian would be destroyed. All the wars they fought here were useless, and the opponent had already won. And the news was sweeping like a hurricane. We failed. The immeasurable god gritted his teeth. The demise of Dali Tian also freed many powerful people in the empire from the war of Dali Tian and joined the war outside the sky. The strong returned to help, and the situation changed drastically. God Xia, God Emperor Dali is dead, and died in the hands of the powerful empire. If you dare to continue to resist, you are asking for your own death. No one can save you. Lu Yuan shouted to God Xi. Her words rumbled away with great momentum, trying to crush the heart of God Xi. The god Emperor Dali is dead. God Xi's mind is changing drastically. Once Dali Tian dies, it will be Tiao Xian's next turn. She doesn't have such tenacious will to resist as Gaudy Dali. The mighty army is like a scourge. Stop. God Xia can only cease the war. God Yuanguang, you have already seen how to choose. If you want to continue to be God, stop all your resistance. Don't try to resist. Now that you are wise, your Majesty can still be merciful and don't care about these things. Starseed God is also drinking loudly. The victory of Dali Tian established the overall victory of this war. Armistice. God Yuanguang also had no choice. If he continued to fight, his end would probably be the same as that of Dali Tian. He was not as courageous as Dali God Emperor. He doesn't want to die. No more fights. The demise of Dalidian made them very depressed, and their morale was extremely low, but they also knew very well that they could not fight anymore, otherwise they would be the ones who were unlucky. When Dalidian is destroyed, the Lord of the Sky and the God of Yandu will support this side, and on the other side, after Yuan Guang and Shi Yi know about it, they are also very likely to turn their backs and be forced to take refuge in Xinwu, and then attack us in turn. If we don't leave it this time, we don't know how many casualties we will have to pay. Du Shenma also hated for saying this sentence. Retreat. Prison shouted. This time he also suffered heavy losses in Hell Heaven. He lost a Hell Lord. It was nothing to lose a Hell Lord, but the position of the Hell Lord was taken away by Jiuyo. The gates of Hell are open, and instead of sending troops, they are retreating. This gate of Hell is a special artifact, which was refined by the underworld. Immediately, a large number of strong men fought and retreated. Before the opponent's forces were fully gathered, they began to retreat. Give them as much damage as possible before they back out. The strong men of the Empire also launched a counterattack, and their morale was like a rainbow. Be careful to kill God, he is here. At this moment, I don't know where the slaughtering God is, and I don't know if he is still in this area, but he has appeared in Dali Tian before. Even if he is gone, it is still a huge threat. Come when you want, leave when you want, how can there be such an easy thing in the world? Chu Yuan watched them recede and strode forward. He didn't care about the possibility that the killing god would hide in the void and assassinate him. Eternal Seal. His palm directly grabbed the Hades Lord, who was fleeing in a panic. Hades' snake dominates fear, it is no match for God Emperor Xinwu at all. You dare. Prison was furious, he was going to behead the master of the sixth realm of hell, and let him pay a deep price, glaring, trying to save the master of the underworld snake, but was knocked away with a palm. We retreat. Dugu Shenma, Wuxing Tianzhu, Wuliang Tianzhu saw the god of martial god killing the lord of the underworld snake, and wanted to save him, but they all took advantage of this opportunity to retreat quickly. Now Wuji, the Xinghai army has not fully returned to help, they must leave quickly, otherwise they may all fall here. Chu Yuan's arrogance made them dare not save Lord Hades at this moment. His emperor's big hand had already grabbed Lord Hades' snake body and twisted it in his magical hands. The power of destruction penetrated into the body of the snake master of Hades, and with a bang, it was completely blown apart. I won't die. The wheel of life and death in hell emits divine light, and the master of the underworld serpent left its imprint in this artifact of origin. The moment it was blasted, its soul would be taken away by the wheel of life and death in hell. This chakra has a power that controls the cycle of birth and death. Chu Yuan smashed it directly with the Emperor's seal of Psanxing, cutting off the power of the life and death wheel of hell. The soul of the ruler of the underworld snake could not go back, and there was only one way to die. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C17O for the end of the war, the new heaven. The battle came to an end. Although the results were brilliant, the situation was extremely tragic. The Empire has also proved its strength with its own strength. But this time, apart from Dalidian being destroyed, Hell Heaven suffered the heaviest loss. 2 Hell Masters died, and one was the master of the sixth realm. The army is doing finishing work. Your Majesty, Dali Tian is gone. The Lord of the Sky reported, Hell Heaven and other heavenly armies have retreated, should we pursue them and give them an even greater blow? The strong opponent has already escaped with the help of the artifact, so there is no need to chase. Chu Yuan didn't let the army chase after him. The strategic goal of this battle has been achieved, the soldiers are seriously worn out, and they just run away. What we have to do now is to digest the results of the battle, recuperate the army, replenish strength, and prepare for the next war. If the multiverse is not unified, the war is not over. The Lord of the Sky nodded, and their losses were indeed great. Now, the injured strong are all cultivating by various means of the Empire. Especially the old god, who hurt the original foundation, Xuanhuan let him cultivate in the coffin of the god of life and death, and absorb the inner breath, which can not only heal the wound, but also enhance his cultivation. This is better than simply using a healing potion. Xuanhuan will not be stingy with those who have made great contributions. At this moment, both Lu Yuan and Xinghai God have returned. Although they also experienced a big battle, they did not suffer any huge damage. Because God Xie and God Yuanguang are not determined to resist, mainly because of the situation of Dali Tian. Let's go see the martial God Emperor too. Lord Xie and Lord Yuanguang met, they were very helpless, Dalidian was defeated, and it would be their turn next, Shenwu would not let them go. Lord Yuanguang said helplessly, we have no choice. There are only two choices before us. It is impossible to escape to the eternal road. The closer to the end of an era, the more tragic the fighting there will be. Lord Shi said, either we take away the origin of heaven and earth, give up the original world, flee to the gods, or go to see the God Emperor of martial arts, express your opinion, and join their empire. The general trend of Shenwu is like a rolling wave. We can't resist it. This is the torrent of the new era. Perhaps it is the choice we should make to seek refuge in Shenwu God Emperor. In this battle, the world trembled. The two of them have also seen the power of the general trend, and they are overwhelmed. In the future, there will be a battle between two emperors. Can their alliance really be stopped? God Yuanguang was also worried, and said, I'm afraid that the god of martial god will settle accounts with us. After all, we have also sent troops. The emperor's heart is as deep as the sea, and I don't know how he will deal with us. Probably not, he wants to settle accounts with us, and he has already killed him now. God Shi said, this is the last chance for us. But outside the sky. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Dali Tian has completely collapsed, and the position of God has been vacated for one day. The Empire will choose a new god to succeed the throne of God. Lord of the Sky. Every god represents a powerful sixth realm combat power. The new day begins with. Xuanhuan's eyes swept over all the strong men one by one. He wanted to choose the most loyal and reliable one, and it was best to fall on the sword god, and said, Sword god, you are the god of Xintian. Dao Shen is a strong man born in the system. His loyalty to Xuanhuan is no problem. This time it is his turn. Follow your Majesty's order. The sword god was neither humble nor overbearing. Okay, the name of Xintian is the common people, representing the common people of the Empire, and the common people of the entire multiverse. Just when Xuanhuan named Xintian, two voices came at the same time. Xie pays homage to God Emperor Shenwu. Yuanguang pays respects to Emperor Shenwu. The two great gods came over respectfully. Come yet? Xuanhuan smiled, and he waved his hand casually to let the two gods come to see him. Seeing Emperor Shenwu, the emperor who ruled the world, they were also afraid of Xuanhuan's cruelty, and felt a little uneasy. Before we were confused, opposed His Majesty, and did stupid things. Now we also understand that the Empire's sweep of the universe is unstoppable, and anyone who dares to stop the process of history will be ruthlessly crushed. In the end, it was God Shi who said, God Yuanguang and I have decided to join the Empire from now on, and please forgive us for our previous sins. Lu Yuan and Xinghai Tianzhu also shook their heads, they knew why they had to do it today. It's not too late to know how to turn back when you go astray. I won't care about it. Xuanhuan's words agreed to their joining. Although he is indifferent and ruthless, he will not be relentless when hundreds of millions of living beings perish before his eyes, but the way of the Emperor, not only killing, destroying Dali Tian, has already shocked these two gods from the heart. Since they have come to surrender wisely, they will be included in the empire. This also signals to many people that as long as they are sensible, the empire will allow their surrender. Once integrated into the empire and becoming a vassal of the gods, it is equivalent to directly integrating the luck of heaven and earth into the empire. Under the control of the empire, if they dare to resist, they can immediately deprive them of their luck. This is an empire, not an alliance like the second God Lord, which has absolute power of life and death. Therefore, this is also the reason why many strong people resist. After all, they are used to being the master, so how can they be willing to be controlled by others' orders? It will be dedicated to the empire in the future. The two gods were relieved. The Emperor Xuanhuan didn't care about them, they were still gods, although there were already more people controlling their heads. The tide is coming, since they have no strength to resist, they can only join. They have no courage to go to the eternal road. Xinghai, Lu Yuan, you stay here to help the sword god build a new sky, and part of the army stays here to build a new line of defense. Chu Yuan returned to the empire. After this battle, the pattern of heaven and earth changed again. Chu Yuan had the power of 9 heavens under his command, but following that, there was no heaven that could be easily attacked. Except for Yun Dutian, who is desolate on the edge of the universe. Wuji heaven should be the farthest sky from the empire, and if it continues to expand, it will belong to the power of the conferred god camp. On the other side of the empire, if you fight again, the nearest sky is hell. It is very difficult to fight in this kind of world where there have been terrifying strong men like Ming, and if they send troops to them, there will inevitably be greater support. Now is the real tripartite situation. This kind of three-legged confrontation is what the second divine master wants to see, but it is not what Chu Yuan and Emperor Fengshen want to see. Jiao Tian's luck was so strong that it gathered on Chu Yuan like a torrential tide, and he was getting closer to the epic realm. Jiao, this is the origin of the 6th realm of the ruler of the underworld snake. I entrust it to you to refine it. I hope you can break through the 6th realm as soon as possible. The peak of this era is the easiest time to break through. Chu Yuan gave Jiao the origin of the ruler of the underworld snake. Jiao has become the master of hell, her power attribute is the most suitable for refining this kind of source, and only she can bear the power of this source. I hope she can reach the 6th realm as soon as possible. Unfortunately, although the master of the Hades snake was beheaded, Hell Heaven was equivalent to vacating the position of another master, but there was no way for one person to monopolize 2 copies of Hell Luck. This is the rule set by Ming. If you want to break it, you must kill Ming. If Xuanhuan wants to continue to attack the sky, he must either directly attack Emperor Fengshen, or attack Hell Heaven. The stronger Jiao is among the masters of Hell, the more helpful it will be to the Empire's plan. Jiao took it calmly, she knew that her identity would be crucial next time. I'm about to break through the epic, with the luck of 9 days, I want to build an eternal altar and gather the luck of the era. Chu Yuan looked down at the sky. #C1705, the choice of the gods. Create an eternal altar, gather boundless luck and vast power, gather in one body, so as to break through his 6th realm. The 6th realm represents a kind of epic power, which is much stronger than the 5th realm. The simplest example is like the old god, he became the 6th realm, and when his strength exploded, he was able to block more than a dozen hell masters who were bombarded with all their strength, which all showed his strength. And once Chu Yuan entered this realm, his mana would be turned upside down and reach a more terrifying level. At that time, even if it is the origin god of the 7th realm, he will have enough strength to challenge him. The founders of the god realm, the demon ancestor, Ming, demon ancestor, and Dao ancestor are all in this realm. But at this moment, a huge altar appeared in the empire, and countless substances were condensed into it. He got too many things in the heavenly blood mine. Just when Chu Yuan built the eternal altar. All the gods and gods are gathered together, but at this moment the atmosphere is gloomy, and no one has a good face. This time, they suffered a huge loss. Delidian, who was supposed to be in their alliance, was destroyed, and Shiyetian and Yuan Guantian switched to Xuanhu's subordinates. Their strength is strong, and their strength is weakened. More importantly, their morale was suppressed so badly that many people even questioned whether they could really stop the arrival of the peak of an era. Still, like the god Emperor Dali, forcibly stopping, the end is life and death. This failure is the biggest blow to morale and the future. They are more like the losers making their last struggle. But after this battle, the prestige of Xuanhu is no less than that of Emperor Fengshen. There are already many strong people in the universe who are shouting the name of Xuanhu God Emperor, the eternal name of the empire. Let's talk about it. The second God Master broke the silence first. His voice was hoarse and weak, and a sixth-level god was exhausted physically and mentally. He found it very difficult to maintain even the current situation. Is it really the general trend of heaven and earth? Is the pattern of 33 going to become history? A god made a pessimistic voice, and those who dared to fight died. I thought that the appearance of Xuanhu would make the situation between heaven and earth more chaotic, but we underestimated his strength. His strength has far exceeded our imagination. He is even more terrifying and unfathomable than Emperor Fengshen. The speed of the rise makes people unable to react. Yin Yang God spoke. The strength of Xuanhu is unimaginable. I don't know how they suddenly became so powerful, which caught people off guard. The plan to disrupt the situation with the aid of divine power failed, and this emperor was even more domineering. He even suppressed them at the same time as Emperor Fengshen to prevent the two emperors from being affected in the final duel. During this period of time, they have been hit too hard, their strength has been declining, and everyone has even smelled a decaying atmosphere. The situation is gone and it is difficult to recover. It's not that our strength is not strong, but that our previous strategy was wrong. We wanted to defend against Xuanhu and Fengshen, and we wanted to defend too many worlds. This step was wrong. Dugu Shenma Dao. Shenma Dugu, what do you want to say? Wuxing Tianzu said. If that day confronts Xuanhu, the second God Lord, Yin Yang God, Jingshi God, and other powerhouses are there, can Xuanhu break Delidian? It is impossible to do it alone. We are stronger than them. Why? Are we so passive now? Dugu Shenma Dao. The god of Jingshi frowned, but using all the power to deal with one person will give another emperor an opportunity to attack more heaven and earth. From the beginning, the strategy was wrong. The more you want, the more you lose. Dugu Shenma continued, Xuanhu and Fengshen are very good at seizing the opportunity. Infinite God frowned, we all understand your reasoning, but don't you protect the heaven and the earth? Just throw it there and let them attack, it's not okay. Indeed, the truth is understandable, if they want to face the two emperors at the same time, they are not opponents at all. Second God Master, tell me. Dugu Shenma asked the second God Master to speak. This time, we have suffered heavy losses, but this does not mean that we have lost completely. Our strength is still strong, and it is not really a complete loss. The second Divine Master said slowly, Xuanhu and Fengshen will not continue to conquer, and the two emperors may not directly collide, so their next strategy is you. The weak world is destroyed, and it is necessary to target the strong world. What do you mean? What I mean is very simple. The heaven and the earth can no longer exist in a scattered manner. Otherwise, they will be given the opportunity to destroy them one by one. There is no way to save them, but there is only one way. The second god looked at the gods. You want us to give up the heaven and the earth? God Creation said, but the heaven and the earth are huge, occupying one side, how to move and gather together, this is a very difficult thing to do, how to do it. It depends on whether you want it or not. The second God Lord said amazing words, The huge world used to be a symbol of your prosperity and strength, but now it has become a burden for you. Instead of making you strong, it has become a living target for others to attack. A world, the most precious thing is not itself, but the origin of heaven and earth, gathered for 33 days. As long as you are there, everything can be discarded. God knows that you have developed every heaven and earth for a long time. With your hard work and essence, it is not so easy to give up, but if you don't give up, you will be the next one to attack Xuanhuan. His words silenced many people. Indeed, the most precious thing in a world is the origin of the heaven and earth's luck. With this thing, it can be the core, and a huge world can be derived again. However, their heaven and earth are condensed with infinite essence substances, which have been developed for hundreds of millions of years. If they give up, their luck will be violently turbulent. In other words, they have to abandon hundreds of millions of years of development. This decision is too difficult to make. But what the second Divine Master said was also very reasonable. If they didn't do this, they would be defeated one by one, and it would be difficult for them to rush to help. If you don't do this, you will be waiting to be attacked and destroyed by them. Next to the second God Lord, the Sky God said, abandoning temporary interests to preserve the greatest interests is the only way. The second God Lord raised his voice, if you don't want to be destroyed, you should abandon the original world and build a new world around the gods and heavens. What is the original one? Once you attack, they will all be destroyed. There are some reasons that don't need me. The explanation is so profound, you all understand. Of course the decision is in your hands, and I will not force it. The heaven of the gods was built by the founder of the God realm. Once surrounded by the heaven of the gods, all the powers are mobilized into one, plus the power of the heaven of the gods. That is really indestructible, the most tenacious fortress, which can resist the general trend. The second God Master can't force them, let them make their own choices. #C1706, forever like a cage. Everyone understands the reason why the strong are silent, but the price paid is too huge. Not everyone can make such a decision. It is indeed safer to take away the origin of the world, abandon the original world, and derive it near the gods, but luck will decline exponentially, so it is really difficult to make a decision. Let me make a statement first. In the end, it was the 5 elements God who spoke and broke the silence. I agree with the second God Lord's suggestion. The current situation is different from the past, and the oppression we face is too great. If it were only the Emperor Fengshen and his family, we would not be so passive. Fengshen are all ambitious people. They want everything. In the whole era, dispersal can only lead to death. Even if my 5 elements heaven ranks in the top 10 of the heavens, I don't have the slightest confidence to resist their power attack. The heavens and the earth are too scattered. Good Fortune God also said, either take refuge with Fengshen or Xuanhuan's family, but if they want to take refuge, they have already taken refuge, and they will wait until now, but in fact they still want to struggle in their hearts. My 5 elements heaven gave up the original position of heaven and earth and moved to the vicinity of the gods' heaven. The Lord of the 5 elements also understands that only by giving up can he be able to compete. As the top 10 heaven and earth, he has to take the lead and set an example for everyone. Yin Yang Tian also agrees. Yin and Yang are God's ways. It's not like before, and if they continue to spread out like this, they will only be broken one by one, and only by clenching their fists can they exert their strongest strength. The luck of others has been united, but they are still so scattered in all walks of life in the universe. Isn't it like a piece of fat, waiting to be devoured by these greedy invaders? Myriad Matian was not opened by me. I only have the ability to control luck, but I don't have the right to move the world. Dugu Shenma Dao. The owner of Wan Motion is the demon ancestor who is on the eternal road. Although the demon ancestor is not there, he is actually the head of the family, but he seems to be a minister who governs the country for the emperor, but he cannot move for Wan Motion. The same is true for Hell Heaven. Hell said. Hell Heaven and myriad demon heaven are both heaven and earth opened up by the God of origination. Their defense is stronger than ordinary heaven and earth. We communicate with each other by luck and build teleportation arrays to connect with each other. If they want to continue to attack, our target will be smaller. A lot of. The second god said. Wan Ma Tian and Hell Heaven are not heaven and earth like Dali Tian, who can attack at will, and God Heaven is even less afraid of their attack. The existence of the founder of the God realm can no longer be described simply as the origin god of the seventh realm. He is God. The smaller the area to defend, the more they can muster strength. Wuliang God was silent for a moment, and said, "We have completely switched to passive defense by doing this, waiting for them to attack, as if we are dying, and we don't know how long we can defend, and there is no way to break the game." The second god said, "Unless any one of us can break through to the seventh realm of origin god, then only with the origin god leading can we resist their attack. Although they have many strong men, they don't have a leader who can directly compete with Fengshen or Xinwu, which is their biggest pain." I understand. Immeasurable God nodded. God of origin, this is too difficult to break through. It is difficult to give birth to a few people in an era, and they don't have such confidence. But right now, the passive defense of the second Divine Lord is their last and most helpless solution. They have lost the strength to fight for the peak of the era of hegemony, and it is very difficult to even hold their current position. At the moment, all the gods left, and they all made preparations. They are also making two-handed preparations. Every god is a representative of luck. They moved all kinds of precious gods and objects in the heaven and earth that could be transferred, and opened up a new sky near the sky of the gods, making preparations for moving the capital. On the one hand. In fact, some gods are also watching the changes in this situation quietly, and some are weaker, and they have already made up their minds. If anyone wins the final victory, at worst, he will be the master. They are guarding now. And those top 10 big heavens, if they are asked to directly express their surrender, one is not reconciled, pride does not allow them to do so, if they have no choice in the end, they can only do so. In 10,000 days. Compared with the fluctuations in other worlds, this place seems very calm. Lao Dao and Yi Tianzuan are still playing games. It seems that their game will not stop if the battle for hegemony does not stop. In the battle of Dali Tian, Du Guxianma and the others were defeated, and they also understood that they had lost the qualification to fight for hegemony, so they could only defend helplessly. You see, this luck fluctuates violently, and some heaven and earth are moving towards the gods. Days move. Yi Tianzuan moved the chess pieces and transformed into a big dragon, devouring it crazily. To take this step shows that they have lost confidence. Moving the world is like moving the capital of a country. This is the way of self-defeating luck, and it is also the most helpless way. The old Taoist was very indifferent. It is difficult for such a mind to break through the God of origin. They have no choice. Both Fengshen and Xinwu are attacking them, and they refuse to let go of their pride and struggle. Yi Tianzuan said, "The peak of the era is bound to be extremely brilliant, but this glory will only belong to one person. If there is no supernatural power, they will not make this choice. After all, they don't need to face 2 emperors, but there is supernatural power. It's a completely different situation. The second Divine Lord and the others are just lingering. The possibility of breaking through the origin is very small, and the future battle will depend on Xinwu and Fengshen." The old Taoist said, "Xinwu, can you see through him?" "I can't see through it. This person's secret cannot be pushed away." Yi Tianzuan also shook his head. "I, Wan Dao Tian, will let nature take its course. This is also the will left behind by the Taoist ancestors. They are planning a big event in the depths of the Eternal Road. I also hope that the peak powerhouses of this era will help them. After all, they all belong to the same in an era, how you fight in the multiverse is your own business. The big deal is that whoever wins will be allowed to occupy the luck. The old Taoist said, the struggle in the multiverse is nothing more than fighting each other, and the real struggle is still on the road of eternity. Eternity is like a cage. How many people are trapped, even if they become the strongest, so what? If you can't become the eternal God, you can only wait for death. Where is the road to eternity? Xuanhuan said. At this time, the old Taoist suddenly said, look, the luck of Xuanwu is panicked and powerful, and it is gathered together by a terrifying force like thunder. This is intentional. What is that Xuanwu God Emperor doing? Gather the luck of the era, and become an epic of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said in amazement, even I forgot, he is only in the 5th realm, and he has not even achieved epic. The strength of Xuanwu makes people forget that he has not yet reached the 6th level, but with this strength, many powerful people in the world are afraid of him and afraid of his strength. The old Taoist also said, I also forgot, this martial God Emperor is simply a wonderful flower. Could it be that the strange flower born in the cosmic era is also as wonderful as the founder of the God realm? In the Xuanwu Empire, the Lord of Enlightenment looked at the God Emperor on the altar of eternity, and reported, Your Majesty, the pattern of the heavens is changing, and the heavens have opened up a second land near the heaven of the gods. #C 1707, Swallow the Weather. Indeed, because of the actions of the second Divine Master, the transfer of their sight of the world, and the practice of moving to the sky, both Xuanwu and Fengshen's attacks were slowed down. Originally, according to Xuanhuan's plan, the army continued to conquer and choose the top 10 heavens to attack. But in doing so, these masters of heaven and earth disappeared, and they all gathered in the heaven of the gods. The original heaven and earth were like empty shells. What's the use of attacking? If those gods cannot be destroyed, Xingtian cannot be established, and luck cannot be captured. There is no need to question the strength of the defense of the gods and heavens, and even the 10,000 demons and hells were created by the origin of the 7th realm. With the help of local advantages, even the real origin gods are very difficult to attack. This is to avoid the edge, but it is decisive. Xuanhuan said lightly, he was not surprised by such a move. After all, they no longer had the strength to fight for hegemony, so they could only choose to preserve it. His Majesty. The Book of Enlightenment said, we can't conquer, and the same is true for Fengshen. The world seems to have fallen into peace for a while. It's just lingering, like an old man lying in a hospital bed, counting the days, waiting for death to come, and this death is the death of the 33 days. Xuanhuan was very calm, don't worry about them, they can't make any big waves anymore, I won the conferred God, all they can do is submit to me, let them wait for the last moment to come. The move of the second Divine Master was that the tortoise shrank itself into the tortoise shell, which would make him unable to make a move for a while and delay the time, but it was just waiting to die. Unless they are really against the sky. In today's world, I already have 9 heavens, and Fengshen also has the power of 10 heavens. Wanya Ocean and Wanda Ocean, let nature take its course. Both I and Fengshen are waiting for the arrival of the new era. The second Divine Master, that still has the power of 12 days. Xuanhuan weighed the evolution map to see the situation in the universe. Although there are the most heaven and earth there, and the top 10 Jushans all have 7 days, but they lack the strongest leader, they can only retreat, and there is one more critical point. The Book of Enlightenment said, they don't have the ambition to dominate the world. No matter how strong the alliance is, it will be an alliance after all. It's like 5 fingers spread out. How can we be united? All orders are unified, with His Majesty as the center, and there is nothing else. Opinions, all forces can be mobilized in a unified way, and continuous defeats have caused some gods to lose confidence. It is useless to just look at the data on paper. It also depends on the strongest of each force, the degree of unity of that force. The power of a punch is not comparable to the power of a palm. Their purpose is also clear, that is, relying on the difficulty of attacking the gods and heavens. They want us to have a decisive battle with Feng Shenchens in advance, and maybe we can still seize the opportunity. Don't underestimate them, just let them shrink first. Xuanhuan Dao, it's okay, the migration of the heavens will temporarily make the conquest difficult, but the movement of the heavens and the earth will also make their luck fluctuate. I will use the eternal altar to gather stronger power. The main body of the eternal altar is cast with the eternal god crystal, and there are countless mysteries in gathering all kinds of rare gods. With a movement of Xuanhuan's palm, the brilliance of the eternal altar was radiated, and suddenly a beam of divine light pierced through the empire, penetrating to the top of the world. From a distance, this is a huge beam of light. The infinite fluctuations of luck have gathered on the altar of eternity. The power at this moment is like a devouring body, which can swallow up the boundless power. But what he devoured was the luck of the era. Originally, at this moment, the luck has exploded, but with the existence of the eternal altar, not only can the power of the empire be gathered, but also the luck in the universe can be absorbed. The relocation of the heavens was a good move, but at the same time, it also allowed Xuanhuan to seize the opportunity and absorb more power of luck. There is only so much luck, if you get more, we will get less. Luck is rolling like a sea, and the eternal altar is plundering more luck with a domineering attitude. With this vast power, he is swallowing up the heavens. This is the altar of my empire, like a confluence of luck, it is taking the power of heaven and earth. The powerhouses of the empire can feel the great power of the altar of eternity the most. Within the territory of the empire, within 9 days, this luck has turned into an invisible rainstorm and scattered everywhere. At the same time, Xuanhuan also obtained a lot of eternal god crystals in the Tianxue mining area, which were all liquefied by him and arranged in all walks of life in the empire. Luck. Energy. This approach will undoubtedly lead to a surge in the powerhouses of the empire. In the empire, waves appeared, and the world seemed to have opened up the suppression of cultivation, and many strong people were taking advantage of the trend to break through to a stronger realm. This is a very good opportunity. The primordial god tribulation came, Yao Linger broke through to the primordial god, while Luo Yueying, Shui Changwei, and Shangguan Xian had not yet reached the primal god, but they had also reached the 5th realm of heavenly Tao. And the minister of the empire. Lu Qianfu is mainly in charge of internal affairs, and he has also obtained the power of a large wave of luck, and he has successfully reached the primordial god. He is very happy, not for himself, but because his strength increases, he can use more energy to manage the internal affairs of the empire and share the worries of His Majesty. And Feng Lei, Zhu Fengfeng, these veteran ministers who followed Xuanhuan in the early days of the empire, worked hard and made great achievements, and broke through the original gods one after another. The more brilliant Xuanhuan's side is, the more bleak other places will be. Because he is taking the power of the universe. Seeing the development of the empire, Xuanhuan also nodded. The 6th realm is called an epic, which becomes the epic of heaven and earth. Every powerful man in the empire is like a river, converging into his vast ocean to complete his epic. Shenwu. In the heaven of the gods, many gods gather together, the heaven and the earth can be relocated, but the loss of luck is unavoidable. They were frightened and angry, and they could feel that the luck that originally belonged to them was being taken away by a greater and mysterious force, and they saw an altar in their eyes, releasing unparalleled divine power. It's Shenwu. He built an altar to seize our power. No, we can't let him continue to seize it like this. They are also angry. If it weren't for the movement of heaven and earth, it would definitely not be so easy to seize power. Everyone, we also use our power to take it back. Their world is shining, they themselves are shining, beams of light are shooting up into the sky, fighting for luck with Shenwu, but their hearts are not so invincible. And at this moment, a door of conferring gods also appeared between heaven and earth. This gate of conferred gods is the imperial weapon of the great emperor conferred god, emitting unparalleled light, like a huge mouth of an abyss, and at the same time, it is capturing luck. Luck has already begun to be seized. In the Xuanhuan Empire, many powerhouses are using mana. However, this kind of luck competition will not last long, and no one wants to confront the second Godmaster and the others. The human emperor sword has been in my hands for so long, and the closed human world and heaven have been closed since the great ancient war, so it should be opened. At this moment, Xuanhuan looked directly in the direction of the human world heaven. He is going to open the human world heaven. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1708 Open World. The human world heaven has been closed for so long, and it's time to open it. The human emperor's holy sword is an artifact he obtained at the beginning, which allowed him to overcome many difficulties during the most difficult accumulation period of the empire, and also formed an inseparable causal relationship with the human emperor. He and the human sovereign have different ideas and wills, but the human world heaven must be opened. For a long time, the emperor's way is the only one. I am not a human emperor, but I can control the power of the human way. Xuanhuan said lightly, if you didn't open it in the past, you were not strong enough, and it would be cheaper for others, but now, there is no such trouble, and it is time. The most precious thing in the human world is not the origin of heaven and earth and the gods stored in it, but the power of humanity after the human emperor transformed into Tiao. Once Xuanhuan seized this power and integrated the power of humanity into the epic of the empire, he can also become an epic. Into an epic, who can be his opponent in the world? He will be invincible. And he didn't worry that someone would compete with him. Human world heaven. He controls the latitude of time and space, and the distance of the multiverse is nothing to him. He can shuttle across the boundless distance in a single thought. God of the human world, he has already seen it. It has been a long time since the last time I went to the human world. At that time, there was still an extremely ancient battlefield. But now, the extremely ancient battlefield has disappeared, and it was wiped out by a man-made force, which was done by Feng Shenshen. Unfortunately, they don't have the human emperor sword and the eternal altar, so they can't open it. Human emperor. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he penetrated the obstacles of the human world and heaven, and saw the brilliant human power, as if condensed the shadow of Shenwei, which is the power of the human emperor after transforming into Tao. Human power is great and miraculous, and human power can explode into infinite brilliance. In the vicinity of the human world heaven, has the conferred God Emperor imposed heavy restrictions? He also wants to gain the power of humanity, to make up for his conferred God power. Xuanhuan hangs high forever. Looking down at the sky. It's time to open. He knows. Once I make the move to open the human world heaven, this fluctuation cannot be concealed, and will be noticed by the strong among the heavens in an instant, that someone is gaining the power of the human emperor. Especially the conferred God Emperor. His desire for human power is no less than that of Xuanhuan. But I have boundless confidence. Xuanhuan's will moved. Boom. A huge altar of eternity suddenly appeared in the sky above the human world, and the original altar of humanity had also been integrated into it by Xuanhuan. Eternity breeds all things, and that's okay. And above the altar, there is the human emperor's holy sword suspended. This human emperor's holy sword is a key, the key to open the human world heaven. Without this key, even the origin god would never be able to open the human world heaven's defenses. The human emperor's holy sword radiated infinite light, which was so brilliant that the scorching sun was terrified, and the clouds and mists were pushed away. The countless restrictions densely covered around the human world sky also disappeared in an instant. After the appearance of the human emperor sword and the eternal altar, an infinite force gathered, enveloping the human world and the heavens. Yuan's eyes also fell into the interior in an instant, and he saw the face of the human world. Human world heaven. It is still perfectly preserved, densely covered with cities, and countless relics, still explaining to Yuan the glory of the human world. Back then, the great ancient war was very tragic, but they did not fight to the human world, and if the human emperor did not change his way, no one would be able to kill him until the era was destroyed. His actions are awe-inspiring. He is the real emperor. After all, I am not a human emperor. Humanity is not a force under my control. On the road to eternity, there is no retreat, only hard work. Yuan looked at the human world sky. He saw the human palace. In this era, control the power of humanity. Just after Yuan opened the human world, the power of humanity gathered. In front of him, it seemed that a real person appeared, a middle-aged man, extremely kind. He is a human being, a pure human being, the belief of humanity, the emperor of humanity. This is the power of the human emperor. However, Yuan also knew that when he came to the human world, he would not have any tests, because he had the emperor's sword and the will of the supreme emperor to receive the power of humanity. Human emperor. Yuan looked at this will. And at the moment when Yuan opened the human world heaven, the fluctuations of the heaven and earth violently fluctuated in an instant, and it was the great power of the human emperor that pervaded all walks of life in the universe. The emperor's power has reappeared. In Wan Dao Tian, the chess piece in Yi Tianzuan's hand suddenly stopped, and he said calmly, the power of the human sovereign, which had disappeared for a long time, reappeared at this moment. For the sake of all souls in the world, the great will to give everything, I have known for a long time that it will be opened one day at this time. The human sovereign's power has reappeared, and the human world heaven has been opened. It must have been opened by the divine martial god emperor. The old man was shocked. The human sovereign is definitely an extremely great existence. If he does not transform into Tiao, today's competition will not happen. No one is qualified to compete with the human sovereign for the luck of the peak of the era. The ancient battle holds many secrets. The emperor conferred God is also waiting for this moment, this is his chance. Yi Tianzuan said, but it has nothing to do with us, it depends on their fight. The human world heaven has opened. In the heaven of the gods, at this moment, he also felt the great power of the emperor. The second god said, the heaven of the human realm has been opened. This is the benevolent power of the human emperor. The emperor Xuanhuan wants to control the power of the human emperor, but the emperor Fengshen will definitely not allow him to take it easily. Second god lord, what should we do? He said fiercely. When two tigers fight, there must be an injury. Since Emperor Xuanhuan dared to open the human world at this time, it means that he has absolute certainty, but Emperor Fengshen has also prepared for this for a long time. There must be a shocking battle. The second divine master moved quickly, we will also go to the human world, first to see the situation, if there is a chance, to seize the power of humanity, this is also our chance. He also knew that whether it was Fengshen or Xuanhuan who got the power of humanity, it would not be a good thing for them. And at this moment, they must also take action. Boom! Outside the human world, at the moment when Yuan just opened the human world, beyond the heaven and earth, a huge portal appeared from the void in the wave of destroying the enemy. It is the door to seal the gods. From the gate of conferred gods, masters appeared one after another, and the weakest were primitive gods. They are majestic and come directly. The power of humanity. The great emperor of conferred gods stepped out of the gate of conferred gods, with a majestic aura, he looked down on the human world and the sky, with the demeanor of surpassing the world, suppressing the sky. He knows. The Emperor Xuanhuan will definitely open the human world heaven. But now the situation is at a stalemate, Xuanhuan must either attack the nearest hell sky, or get the power of humanity, other than that, there is no third possibility. He also prepared for a long time, speculating that Chu Yuan's biggest possibility is to open the human world heaven, where he had already deployed his power here. The power of humanity, this emperor also wants. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1709 I am qualified. If Chu Yuan wants to take the power of humanity, it is impossible not to cause a sensation, and not arouse the coveting of the powerful people in the heavens. The sky was distorted and torn apart, the strong men from the conferred god faction gathered here, led by the emperor conferred god, all of them were full of murderous intent, ready to attack at any time. Emperor Fengshen knew very well that Chu Yuan must not be allowed to obtain the origin of humanity. The conferred god faction is here, and we will attack quickly to defend against them, and we cannot let them interfere with His Majesty's pursuit of the origin of humanity. Inside the altar of eternity, powerful men soared into the sky, headed by the Lord of the Sky. The vast power counterattacked. The momentum collided, and the powerhouses of the two camps were extremely domineering. In an instant, the infinite time and space began to burst, and the chaotic breath was drowned, causing earth-shaking fluctuations. This inheritance can only belong to my emperor. The Lord of the Sky looked extremely cold. He used to be loyal to the human emperor, and now he is loyal to Chu Yuan. He felt the power of the empire and deeply knew that only the emperor of God and martial arts can control the power of the origin of humanity. And the most important point, once the God Emperor controls this power and integrates the power of humanity into the empire, he will be epic. The God Emperor's epic is not their kind of epic, but decisive. He guessed that after the God Emperor reached the epic realm, his mana would not be inferior to that of the real God of Origin. The combat power of the Origin God is already the strongest in an era. In a relatively weak era, the Origin God can already dominate an era. We can't let the martial God Emperor succeed. The powerhouses of the conferred gods know better that their battle with Xuanhuan has reached a critical moment. Either you die or I die. As a hostile camp, the enemy must not be made stronger. Xuanhuan, this emperor is also waiting for this moment. The great emperor of the conferred gods is so powerful that it is hard to describe, and his aura is also vast to the strongest. He is very eager for the power of humanity, and has been waiting for Chu Yuan to open the human world for a long time. This is an opportunity for Chu Yuan, and even more so for him. He can also control the power of humanity. The power of conferring the gods. Powerful and extraordinary, if he gets the power of humanity, he will be completely consummated. He can immediately break through the God of Origin, and become a very strong person in this realm. In the future, he can also be the strongest in the Eternal Road. More importantly, with the power of humanity, he has completely captured Chu Yuan's luck, and no one will be his opponent in capturing the pinnacle of this era. The power of conferring the gods. One thought can turn a mortal into a superior god, or one thought can deprive the power of a god, driving him into the world and turning him into an ant. Therefore, he is so eager for the power of humanity. Xuanhuan and Fengshen are about to face off. We should not rush to participate in order to avoid being used by Emperor Fengshen. After we arrive, let's wait and see how the situation develops. The second God Master couldn't calm down. He opened a God bridge in the sky of the gods. This is a special artifact left by the founder of the God world, which can quickly shuttle to all walks of life in the universe. The second Divine Master is right, it cannot be used. Dugu Shenma and other powerhouses also nodded in agreement. The breath of humanity was submerged, and after Chu Yuan opened the human world, the internally sealed Yuanli burst out, like a sea like a tide, rolling towards the surroundings and spreading rapidly. The breath of humanity is immortal and brilliant. The altar of eternity is emitting the most holy light. Xuanhuan, you will be my strongest opponent. The emperor conferred God's robe flutters, his eyes are like blades and chills to the bone. He returns in the second life. If it wasn't for the birth of the divine martial God Emperor, he should have been able to sweep everything away, and all the splendor and glory belong to him. And Xuanhuan has become a great enemy in front of him. His powerful speed is too fast. This is something that Emperor Fengshen never thought of before. Attention, Emperor Fengshen is about to attack the God Emperor. His Majesty is receiving the power of humanity in the human world. Even if we sacrifice our lives, we must stop him. It is not a pity for us to die, but your Majesty must not have any accidents. The Lord of the Sky shouted loudly, his will was extremely firm. The Xuanhuan Empire is glorious because of His Majesty. Xuanhuan can live without them, but not without His Majesty. All the strong men of the Empire are also fearless at this moment. Kill. Fight hard, give up our lives, and let the Emperor seize the origin of humanity. The strong in the Xuanhuan Empire can sacrifice their lives for the Emperor, and the strong in the conferred God camp can also pay the price of their lives for the conferred God Emperor, and they will not hesitate. The reason why the second Divine Master has so many strong men, but they are suppressed and beaten by Xuanhuan and Fengshen is because their will is uncertain, and it is impossible to pay the price of their lives for anyone. The conferred God Emperor made an attack, and all of this happened very quickly, and the strong auras of the two camps were already matching each other. With a blow from Emperor Fengshen, he was unparalleled in the world, standing tall in the 9 heavens, and the terrifying blow locked onto a shadow, which was exactly where Xuanhuan was, and violently blasted down. The shot has been made, and the two emperors will start a duel again. The mighty, supreme power of the gods, at the moment the conferred God Emperor attacked, a majestic existence appeared from the sky of the human world, and he circulated huge energy to directly attack it. Xuanhuan's mana directly disintegrated Emperor Fengshen's attack. From this moment of confrontation, Emperor Fengshen was keenly aware that Xuanhuan's strength was stronger than that day, and much stronger. His Majesty. On the side of the Empire, there was a loud voice, headed by Xuanhuan. The momentum was facing the conferred God camp. You all have to stop the power that robs me of humanity. Xuanhuan's voice contained great oppression. His eyes swept across the conferred God camp and the second Divine Master, and everyone felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their hearts. Xuanhuan. Emperor Fengshen would not talk nonsense with Xuanhuan. He moved like thunder, swiftly like the wind, traveled through the latitude of time and space in an instant, and had already arrived in front of Xuanhuan, striking with all his strength, without any reservations. This person is scary. His first enemy is the Emperor. The second world is Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is unparalleled in the world, and the Imperial power is vast. He blasted out with a single punch, hitting boundless brilliance, the glory of heaven and earth, and immediately rumbled, like a cosmic millstone crushing it. Emperor Fengshen will not be afraid of Xuanhuan's power. He is the Emperor of the multiverse. He and Xuanhuan had a big collision. Boom! During the power confrontation between the two, it seems that there is no earth-shattering destruction, but the strong can feel that the power of the two emperors has penetrated into the depths of time and space. Where they are is the realm of absolute taboo. This kind of confrontation force is unbearable for other sixth realms of the multiverse, but the two emperors are like a rock, firmly rooted in the universe, and have never moved a bit. Fengshen. At this time, Emperor Fengshen grabbed out his big hand again, wanting to seize the power of humanity. Fengshen, the moment I open the human realm heaven, you will have no chance of snatching the power of humanity from my hands. Only I have the right to control the power of humanity. Xuanhuan's words are strong and confident. He has no absolute confidence and will not open the human world. His aura shook, and the majesty of the supreme being of humanity was like a hurricane, sweeping across the universe. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1720 Epic. Xuanhuan's power is infinite, his unrivaled divine power hits the sky like a vast ocean, and standing on the altar of eternity, the brilliance of humanity turns into stars, revolving around him. His will, his strength, manifests the supreme figure. This majesty is too strong. Everyone can see that he is looking at an invincible emperor, the eternal holy emperor. No one can compete with him. His body is already fluctuating with an epic atmosphere, interpreting the reincarnation of the eternal, the immortal legend, which shows that his power is changing, and he is very close to the epic realm. The power of the entire human world is being transmitted to him, and he is like a melting pot of heaven and earth, melting all the power into his own divine body, which is vast and vast. Your Majesty has obtained the power of humanity, and is being promoted to epic. The powerhouses of the empire felt this breath, and they were extremely pleasantly surprised. A strong emperor means a strong empire. And the conferred god camp. Could it be that the power of the human world today will be captured by the god Emperor Xuanhuan? Emperor Fengshen looked at this emperor, but his face was expressionless. He is also an existence that is extremely confident in his own power, so how could his character be affected by the power of others? Fengshen. The power of the conferred god emperor swept out again. His power to seal the gods does not mean to seal or suppress, but to make himself the master of heaven and earth, a godlike existence, like an eternal rule. He controls all the power. He is what he says. He says you are a god with immortal life, you are a god. He says you are a waste, you are a waste. All the gods in this world must be canonized by him, and all the power comes from him. How many gods there are in this world depends on his mood. From this point, one can see the dominance of Emperor Fengshen. Xuanhuan's power is also domineering, but it is different from the dominance of Emperor Fengshen. He absolutely believes in his own power. He has thousands of mighty powers in one body. If he wants to use absolute mana to create an eternal road that no one has ever stepped out of road. But there are countless roads, but in the end they all lead to eternity. Boom. Emperor Fengshen strikes again. He can't see that Xuanhuan is one step ahead of the six realms. He wants the power of humanity, and the glory of all ages can only belong to him alone. One emperor in this multiverse is enough. An earth-shattering confrontation broke out between the two emperors, with the human world and heaven as the focus of the battlefield. The confrontation between their two emperors made it impossible for other strong men to get close. Those two magical powers that pushed everything across were fierce and violent. If the sixth realm was pulled into the battle group, they would also be strangled mercilessly. This is the power of the two emperors. Although Xuanhuan had already had a big battle with Emperor Fengshen before, this time it was even more intense, and he had already entered into an area where no one else could approach and was absolutely taboo. We can't get close to them, let alone shoot them. Dugu Shenma also had a bitter expression on his face. The strength of these two emperors is too strong, which is exactly the gap between them. Although he is also in the sixth realm, he is not at the same level. The second divine master was very calm. I hope they are all seriously injured. Fengshen wants to stop my emperor, but my emperor's power is beyond what you can imagine. Even Emperor Fengshen can't do it. The martial arts are brilliant, and the empire is an invincible god of war. The temperament of the empire was just like Xuanhuan's, fierce and domineering, and the Star Sea god also shouted loudly at the strong men of the conferred god camp. Xuanhuan must be defeated. Not to be outdone, Fengshen Tianzhu began to fight back. The emperor makes a move, and with that martial arts, there is no way he can defeat the emperor. The opening of the human world is for the emperor. This is a matter of national destiny, and no one will give in. Stop arguing with them. It's useless to talk too much. In the end, it all depends on the results and facts. The Lord of the Sky has a cold expression on his face. In his heart, only the God Emperor is the most qualified to get it. He stared at the Emperor Fengshen with extreme eyes. Since they are stubborn, let's fight. No matter how much you say, it's just clamoring. Only strength is the most important thing. The Lord of the Sky descended powerfully, he struck out the wheel of heaven and earth with one palm, and directly blasted at the conferred god. That's exactly what I mean, kill me, I'm too lazy to talk to them. The god of destruction doesn't like nonsense even more. The power of destruction is boiling, and there is nothing to say. They just want to fight to see who is stronger. The conferred god camp has the power of 10 days, and the Xuanhuan has the power of 9 days. The difference of 1 day is not that big of a difference. No one has absolutely overwhelming power against anyone. But in fact, it is the conferred god camp that is most frightening, because their strength has grown too fast. This area has been frenziedly fighting together, and the Lord of the Sky intends to guide the battlefield around the human world sky. At the same time, the duel between Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen reached its most intense moment. The moment Xuanhuan opened the human world heaven, he actually obtained the power of humanity, and he was undergoing an epic transformation at this moment. He punched it out, and it was an epic fist, piercing through the ancient times. The Emperor conferred God is not afraid of this kind of power. Xuanhuan was enveloped by the divine light of conferred gods, and he was also sublimating to the utmost. Suddenly, a tyrannical will wanted to take back Xuanhuan's power of humanity. I rule over all the gods in the world, and all living beings, whether they are humans, demons, gods, demons, or immortals. The will of the conferred God Emperor is infinite, and his voice is mighty. At this moment, Xuanhuan also suddenly felt that the power of humanity was about to flow away from his hands, and was wavered and controlled by Emperor Fengshen. The power of the gods. Xuanhuan said calmly, but I am more domineering than you. His emperor's body was shaken, and the multiverse was shaken. The power of humanity didn't flow at all, and it wasn't obtained by Emperor Fengshen at all. Many powerhouses were also surprised. This was domineering versus domineering, and the conferred God Emperor couldn't influence this emperor. Fengshen. The great Emperor Fengshen grabbed again. His palm did not grab Xuanhuan, but the power in Xuanhuan's body. He wanted to take out his power one by one. At the same time, a golden book of gods appeared in his hand, and there were words on it, all of which were the names of gods, such as the Book of Gods and the List of Gods, which were forcibly stripping Xuanhuan of his power. Xuanhuan didn't take it seriously at all. He came to the human world heaven, which means that there is no power that can stop him. Facing the attack of Emperor Fengshen, he also fought back. Every punch is epic, and every palm is legendary. The golden light and power can't interfere with him in the slightest. Emperor Fengshen slapped continuously, but when he got in front of Xuanhuan, the emperor turned into nothingness in front of him, and he couldn't hit him at all. Even Emperor conferred God's all-out attack can't stop him from controlling the power of humanity. Could it be that God Emperor Xuanhuan's achievement of the 6th realm today is already unstoppable, and no one can stop him? Epic breath. Why is this epic breath so strong? What kind of epic is his epic? The scene of this duel was too shocking. Xuanhuan, standing on the altar of eternity, was like an eternal god. He had already controlled everything, and all the brilliance gathered on him. Epic, epic of empire, epic of eternity. Xuanhuan is emitting epic brilliance. He came to the human world not to fight bitterly with Emperor Fengshen, but to achieve the strongest epic. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1721 Different ideas. The brilliance of the epic is condensing, and an incredible vision is produced. Everyone sees a great emperor stepping in the epic river, controlling the universe, and manipulating the process of history. Humanity is supreme and humanity is immortal, but everyone feels that this emperor is the supreme of 10,000 ways, the eternal supreme, and all power is under his control. He's going to make an epic. The second divine master saw that Xuanhuan accomplished the epic, not in awe, but a kind of creepy fear. Even Emperor Fengshen couldn't win the power from him with all his strength, and became an epic. Once this emperor becomes an epic, wouldn't he want to sweep the world? Who can stop him? With the eruption of power, Xuanhuan became the focus of the universe at this moment, and the sacred breath was permeating. Is it going to be epic? The great Emperor Fengshen actually stopped attacking at this moment. He looked at Xuanhuan. He failed to take the power from him. This was another defeat in his life. If he is the origin now, he can forcibly seize his power. But he is not. He has been unable to stop. I shouldn't be obsessed with the power of humanity. This is not the power I want to pursue. Emperor Fengshen looked at Xuanhuan thoughtfully, not being hit. Under everyone's astonished eyes, the great Emperor of Conferred Gods walked into the Gate of Conferred Gods again, and all the experts from the Conferred Gods camp also walked into the Gate of Conferred Gods at this time. The door to the gods closed and disappeared into this world. Emperor Fengshen actually left directly. Could it be that he also thinks that he is no longer his opponent after Xuanwu God Emperor became an epic, and his heart has been hit? Emperor Fengshen fought for the hegemony of the universe twice, the first time he was defeated by the human emperor, and led against the sky for the second time, but this time he met Xuanwu again. Will history repeat itself, and he will lose to Xuanwu again? Shouldn't be. Even if Xuanwu achieves an epic, Emperor Fengshen will not just admit defeat. His disappearance brought confusion to many people. They didn't know what the emperor was thinking in his heart. If he still lost this time, then he would be too miserable. Go, let's go. The second god, they dare not stay for long. Run away immediately. Epic. Xuanhuan stands in heaven and earth. From this moment, his power has undergone a shocking change, and he has achieved the epic realm, breaking through to the sixth realm of the original god. This realm is an extremely huge step in the original gods, and it has changed a lot. Ding! The current side mission to break through the original god has been completed, and he has obtained 6 billion vertex points, the advanced type of the original god's healing potion X1, the supernatural fruit X155072, the original artifact advanced card X1, the god-killing gun X1, the epic god pill X3, 3000 Dao's great slaughter technique X1, Gate of Slaughter X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current side mission has been released, breaking through the seventh realm of the primordial god. The magic power of the sixth realm epic, Xuanhuan's hand, has an infinite power to change the reincarnation of the world. At this moment, his thoughts swept across the heavens and all realms, and everyone saw an invincible holy emperor uttering his declaration. That is, invincible, I am the only one, and no one can be defeated in heaven and earth. When he reached this point, he had really taken a crucial step. The magic power of the sixth realm, the luck of the empire, and the fighting power of Xuanhuan are not inferior to the real god of origin. With his current strength, he is also a peerless powerhouse on the road of eternity. Now, this strength is enough to sweep the universe. The realm of the original god is a road that continues to advance on eternity. The farther you go, the stronger your strength will be, until you really reach the end of this road and achieve eternal life. Chu and Yuan have been around for a long time. At this level, he can see a lot more when he is looking at the eternal road. God-killing spear. This is a god-killing weapon with boundless killing. It reverses the yin and yang universe. It is an original artifact. The tip of the gun is extremely sharp, and it can divide the universe into a big gap at will. The Great Slaughter Technique, the Gate of Slaughter, represents a 3000 way of main killing. As for the epic god pill, it is suitable for the cultivation of the sixth realm, and it can also be used in the fifth realm to condense the epic god body and help them break through to this realm more easily. The realm of the origin god. The god of origin, the origin of heaven and earth, and the origin of all things. The strong in this realm are very powerful. A drop of their blood can evolve into a soul, and a single hair can be transformed into heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. And if Xuanhuan wants to get to the bottom of this situation quickly, the quickest way is to gather the peak luck of this era. Congratulations to your majesty on his epic achievement. The powerhouses of the empire were overjoyed. His majesty has finally achieved an epic. This strength is not as good as that of the conferred God Emperor, who will be his majesty's opponent in the universe in the future. The Lord of the Sky was most moved. The power left behind after the human sovereign transformed into Tiao has enabled his majesty to break through the sixth realm. Humanity is immortal, humanity is brilliant, and humanity is eternal. He clearly remembered a sentence that the human emperor said before he transformed into Taoism: even if he died, the power of humanity is indestructible, and it will exist in the world in another way. No matter how the universe is destroyed, as long as there are still people, then humanity is immortal. The heaven of the human realm has been opened, so let the heaven of the human realm and the Xuanhuan heaven become one, Xuanhuan said. Thank you, your majesty. The Lord of the Sky said solemnly. He knew what his majesty meant. He originally came from the human world, and his majesty gave him the world of the human world to give them a final confession, so that the power of humanity can be preserved. This is the spirit of a God Emperor. And all power ultimately belongs to the Empire. The outbreak of the Great Ancient War was not the enmity between the human sovereign and the founder of the God realm, but the difference in ideas and ideals. The way they pursued was the same, but the paths they chose were different. Xuanhuan said. Having obtained the power of humanity, he already fully understands the source of the Great Ancient War. The human sovereign and the founder of the God realm are not the same person. The human sovereign's idea is too great, and his heart is for the common people. He knows that after the end of an era, all people who do not reach the original gods will die without exception. This is the destruction of the eternal rule. Killing, even the god of origin, even the strongest, can't stop the eternal rules. Xuanhuan said. The end of each era is an eternal calamity. And the multiverse will usher in complete destruction, and the advent of eternal calamity is a test for the weak primitive gods. It is even more delusional to try to protect others. This kind of eternal calamity, the act of provoking the eternal rules, will be countless times more terrifying than Xuanhuan's construction of the world of life and death. No one who came later would not know, but in countless epochs, no one can protect others from eternal calamity. All the monks in the multiverse have to do is to strive to cultivate themselves to the realm of the original God before an era is about to end, so as to achieve a longer lifespan. The higher Xuanhuan's realm, the more he can understand the horror of this power. Human Emperor knows the cruelty after the end of an era. He wants to go to the end of the eternal road before an era is about to end, and lead everyone to attack the possibility of eternity. He wants to create an eternal road and bring everyone eternal, and once this action fails, many powerful people in this era will be destroyed as a result, and the era will be reversed, and the eternal catastrophe will be even more terrifying. 1. Based on the road of eternity, continue to develop. He doesn't want to break into the final eternity so early. The two ideas have collided, and no one can say wrong. TXT download address. Phone reading.